prey with these brown and white feathers, but it's really bulky. It's like a big eagle.
Right.
They have a gray face with like a really big hooked beak. And then this really distinctive characteristic that they have is a mane on their head. So it's a crest of feathers on top of their head that kind of lays back on their head, but they can puff it up to turn it into like a big lion's mane.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so you see this crest in like other birds have crests that they can kind of raise and lower to communicate different things. So it's just like that. It's very dramatic in this bird because it looks really cool. This bird has a wingspan of up to 7 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's huge, and it's like 3 to 4 feet tall. The gist of it is this is a really huge eagle. Sure. You get where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
So you will find these, as the name would suggest, in the Philippines. They are actually endemic to the Philippines. I love this word, endemic. So not only are they native to the Philippines, but that's the only place you can find them in the wild, in the world, just the Philippines. They're very special to the Philippines, where it is actually the national bird.
Oh.
Yeah. So most of the Philippine eagles will be found on the island of Mindanao in the Philippines, because there's lots of different islands in the country. So most of them will be found on Mindanao. And they like to live in forests on steep mountains. So they like to be really high up. That's not uncommon for these big birds, right? They need a lot of space. So they belong to the family Accipitridae, a family of raptors. Their closest relatives are other types of eagles that are called snake eagles.
Okay.
We haven't talked about any of them. There's also another member of this family called the bataleur. That's another type of eagle in this family. I don't think they get a lot of like attention, but the Philippine eagle is very much, it's in its own genus all to itself. It's pretty different from the snake eagles. It's pretty unique among the eagles.
Why are they called snake eagles?
I'm assuming because they eat snakes.
Okay.
So actually, I'm glad you asked that, because not for the snake eagles, but the genus name of the Philippine eagle, Pithecophage. So this is 2 Greek words, Pithecus. Have you ever heard Pithecus before?
It sounds familiar, but I can't tell you what it means.
You probably heard it in the words like Australopithecus and Gigantopithecus.
Oh, yeah, like the Jungle Book remake.
Yes. Yeah, so Gigantopithecus was an extinct species of giant ape. So Pithecus is Greek, which means like a primate, like a monkey or an ape.
Okay.
And then phagus means eater of.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. So this is a reference to this eagle's reputation for eating monkeys.
Oh.
Yeah. For a long time, people thought that they only ate monkeys, but they eat a lot of other stuff other than just... They do eat monkeys. That part's true.
Yeah.
But they eat other stuff too.
Sure.
They used to be called the monkey-eating eagle until conservation efforts in an attempt to sort of boost the PR of this eagle were like, hey guys, let's just call it the Philippine eagle. Let's not lean so much into the monkey eating aspect of it. So yeah, that's just kind of a primer.
Okay.
On the Philippine eagle. This is a really, really cool bird. Let's just get right into the ratings.
Yeah.
So we'll start with effectiveness, which for us is physical adaptations to the animal's body that let it do a really good job of the things it's trying to do. So this is a predatory bird. It's a bird of prey. So it's trying to catch prey. I'm giving this one a full 10. You know, I'm kind of reluctant to give out full 10s.
Yeah.
But this is it. If a bird's going to get a full 10, it's going to be this one. So even though they're enormous birds, they're huge, they don't trade off agility and like dexterity like a lot of large birds do. So something I talked about with Patch from Tears You back a few episodes ago when we talked about bald eagles is that they're really big, but since they're so big, they can't quite take like tight turns as well, just aren't as good as maybe like turning on a dime. You know, they can't get through narrow spaces or anything because they're so big. So they've kind of traded off like power for agility, but not this one. They can still, you know, they're flying through these treetops and canopies and they can still like navigate in between tree branches and like, you know, fly through the canopies. So they're still really, really good at getting through those tight spots, which you might not expect from like a really big bird.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like you would need to find, 7-foot wide holes.
Right? Might be kind of tricky. Yeah. So they're actually still really good at that, which I think is that's usually the trade-off, but they didn't sacrifice dexterity for, size. Another thing that is kind of strange about them, they have really long legs. and they're actually not bad at running.
Oh.
Yeah, right? It seems like you should only get one or the other, right?
Huh.
Because, a lot of flighted birds have kind of traded off flight for running. They've chosen to be better at flying at the sacrifice of running, but they can still run. You can look up videos on YouTube of Philippine eagles hunting on the ground, where they actually are like running around on the ground, legs fully extended, sprinting. They can also, while they're on the ground, they can like jump to get like that good sort of like swoop motion, and like jump up to get some leverage up in the air. So that to me feels like watching Jurassic Park, right? Like every time we talk about birds, we talk about how birds are dinosaurs. What is a bird if not a dinosaur persisting?
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool. It seems like it's really struck an impressive balance between like modern day bird flight and their sort of ancestral terrestrial dinosaur running on the ground. It's really cool. That's not their preferred way of hunting, but they can do it if they need to.
Well, good on them for keeping up the skill set.
Right? Like, keep it sharp. Don't back yourself into any corners, basically. Keep your options open. Like other eagles, the Philippine eagle has excellent eyesight. Way, way, way better than a human's. I saw estimates ranging from 8 to 10 times better than a human's. That makes sense, right? You're going to be flying around way up high in the sky. You need to be able to see stuff down on the ground. That tracks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can see real good. They're an apex predator in the Philippines. They eat pretty much anything that they can get their claws on, including some pretty heavy stuff. So they can pick up monkeys and primates that live there, snakes, monitor lizards, bats, and then this was pretty surprising, but pigs and deer. There are species of like warty pigs that are native to this area, and a Philippine eagle can scoop them right up.
I imagine they're much smaller than perhaps the domesticated pigs I'm thinking of.
Yeah, they are smaller than that.
Okay.
They're not these like 600-pound pigs that we've got around here, but yeah, they're not like that. But they're heavy, these are like dense little dudes, and they can just swoop them right up. So, naturally powerful feet, legs with these long hooked talons that let them carry off even some pretty substantial prey. So they are a top predator where they live. Like, they don't have any worries, basically, other than maybe each other. The next category that we rate animals on is ingenuity, which is behavioral adaptation. So things that animals doing with their body. I'm giving this one a 9 out of 10 for the Philippine eagle. They're pretty clever. They do some interesting, clever stuff. They mate monogamously for life. They pair up with a mate. They stay with that mate for their life. They raise the chick together in an egalitarian role where each parent, helps raise the chick. They only have one chick every 2 years. Yeah. So it's kind of a high investment, a high energy investment into the chick, right?
Right.
If you're only going to have one and it's going to be a while before you have your next one, they really are putting a lot into this chick that they've got. Did you know the baby eagles are called eaglets?
Maybe.
How cute is that? Eaglet. And this is interesting about their pairing structure is that Philippine eagles in pairs sometimes will hunt cooperatively.
Ooh.
I love this. So one will maybe fly really high up so that prey can see them, and it might scare the prey to go to another place where the other eagle is waiting to catch the prey that is scared over there.
Clever girl.
Right? Yeah, it's exactly like that. The one eagle swoops in from a different direction while the other one is either intimidating or distracting the prey from another direction. So very cool pack tactics that they've got going on. Not a pack, right? Because it's only 2 of them. You're not going to see a flock of these things. If you did,
time to go.
Yeah, you'd have much bigger problems because you'd be on their menu, I'm sure. On the topic of the eaglets, this is from the Training Manual on Research and Monitoring Techniques for Birds of Prey in the Philippines. And this information was from the Philippine Eagle Foundation. This is a quote that I just pulled directly out of it. Recent detailed observation gave revelations about play behavior in a juvenile Philippine eagle. It was seen observing tree cavities and grasping the rim of knotholes using its tail as props and wing for balance while poking its head head into the cavity. Peekaboo in there. And the young eagle also hangs itself upside down, perhaps as an exercise in balance, and was also seen doing mock attacks of inanimate objects on the ground or among tree crowns. All of these were done in the absence of the parents, which indicate that juveniles seem to learn hunting without parental intervention.
Huh.
I just found that such a charming little account of like a young eagle learning like the ways of the grown eagle and finding its way in the world. You know, like it's like a little, that montage from The Lion King where Simba like is learning how to be an adult and like they do a little montage and he's a grown up at the end.
Yeah.
It's like that, but with a Philippine eagle, which I just found so charming. That seemed great to me. Oh, Nat Geo Wild has this really, really beautiful video of a Philippine eagle chick being raised from an egg by its parents and like growing into maturity. You can look it up on YouTube. It's really cool. It's really nice. They start off so like little fluff balls and then their adult feathers come in and they look so beautiful. And another thing about their like mating habits is that the Philippine eagle will often reuse the same nest from one mating season to the next. So they'll like come back to the same tree and use the same nest over again. Which is really interesting, but it's also one of the reasons why deforestation is so disruptive to their life cycle, right? Because if they're relying on these sort of like historic nests, then if that tree gets cut down, you know, they have to make a whole new nest from scratch, and it could be really, really disruptive to their reproduction. And when they're reproducing so slowly, any disruption to that cycle is going to kind of set them back pretty far.
Yeah.
So finally, last category for the Philippine eagle is aesthetics. I give them a 9 out of 10 for the side profile and an 8 out of 10 when viewed from the front.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I feel like so many birds look so strange from the front. Like birds are always best observed from the side profile.
Except an owl.
That's true. Owls are the one exception. That owls look good from the front. I feel like there are so few birds that look good from the front. And this is no exception. So the most distinguishing feature of the Philippine eagle is the crest. So the top of the head has these long, smooth feathers. They usually lay flat along the head, but when the Philippine eagle is threatened, it poofs the feathers up, gives it a big like Liberty spike, lion's mane of feathers that looks really, really cool. Now, this is unique to the Philippine eagle. They have blue-gray eyes. Some birds will develop this eye color like outside of mating season, and it'll just be like a seasonal eye coloration. But the Philippine eagle all the time has these like sort of steel gray eyes that are really, really pretty. It looks great. But then when you look at them from the front, okay, so their eyes look like droopy from the front. Do you know what I mean?
Droopy.
Not droopy, but it looks like they have sad eyebrows. You know what I mean?
Okay.
They look like they're really sad when they look at you like head on. And their beak also takes up like a huge portion of their face.
Right.
I don't know what it is about this eagle in particular. I don't know why it has such a huge beak, but like their beak in particular takes up like so much proportionally of their face that from the side it looks amazing, but from the front it looks a little goofy, just a little bit. I think that they look like if an osprey was a Pokemon, the Philippine eagle would be its next evolution.
Okay.
You know, it looks like if you took an osprey and just like zhuzhed it up a little bit, you know, like made it bigger and beefier and added some decorative elements to it.
Maybe a secondary type.
That's what maybe it has like I guess osprey would be like flying and water type. And then the Philippine eagle would be like flying and I don't know, throw dragon in there for good measure. Oh, and another thing I wanted to say for aesthetics is that a lot of their feathers they're brown, but the edges of the feathers are white.
Ooh.
So the feather will be like white on the outside, but then brown along like the central vein of the feather. And it kind of makes the feather look like it's like glowing on the edges. It's an interesting effect. I think it's really beautiful. The plumage on this bird is really fantastic.
Oh, nice.
It's a gorgeous bird. And it's so beautiful and it's also huge. So like that's a winning combo for me. There's more of it to enjoy. There's a lot of it to look at. So to wrap up for the Philippine eagle, I want to talk about its conservation status. This bird is critically endangered. It's actually one of the rarest eagles in the entire world. It has a very small population left. So the forests that the eagles need to thrive in are largely disappearing, and it is due to human development. So some of the trees are being cut down for logging, and then the land that's left behind is being turned into agricultural fields for like industrial agriculture. And so then those forests are now no longer of any use to the eagle. So a lot of eagles are having to move higher and higher up into the mountains, or they need such large home ranges that they don't have a lot of place to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, I bet they do have large like territories.
Yeah, and they don't like to share space with each other, so they're kind of being pushed into areas they're not very well adapted to living in. Mm-hmm. So I got this information from the Philippine Eagle Foundation's website. They said, quote, "As the species on top of the food chain, the Philippine eagle has a crucial role to play in keeping the gentle balance of the ecosystem in check. It helps naturally regulate species population and provide an umbrella of protection to all other life forms in its territory. An abundant Philippine eagle population signifies a healthy forest." So this is a term you hear sometimes when you're talking about like conservation, is that it's like an umbrella species, where like efforts to conserve this species will improve the habitat for a lot of other animals, not just them, right? So it'll be kind of a ripple effect where it's like, it's not just about the eagle, it's about all of the wildlife the eagle shares its habitat with. But improving conditions for the eagle will also benefit everything else that lives there.
I think I talked about this with the giant panda.
Yeah, so it's not just about that one particular animal, but that animal works pretty well as like a charismatic, flagship species, I guess, basically like the face of the operation, I guess. So yeah, if you are so moved, you can learn more about conservation and support conservation for the Philippine eagle with a donation at philippineeaglefoundation.org. They even have a program where you can virtually adopt a Philippine eagle at their website or one of the other animals they care for at their center. They have like a center where they care for wildlife there, and you can actually like adopt one of their animals there, which I think is really, really cool. And that would be really, really fun. So if you're looking for like a cool gift idea for somebody in your life that you love, maybe adopt them a Philippine eagle. And you can do that at the philippineeaglefoundation.org.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's what I have for this week.
Thanks, son. Very interesting.
Of course. Thank you. So, babe, what animal do you have for us this week?
This week, coming back to the whales.
That's true. We're back in the ocean, baby. Can't stay away.
And this time, not a toothed whale. This is the humpback whale.
I'm so excited for this one.
Yeah.
I love this whale.
Scientific name, Megaptera novaeangliae.
Nailed it.
Yes.
Got it. So you've done two different toothed whales.
Yes.
You did the orca and the sperm whale.
Yes.
I think this is our first baleen whale covered on this show.
It is.
It's very exciting.
This species was submitted by Lily Seidlinger via email.
Thank you, Lily.
Getting my information from Animal Diversity Web, as well as National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which is a department in the United States government, at fisheries.noaa.gov. And finally, National Geographic, nationalgeographic.com.
Excellent. What a stellar list. Some robust citations.
Yeah. So first thing I want to kind of talk about is the name. So Megaptera, and that's Ptera.
Oh, okay. Megaptera.
That's what I would have thought it was if I hadn't looked for how to pronounce it.
Oh, you had. Oh, okay.
Well, before that, I saw the meaning and I figured, oh, okay, that's how that's supposed to be pronounced.
I would have just like Leroy Jenkins did that pronunciation. I would have been on here saying Megaptera.
Yeah. So that means mega or big wing.
Big wing.
So that's referring to their unique fin size and shape. So they're, I forget what that fin is called. Like what are pectoral fins? Yeah, analogous to arms. And then the specific name, novaeangliae, which means New Englander.
Okay.
So that's because the person that described them this way saw them in the New England area of the United States.
Sure. And was like, that must be it. The one place. It's the one place you can find them.
Which is not. Pretty much in all of the world's oceans between the polar and tropical waters.
There is an argument to be made that it's just the one ocean.
Yeah. So kind of describe what they look like. First of all, they're whales. So they are aquatic mammals. So they do have to breathe air. They have blowholes, so they have to surface every once in a while to breathe. As we mentioned earlier, these are baleen whales. So instead of teeth, they have these baleen, I think pads is what they're called, in their mouths.
Bristles.
The best way I can describe them, or imagine like a straw broom, but like all the way around on their jaws.
I think of it as a toothbrush.
Yeah. I've actually gotten to hold a piece before.
Really?
Yeah.
When was that?
It was like a 7th grade science class or something.
What did it feel like?
Kind of like a fibrous plant.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess that kind of makes sense, I guess, because it's still like that organic kind of material, you know? Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. How thick were the strands of baleen, like in your memory? I don't have any frame of reference for this.
Gosh, this is a long time ago.
Like if you're like holding it in your hand, right? Is it like hair kind of thickness?
It's stiffer than that. Straw is actually a pretty good descriptor in terms of
like
width.
hay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's thicker. It's denser than that. That's just a size comparison.
Sure.
That's from my memory. At least could be totally wrong.
Well, also if you were holding it, you know, it's all like dried out and probably had been preserved in some way.
Because it was just that. It wasn't attached to anything.
Very interesting. Baleen is very interesting to me.
So it's meant as a filter, which I'll talk about more a little bit later. But humpback whales, so first of all, they're very big. Coloration-wise, you know, the top side is a very dark gray, kind of black coloration, and then they're more of a white color on the undersides. They have very long pectoral fins. They have bumps kind of along those fins and their face.
They're bumpy boys, huh?
Yes.
Super gnarly looking.
Let's talk about how big they are. The source I was using for their mass, I thought was interesting because they describe their mass in grams.
What?
And they use scientific notation for this.
But why? That would be like if you
I don't know.
measured it in pebbles.
I don't know. So average mass is 30 million grams.
That's meaningless.
Or 30,000 kilograms. Or 30 metric tons.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
And I say metric tons because in the U.S. we also have a ton, but it is a different unit.
Ugh.
And in U.S. tons, that's about 33, and which is about 66,000 pounds.
I am American, so I'm going to need you to convert that into the most absurd, ridiculous unit you can possibly think of.
So to put it in perspective.
Thank you.
That is about 2/5 of a space shuttle.
2/5 of a space shuttle.
Yes.
Okay.
So one space shuttle is 2.5 humpback whales.
Okay. Thank you for the American conversion system. Oh, what is that in football fields? Can I get that in hamburgers?
But to put them in perspective of the largest whale, also largest animal on Earth, the blue whale, that's 3/10 of a blue whale.
Wow, so they're not even scratching the surface of a blue whale.
Right, so one blue whale is about 3.5 humpback whales.
Goodness.
And females are larger than males in this species, which
Look
is
at them go.
unusual for mammals.
Yeah. Wow. Good for her.
Yeah. Lengthwise, they get up to 60 feet or about 18 meters. And that's about 1.25 times the length of a semi-truck trailer. And I already mentioned where they're found, so polar and tropical waters, because they do migrate, where they spend, colder months in tropical waters and warmer months in colder waters.
We're no stranger to this pattern. We do live in Florida.
Now, their taxonomic family, I unfortunately did not look up how to pronounce this. So
let's hear it.
Balenopteridae. So first of all, that family is known as the rorquals.
What?
Rorquals.
Rorqual?
Rorqual.
I've never heard this word in my life. In my whole life, I've never heard this word before.
So this just describes the whales that are in this family.
Rorqual.
So this includes mink, beards, sei, fin, gray, and blue whales.
Okay. This is a very phonetically challenging episode.
It is, and I didn't do very many lookups on pronunciations.
We're in for a bumpy ride.
This is one of the three families that make up the baleen whales.
Okay.
Also known as the mysticetes.
Mysticetes.
That one I did look up.
Good job.
And wrote down the phonetic pronunciation.
Thank you.
So, first category.
Oh, before we move on from whale taxonomy.
Yeah.
because I just think this is interesting. I think cetacean natural history is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really funny how, the common ancestor of all terrestrial life came up out of the ocean, spent millions of years evolving on land.
Mm-hmm.
Really was yes, definitely walking on land is our thing. And then the ancestor of the cetaceans was an ungulate, was looking around I think I'm gonna go back though. I do think we had it right the first time. I do think we will turn right back around and head back in the water.
Worked out though, because they grew to a size that would just not be feasible for terrestrial animals, really.
True. I guess they could really live their best life out there and get to such ridiculous sizes because they're not constrained by gravity.
Yeah, because I don't think there's any scenario where something as large as a blue whale outside of water on this planet would work.
It would just crush itself, right? The weight would just be too much.
Yeah. So anyway, our first category of effectiveness, I'm giving a 9 out of 10.
Very good.
So first and foremost, size.
What is gonna step to this whale?
They're very big, and they're not really preyed on much once fully grown, though it does happen, just not very often. Some of the things that do prey on them when they're smaller and younger include killer whales.
Well, yeah.
And other large ocean predators.
Sure. I think of baleen whales as the elephants of the ocean.
Right.
They're just so big that nothing's really gonna bother them.
Yeah.
But they're also not necessarily hunting other animals except for the krill and little plankton that they
right.
eat. So, they're kind of like gentle giants, I guess.
Yeah. So that's actually my second point, is their diet. So they feed on plankton, which includes krill and fish, which I had to refresh my kind of knowledge on this. Krill are plankton, but not all plankton are krill.
Right. Yeah. So a little while ago, I talked to Jimmy Bernat, who talked to us about copepods, which are a type of crustacean that do largely make up what plankton are. So plankton is just a word for all the little stuff that's swimming around in the ocean.
Yeah. What I read was just living organisms that are either too small, usually too small that they can't move themselves. They have to rely on currents to move at the surface level of the water. Yeah,
even baby fish or larva of something that will eventually grow to be big. When it's a baby, it might be part of plankton because it's just a baby, and then it'll grow out of it. But krill is a specific type of animal.
Right. So the second part of what I said was also fish. So they're not just going after these tiny little organisms. They're also going after smaller fish, whole schools of them.
Okay. Oh, all right. Just going for the bulk, the bulk order.
Yeah. The way they do this, of course, is they'll get a bunch of water in their mouths that includes the things they're trying to get, and then they'll push out that water through the baleen in their mouths.
And just leave the bits behind.
Yeah. Yep. And then they'll use their huge tongues to kind of work it back into their throat.
This will be familiar to anybody who's seen Finding Nemo.
Yes, exactly.
Did you have anything in your notes about Finding Nemo?
Nothing, sorry.
I don't know if the whale in Finding Nemo was specifically a humpback whale.
I think it was. And that's primarily based on the sound Dory was making, which I'll get to that a little later.
Oh, good.
One of the things they do when they do this is that their throat can expand and get bigger when they open their mouths and do this. And that's because they have these ventral grooves that allow for that expansion.
Is that what that is? Yeah. Those ridges on the bottom of their throat?
Yep.
Wow. I knew that they were there, but I didn't know what they were for. But it kind of gives them some stretching room.
Yeah.
Like an accordion, sort of.
Basically. Yeah.
Wow, that's really interesting. That's so cool. You can see this a lot, this billowy sort of expansion of their throat when they come up out of the water.
Yes, exactly.
It kind of flaps around.
The next thing I want to talk about are ectoparasites.
Oh, definitely. For sure.
So these are parasites that exist outside of their body other than endoparasites, I think.
Yeah.
Those would be worms and stuff in their organs and stuff.
Sure.
But these things, so first of all, humpback whales are the most parasitized in their family.
Prime real estate.
Yeah. So these things include barnacles and whale lice.
Whale lice?
Yes. This took me down a path. So first of all, it's thought to have lots of these because of their relatively slow swim speed. So this gives these things a chance to latch on and stuff.
Yeah, they're not really booking it
Yeah.
around the ocean.
So whale lice are actually related to the kind of lice you and I would have to worry about.
Really?
Yeah.
Is no one safe?
But instead of latching on to hair follicles and such, these things have like hooks that they're like hooking into the flesh of the whale.
Well, I mean, you'd have to,
Yeah.
right? Like the whale has pretty thick skin.
And these things, they like to position themselves in grooves and openings and wounds of the whale.
And they got plenty of those, huh?
They're nasty. And they're not small either. Like you can very easily see them with the naked eye. Like some of them get as big as, I mean, I'm just guessing based on what pictures I saw, but like a quarter.
Sure. Not cute.
A coin.
Not a cute look.
Yeah. And they get a lot of them. So I thought it was interesting because I came across a paper titled Fight or Flight, Anti-Predator Strategies of Baleen Whales by John K.B. Ford and Randall R. Reeves. You might be wondering, how does this relate?
I trust you. I trust the process.
So it's theorized that barnacles may serve as defense and offense against predators.
Would you like to form an alliance with me?
Right. So those that maybe aren't familiar, barnacles are a type of crustacean.
Longtime listeners of the show
Yes.
will absolutely be familiar with barnacles. We did a whole episode on barnacles, and I think we kind of mentioned that they do latch on to whales.
Okay.
But I don't think we really went into anti-predation, like the function of barnacles.
So it's the idea is like maybe these whales are, doing things for the sole purpose of encouraging barnacles because they can act as armor. And then also if they're running into something else, like maybe another whale or whatever, it also will scrape up that other thing a lot.
Yeah, because I was thinking like it must really suck for a whale to get lice because they can't scratch it,
Right.
like they don't have anything to scratch it with.
Because other cetaceans get these, but when they're the smaller ones like orcas and dolphins and stuff, those can get into shallower waters and scratch themselves on rocks and gravel beds. Right? You can actually find videos of them doing this kind of behavior.
Sure.
The only thing I took a point off for with effectiveness was they have little, if any, sense of smell.
Really?
Yeah. They have greatly reduced olfactory organs.
Oh no.
Yeah. Which maybe they don't need them.
That just seems like, why would you want to let that go? That seems like a really important thing that you would need.
Yeah. I don't know. Second category of ingenuity. I'm giving an 8 out of 10.
Decent. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So first I want to talk about their hunting methods. The big thing is bubble nets.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite things in the world.
Yeah, so they'll swim underwater, exhaling out of their blowhole, which is causing bubbles to rise to the surface. So this confuses and startles their prey. So, right now we're talking about actual fish because there's no point in doing this for plankton.
Yeah.
So they're doing this for a school of fish, and they're kind of, this varies based on what population of whales you're looking at. But the basic idea is they'll kind of round up the fish into one area to where some of the whales will be doing the bubble net and the other whales will be coming up underneath into the center and chomp them.
Yeah, if you look up drone footage of this happening, they're kind of like shooting the bubbles up in like a spiral.
Yeah.
To corral the fish into a smaller and smaller and smaller area until one of the whales just pops right up the middle and just nabs all the fish right in the middle. It's gorgeous. It is so good. If you can find like a nice drone footage like of humpback whales bubble netting from up in the air, gosh, it's cool.
Yeah. I think I've seen video too of people on boats that unfortunately found themselves too close to this.
Would not be me.
Yeah. They also use tail slapping. So one, either directly against the fish, or two, to basically do the same thing where they're causing like a foam in the water to kind of startle them and corral them. So yeah, hunting methods, really interesting.
Very cool.
Earlier I kind of hinted at this, but they also have communication. Humpback whales are famously known for their songs, right?
Yeah. They sure are.
So they're thought to be used for finding mates. And here's the thing I didn't know. Calves, which is what we call the baby whales, are known to whisper to their mother.
No.
Yes.
Stop it.
So they do this to stay into contact, but they want to avoid detection by predators.
Right. Wow.
And I actually have a sound for you.
Oh.
And maybe you can put it in.
I can, yeah.
I say
That's precious.
right. And I say whisper, but it's relative to how loud humpbacks songs usually are.
Right, which is pretty loud.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought it was interesting.
That's adorable. And that's really interesting because there's other ungulates, because whales are related to ungulates.
Mm-hmm.
There's ungulates that the babies communicate with their parents using this sort of infrasonic. Is that what it is?
I don't know.
They use this communication with their parents that's outside of the range of hearing that most things can usually hear.
Yeah.
Like elephants do this. Who else does it? I want to say like okapis do it, maybe, where they will make this sort of like call to each other that nothing else can hear. That's really cool, though, that like you can see that similarity with whales.
Yeah, this one is more based on volume.
Yeah.
Just because, the things that hunt them are also whales.
Sure.
So
Wow. That's a cute sound.
yeah,
though.
I think so too.
I don't know if you're going to go into this later, but I have heard that activity, like industrial activity in the ocean, really messes with their communication with each other. Because if there's something like mining or like some sort of loud like industrial equipment going on, that it like drowns their calls out and they can't hear each other.
Not specifically that, but it would make sense. And I think we maybe touched on that with the sperm whale.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Similar, I guess, tangentially to the baby thing, another point I want to talk about here is how defensive mothers are of the babies.
Oh, you don't want to be on her bad side.
Yeah. So they're very defensive because of, for the amount of time and resources it takes to raise a calf, because they reproduce once every 2 years, a lot like your eagle, actually. And it's just one.
Just the one baby.
Yeah. Very, very, very protective of their young. I already touched on this, what I call pod tactics, because we call a group of whales a pod. But yeah, they'll work together for hunting and such. And my final point, which is another interesting thing, didn't really know about, is they have mad beef with orcas.
Really? Is there a turf war going on?
Like it's to a level where it implies higher intelligence.
Really?
Yeah.
That they just absolutely can't stand each other?
So here's the thing. Humpback whales have been observed many times interfering with orca hunts.
That's so rude.
Trying to protect the thing the orcas are trying to go after. And most of the time, it's not a humpback whale.
Just out of pure spite.
So we're talking like other whales, humans, whales, and even sunfish. They were recorded doing this to protect the pair of sunfish.
That's the funniest mental image of a sunfish just trudging along doing its absolute best. Here comes an orca. That sunfish is like, oh, writing my final will. This is the end of my days. And then a humpback whale from across the sea looks over, sees this going on, and is like, not on my watch.
Yeah. So in May of 2012, a pod of orcas killed a gray whale calf that was with its mother. But then a bunch of humpbacks showed up and wouldn't let the orcas feed on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, even though the damage had been done, they were not going to let him get the satisfaction.
Yeah. And this went on for like 6.5 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's uncertain as to if this is being driven by personal benefit or some sort of altruism.
Yeah.
So like the benefit could be they know the worse off the orcas are, the better we're going to be off.
I guess.
Or even like, oh, I was attacked by an orca when I was a young humpback whale.
And now it's a whole grudge.
So I guess, from the biology perspective, it has to be assumed that there's some sort of personal benefit.
Right. There's got to be something.
Yeah. But regardless, that's a very high level of thinking. Right.
To go out of your way, and not out of a sense of, oh, this is one of my pod, I better protect my pod. This is just no orca is going to be getting a meal. Not in my town. I like to imagine that the humpback whales are just whale cops, just like patrolling the ocean, like keep an eye out for those orcas.
Yeah. It's rough out there.
Although I gotta say, orcas maybe have it coming a little bit. It's like it would take a humpback whale, right, to stand up to the orcas. Like someone's got to do it. Orcas have been unchecked for too long.
Supposedly, a full-grown, healthy humpback whale could hold off a pod of orcas.
I mean, orcas they'll group up and cyberbully anyone in their path.
In my research on this, I came across a story and video of a bunch of pods of orcas teaming up to take down a young blue whale.
Oh, man.
It was intense.
I mean, at that point, just go for something easier. There's other stuff.
And that's the thing. Like earlier, I talked about that paper of fight and flight with baleen whales. And, it comes down to, for the baleen whales that will fight, the predator is risking injury, right?
Right.
And then for those that will flight or run away, that is energy consumption to chase them down.
Just go for something easier. Right. Go eat a fish. Settle down.
So yeah, that's my ingenuity on the humpback whale.
For sure. That was surprisingly intense.
Very petty.
It is. This is like whale Game of Thrones going on out in the ocean.
In our final category, aesthetics, I'm just give a full 10 out of 10. I like how they look.
It's a beautiful whale.
Long, majestic, bumpy.
It's very bumpy.
They're iconic.
Yeah.
Too, because their shape is very unique. It would be hard to mistake them for a different whale.
Yeah, they do have that, with the humpback, they have that sort of like ridge along their back that you don't see on other.
I guess you would have to be somewhat close, or you would have to see them breach, which I can't believe I didn't talk about this. One of the things they're known for is breaching the water when they do hunt.
Yeah.
Or part of communication. So like a huge amount of their body can come out of the water and then they'll flop down.
It's very impressive. Yeah. Very dramatic. I'm always impressed by how much of their body they can actually get, because they're in a free fall, like they completely.
It's something like 2/3 of their whole body can get out of the water.
And that's so much body to get out of there, like just imagine how much thrust they're having to generate to yeet themselves out of the water like that.
So this is a good kind of segue. So humpback whales are very popular for ecotourism and whale watching.
Yeah.
Because of this.
Yeah. I've never been whale watching.
Me neither.
I know lots of people who have been whale watching. They say it is an incredible experience. I am super happy for everybody who goes whale watching. I hope you have a lot of fun. I would never. It's not out of any sort of moral value. It is that I cannot think of anything scarier to me than going out on a boat with whales in the water. I can't think of anything scarier.
So there are rules, right, of how close you can be to aquatic mammals, not just humpback whales, but if the company that you're touring with follows the rules, you should be at least, I think it's 100 yards away.
Mm-hmm. That's not enough yards for me.
Or a football field.
One football field. One American football field.
Yes. Now, to kind of dig into our last little stuff here. Conservation status. This surprised me a lot. Least concern.
Really? I feel like they're like the poster child, like the Save the Whales, icon.
They were is the thing. So yeah, right now, least concern, population trend increasing.
That's great.
Yeah, per the 2018 assessment.
Nice.
They were endangered in the 80s, vulnerable in the 90s, and least concern as of 2008 assessment.
Look at them go. You love to see it.
So they were overhunted by the whaling industry, particularly in the early 20th century with the Industrial Revolution and such. Hunting them was banned in the Southern Hemisphere in 1963, in the North Atlantic in 1956, and in the North Pacific in 1966. Commercial whaling in general was banned in the mid-1980s.
Sure.
So that's what's attributed to their comeback.
Good for you. You look happy and healthy.
Yeah, so I was surprised by that. I guess I thought they would be at least somewhat vulnerable still, but all right.
That's awesome. Love to hear it.
Now, that is at a global population level.
True.
Because they are found across the globe like that.
Right.
So there might be pockets where they're maybe not so well off. Threats to them include vessel strikes because of how active they are at the surface of the ocean, and climate change, entanglement in fishing gear, and harassment from vessels that get too close. So that could include whale watching vessels and such.
Sure. Keep your distance. Be respectful. You don't want to get, I cannot emphasize enough, they will flip your boat. They'll have fun with it too.
And supposedly groups of pods of humpback whales are more aggressive than single whales.
Because they know they got their buds with them. They got to flex for their buds, you know?
Right.
Like, you can't, you got to look tough in front of your pals.
Yeah.
Flex a little bit for your bros. Before we come off of humpback whales for good, in Finding Nemo, they are swallowed by the humpback whale.
Yeah. Or at least in its mouth.
Well, they're in like the humpback whale's mouth.
Yeah.
And then Dory says that they have to like go down the whale's throat.
Right.
Right. It's like in the narratively, it's like a trust thing, you know, like she's basically like, oh, you got to trust me. This is what we need to do. And it's like a big, you know, emotional climactic moment because Marlin's just like, okay. And then he lets go and they go down the whale's throat. And then they come out the whale's blowhole.
Hey, wait a minute.
Right?
I don't think it works like that.
It doesn't. It's a different system, right?
So I think that comes from where when you see a whale breathe out, I think people are like thinking of, oh, they spit water out their blowhole, which I don't think that's what it is. I think it's just water vapor.
Sure.
It's just water vapor from the air that was in their lungs and it's now warmer relative to the ambient air.
Basically, the gist being you cannot get from their throat, their esophagus, into their blowhole. That's the respiratory system. It's a different system entirely in their body.
Right.
This is just a little nitpicky thing.
Sure.
About Finding Nemo.
I think that's because, you know, with humans, you know, that is connected.
That's true. Yeah. It's all mouth stuff.
Because I guess you would think of their blowhole to be analogous to their nostrils, right?
Sure. Oh, I guess it is, isn't it? It's like you took their nose and you just like
put it on their forehead.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. I do wish you hadn't said that. That's funny though. Great whale.
Thanks.
Good job. Well, that's all we had for this week. Thank you so much to everybody who's been listening. We really appreciate it. And to everybody who has been saying nice things about us, recommending us to your friends, leaving nice reviews. It is so incredibly nice of you. And we really appreciate it. It makes my day every time. Whenever I'm feeling sad and I need a pick me up, I scroll through our Apple and Podchaser reviews because you guys have such nice things to say and it makes me really happy. You can come hang out with us virtually. We're on Facebook. We have a Facebook group. We're on Twitter. We're on Instagram. And also, new since last time we spoke, we have a Discord server where you can come hang out with us. Actually, last week, I streamed some Abzu with some listeners on Discord. And we rode a humpback whale in Abzu, found humpback whales in Abzu. So that's a little tie-in. And also TikTok. I'm on TikTok.
Yeah.
The TikTok content is a little bit different. I've been doing a lot of videos about the real world animals that inspired Pokemon. And I've also been doing a lot of just general memes, like TikTok memes. But we're on there. It's pretty fun stuff. So come check us out on social media, on Discord and TikTok. If you have an animal that you want to hear us review, you could submit those to us. I'm going to request that you please email them to me. I will, I'm sure, take a note of it if you get them to me on social media, but please keep in mind that we have so many different social media outlets that if they go to my inbox, they're all going to one place. And the likelihood that I will be able to keep that organized and keep track of it is much higher if it's in our inbox. Also, if you have a request that's like a reptile or any invertebrate, please get those in because I love to do those. And finally, thank you, Louis Zong, for allowing us to use your track Adventuring off of the album B-Sides. It's really great.
It is.
We appreciate it so much. It's very beautiful. I think that's all we have.
Yeah.
That's a wrap. I guess I will not speak to you again for another 2 weeks until the next time we record an episode together.
We're shaking hands right now.
We are, and we will not interact in any capacity until the next time we sit down to do a podcast together. We can't lose out on the content, you know? Like, any time that we're having a conversation together, that's good stuff, right? And if we're not recording it, then we're missing it.
Totes.
Podcasting FOMO. All right. Thanks, babe.
Thank you, Bippy.
Bye.
Bye.
From the racks and stacks, we've got fun to the max. For the best of new and classic podcast episodes, keep it locked on MaximumFun.org.
Hi, I'm Biz.
And I'm Teresa.
Due to the pandemic, we bring you One Bad Mother straight from our homes, including such interruptions as children, animal noises, and more. So let's all get a little closer while we have to be so far apart. And remember, we are doing a good job. This week on One Bad Mother, I guess kids really can change everything. We talked to stand-up Chris Gethard about his new special, Half My Life. Plus, Biz goes for the gold.
Woo!
Woo?
Hey, this is a check-in. I am not great, but I just heard Biz's recorded voice tell me I'm doing a good job, and I needed that. After a 3-day weekend with no daycare, I'm home with my girl with no daycare because she puked in the car on the way to daycare, actually in the parking lot. Hold in. Puked in the parking lot because she gets car sick, and I stripped her naked in the parking lot during a thunderstorm, put my shirt on her, took my shirt, one of my shirts off, put it on her, walked her up to the door and said, she puked, but it's definitely car sickness. Can she come in? And they said, no.
No.
So I asked, can I borrow a towel? And they said, no. And then the teacher said, let me check with the director. And she said, no, take her home and monitor her for COVID symptoms. And then after a few, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker.
Kick her.
Said,
Kick me.
and I quote, this never happens when her father drops her off.
God damn.
And I completely understand where that sentence came from. In the brain, somebody trying to figure out what's going on with a mom and a kid and patterns and blah. But oh my God. I just bawled all the way home, and now I'm home with a toddler. And the great news is that she feels great. And I am full of rage. And so I thought I would check in because I thought that would be a good place to put it. And then we got an email about how they can't take a kid who's puked unless there's another explanation for it. And then my brain exploded because apparently I was speaking nothing. No words were coming out of my mouth. I'm not a reliable narrator, you know. Oh, I love the show. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Bye.
First of all, you're doing an amazing job. Second, I really love the little bow on this of, I guess I am not like an accurate voice. I cannot tell you what's happening to my child. I'm not your number one resource to go to when it comes to my child's patterns or behavior. That you're right. I should just be dismissed. And you know that email came out because of you. So way to trigger that. This is such like, there's so many things happening here, but I kind of actually want to look at like the chaos of a kid puking in your car. Raiden, formerly known as Katie Bell, currently known as Raiden, used to be so car sick all the time. We lived in Brooklyn, so we never were in cars. And then suddenly we were in cars, and that kid puked all the time. All the time. And that is exactly what you're doing. Like, you have to pull over. You have to get all of that off of the child. I have put my child in my clothes like at least 4 times in my life, stripping off some kind of shirt to put on the child because the car seat is full of puke. Like, what are you supposed to do? And like, you're standing there and you're trying to clean it all up, but you know you're putting your kid back in a seat that still has some puke in it for a while. I actually used to have a towel. I know I shared this on the show a million years ago, but I used to have a towel with parts cut out to fit into the car seat so that when my child puked, because my child was going to puke. I could just pick the whole towel up. And this is also when kids start puking in your car seats. This is also the time when you begin to ask a question you hadn't really asked before, which is, how do you wash a car seat? Like, we all know you can get the fabric and stuff off, but the buckles? How do you do that? How do you do that? I don't know. I've removed them, but then I'm like, do I put these in the wash? Do I hose them off? Do I just throw it all away and call it a day and never put my child in a car again? Probably. You are doing an amazing job, and you are not alone in the grand puking in a car. How do you fix this? Oh God, it's in the middle. The middle of a preschool parking lot is just wow. Mwah. Cherry on top. Speaking of cherries on top, that sounds delicious. Thank you for asking if I would like a cherry on top of my treat. I would. Thank yous. It's time to be thankful. I hope you guys are enjoying our little thanking theme music. I am. I'm going to thank Gabe for finding it for us. Thank you, Gabe. Pandemic. Is it on? Is it up? Is it on? It's like a Jennifer and Brad, like a Bennifer relationship. Is there a pandemic? Is there not? Is it the Delta? Is it not? It is. It is. There's still a pandemic. And there's a horrible variant going around. And bad news, everybody. Even if you're vaccinated, the Delta variant, if you get it, even if you don't get sick, you are still contagious, which is why they're asking people to, even if vaccinated, to continue to wear masks, because there are a lot of us who have kids that are not able to be vaccinated because of their age. So thank you, first off, to all of you who are continuing to wear your masks. And thank you for getting vaccinated. Thank you to everybody in the medical profession. Thank you to everybody giving vaccines, making vaccines, studying vaccines. Thank you to everybody who continues with all this knowledge to still go out to their jobs that allow us to function somehow. Transportation workers, those of you who are working in pharmacies and grocery stores and shops, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all of you who are volunteering with food banks and with distributing vaccines and with going door to door to try and spread correct, fact-based information. Thank you. I see you, teachers. It's here for some of you. For some of you, school starting in like a week or 2 weeks. You've got this. As always, there are a million other people we should thank, but I gotta move on because I have a little story to share before we get into our guest. Mom rage, or really parenting rage, can really just surprise you. What I have gotten very good at is displacing my rage. It no longer is like at the kids or at Stefan or at a stranger on the street. So as many of you know, I did a lot of traveling recently to help my parents move. I've come home. Guess what? Kids are still here. They're still work. They're still driving. They're still, and I was a little full, as my therapist would say, a little full. And on Sunday night, all I wanted to do was sit with my husband and watch women's gymnastics as part of the Olympics. So I thought, well, this is going to be easy. We've got like a movie screen sort of thing set up in our shitty ass garage. It is exactly what you think it looks like. And we have made it so we've hooked up like a Roku to it so we can watch, Disney Plus or whatever. So I was like, I know what to do. I've seen the advertisements. I'm going to get Peacock because that's the home of the Olympics, is what they say. apparently it is not. Apparently you don't get NBC on Peacock. You don't get live event coverage. You get live recap coverage, live, we're just sitting here talking about what happened today, but without actually seeing an event. Then they also do replays, but because it's like time differences and stuff, it's like a 2-day difference before I can watch the replays. I don't even understand that. My anger at this got so great. So great. I was so angry. Like, even Stefan was just like, none of that's helpful to me, right? Which is like Stefan's very kind way of being like, you're about to ruin the entire evening. I just sat there and steamed like a hot pile of steaming Olympic coverage. Anyway, this doesn't tie in at all to anything we're going to talk about today, except that parenting, surprise, it makes you have all the feelings, sometimes the ones you want, lots of times the ones you don't. We are going to be talking to Chris Gethard, comedian, stand-up, about his new special, Half My Life, as well as what life is like now that he's a parent.
Please take a moment to remember, if you're friends of the hosts of One Bad Mother, you should assume that when we talk about other moms, we're talking about you.
If you are married to the host of One Bad Mother, we definitely are talking about you.
Nothing we say constitutes professional parenting advice.
Biz and Teresa's children are brilliant, lovely, and exceedingly extraordinary.
Nothing said on this podcast about them implies otherwise.
This week, we are talking to Chris Gethard, who is a comedian and podcaster from New Jersey. His new special, Half My Life, is out now from Comedy Dynamics, and you can see him on the road this summer and fall during his America's Loosest Cannon tour. He also hosts the podcasts Beautiful, Anonymous, and New Jersey is the World. Welcome, Chris.
Hi, it's great to be here. Hello. That is a description of me and things I do. Yes.
That was in a nice, neat little paragraph.
Oh, yeah.
Everything else will not be true that we talk about because it wasn't in that paragraph.
From here, no guarantees.
Perfect. Before we get into the comedy, the touring, the kid, all that kind of good stuff, who lives in your house?
My wife, Hallie, and my son, Cal, and myself. And that's it. Just the three of us.
No pets? No wandering?
No pets yet. My wife had a cat when we first got together, but the cat since has sadly passed away. She was a really crazy cat. And I've never been a dog person myself, but we have a son, and he's probably going to be an only child. So I think I'm like coming to grips with the fact that at some point we'll probably have to get a dog. And people get mad at me when I say I'm not a dog person, but I just have never grown up with them.
I'm a cat person. And also it follows logically that only child equals dog. I mean, how else will they know how to share?
Well, my wife loves dogs. And then I also think too, because, we had our son and we moved out to New Jersey. We bought our house before the pandemic. We didn't flee the city because of the pandemic. But I was pretty burnt out. Yeah. So we moved kind of out into the woods. There's sections of New Jersey where I think a lot of New Yorkers land and a lot of artists land. We moved further out than that. So then there is also a part of me that's like, all right, if he's going to go traipsing through the woods, maybe he can get some like badass dog.
Yeah.
Because I was raised in the 80s where they taught you like, oh, if you go in the woods, someone's going to like jump out from under a tarp and kill you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kidnap you. So maybe he should have an attack dog. And then my wife is like, you're a crazy person. Oh. We don't need a vicious attack dog.
No, it's called prepared, not paranoid. That's as a child of the 80s, Yeah, I get it.
It is one of those things that we're like, oh yeah, that would be a nice thing to, when you have your first child.
Yeah.
I've been thinking so hard about, you start to realize all these things about how you were raised. And
yes. Yeah.
I think a lot of people of my generation agree that being raised in the 80s up through the mid 90s is pretty warped. All the stranger danger and satanic panic stuff.
My mother really liked like Die Hard and those movies. Yeah. And so a lot of my life lessons were me walking through the kitchen, passing the den, and my mother yelling things like, Don't shoot them once, baby. Shoot them till they're dead. Shoot them till the gun is empty. Or dropping us off at the mall, being like, remember, they can come up behind you and stick you with a syringe and then say, oh, my daughter's fainted, and carry you away. And I'm like, thanks, pick me up at 9. I'll be at Spencer's.
Talk about malls, the whole thing of like after you got your license as a teenager of like, okay, when you get in your car, you got to really check the back seat because sometimes people hide in the back seat and crouch down. Or like,
they can also hide under your car
and cut your Achilles. They cut your Achilles heel with a box cutter.
With a knife. That's right.
But okay, have fun, right?
Yeah, have fun.
And if you need me, we'll just do this thing. You have a collect call from Mom. It's Chris. Come pick me up. I'm at Edison Middle School.
My Achilles tendon.
Yeah, Mom, please. A man dressed as a clown threw me in a van. You have a collect call. There was a razor in the apple.
Oh my God, there's bubble gum. Ow. Okay, that is just a beautiful segue into pre-post kid life. At the beginning of your special, you talk about feelings and how you were pretty sure you'd had all the feelings, that there were no more feelings to be had. Like, yeah, you're like 40, done. Yeah. And then you got a kid in your house and it was like, oh, there are more feelings. And like, it's not just the feelings, I think. I think that there are so many, you could just fill in the blank for feelings. I'm pretty sure I've done all that. Pretty sure I know how I'm going to react to that. I have expectations. I have a checklist. It's good. And then that's not even a little how that works out. Talk to me about pre-post. Pre-post.
Pre-baby and post-baby, you mean?
Yeah, the feelings. Yeah. The feels or just the expectations.
It's one of those questions that I feel like if anybody's listening who's not a parent, they're not going to give a shit anyway.
Oh, no one cares. And the parents
are like, there's no way for you to verbally explain this. Like, right? Like there is no verbal explanation, but yeah, it's, there's just like, I guess, like, I don't know. It's not a funny answer, but the real answer is I'll never, ever forget standing in the hospital within 30 hours of my son being born and my parents came to visit, which, by the way, that should be outlawed. And that's not on them. I actually wanted them to be there. And then I've realized, no, this should just be a thing that no one should visit a hospital after. It's never good. It's never good. You want to be
Why
sleeping.
Are you holding him like that?
You just, if you have time to talk to a human being, you could be asleep. So, but that being said, I did have this really beautiful moment where I was standing and my son was in his bassinet to my left side and my dad was to my right side. And my dad is like great, like a fantastic man I admire, but he's never really been emotional. We come from very repressed Irish Catholic, like nobody says I love you in my family. Like it's, and I remember like kind of like glancing to my left and seeing my kid sleeping there and glancing to my right and seeing my dad and just like being hit with two distinct things that I'll never forget, which is like one, and I would never say this to my dad because my dad and I are not these people, but I remember realizing like, holy shit, like, have you felt this way about me this whole time? Like,
oh God,
because I'm feeling this like new thing about this kid. And have you been feeling this about me for, was count 38? I was 38. I was almost 39, like almost 4 decades. Have you been feeling this thing I didn't know about towards me? But then even more so, I remember just realizing like, oh, there's just way more to it than me. Like before I had a kid, I was the hero of this journey. Like it was this Joseph Campbell thing, where it's about me and what can I accomplish and what can I discover and what are like the scenes that make up this movie that is my life that I'm currently living in the main character of. And then my son comes along and instantly I just go, oh, well, that DNA has been rewired. Like, I'm a point on a line. Like this is a relay race. And my grandfather passed the baton to my dad and I never met my great grandfather. And this goes back to like the beginning of life on earth is that people have been passing the baton and now I pass it to this kid. And just like how would I say it? Like the whole idea of like having an ego or needing an ego went away. And needing to prove anything to anybody went away. Like it's not about me.
I want to tap into that for a second. I want to ask you something about this because I do wonder, and your experience is obviously unique to you versus all the other parents out there having their own experiences, but that is a very powerful idea. And of this being a point and goodbye to ego as a male parent, as the dad, it's almost as if all men have been trained to be Irish Catholic and never say anything. And the dad experience gets very overlooked and very sort of negated and brushed off. Oh, they're dads. They just get to keep doing their career, or they're babysitting. So how have you found yourself walking through the world as not only a parent, but as a dad that we have no control over being called dad, mom, whatever. But those are the names we're given. Yeah, I mean,
it's a great question. It's one of those things I get to think about now, right?
Yeah.
And that's I wish there were simple, clear answers.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that I think my life was defined in many ways by self-consciousness most of my life, and questioning and feeling bad about myself. Those sadly were big parts of things. But I can tell you that in the role of dad I have discovered in such this joyous way of the least self-conscious I've ever been as a human.
That's great.
And because it's I know what the job is to a degree. I mean, it's I don't know at all what any of it is. I have no idea what it is, but I am these broad strokes that I am here as his second in command effectively as the dad of this kid. I can focus up on that. And also I was someone who I have some OCD stuff. I was never able to leave my house before showering. That thought I would stop at the door. I would not be able to do it. And now it's just I'll wander out and I'll have a conversation with I need to go to a public place and I'm having a conversation with some super hot, well put together humans, and I have bags under my eyes and I look down and realize there's still some of his vomit on my shirt and my socks don't match, and I just don't care. I just don't care. And that I feel is this massive gift he gave to me, because I never lived a life where I felt free from judgment, my own or that of others, whether real or invented in my mind. And now I'm just
that.
Okay. Yeah, there's a hunk of banana on my thigh.
Yeah.
Okay, what were we talking about? I don't care.
I just ate that. I ate it, and whatever that kid just came out of his mouth, it was just easier for me to eat it than find a trash can, and I did it, and whatever.
Yeah. I'm one sense, it's I'm just kind of gross, and I'm tired, and that's the reality of it. But then in another sense, it's also he's given me this freedom to just be I don't care. It's probably part of why. You have all these insecurities about the dad bod and my hairline. I've never had a good hairline, and it's really starting to go now. And then I sit there and go, oh, but there's also something to be said for those things can happen now, because who cares? I got a lot more to worry about than my hairline, keeping this human
alive, keeping their hair
going
and longer. Yeah.
And let alone as an entertainer, let alone as a comedian who just, talk about ego. That whole job is ego.
The whole job is ego. The whole job is, one of the things we talk about on the show is, especially with, I guess it doesn't really matter how old the kid is in your house, but everything you do feels like being judged. And then there's the self-judgment, right? Of I'm going to go ahead and pre-assume some judgment before I even go out. And then what's even more disappointing is discovering that no one actually does, as you said, give a shit about whatever. But we live in that, that self-reflective, I'm fucking this up. And I think as a comedian, where you're going on stage all the time and putting stuff out there that people may or may not like or respond to or make a judgment call on, that I guess what I'm about to say, I can go ahead and contradict, because as a comedian, the assumption that you're on all the time is not true, or that you're approaching everything like a joke or whatever isn't true. But the nuts and bolts of being a comedian involves a lot of travel and things like that. And I guess I know some people who do it great. Like they had kids and they figured it out and they're like directors and they're like on tour and they're like totally. And I'm like, that's great. I couldn't make it happen. Right. Like that couldn't figure that out. But you are a traveling, I mean, this is not like you stopped doing stand-up 10 years ago and you're trying to figure it out. You were touring. This whole documentary, your special, is you touring with a 5-month-old at home.
Yeah. It's
like what was that
back out on the road? Yeah.
Like?
It's,
I mean.
Well, there's a bunch of aspects. It's like one, the first thing that jumps out is the guilt that comes with leaving.
Yeah, I was gonna say
because at first, I mean, he's almost 2.5 now, and it's still so hard. Yeah. Leaving and knowing, well, now my wife round the clock. Let alone during the pandemic when you eliminate babysitters and play dates.
Yeah, you've got
and
no
daycare
help.
Centers. Like, so there's a lot of guilt that comes with leaving. There's certainly, I must admit. And there's probably going to be some of the spouses who aren't the traveling one are going to hate me for saying this.
Say it.
But like, go stay in a hotel.
Yeah.
And wake up that first morning of my own volition.
Yeah.
And be like, I think I'm just going to go get breakfast somewhere.
I'm going to go do whatever.
I think I'm going to have like another human cook me breakfast. And then they take the plate away and they clean the plate. And then I leave. That was like,
it's hot.
Like nirvana, you know?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like beyond physical bliss.
Well, what sucks is that during those, like, especially the first year, it would have been great if somebody had just said, like, before the kid came, go ahead and start talking about resentment now.
Yeah.
That is going to define your first year. And I wish my husband and I had that discussion. We had not. And so we have it a lot now. But like that, now it's like a joke if one of us is traveling and like has the hotel and we're like, you actually deserve this hotel room. Please go and enjoy it. But at the same time, it is just like, it's so nice. But here's the crazy thing. When I was traveling and my first was really young, I would be like, thank you, Jesus. I am in a hotel. I am so happy to be alone and quiet. Oh, God, I just saw a kid. I wish my child was here.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what is that about? I don't want my kid here. Yeah.
Yeah, because it also is, you know, the pandemic was such a silver lining because I got to be home so much more. So I was there for his first steps and so many words that he said for the first times. And like watching a kid cobble together a thought, like trying to tell you like a story I'm like, this is magic. And I would have missed so much of that. But so there's definitely times too where I'm like, and these are cities that I love, but where I'm like, I used to be able to like say like, I'm going to go do a stand-up show in wherever, it's Syracuse, New York, and I'm going to go and like tear it down and everybody's going to have a good time and I'm going to make my money doing my art and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then you're performing in Syracuse in February, the first year after I had my kid, where I go, it's nice to be away, I guess, but also like he's home doing stuff and I kind of want to be there. So it's actually another gift he's given me where I've realized like, and this is going to sound very Hallmark card.
Okay, do it.
But like, I'm like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I got to be making some special shit. Like, I better be writing the best jokes of my life.
It better be worth it, right? Like
be,
this notion.
Yeah, whatever good things people have said about me, people who like stuff I've done in the past, I better sit here and go, am I going to be able to make stuff as good as that or better? And if not, find something else to do where I can hang out with this kid more because it's a very blessed life and there are far too many explorations of the idea of a comedian's life being hard. I don't know that it's not an easy life, but it's not hard. Like it's not and you could do so many other things. Yeah. So I don't want to buy into that, but I'm like,
but it's a lot of travel. I remember the first time when we were still in Brooklyn being like, you know, being asked to go out and do like a nighttime show or something and being like, No, 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's.
Are you kidding me?
I do sets once a week now. I'll do sets once a week and maybe do 1 or 2. And
but if you don't do them, you're not going to be It's like so hard to get up and do it again. It's really,
and you can't justify asking another human being to pay to see you when you want to go on the road to make your mortgage.
Yeah, I don't dismiss the life of a stand-up.
No, I'm not claiming it's easy, but it's also a choice and it's cushy. But I'm like, I better
so
bring
cushy.
Well, when it goes well, it is, right?
Yeah, when it goes well, it is.
And like,
true.
And it is even on its hardest day. It's tough because the hardest days have been miserable for me. But then I look back at some of them, I go, and I was still out at 3 a.m. at a diner eating fries with my other comedian friends, and we were all bitching and moaning about how it doesn't go well. And then I slept till 11 the next day. Yeah. There's some, even at its hardest, there's some perks to that. But I'm like, I better write good
stuff,
shit, or else I should be home. And I got to write it doing 2, maybe 3 sets a week. When I used to feel lazy. I was like, I kind of felt like for comedians at my level, I was the one who's, you see some of the people in New York in particular getting out there doing 4
3
sets
shows
a night.
Yeah,
3 shows a night, 5 nights a week. And I'm going, man, I'll do 2 sets a night at most. I like to go out maybe 3 nights a week and let stuff really germinate. That was just kind of my writing style. And I felt lazy then. I felt like I was getting away with it then. Now I'm like, I can come in Sunday and I can't. It's like I can't leave my house until after my son is asleep, and I have to be back.
Right.
I have to be back in New Jersey by 1, so I can do sets from 9:15 to 11:20.
Yeah, it's just easier to not leave until after they're asleep.
Yes,
so if you guys could work that out, one of my co-host Teresa, who's taking some time off right now, one of our first like One Bad Mother live shows, she had just had her 3rd child, and I was like, we're gonna need a fridge for breast milk.
Yeah.
We were like, how hardcore and rock and roll are we that we need a fridge for breast milk? And they were like, no problem, but you can't have babies there because you have to be 21 or older. And we were like, for fucking real? Well, then in that case, don't come into the dressing room.
Yeah, that's...
There's going to be a baby. Women were like pumping in the audience, and I was just like,
I love
yes, this is it.
I love it.
Isn't that the best?
On that topic, you want to talk about resentment and guilt about leaving.
Yeah,
I'm going to say a sentence that will strike terror into the hearts of any parents who have been through it. My kid rejected the bottle. He wouldn't take the bottle.
Oh, my second wouldn't take a bottle either.
Nightmare.
And that's a nightmare.
Nightmare. And leaving my wife during that stretch to go on the road.
There's a lot of crying.
I felt so bad.
Yeah. Did you at least like bring something? I remember there was one point where I said to Stefan, who had to travel a lot for work, I finally just said, like, this is an obnoxious thing to say, and this is not a person that I was at one point in my life, but I'm going to need you to bring me some stuff. I'm going to need you to go on my Amazon wish list, buy me something nice, get me a good puzzle. I'm going to need more than just your emotional support right now. I need a little extra. Like, and he was like, done.
Yeah. Ours has been less stuff and more logistics. Moving to Jersey is... Well, he was past the bottle nonsense by then. In the city, it was so crazy because it would be, because for anybody who doesn't know, the first few months, if you put something in their mouth, they're going to start trying to drink whatever's in there. That's the instinct. And they call it the sucking reflex. And then after a certain point, that goes away and the body, the baby has to choose. Yeah. And then some babies like my baby are just like, nope, I want it from the tap. Yeah. Where's the boob? Bring me the boob. I want it from the source. Artisanal, organic. Farm to table, boob to table.
Boob to table.
So we would do a thing sometimes.
Teat to table.
Teat to table, yes.
Teat to table.
And it's that thing where it's like, well, now there's like this 2.5 to 3 hour loop that you can't escape, where he has to be with you at all times. So ours was less stuff and more logistics. Almost, I almost felt like a NASCAR pit crew of like, okay, you're done feeding him. And it would, I remember times where it would literally be like, okay, like there's like a friend of yours in the neighborhood outside a restaurant. I'm going to text her as you're wrapping up to put your name on the list. And then you're going to run down there and you're going to actually get dinner with a friend and not worry about this baby. knowing that we have 2.5 hours.
Yep.
Maybe 3 if he's good, before he needs to eat again. And you go, that's insane. That's an insane way to live.
See, but that is the crux of the no one gives a shit. Like the story you have just shared with me. You can't like share that and expect people to be like, wow, good job. And though that's exactly the thing that I need to be like, let me tell you, that's fucking good job setting that shit up like that, because that's the only way you're
so many
good.
more times than I got it right.
Oh, sure. We all did.
So bad.
Well, those times we are judging you, we are judging hard. Somebody's got a list somewhere, Chris, and they're keeping track of that time you forgot a sock.
Well,
and somebody.
There's some that I feel, somewhere I go, okay, every couple, right? I mean, I find me the couple that didn't have fights in the first year of their first baby being born as they figured that chaos out. And some of them I look back and I laugh. And some of them I look back and I go, well, how was I to know? But I remember some that were just so heartbreaking and how dense I am.
Oh, yeah.
Like I remember I've never been a coffee drinker. I just never took to coffee. And I remember once my wife just looking at me and just going like, hey. And I remember standing in our kitchen. She was in our living room. And I remember the look in her face. And I was like, what's up? And she's like, you don't drink coffee, but just learn how to work the fucking coffee machine so you can make me coffee. And it was like just this moment of just like pure defeat on her end, and me just going, yeah, I should have. Yeah. What a simple, dumb thing that takes 5 minutes out of her day when she doesn't have 5 minutes to spare. And it's not even hard.
Yeah, but that's good. That's like, if people can figure out the coffee stuff like that, then the rest of it, like, you can figure out the bigger stuff. I remember Stefan used to make me lunch. I'd be feeding, and he'd make me lunch, and he'd put it down, and then he'd put my drink down, but it was always out of reach. Like, I was like, hey, this is beautiful. You have made the most beautiful sandwich. But if I could reach it, like that way, it's like, right? Like, oh.
You'll love this. And in the off chance she ever hears this, we loved her. When there were all the nursing issues and the bottle issues combined with figuring out how breastfeeding works, we found out there was a postpartum doula who lived a block away from us at the time.
Nice.
It was recommended, and we went, oh my God. And now that's expensive. And we had to say, okay, how often can we afford this? But we were able, for like, I think a month or two, it was like maybe once a week, twice a week. If it's really bad, spend the money, get it done. And I do remember she was amazing. And like having somebody there who already knew how to just like wrap up a baby and have it hang off her in one of those things and it would sleep on her. And then, and people, again, like the things parents know, like, and this is not so me and my wife can go see a movie. It's so I can like finally answer work emails, and then my wife's running laundry back and forth. It's like you're paying someone to buy you time so you can do other shit that sucks. Like that's how much training her. But I do remember the one thing the doula did that was baffling rather, was I remember at one point she said, I prepare food and I can prepare a bunch of food for you guys. And we were like, oh my God, that's amazing. That would be great. And she did make a bunch of hard-boiled eggs. And I remember feeling like if there's one food that like it's impossible to get the egg out while holding a baby. If you drop those shards on the floor, it could kill the baby. If the baby eats those, I was like, I feel like it should at doula school they should say peel the eggs. You peel the eggs. Pre-peel these eggs.
There you guys go.
That was the one that I was like, oh my God, this seems like the least.
All right, here's a totally random question. You were part of the documentary, the Class Action Park.
Yes, I was.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of fun. Horrible, dangerous. Every decapitations, the whole 9 yards. If you aren't familiar, people who are listening, just, Google it. You know how to do that now. I guess this question is more about like pre-kids. Yeah. I made lots of choices that my parents never knew about. Even now, they're like, we don't need to know. I did things, tried things, jumped off things, whatever, drove things. It doesn't matter. Threw things. That was a really, once you did that, I knew I should never do that again.
Yeah, yeah.
And I have always been a big proponent of that's good for kids.
Yeah.
And then I had 2 kids who really are more thinkers than doers. Like they're not that kid that's like tearing through the playground. They're like very carefully.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, damn it. So 2.5, that is still in major fall down all the time. Like zone. It's also like daredevil age, even if they're not good at being a daredevil.
Yeah.
Like given things like Action Park and your own past and such, I guess the question is, will you ever let your child out of the house?
Yeah, I mean, I have to. He's a daredevil.
to.
He's a daredevil.
Is he?
Oh yeah. He's already had his first stitches.
Nice.
He's got a nice scar right now, right in between his 2 eyebrows.
No hair will grow.
I think it looks real cute. He gets self-conscious about it, so I try not to harp on it. But yeah, he runs, he jumps. The town we live in, there's a lake that people swim in. That's like, he runs and jumps off the dock. And my wife noticed that he's 2. He just turned 2 in April, and he runs with his floaties on, and he'll jump off the dock.
Wow.
And my wife is the swimmer in the family. She has to be like, you have to wait till I'm out there.
Till in the water.
Yeah. And he's wild. And my wife has noticed there's other kids who are older who now jump off the dock because the game has been changed. Because you can't be scared of a thing a 2-year-old's doing.
Yeah.
So he's wild. And like I said, we live in this neighborhood that's like I said, kind of in the woods. It's like, it's a very hard to describe thing. Like if you get to the end of my block and make a left or a right, you're in the woods. We're kind of the last edge of the suburbs. And there's another family here that has a kid who's, I think, 6 months older than my son. And they're already 2 little crazy people. And then when they get together, the craziness just amplifies. And I've already told these other parents, feel free to liberally yell at my son. They've been like, absolutely yell at my child as if he was your own. Don't even apologize. Like, I've already said I've become friends with his dad, and it's already like, we have to start already trying to figure out like where they're going to be burying the 30 packs in the woods when they get to high school. Like,
that's right.
We can already see that they're going to be 2 little troublemaking psychos.
Yeah, nice.
So yeah, I'm excited to let him leave the house and see what trouble he gets up to. But I can already tell that my son is not the thinker. He is not the quiet contemplative. Yeah. He is charged in head first. Let's get dinged up.
See, there are pros and cons to both of those types of kids. You know, whether you have the runner or the biter or the crier. We're team crier. The overthinker. We're also team overthinker. Pluses and minuses. Because there are times, I'll tell you, there are times I am envious. This is the other like parenting thing. The parent grass is greener moment where you're like, I really love my children. God, I wish they would just jump off of that thing. And you know, and it's like, oh, I'm such a jerk for thinking that because I know that what that person's doing hates, like they're stressed out about it or they can't stand it or whatever. It's not like I remember people would come over to my house and they'd be like, that baby is so sweet. My second, who cried for 5 years, they would be like, that baby is so sweet because he would never be crying. And then I describe it as like a haunted house. The moment they left, the walls would start bleeding and I would feel like I was the crazy person, right? So yeah, no, tell me.
Well, I have one of my dear friends in this world. He actually just had their 3rd baby last weekend, and their oldest, he's like the sweetest kid, and he's like smart beyond, he's like, top of the charts smart, and we'll hang out, and they've seen like, my friend said to me at one point, he's like, sometimes I wish I had like my son wants to wrestle. Like if you tell him let's wrestle, he'll like dive bomb onto you and try to start hurting you, and you have to like grab him and swing him around, and he loves it. And my buddy was like, I wish I had like their son like is very much like nervous about rules, like always asks permission for every little thing, and
Oh, yeah.
Cal just like jumps off stuff and like you're yelling at him, but I kind of wish, and I was like, but I wish I had a kid who would like, if we ask him to clean up, he'd actually do it. And if it's time to read books, that isn't met with like, just like a meltdown, you know? So like the grass is always greener, and I've learned that too, but it's one of those things where it makes me realize like, I think back to my friend saying that to me, because I'm like, on the days when my son is driving me craziest, I go, oh, there's a lot of joy in this too. Yeah. There's a lot of joy in this too.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, he's not one to slow down. Ever.
This is why we encourage people to remember, when you see the 2-year-old running at top speed and no adult around, it's not because the adult is not paying attention to their child. They just can't keep up, man. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
They'll get there, help them out. Keep an eye on them as that kid tears off. You know, like, no judgment.
I retroactively feel very bad. Yeah. Any thought I ever had of, here's how I would handle that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, is that how I would have fucking handled it? No, I wouldn't have. I just had another friend of mine, one of our neighbors, just yesterday. They have 3 kids, and
it's a lot of kids.
Our yards butt up against each other, which is so nice as the parent of an only child to know there's 3 kids next door and they all like each other. And
toss them over the fence.
Yeah, and my neighbor was like, I feel like I'm like the one in the neighborhood who's always yelling at my kids. I'm like, no, like we're all always like you're not yelling at your kids more than any other parent would be yelling at your kids for the way they behave, you know? Like
right.
Some of the parents of like the nerdier, quieter kids aren't yelling because their kids are nerdy and quiet, but like your kids are
they're doing something else.
Yeah, like that that's where they're at. Like they always want to be running around and jumping, and they're hellraisers, and it's awesome and hilarious, and yet it means
more yelling.
And it sounds like one of those things that feels like I feel like I'm like, it sounds insulting, but I'm like, no, I would yell at your kids as much as you yell at your kids. And I don't feel like that's a mean thing to say to a fellow parent of like, oh yeah.
Well,
no.
And it's not, you're not saying I'm going to take your kid and tell them to sit the fuck down, you idiot. No. That's not, it's I'm going to need you to stop biting the cat's tail. Right. Or I'm going to need you to not, matches are like outside tool, not an inside toy. I think we have to give each other credit for being people who will see what limits your kids have. Yes. Right? Like our kids, even though they're nice thinkers, we can say to them like, hey, I said the grill is on. You need to back it up or you're going to burn your hand. What are you doing? And I said that to another kid once who I had said like 3 times, the grill is on. So don't play near the grill. And he was like 3 or 4. The grill is on. Don't play near the grill. Okay, you gotta back it up. The grill is hot. You gotta go. And the kid just like looks at me and then immediately starts crying. And I didn't think I had like said it in a tone that was mean. It was just more than, and I immediately went to the parents and I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. Now I know I'll address it differently. But like, we do step in it. That happens. Yeah. But you got to talk it out.
I think so. I mean, and in my neighbor's situation too, I was pretty happy to be able to look at her when she's like, I feel like I'm getting a reputation for being the mom who yells. It felt good to look at her and be like, effectively just be like, no, you're not crazy and you're not out of line. Like it's a lot, having 3 kids, it's a lot to manage. Like I have 1 kid and I yell just as much as you do. So you're maybe in some ways doing 3 times as better as I am because I feel like I yell as much as you at once. So like, you're not nuts. You're not nuts. Like you're
not nuts and you're not alone.
No.
Like it can feel very easy to be the only one who's doing X, Y, and Z.
Oh, 100%.
That is not at all true.
No, can I ask you your advice on something?
Yeah.
Because you've mentioned.
We don't give advice, but if you ask for advice, I'll give you advice.
Or can I piggyback off of something you said?
Yes.
Because we've talked about like recklessness.
Yeah.
And kind of like, do you embrace that? Do you correct it? And then like yelling at kids for the grill stuff. My son when he got these stitches I mentioned.
Yeah.
It's like the first thing that I've seen it make him like A, self-conscious when people talk about the scar, and B, he'll sometimes now get scared of stuff that he didn't used to get scared of. And I sit here and go, on some level, I understand that that's learning and that's a good thing. And then on another level, I feel like I'm seeing like the end.
His spirit get crushed?
Yes. Yes.
The crushed spirit?
Yes.
Yeah, that sucks. I don't know. There is no quote unquote advice besides, letting them know you're there. Like with mine, I'm like, my kids, they fall once, they don't ever want to do it again. And I have to actually push to, let's try it again. Let's just try like one more time, right? And then sometimes they won't accept the pushing at all. I don't know. It just sucks. I think the real point is, I don't know what's going to happen with your kid, but it sucks for you to have to witness that. And like, again, that's that layer of no one gives a shit, but we all are experiencing that. So like, no one's going to write a whole book on that, but like that experience of, oh, you were this bright and now you're not as bright, or this happened, or I hate it. It's a really shitty part of parenting. So there you go. You're welcome.
It's breaking my heart. We're in the middle of it right
horrible.
Now.
Yeah.
It's breaking my heart.
I know. Well, you could like direct it in a different way, or maybe just with their friends. Sometimes the hardest lesson for me was like, oh yeah, I learned more things sometimes being out at school or camp or with friends or in a backyard. They're 2.5. You still have to keep an eye on them. You know what I mean? But like sometimes something I wouldn't want to try, I try it again because I easily follow people.
So peer pressure.
Like, all right, peer pressure, the beauty of peer pressure. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. This was really fun.
Oh, it was cathartic. I didn't expect to be able to vent about all this.
This show is all about this. I came up with this show in New York when I used to be cool. And I had a kid and I was like, oh shit, I just lost all coolness. I need like something that I wouldn't be embarrassed to have on a subway. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like why would I? You can't read a parenting book on the subway. Mm-hmm. People are like, fuck you, and they kick you, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
You're a mom? Go to hell.
Yeah.
So
carry your own stroller or take the piss-ridden elevator.
I know. Well, you shouldn't have had a fucking baby. Right? Like,
yeah.
I just am like, I just want coffee. So this is where to come for all of those emotional purging needs. Everybody needs to go check out Chris's special, Half My Life. It's out now. It's
there for the taking.
Yeah, it's there for the taking. And it's very enjoyable. Also, Chris, you and your wife are doing a really good job. This is really hard. And you guys are doing a great fucking job.
I'm going to tell her you said that. Thank you.
I will. Yeah.
Same to you.
We'll send her a t-shirt.
Same to you.
Thank you. Absolutely. And hopefully maybe one day we'll get to talk again.
I would love that.
All right.
I'll let you know where his spirit's at. If it's rekindled or still being crushed.
Yeah, please. Yeah. We should check in on the spirit, like have a little tally chart.
Yeah. 4% of the light was back in his eyes today.
It's like the height marks on the the door panel, but it's the spirit crushing level. Oh yeah, that's the way to go. That's the real markers. All right, we'll talk soon. Bye.
Hey, you know what it's time for? This week's Genius and Fails. This is the part of the show where we share our genius moment of the week, as well as our failures, and feel better about ourselves by hearing yours. You can share some of your own by calling 206-350-9485. That's 206-350-9485.
Genius fail time, everybody. Before we get started, if everybody could just look around and see if maybe Teresa's trapped under a piece of your furniture or stuck to some granola in the back of your car, and just let us know. Let us know. Kevin Marr, our guest last week, made a very funny joke about where's Teresa as our special code for different sponsors. Well, I'll tell you where Teresa is. Teresa is doing the hard work with their family. And I miss you, Teresa, but I love you, and you are doing an amazing job. So, genius me. Me.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I saw what you did.
Oh my God.
I'm paying attention.
Wow.
You, Mom, are a genius.
Oh my God, that's fucking genius.
Okay, everybody. I've been bouncing around a lot recently because of travel or just camp things, or suddenly Stefan's back in an office, schedules are changing, yada, yada, yada. And so my commitment to walking at least 3 times a week is not so good. So I got out and I have done it twice this week. The big 3 miles around the Rose Bowl. It always makes me feel better. And it is such a, put your oxygen mask on first before you can help anybody else sort of move. And over all these years of doing the show and listening to all of you, I think I might finally accept that I should, in fact, put myself first occasionally. So, walking, check.
Hi, I'm calling with a genius. Like most other parents, we've all been home since March of last year, which means that I've been eating almost every meal with my children for about a year and a half, and there's a lot of talking and there's never any quiet. But this past week, I told them that our library is doing a challenge where if you read a certain number of minutes, you get these little prizes, and they were so excited. So they asked if they could read while we have breakfast and lunch, and I was like, yes, you can. So now at breakfast and lunch, everyone reads. I read the news and they read their books, and it is quiet, and it is something that I have desperately needed since last year. And that's my genius. I'm getting my kids to read more, and they're not talking as much. And it's just, it's more, what more could you ask for this summer, right? Thanks. You guys are doing a great job. Bye.
You are a genius. The quiet, especially after this year, I am with you. Just quiet. Don't we all just want some quiet? And the fact that you used your library, library, and encouraged your kids to read to get prizes is genius. And I also encourage you to, in the future, come up with your own challenges where you can give your... I did this last summer when my library was not open for summer reading. I did a summer reading program. That sounds like that's more complicated than it was. It wasn't. I just bought a bunch of garbage. And then every time they read 5 books, they got some garbage. So a lot of reading. So good job. Failures.
Fail. You suck.
Fail me. Oh, this is definitely one of those ones that I wish Teresa was here to talk me down and remind me that everything I'm about to say is not true. So Ellis is, as Ellis gets older, they definitely gain more and more control over their very big feelings. Okay? And that is good. And sometimes I can get spoiled when we're in one of our really big growth periods where there's a lot of control over the emotions. Nothing is that upsetting. And then we fall back. We hit a spurt and everything is like the worst. Like, for example, if I were to remind Ellis that it's our movie night. Now, this is a good reminder. This is exciting. We're going to have a movie night together. Ellis begins to yell, I didn't know. Why didn't anybody tell me? And gets really upset. Now, let's take some breaths. Let's calm down. Let's do some breathing, blah, blah, blah. I can't do those things. That's out of my control. Okay. This is who Ellis is, and I love Ellis more than anything in the world, and I love all the feelings. I can't sometimes help feeling like it is somehow my fault. Like back in those early days where I just tiptoed around stuff, because I just couldn't take it. I couldn't take another meltdown or the yelling or I couldn't take it. So we did a lot of tiptoeing. Let's don't prompt an issue that might arise. But now we're a little older. We got to learn to roll with things a little bit more. And yeah, I somehow, every time Ellis can't roll with something, I internally beat myself up. Hooray! And the fail is, I know that, but you know, I've got feelings too. Surprise.
Hi, One Bad Mother. I'm calling with a fail. My kids had their annual checkup on Friday, and the doctor said, "Oh, they're both a little constipated, and you should incorporate some prunes into their diet." So it didn't seem like a big deal, and I went to the store the next day, and I got a big thing of prunes and brought them home. And that afternoon, my kids tore into them, and they were, eating them like candy. And I saw that, and I said, okay, I should take them off the prunes. Meanwhile, we were getting ready to go to my work party, the post-COVID kind of work party. And so we proceeded to get in the car. And on the way there, my kids were like, both of them, "Oh, I really need to go to the bathroom." I said, "Well, let's wait until we get to the party." So needless to say, the whole first part of the party, we were in and out of the bathroom. And it was really weird. And I just, in hindsight, I'm like, I can't believe I really gave my kids, or let my kids eat a ton of prunes right before a party. And then we haven't been to a party in like a year and a half. Anyways, total fail. Thanks for a great show. You guys have gotten me through this pandemic and through other parts in life, and you guys are great. All right, bye.
You're doing a good job. I know I'm not supposed to say that right now, but you are. And now let's dig into your fail. Okay. This is like a, I don't know, Bugs Bunny type of setup. You know, okay, we have some prunes. All right. But now it's time for more like an I Love Lucy. I am sorry. This is an I Love Lucy scenario. We have eaten these prunes to help get things going. Oops, I forgot we had a party we had to go to. I actually think there's a genius hidden in here. I certainly don't want to go to parties right now. I hate that we're saying post-pandemic. The pandemic is still here. We're just going out again. I haven't spoken to many people in many, many months, and the idea of a variety of people all being in one place, and it being the type of party in which I would bring my children, this sounds like a hard party. And I think that, no constipation pun meant, but what's great is you got to actually avoid large parts of this party by having to be with your children. So, score? I don't know. You're right. You failed trying to help unclog your children. So, there you go. Also, your kids ate prunes? How did you do that? You're doing a horrible job.
You are the greatest mom I've ever known. I love you, I love you. When I have a problem, I call you on the phone. I love you, I love you.
Hi, I'm Annabelle Gurrich.
And I'm Laura House.
And we're the hosts of Tiny Victories.
My tiny victory is that I sewed that button back on the day after it broke.
We talk about that little thing that you did that's a big deal to you, but nobody else cares.
Did you get that Guggenheim Genius Award?
We don't want to hear from you. We want little bitty tiny victories.
My tiny victory is a tattoo that I added on to this past weekend.
Let's talk about it.
My victory is that I'm 1 year cancer-free. But my tiny victory is that I took all of the cushions off the couch, pounded them out, put them back, and it looks so great.
So if you're like us and you want to celebrate the tiny achievements of ordinary people, listen to Tiny Victories.
It's on every Monday on Maximum Fun.
Hey, I'm Dan McCoy.
I'm Stuart Wellington.
And I'm Elliot Kalin. Together, we're The Flophouse,
A podcast where we watch a bad movie and then talk about it.
Movies like Space Hobos, Into the Outer Reaches of the Unknown and the Things That We Don't Know, the movie, and also Who's That Grandma?
Zazzle Zippers, Breakdown 2, and Backhanded Compliment.
Elvis is a Policeman.
Baby Crocodile and the Happy Twins.
Leftover Potatoes?
Station Wagon 3.
Herbie Goes to Hell.
New episodes available every other Saturday.
Available at MaximumFun.org or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody, let's settle in and listen to a mom have a breakdown.
This is a breakdown. My 2.5-year-old stopped sleeping naps overnight pretty much a month ago, and I am 23 weeks pregnant.
Ugh.
Constantly uncomfortable and in pain, and he just doesn't sleep anymore, and if he does, it's in my bed, and he has to be touching me, and he puts his feet on me, and he kicks me, and last night I woke up to a kick right to the face. And then tonight, bedtime took almost an hour and a half, and it ended with both of us screaming and crying. And I hate that he fell asleep like that. I just feel like the worst. If he just had to tell somebody, I know my husband won't understand because it's easy for him. But it's really hard for me. And I feel awful.
First of all, you're doing a really good job. I understand and I hear the awful feelings, but I want to emphasize that you are not alone. Way back in the beginning of the show, we did an episode on mom rage, this sort of thing that we're not supposed to talk about, but when you're not getting regular sleep and when everything is very disrupted and you can't actually control if your kid's going to sleep or not, despite everybody making you feel like you're supposed to be able to get your kid to sleep, like, suddenly sleep cycles are changing, and those are just like a fraction of the stresses that are on you. I myself have found myself, I can remember Ellis not going to, Ellis never napped, and it took a lot to get them to go to bed, and I remember trying to get them to nap, and it was like such an exhausting exercise, and I was getting madder and madder and madder, and I remember like hitting the wall with my hand and then being like really upset that I even put that energy into the room, and then I felt bad, like why would I even get to this place? I'm supposed to be a mom. I'm supposed to apparently have this limitless well of patience and ability to give my children whatever it is they need the moment they need it. And that is a lesson that I'm still working to learn. And, it doesn't bother your husband. Well, your husband's not 23 weeks pregnant. Not pregnant, it bothers me. This assumption that we're supposed to want. I mean, of course I love hugging my children. Of course I love snuggling with my children. But this assumption that I think especially moms or the primary caregivers are supposed to just be able to absorb all the physical touch that is presented to them and love it is really a dangerous narrative. Every morning, my youngest comes and gets in bed with me, and it's very sweet, but there are a lot of mornings I just want that extra 10 minutes. And, you know, it's such a physical touch. It's so kids' bodies, they're still learning control over them, and you're getting kicked. Even just like them trying to reposition themselves in your lap can like pinch something, and it's summer. So if you're in shorts, I'm so sorry. Things get pinched, arms get pinched, getting kicked in the face, getting kneed in the face. It is amazing, again, that more people aren't going out for milk and, you know, just not coming back for a couple of days. So I want you to know that you really are doing a remarkable job. No, you don't have to enjoy this. Yes, you can, in fact, really hate it. And it doesn't make you less of a parent. And I know that it feels bad, that it feels like your child went to sleep with that. I've done that. So I have been so overwhelmed that I'm crying and yelling and they're crying and yelling, and you just have to step out of the room and they go to sleep. And it doesn't feel good, but it really isn't going to, you know, scar them for the rest of their lives. And that's really good news. You get to save that for their middle school years and embarrassing them. Okay. You are amazing, and you're not alone. In fact, none of us are alone at all. All of us feel impacted by the effects of having kids in our houses. Whether the kid has been in your house for days, just a few days, or possibly a really, really long time, like maybe 18 years, maybe longer. Regardless, the number of times we discover that our lives are greatly impacted and affected by having these kids in our houses is still a real thing. It still surprises me every time I think I've done all that. It's like we were talking about with Chris. Every time you think I've had all the feelings, there will be no more feelings. This is it. I've had them all. So I'm ready for having the same experience over and over again. Oh my God, I didn't. There's a new feeling. Or I really thought I had this, and turns out that children are unpredictable and that I'm not the same person I was before I had kids. And some days I hate that, and some days I'm okay with it. And that is the story for so many of us. So know that you are doing a remarkable job. And I will talk to you next week. Bye.
I got to low down mama blues. I got to low down mama blues. Got to low down mama blues. Low down mama blues. Got to low down mama blues. Got to low down mama blues. You know that's right.
We'd like to thank MaxFun, our producer, Gabe Mara, our husbands, Stephen Lawrence and Jesse Thorne, our perfect children who provide us with inspiration to say all these horrible things, and of course, you, our listeners. To find out more about the songs you heard on today's podcast and more about the show, please go to MaximumFun.org/OneBadMother. For information about live shows, our book, and press, please check out OneBadMotherPodcast.com.
One Bad Mother is a member of the Maximum Fun family of podcasts. To support the show, go to MaximumFun.org/join.
Well, Daddy, baby, fussing fight, got low down mama blue. Oh, said Daddy, baby, fussing fight, got low down mama blue.
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture.
Artist owned.
Audience supported. You're listening to Maximum Fun Radio and some of the hottest new and classic tracks from all your favorite podcasts. Want more fun? Go to MaximumFun.org.
On tonight's episode, we watched Ouija.
Ouija?
Actually, Ouija is the preferred pronunciation.
By who? No one.
On the dictionaries.
On the dictionaries.
Hey, everyone, and welcome to the Flophouse. I'm Dan McCoy.
And tonight, Dan is joined by 3 spirits. I'm Stuart Wellington, the scariest ghost.
And I'm Elliot Kalin, the shortest ghost.
And I'm Hallie Haglund, the pile of bones.
Oh, no.
Okay, 2 ghosts and a pile of bones.
She's disintegrated.
That was that sitcom, 2 ghosts, a girl, and a pile of bones. Not a good show.
Yeah, as has become a miniature Shocktober tradition, Hallie has returned to be with us. Yeah, because she's tiny. She's a tiny person.
With a big heart.
Yeah.
You're going to find that out tonight, people.
Hey.
In my special Christmas episode.
Wait, right now for Halloween. It's called the Very Spooky Hallie Christmas.
Not even like Happy Hallie Days?
No, that sounds too much like Happy Days. And it gets confused with Hallie Days, Hallie's Happy Days tribute, where she plays all the parts. Hallie, give us a taste.
Hey, I'm talking over here.
Have you ever
Dead
seen
on.
Happy Days?
Now do Dwayne the janitor.
Can I empty your trash?
Perfect.
Dead on.
100%.
Dead on. Now do the foreign exchange student Ronaldo.
Hola.
That was the most questionable hola I've ever heard.
I feel pretty pimped out right now, okay?
You're pimped out. I mean, look at those rims you got.
She's got neon lights under her chassis.
Yeah.
That's called ground effects.
Don't talk about Hallie's chassis.
There's a PlayStation 2 in her trunk.
That's not junk. In my trunk.
So,
Tonight's sponsor, PlayStation 2.
Go back in time and buy one today.
Games are still usable, Elliot.
Tonight's sponsor, silliness.
Like the concept? Or is that like a syllabus company?
Yeah, the concept of silliness.
Silliness syllabus.
Yeah, just general hijinks and...
Okay, thanks for
Dan.
explaining to me what
Cut-ups.
silliness.
So now that we've been goofballs, what do we do on this podcast, Daniel?
Very serious. We watch a bad movie, and then we talk about it. And tonight, for our final Shocktober, in a month...
Ever.
What?
No.
Are we already ghosts?
Our final
Yes, we are. I
Shocktober.
already said that.
This year, in a Shocktober that's brought us a cornucopia of Shocktober episodes. 3 regular episodes.
A corpsacopia.
1 crossover
Gross.
episode. But this is the last one, and we watched Ouija.
Stop saying Ouija. They don't even say
Ouija.
Ouija in the movie.
You
they
weren't
call it
even
Ouija.
saying. You were saying Ouija before we got on the air.
Suddenly,
I
when
was
we're
saying
recording,
both
you're
of them.
like, I'm going to be the cool
I want
guy.
to
Switching
I want to
back
impress
and
my
forth.
boys.
Then he put on his glasses and he's like Ouija.
Yeah, that's true. You did put on glasses when we
Yeah,
started
that's
recording.
the coolest way to be. Put on your glasses and start correcting people's pronunciation.
He put his glasses on after we watched the movie.
He's like, the movie I found too blurry. I couldn't read any of the credits or other on-screen text. Thumbs down.
Which you need if it's a Ouija board. There is a lot of on-screen text.
That's true. Yes, no, letters, goodbye,
Yeah.
a moon, a sun.
Hi, friend.
Yeah, that's why I
The
don't.
Parker Brothers brand.
That's why I don't like a movie
Mattel.
about a Ouija board. Is that you have
Is it
to.
Mattel? Which is it? Is it Parker Brothers, Mattel,
I thought it was
or
Parker Brothers.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a board game, and Parker Brothers is a board game company. Mattel is...
you'd have to be bored to play this game?
Hi-oh!
Let's get to the movie.
But it's not just like having subtitles where you have to read the movie. You have to spell the movie. Like, you
Yeah.
have to-
Luckily,
It's like
they
Stephen
said
Hawking's telling you a
everything.
story.
No, but they would spell something out, but then they would say it out loud, and they would say it out loud much faster than I had been able to spell it because was like halfway through, and they were like, "Oh, thanks."
Now, let's make it clear. There have been 3 different movies named Ouija in the past
So which
11
one did we
years.
watch?
We watched the most recent one from 2014.
we watched Big Top Ouija.
Right after Ouija's Big Adventure.
Yeah, exactly.
What a better movie this would have been. It was called Ouija's Big Adventure, and it was about Pee Wee Herman or just Paul Rubens, out of character, using a Ouija
Yeah,
board.
who's a ghost?
And it was just him and I'm a ghost. I know you are, but what am I? No, a ghost. I know you are, but what am I? No, wait, hold on. I'm not answering the question.
The large Marge scene wouldn't be quite as scary though.
No, you'd know she was a ghost right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I speaking to large Marge? Yeah, okay, so I am. Great.
Yeah, the little planchette went on to WAAAA exclamation point.
Why did they even put an exclamation point on the Ouija board?
Because they learned with Ouija boards what everyone learned with text messages, which is if you don't put an exclamation point at the end, it sounds weirdly passive-aggressive and like you're mad.
Yeah,
so the ghosts always have
true.
to put exclamation points.
They didn't used to. Yeah, they definitely added it along with the emoticons that they added to the Ouija board.
Yeah, when they added that eggplant emoticon so that ghosts could talk about their penises.
That is funny though.
So the Japanese ghosts could talk about their penises.
Why Japanese in particular?
Oh, I was thinking of
that old urban legend that Japanese men have eggplants for penises.
That's why Kid Icarus is always fighting him. Eggplant wizard.
I played Kid Icarus when I was little.
Wow, we have so much in common, me and Hallie.
You guys should get married or kill each other or I don't know what.
Or play Kid Icarus.
What if that was the lamest ever attempt to single white female somebody? That's why Kid Icarus was like this. I used to play Kid Icarus all the time too.
And now I'm gonna stab a stiletto through your eye. Happened in single white female.
Oh, my shoe's untied. I have to tie my shoe also. So Dan.
R.I.P. Steven Weber. He died in single white female.
He's still alive in real life.
He's still alive in real life.
Yeah.
No, he
living
got
off
that stiletto through his
living
eye.
off of that Weber
That's true.
grill money.
Yeah.
Dan, you do know that when things happen in movies, they don't usually happen in real life, right?
What?
Uh-oh. We've got a lot of educating of this guy to
Yep.
do. Anyway, Dan, have you ever heard of Santa Claus?
You mean Fred Claus's brother?
Let's talk about Ouija, shall we?
Okay.
As it's shocked.
Yeah, we probably should.
I'll focus on the scares. Now, it's based on the popular board game, which is not actually a
Scares
game.
Cares, which is
It
my
is a game.
charity.
It's a charity that helps homeless ghosts.
Yep. Ghosts without sheets.
Ghosts without the most. Beetlejuice, everybody.
Ghosts without the most Beetlejuice? You need more Beetlejuice. Ghost.
Ouija. It's the movie we watched. Let's explain what happens in it, okay?
It's about a game.
It's about
A board
Ouija
game,
boards. Yeah, it's based on the popular way to contact the dead that doesn't work, but it does work for girls at slumber parties, apparently. Now,
Yeah.
the movie
So we open on some little girls playing with a Ouija board.
Yeah, and they tell us the rules of the Ouija board, which I've never heard before. Which
Don't
is,
feed it after midnight.
don't get it wet, and
Use
make
protection.
sure. And if you can't be safe, name it after me.
By the way, I want to say that, like, we.
What, you name it Ouija?
Yeah, and the rule: gas, grass, or ass. No one rides free.
Yeah, and also you smelt it, you dealt it. And if you can't take the heat, get out of the Ouija.
And also the Second Amendment.
Okay, there's rules you need to know about the Ouija board. Never use it alone. Never use it in the graveyard. In order for the maintenance of a well-regulated militia, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. And also have fun.
And don't forget, if you can't run with the big dogs, stay on the porch.
And this is very important. Do not tell mom the babysitter is dead. Use the Ouija board to contact the babysitter. She'll tell you when to go to bed.
And no running.
Also, Adult Swim, call kids out of the pool.
No runnings. Just full stop.
No, that movie with Dougie Doug, No Runnings, where they couldn't afford a bobsled, so they didn't go to the Olympics.
Where John was that John Candy?
Yeah, John Candy.
He put so many weights in his bobsled that it just wouldn't move. That was
You're really getting into this Cool Runnings
This is a
description.
really deep dive into the Cool Runnings
remember
plot.
that was why he didn't win and he had to become a coach
he cheated,
because
right?
he cheated by putting a bunch of weights in his bobsled.
Yeah.
The weight of
Sorry,
John
my
Candy
jokes got
wasn't
too
enough?
accurate for
Dan.
you.
Come on.
I mean, he's a national treasure, but he was a large man. I mean, a
Just
Canadian treasure.
It's still a nation.
Yeah.
Technically. Now,
Canadian treasure starring Canadian Nicolas Cage.
there's a treasure map A on the back of the
loony. This This means something.
On the back of the document that says we're our own country because we never had a revolution or nothing. Anyway, let's go find that treasure.
It's a bunch of cans of Schlitz.
You okay, Dan?
No, it's basically a Bob or Doug McKenzie impression.
Exactly.
In National Treasure.
Yeah. So
National Treasure 2, Book of Strange Brew.
What? That's actually a good show.
I want to back up though and say that I predicted when we were trying to figure out what movie we were going to watch. I predicted that out of the choices, Hallie was going to choose Ouija because it's my theory that
Ouija.
Women love Ouija boards.
They do.
I chose
LL Ouija boards.
Now, Hallie, this movie opens with two young girls playing with a Ouija board.
Mhm.
It's they're friends.
I was
Debbie.
not one of them.
No, Hallie was not a character in the film. That's a good point we should make, I guess. Yeah. Debbie and Blaine are best friends, and Blaine is not happy that her
Lane was her name.
Oh, Lane. Debbie and Lane.
Blaine from
16
Yeah,
or no, from Pretty in Pink.
Pretty in Candles. Now, and
Who
Lane
wouldn't be
yells at
Pretty
her
in Candles?
younger sister to go away.
It's like those
Oh God, are we ever going to talk about this movie?
No.
No, but who
I'm going to
does
give
that?
the shortest
Who
plot
is it?
summary
Is
after
it
this.
Well, there's nothing
Norway
in
or
this.
who does the ceremony at Christmas when they just wear candles on their head?
What?
Those women.
I can't decipher this one.
Is this a Colorado thing?
All right, no. If you got for the ladies out there, if you had,
If your man's not giving you love, kick him to the curb. Also, can you tell me about this candlehead thing?
no, people will remember. If you had American Girls, it was Kirsten. I can't remember where she was from, but she had that outfit that was the candle on the head outfit because it was a tradition. Because she was an immigrant. I don't remember where from.
An immigrant who died in a mysterious fire.
That was really up to you. That was really up to the owner of the doll.
Is she like a miner or something? Why does she have a little candle on her head?
No, it was like a special, like some Scandinavian way to celebrate Christmas or
It was
something.
a Christmas thing, a foreign Christmas thing, like a bouche de Noël.
Now
say.
there is no more appropriate time to talk about Christmas traditions than during our Halloween episode.
I told
The one that will literally go up on Halloween.
This is the least spooky Shocktober episode we've ever done. Someone throw some chain sound effects on there. Dan, there better be chain sound effects and creaking doors through this whole thing.
Oh, that's a scary witch.
That was so frightening. Anyway, so these two girls are playing with the Ouija board. Hallie, when you were a little kid, like at sleepovers, did you used to play
Bring
with
Hallie back into the conversation.
But at least it's relevant. Like, this is a thing that I, as a male child, never did.
You didn't play with Ouija boards?
No, I contacted the spirits by killing small animals and then pouring their blood onto the altar I carved. But so is this the thing that girls actually do when
Yeah.
they're kids?
Yeah, we had a Ouija board. We played Ouija.
Did you contact anything?
No, it never like worked for me.
I like that you're implying that
Nice
it was
qualifier.
your problem. I must have been doing it wrong
I
because
don't
this
know.
plastic board never contacted the dead.
I don't know what turns
Planchette.
spirits off to me. I don't know. I need to read a book about what spirits really want.
I mean, you did say last Shocktober that you really wanted to see a ghost.
I know, and I said it to you again on the subway today, not joking. You were like, "What are you going to do for Halloween?" And I was like, "I said it before, and I'll say it again. I want to see a ghost."
Well, but that's not what you're gonna do. It's just a wish.
No, it's just going ghost hunting, I guess.
Yeah.
Not busting, not hunting. I'm like a watcher. I'm like a bird watcher. I appreciate.
She's an enthusiast.
You're a hunter in the same way that a MILF hunter is a MILF hunter. He's not killing the MILFs.
So Ouija
these girls
boards.
play with a Ouija board.
Yeah.
Cut to it's 8 years or later or however long. They're teenagers in high school now.
And one of those girls is immediately breaking the rules by playing by herself.
She's playing Ouija board by herself. She's trying to say goodbye to somebody. And does it work? Her friend is talking to her. Lane is talking to Debbie on the phone, and she's like, "Hey, you gonna come to the game?" No. And I don't remember if we ever found out why Debbie did she break up with her boyfriend or something? Like, why?
She wouldn't come out of her house. She just wasn't feeling like it. She had leftovers. She had a plate of leftovers.
And
She
I
wanted
guess
to
it's
go
because
inside
she
and eat.
wanted to deal with this ghost. But instead,
too busy.
She doesn't want to go to the big game because she's busy with this ghost problem. She sits down for her leftovers. The lights are flickering. The door opens. The
stove turns on.
She goes up to use the Ouija board and is like...
No, she had already thrown the Ouija board in the fire.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, getting mixed up. You said goodbye on the Ouija board, thrown it in the fireplace, went to sit down to eat her leftovers. Uh-oh. The door opens. It's spookiness. The fire turns on. She goes up to her room. The Ouija board is there. What? Ah! And then
No.
And we learned that you can see a ghost if you hold up the planchette and look through the little plastic circle in the middle.
Which would have made the game like way more fun. If I had known when I was a child.
Maybe you had contacted a ghost after all.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a ghost that didn't have hands and so it couldn't use the planchette, but like you could see them if you held it up. A ghost monocle.
Yeah.
So that is the most dapper ghost. It's just a monocle floating in midair, maybe a top hat.
So she holds
the ghost
that thing
of
up.
Mr. Peanut.
She holds that thing up and
and her eyes
like her
cloud
eye
over.
totally milks over.
Yeah, she looks like Storm using her powers.
Mhm.
And then she reaches up and grabs...
Or Little Orphan Annie at any point.
Little Orphan
milky eyes.
She had no pupils.
Little Orphan Annie was always using her weather controlling
comic
powers.
Oh, I was like,
I'm not talking about Annie.
No, they fitted the girl playing Annie for all white contact lenses.
I would love that if it was like
they deemed it too painful and too scary.
It was like Robert Altman's Popeye level of like trying to be like the comic.
So she has no pupils. She's constantly getting kidnapped, and everyone hates Roosevelt. Is how it would go then.
And Daddy Warbucks is a huge war profiteer.
There was a whole series. He died in the comic strip, and then after FDR died, Daddy Warbucks came back and he was like, "Well, I don't have to be in hiding anymore now that man is dead." I was like, that's terrible. That was the president. Even if you disagree with the man, have respect for the office. Anyway,
He was the Tony Stark's dad of his day.
And there's a war profiteer.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Was he also like a scientist?
I guess we'll take your word for it.
And his son is Iron Man?
No, Annie is Iron Man.
Iron Manny, of course. Although that sounds like Manny from Modern
And
Family.
Sandy was a war machine.
So Sandy is a dog in armor. I gotta say, that's a pretty great mashup right there.
So where were we in this movie?
So we're like 2 minutes
She
in.
has a song, "You're Never Fully Dressed Without a Suit of Armor." Okay, so she is now possessed. She takes a string of Christmas lights, hangs herself with them. In the first of many
Scary.
shock cuts that spook
Yep.
Hallie out loud,
They
and I find
didn't just spook
fantastic.
me. They got Dan. They got Stuart.
There were a couple of people,
I was freaking.
There were a couple times when people would go like, "Hey," and jump out of nowhere, and there were genuinely good jump outs. But what I like about watching a horror movie with Hallie is, excuse me, I had a Popeye burp.
started crying.
But I was too choked up.
You got choked up,
I
yeah.
love the experience of watching the movie with Hallie too much. What I love about watching a horror movie with Hallie is every scare, she goes, "Ah!" until a certain point in the movie where she just stops giving a shit. And she is so fed up with the movie, and she's just like,
Starts getting angry.
she's like, "Just do the thing, bitch. Come on, just go in and do that stupid thing." Like, I love it. There's this, and I can never quite pinpoint when the switch has happened, but I know when it happens when she starts talking. If anyone has the chance to watch a horror movie with Hallie, go ahead and do it. Maybe it'll be a prize in the contest. Now, she's dead. Her friends are devastated. They go to a diner the next morning for breakfast. They order her pancake with the
Because
worst.
they thought she was coming.
Did
they
we-
had arranged prior to
Did we
meet her.
ever
at the
see
time.
what the pancakes with the works look
No.
like?
They
No
didn't get a chance to
confirmation.
order, actually.
It's like
I'm guessing it's got
pancakes.
like fucking gummy bears and shit in it. Whatever kids like to eat.
Oh, that would be awesome.
3 pounds of candy on top of it. And then they cover the whole thing just with...
Said the works. That's going to be $73.
There's just like a steak on top of it with like mashed potatoes.
There's one of those gold leaf things on. It doesn't even have any flavor. It's just to be extravagant.
It comes with a ceremonial goblet and plate.
You keep the... That's why it's so expensive. That's the thing. It's
you
not
get a-
really a $10,000 pancake. It comes with a $10,000 bracelet.
You get a picture if you put on the wall if you eat the pancakes with the works.
And, on the wall under a title that just says "idiots." But they cover up what it says when you're there. Oh yeah, you're on our wall of fame. Anyway, they're all devastated by the death of their friends. They don't know what's going on. She goes and
we're introduced to like a cast of cool hip teens, right?
Yeah,
you got the guy who kind of looks like Patrick Dempsey.
That's Lane's boyfriend.
You got the dude who
Trevor.
kind of looks kind of weird.
Kind of looks like the guy from Chronicle.
Yeah.
And that's Debbie's ex-boyfriend. Now that she's dead, I think he's free to see other people now. And then there's also Lane's sister, who has grown up to be kind of a wild child. And there's also their friend, whose name I don't remember, who is the one...
Isabel, the waitress.
Isabel.
The ethnic waitress.
Yeah. Isabella Waitressini. Like Isabella Rossellini.
I got you.
But she's a waitress. It's an idea for a show.
Okay, who's going to be the star?
Isabella Rossellini.
Oh, okay. Who does she play?
Isabella Waitressini. It's loosely based on her story, except instead of being a popular model and actress, what if she's a waitress?
Okay.
But her mom is still Ingrid Bergman.
That won't be any weirder than those bug videos she makes.
Here's the twist. Instead of her dad being Roberto Rossellini, the director, her dad was Fernando Rossellini, a diner owner.
Weird that his last name's not Waitressini.
No, she uses her mother's maiden name, Ingrid Bergman Waitressini. It's very ironic. So they all get together and they're like,
Wait, what's the difference between...
Waitressini and Rosa?
That's not even my question. What's the difference between Ingrid Bergman and Ingmar Bergman?
Well, they're two totally different people. One is a man and one is a woman. One was a director and the other was an actress.
Wait, is Ingmar Bergman the one who puts the women with huge tits in his movies?
No, that's Russ Meyer.
No, it was a Seinfeld episode, right? Remember at their... Okay, we are getting really off topic.
I'll say.
But the ladies, you know what I'm talking about.
Let me just say this. No, they don't.
Stop getting the ladies to help you out from this.
Ladies, call in.
You do not know what she is talking about.
The phone lines are open. Call in if you know what she's talking about.
Ingmar Bergman
waiting for your call.
Put many beautiful women in his movies. They were not known for their enormous busts.
There was a Seinfeld episode about like all the waitresses that were being hired at their diner had huge boobs, and they kept being like, "It's like we're in an Ingmar Bergman film."
I think
that was like an Ingrid Bergman film. Bergman.
It was not
Russ
Ingmar.
Meyer.
I think they were saying Russ
They
Meyer.
were not saying Russ Meyer.
They were not
my
saying
God.
Ingmar Bergman. Ingmar Bergman made dour films about man's inability to find the truth in a universe without God.
All right.
Although
Keep
often it would be
talking
about the importance of religious faith, just in a bleak world.
Just like the
where we
huge
need
boobs in Persona.
Who can forget the famous scene in The Seventh Seal where the man plays chess with boobs?
Death has a bikini car wash.
Max von Sydow has to defeat Death in a wet T-shirt contest. Anyway,
this is approaching my Baba Yaga Stregonana.
Stregonana.
So
Stregonona.
Thank you.
We're well aware. She likes noodles. Anyway, so
She's a noodle aficionado.
I will point out Ingmar Bergman did make one movie with Ingrid Bergman, Autumn Sonata, which is a very good movie.
Okay.
Do you think they
Did you
talked
figure that
about
out
the
using your
similarities
Ouija
in their
board?
They had to have. It had to have come up. The fact that people get them mixed up somehow, even though they're different genders and they do different things. But okay, so everyone's sad at the funeral for her friend. Funeral for a friend, the post-Death of Superman storyline. Debbie's mom gives Lane this kind of box of junk and is like, "Hey, Debbie would have wanted you to have this random shit." But in it is
this penguin keychain. Debbie loved this penguin keychain.
That's one of the, the only items we know of in it are the penguin keychain and the Ouija board, right?
It's the kind of stuff we leave behind when we die,
That
guys.
the Ouija board just shows up in her house, right? Or something? Or they go to get
No,
it?
she finds it in her friend's house.
In her friend's house. Okay.
yeah.
I thought it was in the box for some reason. Anyway, she decides she wants to get in touch with her friend.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to use the Ouija board with her friends in Debbie's parents' house because Debbie's parents have left to get over their grief.
And they asked her to watch the house.
Asked her to house
They
the
went to
house that her
Turks
best
and
friend
Caicos.
does.
They were
Because
just, they're really just looking for an excuse.
This whole movie takes place in the town that dreaded parents.
That's the thing. Lane's dad leaves on a business trip at the beginning of the movie. Debbie's parents leave and go somewhere else. The other parents are never seen. There's almost no adults in the movie.
Yeah, exactly.
The only adults
it's
we
like
really
the children of the corn town.
Children of the Corn Town.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of, it's a place where everyone, maybe they're living in Logan's Run,
Mm-hmm.
and the parents were all going to get killed because they were over 30.
So they left the town because if you stick around, you'll get killed when you hit 30.
Yeah, in Logan's Run town.
That seems like a mistake.
It's in the town charter. There's nothing you can do about it. So they use the Ouija board, and they contact someone, a ghost, who says their first initial is D, and they say their goodbyes, and it's actually kind of a heartfelt scene.
Yeah.
And as I said while we were watching it, that would be a very powerful experience to have, to finally say goodbye to your friends who died before their time.
Yeah, to say, like, see you at the crossroads.
Yeah, I thought that
sing
was
a little
weird
Bone
when you
Thugs and
said
Harmony
that.
for them. What?
I thought that was weird when you thought that was such a powerful moment.
Well, it wasn't a powerful moment in the movie, but it was like
it would be if in life.
Yeah, I could imagine myself if you were in that situation.
If you actually thought that someone was talking to you from behind the grave.
If a friend of yours, if someone you were close to died before they should have, and you contact them from beyond the grave and you say, "I never got a chance to say goodbye, and I miss you," and they somehow communicated back.
It's
to
like
you,
if you met that ghost you're always talking about.
But she didn't get to say. It was just like, I never got a chance to say bye, so bye. Like,
I'm not saying they did it well in the movie. I'm saying in real life that would be very powerful.
It's not like
I'm just
in the
saying,
movie
Elliot,
Ghost.
what matters is how you treat people when they are alive, not when they're dead, okay? The ladies know what I'm talking about.
Good point. Anyway, from that point on, all sorts of spooky junk starts happening. Which one of them gets killed first?
Isabel.
It doesn't matter. They're all interchangeable.
Isabel is
the waitress.
Yeah, she's about to take a nice bath and then starts fucking flossing, which teenagers love to do in this
before
movie.
that, all of them in one place or another, the phrase "hi friend" appears, and that's what the ghost said to them when they first used the Ouija board. And like,
maybe
it's written on one's car window, it's carved into a desk,
Right.
it's written in chalk in Crime Alley, where Trevor decides to walk his bike through, and past a spooky hobo's basket shopping cart full of cans.
You know what would have been better if when she met? I'm jumping ahead a little bit.
Sure.
But if when she went when Lane went to the insane asylum and she met that woman who used to live in the house.
Listeners, this will all make sense when I get to that part of the plot.
If she had said, if that woman had said "hi, friend" at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would have been a nice.
That would have been better.
Yeah.
You should send those punch-up notes to Michael Bay's Platinum Dunes Company.
All right.
Is Platinum Dunes Michael Bay's company?
I thought his was the one with the tree getting hit by a lightning bolt.
No, that's Jerry Bruckheimer.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Lightning Tree Productions.
Lightning Tree Productions.
I don't know why I was mad when I said that, Stuart. I apologize.
Yeah, you seem really worked up.
Easy to
Are you
make
going
this-
through something, Elliot?
Jerry Bruckheimer and I broke up.
Okay.
And I wanted custody of the tree, and he wanted custody of the lightning. And we just hate to separate them. They strike so well together.
So where were we?
So they get the message "hi friend" appears over, and there's one scary moment here for me where
you thought you started contemplating your own mortality.
where I thought I was having a heart attack briefly.
You're like, ugh, I spent so much time in my life watching this movie, and
I could
I
be
only
with
have a
my
limited
family right
amount
now.
of time on this spinning globe.
On my deathbed, am I really going to regret not having seen Ouija? Anyway, where Isabella is going to her car after work, and there's a flyer on it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that because she's carrying a bag of trash over her shoulder, and you're like, who
"Ew,
the fuck
gross.
does this?
Ew, it's going to get trash juice all over your clothes.
She's wearing her nice clothes at that point.
Yeah, she's wearing a tuxedo with tails.
But she's wearing her street clothes. She's not wearing like her uniform.
No,
I
that's
can-
true. And she's holding a garbage bag over her shoulder in a way that she's guaranteed to get crap on her.
Yeah, garbage juice.
And Stuart, you made a very good point that it's restaurant garbage. It probably has some broken glass in there.
Broken glass, maybe a French fry or some kind of grease.
I totally French
Some kind of
that
greased
fry.
up spoon.
Probably, probably a bunch of AIDS needles in there.
Yeah, it's lousy with them.
Yeah, because that's that kind of diner.
And lousy's appropriate because there's probably louses.
That's the plural of that word.
Used up carbon rods from a nuclear plant.
Yeah, why not?
Just throw it in.
That's how you get pancakes with the works.
And probably just like a gremlin, still alive, just kind of trying to get out of the bag. So there's a flyer, and she removes it and says "Hi friends" on the window, and then
Hi friend.
Sorry, a "Hi friend" on the window, and a hand suddenly from inside the car slaps the window, and she opens the door, and there's nobody there. And
Which is crazy. Why would you open the door?
Trying to give her a
If
high
I saw
friend.
that, I would be like, fuck this. I'm going back inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna blow up this car. And I'm gonna Left Eye Lopez this car. So
Wait a minute, that's what happened?
Lopez died in a plane crash.
No, didn't she burn her?
That was Aaliyah.
Didn't she?
Oh.
No, I think Left Eye Lopez did too. Didn't
I
she
think
light her
Lopez
boyfriend's car on fire?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought it was her.
Listeners, write in if you know the backstory
which
of
member of
TLC.
TLC
Phone lines are open. Call in right now.
Yeah, just call my number.
It's 112 Fake Street, Anytown, USA. The phone. His number is 1-800.
You can shoot me a text.
1-800-NEW-YORK. I thought she was the one who lit her NFL boyfriend's car on fire.
That's possible.
Anyway,
Maybe.
but that was
She did die in a plane crash also. Not just Aaliyah.
Okay, stop looking at me like that.
Like 2 people died in plane crashes.
Next, you're going to tell me that Leonard Skinner died in a plane crash.
He did?
Yep, Leonard Skinner.
But that was a creepy moment. Just like a hand, and you don't know who the owner of this hand is, and it just slaps the window in. But she opens the door. There's nobody there.
Yeah, it's one of like many decent jump scares this movie uses.
Yeah,
the other one where they had the boyfriend investigate the mystery of the pool tarp, and that's when she's
is strangely not attached properly.
So we're watching this. We're like, that dude's gonna fucking drown in there, right? And so while he's fiddling with the pool tarp, it cuts to Lane.
Let's just make it clear. Unlike other tarps we've talked about on this show, there is not any sort of low-budget lesbian orgy taking place on it. This
none
is a
at all.
regular pool tarp.
And so Lane
She didn't die in a plane crash. She died in a car crash.
Oh, then I feel bad. I'm sorry. Did she light her boyfriend's car on fire?
We'll find out in a second. We'll get back to that in a second.
Look it up. And if anyone was offended by that, I was not referring to her death in a car crash.
Tennis shoes. When she set fire to Andre Rison's tennis shoes in a bathtub.
Huh.
No, it set the house on fire, right?
Which ultimately spread to the mansion they shared.
Okay, I got her.
Yeah.
I got her.
So yeah, she went in the house.
Really buried the lead, so focused on the tennis shoes. So it was a house I was thinking of, not a car. I apologize. I think I was thinking of, what's the movie where the woman lights her boyfriend's car on fire because he's cheated on her or something?
There's Mystic
The Big
Pizza where
Lebowski?
she dumps all those fish in his car.
That's not the same thing at all. Fish represent water, which is the opposite of fire.
There was Tiger Woods' wife where she broke.
That's not a movie.
There was that
Not
time
yet.
that astronaut lady drove across the country
In a diaper.
Remember that?
That's not what I'm talking about. No, those are all mostly
There
things
was that
involving
movie
cars.
Where one of the poor cars was set on
With
fire.
the horrifying sentient cars.
Ah.
A dystopian nightmare future world where cars have taken over.
So Isabella goes home. She runs a bath. She starts flossing as anyone would right before they take a bath, especially when you're a teenager. And suddenly her mouth gets sewn up. And her eyes cloud over. And you think she's going to drown in the bathtub, but instead she's levitating, and then she falls and hits her head on the sink. And that's how it kills her.
So the ghost, covers its tracks.
Now, I can't remember the order of the movie. Have we already seen the ghost by this point or no?
No.
Okay, so that's when they contact the ghost. They find out the ghost there's 2 ghosts. There's a girl who's had her mouth sewn shut, and there's an older woman who is presumably the ghost's ghostly mother.
No, it's not presumably. It's told through the Ouija board.
That this
Mother is spelled
Oh, that's right.
out.
Mother
Yeah, they
is
spelled out, and then everyone's like, MOTHER, mother.
Yeah, it's like, get out of here. And they're like, why?
Is there
And
a
they're
gas
like,
leak ghost?
She's coming. And then they're like, who? And it's like, mother. It's like, you should have just left when they said get out
I
of here.
wish that instead that they were like, let's name women until the Ouija board tells us we've got the right one. Who's coming? Is it Nia Peoples? No. Is it Jada Pinkett Smith? No, it's not.
Mariska Hargitay.
Is it the late Georgia O'Keeffe? No, it is not. All right. Come on.
Is
Chelsea
it Gabourey
No.
Sidibe?
Hillary Clinton? No.
Idina Menzel.
Is it the kid from Beasts of the Southern Wild? I don't remember her full name.
Kahlo.
Frida Kahlo?
I sort of elided the word a little bit.
I guess so. So anyway, they know that there's a ghost with an evil mother, and the teens start getting picked off one by one, just in dumb ways. And
They've clearly opened a door to something they can't control.
Yeah, exactly. It's a regular Hellraiser, Wishmaster type situation.
Regular as the gate.
If only it was any of those 3 things he said.
Even the gate?
Yeah.
Okay.
The gate and gate 2, sure. Fuck that.
What about House?
Speaking
Or
of
House
Canadian
2?
I'd totally watch House over this movie.
Yeah.
And House 2, the second story. John Ratzenberger. But
That's it. I mean, House 2, the second story. That is one of the best subtitles for a sequel.
Or nothing scarier. It's not a bungalow. It's not a ranch house. Oh,
That's what it means. I thought it was just saying it's the second story in the series.
There's so many meanings to this.
Well, so many levels you were going to say, right? Like levels in a house.
I wish I had. That would have been so good. And I'll cue beer opening. So the kids are getting killed one after another. They decide they're going to investigate. They do some very not thorough archive skimming, and they find that in the house...
They find a bunch of super fake-looking old newspapers.
They find a bunch of photoshopped newspapers like you would get at a carnival that would say, like, world's greatest lover name.
Most terrifying bandits captured.
With a picture of you with a bandana in front of your face. And holding up, for some reason, a penny from that year to prove you're a time traveler or something. It's so much backstory for your carnival photo. Now, they find out that the house there was a mother and 2 daughters there. One of the daughters went missing. And the mother was suspected in the disappearance, but no charges were pressed. And the other daughter killed the mother and was thrown in an insane asylum. And that was 40 years, 50 years earlier, 60 years earlier.
Question mark.
I wasn't quite sure what time period it was supposed to be happening in.
No.
But I know from one of the from one of the other articles on the fake newspaper that candidates were picked earlier than usual. It didn't. The headline was not much clearer than that. Anyway, Lane decides it's time to do a little detective work. She goes to the crazy people home for the criminally crazy bones, and she finds the sister, who functions as an exposition dump. And she says,
and doesn't seem crazy at all, by the way.
She's
like totally normal.
Or so we think.
Super cogent, at least. Like
she's like, "Oh, hey, you're coming to visit?
Do you want a bunch of information on how to deal with this fucking ghost?
Let me tell you about like how I grew up. It was, it wasn't easy."
Looking back now, I understand how hard it was for a single mom taking care of 2 rowdy kids. But, at the time, how can you know? You just don't understand. You know what? I better call my mom. Do you have a Ouija board on, kids?
No.
Anyway,
Yes,
ghosts. I know about ghosts. What do you...
And she says that, my sister and my mother got into seances. My sister became a medium, and the demons started talking through her all the time, and she couldn't stop talking and babbling their evil spirit stuff, so our mother sewed her lips shut and then killed her, I guess?
Yeah, something like that.
And so I killed my mother in revenge, and now I'm here eating Jell-O every day, and I get to sit around in my pajamas in a wheelchair.
Crazy.
This is the life. And she just starts singing Weird Al Yankovic songs. But anyway.
And then she's like, "Bring me another Jell-O." And the nurse is like, "You're cut off."
I was about to say,
leave the bottle.
Jell-O. It would pour out
leave
so
the entire
slowly.
bottle.
The box. She just has like sleeves of gelatin.
Now, I'm glad you guys overlooked that I was about to say Woody Al Yankovic before. But I do want the listeners to write in what they think a Woody Allen Weird Al Yankovic mashup song would be
it
like.
would basically be Johnny Dangerously, right?
I guess the song, you mean.
Yeah, well, This is the Life is from Johnny Dangerously.
Yeah, that's true. But it's not like Woody Allen has a real connection to
He's
Johnny.
not in Johnny Dangerously?
He doesn't play Johnny or Dangerously.
So, wait. Oh, I guess that was Joe Piscopo that I was thinking of.
Easy. It's a common mistake. A lot of people make it.
Very similar.
Okay, so basically, through this,
so the lady is like, you've got to release.
She's like,
her.
my mom's the evil one. My sister is not.
And so you've got to free my sister by cutting the strings on her lips, and she can stop my mom because the mom left the body in the house. It turns out the number 2 rule of using a Ouija board: never do it in a graveyard. Because there was a corpse in the house, it counts as a graveyard.
Yep, the referee allows it.
People died all over the damn place. I mean, if we're going to do it that way, like...
There's probably like caveman bones under us right now.
Every place is a graveyard.
I think it's the presence of the body, not the fact that someone died there.
All right.
I know we live in a nonstop abattoir that is this planet Earth.
Yeah. That's true.
But I think it's just because the body was there. At most, you don't know this, but whenever a new building is built,
but also a nonstop arboretum.
You put a positive spin on that.
One comes out of the other.
Nope, not at all.
One person decays, and then a tree springs up.
That's how we get the giving trees.
Especially here, yeah, in Brooklyn.
Yeah, where that tree grew. Its name,
That one time.
Tree Moore. The tree king of Brooklyn.
Suddenly, Tree Moore.
I wish that now that HBO, when they were selling Treme, had a slogan that was suddenly Treme. Anyway, she goes, okay, we got to go cut the threads on this corpse's mouth. Let's do this thing.
And her friends are like, shit, let's do it.
They're like, we got no other choice. This ghost is stalking the crap out of us. They go and they go
They're
to
like, no, but it's TGIF.
I want to watch Step by Step.
Must-see TV
And
over here.
Perfect Strangers, the later seasons. You know, when they were living with their wives in that house?
But she was like, no, sorry. You're going to have to TiVo it.
They're saying...
Because there's no time.
No, sorry, it's not the 90s. Can't do that anymore.
You can't do that on television.
Anymore. We wanted to go down to the Museum of Television and Radio and recreate a TGIF lineup of one Friday night.
Have you ever done that?
We were going to go to the Pinkley
No, that'd be pretty
Center
fun.
where they had
We
Oh,
were
they were going to reunite the casts of everything.
We were going to use
everything. They were going to
the...
reunite the cast of every show, all the way back to Captain Video and Playhouse 90, through to the hits of today. Has Ugly Betty ever met Make Room for Daddy? Now they will. It's the biggest television panel in history.
What about My Two Dads and My Three Sons?
There's 5 of them right there on stage. All of them.
Gilligan's Island and Fantasy Island? Yep.
I Love Lucy and I Love the 80s. They're right there.
What about the
Twilight Zone and the new Twilight Zone on one stage?
And the cast of Sisters.
Yep.
Well, that goes without saying. Yeah.
You guys okay?
Dan, I like watching Dan laugh at this one. Is it starting up again for real?
Part of it is that it's genuinely funny, and part of it is that it's like the perfect Hallie joke.
It's true. I just imagine, Hallie, you writing Daily Show scripts every day, and you're like, why aren't my jokes about the show Sisters getting on the air? Maybe
You don't have to imagine that because that's happened.
Maybe my empty nest material will make it on.
I've definitely written jokes about both of those shows. And I have even less hope now with Trevor.
Recently, Hallie and I were talking about how we both watched the show Dear John.
Okay.
And about how we were like, as a child, what did we see in this show where it's about Judd Hirsch dealing with his divorce in a support group?
I don't know, you saw a chilling vision of your future, I guess. I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Oh, right, because of that thing. Sorry. Anyway, so I just meant that in a general sense.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that you look like Judd Hirsch.
You should be flattered.
And you've got tons of letters.
He was in Independence Day.
Yeah, sure.
Now,
I'll take being Judd Hirsch.
For 100, Alex.
He's had a great career.
The star who appeared in Taxi, and who is Judd Hirsch. We really should have made this category harder.
Wait, you guys...
Being Judd Hirsch is a Charlie Kaufman movie.
We should, they're dying to know what happened next.
Okay, so they find...
Nice segue.
They find a secret compartment room in the basement. Inside is the daughter's corpse. The daughter's ghost appears.
With a couple of blue gems on her eyes.
Yeah, all sorts of spooky stuff. It's set up like a seance, whereas with a chalkboard with writing on it, as Stuart said, it was what was it, the menu
like
at a
menu at a hipster restaurant.
The friends are getting knocked about the place by, I assume, the mom's ghost.
Mm-hmm.
But and Lane is taking
Ghost Mom.
Yeah, the sequel to Ghost Dad.
Surprised that movie generated a sequel at this point.
Yeah, well, no, it's in production now. Somebody in Hollywood just heard that Bill Cosby was in the news. They didn't read the story. They're like, "Get me Leonard Part 7. Get me Ghost Mom. Get me." Did he make any other movies?
Well, he made
Meteor
Uptown
Man.
Saturday Night.
Oh, that's true. He made all those movies in the 70s. Yeah,
Let's
Mother
Do It
Judson
Again
Speed.
or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's Do It Again.
Who
was
was
about him.
Speed?
assaulting women.
Yeah.
Speed? Keanu Reeves.
And again.
Okay.
And again.
But he was really young when Mother Jugs and Speed was made, so it was Raquel Welch, Bill Cosby, and baby Keanu Reeves. Part of Jim Henson's Keanu Reeves babies.
Little Keanu.
Little Key. So they managed to stop they managed to do it. She cuts the threads on the corpse. The girl ghost is allowed to scream, and she screams the mom ghost into dust. Case closed, but there's still like 20 minutes left in this movie.
Is this gonna pull a ring?
Yeah, everyone made the same guess of like, oh, they're going to pull a ring on us.
Yeah.
Pulling a ring on somebody means that you think you helped the right ghost, but it turns out you helped the wrong ghost.
I thought it meant someone was going to propose to me. So the 20 minutes, the last 20 minutes of the movie were very different from me.
Hallie was just darting her eyes around the room, wondering which of us was going to pop the question.
Like nervously being like, which one of these people do I have to turn down?
Oh, I thought, so who will I spend the rest of my life with? It was one of those things where you like threw a bunch of letters up in the air to see what the initials of your future husband would be.
Sure. She was looking at herself in a compact. Oh, you used a Ouija board to figure out the secret. Okay.
Exactly.
And
it's probably a mistake.
What did it tell you?
QXI.
My husband's name will be Yes. No, so
my husband's name will be Parker Brother.
I'm going to marry one of the Parker brothers, or both of them. The future is very liberal. So it turns out she goes back. So they're one of their Debbie's ex-boyfriend. He gets killed same way. Eyes cloud over, and what was his death all about?
He thought he goes into his room and she's like chilling next
Debbie
to his
is
computer,
there.
and he's like, "Debbie,"
but you're Debbie.
And
and then Debbie turns into evil girl ghost, and she screams him into dust.
And his lips get all sewn up.
Oh yeah.
She doesn't scream him into dust. That comes later.
Oh, his eyes cloud over, and he gets his lips all sewn up, and he gets zombified.
We're taking for fucking ever. So is there a way to just skip to the very end of this?
So Lane goes to the crazy house. She says, "You set me up. We helped her, and we helped the wrong ghost." And she was like, "She'll do things for me." And so they have to go. She finds out from her abuela that you have to destroy the Ouija board and the corpse. This is a character.
We did forget that.
Yeah, that she has a Ouija board in her room, and her vaguely ethnic grandmother finds it.
Is that her grandmother? I thought it was her cleaning lady.
The only time we see her, she's picking up laundry on a staircase.
That's the reason why.
Well, but also like
I assume
Elliot was like, is there gonna be like a vaguely ethnic like housekeeper that
like tells her like you should not be dealing with these things,
and then immediately that's what she said.
Yeah.
So she only appears twice in the movie. Once to say don't play with Ouija boards, because being an immigrant, I have a connection to mystical things.
Yep.
And the second time to say, oh, well, you need to destroy the Ouija board and the corpse. And it's like, well, why didn't you talk to her earlier about this?
And then the third time to say, housekeeping.
Hallie.
Just kidding.
Sure.
No, I was saying because they marginalized her, and it was sick in the movie.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to heighten that, to shame them.
Thank you.
I think the ladies know what she's talking about.
Yeah, right?
I think las niñas. No, I guess that's girls, not ladies. Let's think
las chicas saben de que yo hablo. No? Bueno.
Now, so they go back to the seance dungeon. The ghost is tossing everybody around, throwing them up and down, and the ghost is attacking Lane's sister, who we haven't even touched on, but she's like the weakest badass punk kid that there ever was. Lane starts using a Ouija board to draw the ghost over. She's like, DZ, which is the name of the ghost. I'm playing by myself. You have to join me, which was not a rule that was ever mentioned. But the ghost comes over and joins her and starts twisting her arm around until it's almost backwards. It looks like things are bad for the teens until
her eyes cloud over.
Her eyes start to cloud over until, dun-dun, a third hand touches the planchette. It's Debbie's ghost. She's come back to help them. And
apparently something that could have happened at any time.
Yeah, so. Debbie was really waiting for the right moment to come in.
Yeah, after all of her friends got killed.
And while Debbie's ghost...
She likes the drama.
No.
Well, she was in
That's
the
Debbie
theater.
all over.
Classic
Yeah.
Debbie. Save the drama for your mama, who you screamed into dust. Anyway, so while she's struggling with the ghost, her sister just kind of casually walks in with a corpse in her arms and tosses it into a furnace.
It's like, getting rid of this.
A lot of junk.
Spring cleaning.
What was I kidding? I'm never going to look at this corpse again. Toss it away. Why did I hold on
You know
to
what they
this?
say? You put everything in front of you, touch it, and if it doesn't bring you joy, you get rid of it.
I was gonna say, my dad
this
and I
corpse is not bringing me any joy.
No. My dad and I this weekend were going through some of his father's old papers that he had been keeping, and we went through, and it was like receipts for shirts and things like that. It was the dumbest stuff, and my dad was like, I can't believe I've been carrying this around for 40 years. These old checks that he wrote to the power company in 1972. But we went through those with more excitement than this woman went. This girl had with
More
throwing
reverence,
a corpse into a furnace to stop a ghost attack. They throw the Ouija board in, and the girl ghost is like,
I do not care for this, yeah.
and disappears. Once again, dissolves into dust, leaves nothing but a shadow on the wall, and everything is okay.
Or is it?
Or is it?
What?
Because she gets home. Lane does, right?
Yes.
And there's like a Ouija board there.
No, just the planchette.
Oh, just the planchette.
Just hanging out.
And she holds it up to her eye, and before we can see if her eye clouds over and she sees any ghosts, cut to the credits.
Smash cut.
Ghost town. When you're
You're gonna
Ouijaing up, Ouijaing down. Don't touch that board. You might as well Ouija. Ouija!
Yeah.
Go ahead and Ouija.
Welcome to the Ouija. We got fun and games.
Life in the fast Ouija.
Yep.
Running on
That's
Ouija.
funny because there's a
Running
character
on.
named Lane in the movie, and you swap that Lane for Ouija. Appropriate.
Good point. Anyway, so the
Everybody
movie leaves,
reflect on that for a minute.
the movie leaves us on a very weak cliffhanger as we go in. We wait for Ouija 2 because this movie was a huge hit.
It also went through substantial rewrites, right?
Reshoots.
Reshoots, wow.
According to Wikipedia, they reshot like half the movie.
Oh, man.
But they
Must have left all that gold on the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
I'm dying for the unedited version released.
Apparently, none of the
Were they
DVD
more-
releases have it.
Where they morphed the two versions of the movie together.
They should have a second. They should have it like
Like
that-
Anchorman?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The Anchorman, the shitty Anchorman movie they put out with all the extra footage.
Wow.
I mean,
Oh, was the title, was the title the shitty Anchorman movie?
It was not meant to be seen by anyone. That's why they cut all that stuff.
Hope none of the anchormen are listening.
More like
No, I hope they are so they can recommend this great podcast to their friends.
I'm sorry, Paul Rudd.
So
You're a national treasure.
The other members of Anchorman's cast, not sorry. You hear that, Christina Applegate?
David Koechner.
David Koechner. And that animated, bear or whatever that they ride at that one point. What is it? When you're
Ted?
playing flute?
Yep, Ted, the animated bear from a different movie.
He had to start somewhere, okay?
Yeah, he was an extra in Anchorman.
That wasn't his first
There
movie.
are all these movies where there's just like a
he gets
CGI
a starring role
There's
right
a
away.
there's a CGI teddy bear in the background because Ted had to work his way up through the ranks.
Exactly.
I forgot
That's
that
the most
Ted.
like Seth MacFarlane-y gag.
I forgot that Ted had a recurring part on Step by Step.
Listen, does nobody make the connection? I think that quite possibly Ted could be Teddy Ruxpin. Teddy Ruxpin was the child star, and he turned into Ted.
Okay, wait, have you seen the movie Ted? Or you're just making up what could have happened in that movie?
Okay. So Dan, what's our final judgments on this thing?
Was this movie totally scarifying, totally snorifying, or frighteningly funny? Stuart, let's make all these quick.
Man, this shit was super scarifying. So many jump scares, and there was a ring twistaroony. Thumbs up or down. I don't know what scarifying means.
Hallie?
Oh, sorry. I thought this movie sucked. I have appreciated other movies. I definitely take that awkward moment
just
over
in case
this.
you think I hate all movies, I've appreciated other movies.
No, but it was like nobody had any, at least develop the characters. I mean, what makes Lane tick? I don't know, besides ghosts.
We didn't even mention the fact that she finds a flash drive inside that penguin keychain, and there's just video of it on it of her friend finding the Ouija board and then using it for the first time. Like, this is a lazy movie.
Yeah, it's snorifying. That's all I have to say.
I'd say it's horrifying. It's like a lazy, bland, generic movie.
Yeah.
Dave and Graham, and we host Stop Podcasting Yourself.
We started this podcast back in 2008, before podcasts had to have any kind of concept, so we don't really know how to describe it.
It's kind of like going to the barber shop if your barber knew all about the first season of the show Elf.
It's like a 90-minute massage where the masseuse is two people talking to each other with a third person.
It's like the Monsters of Metal tour, only quieter, no music, and just talking.
It's like a makeout session, but without the lips touching, they just talk a lot.
Download Stop Podcasting Yourself from iTunes or MaximumFun.org.
What's the next thing we do?
It's letters from listeners.
From
Like
listeners.
You.
And you. And you. And you. And you.
Is that supposed to be one of my songs? We got those letters, letter night. We'll read a bunch of letters for Shocktober, and it's scary times. Letters, letter stuff. You wrote them and we read them, and then you listened to it. Letters. From out of the mailbox come the words.
That's your Vincent
letters
Why
that
do you
you've
have
never
books?
heard. It's not a great Vincent Price.
From out of the mailbox, the letters come.
No, not at all. No. I see where you're trying to go with it.
Vincent Price. It's me, Vincent Price.
Better, but still not great.
I'm not Dan McCoy anymore. I'm Vincent Price.
No, it's too...
I'm sort of Vincent Price mixed with Orson Welles.
But bad.
Orson Welles. There's a farm I know of where the peas grow.
it's like helium Orson Welles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Orson Welles.
So
Orson Welles enough.
The French champagne has always been known for its excellence.
So, well, thanks to that, no one's going to get to hear the rest of my letters spoken word section. But rest assured, it ended with this. With the power of the letter.
Cat's eyes.
And
Cat's eyes.
Stewart and Cat's eyes. The scariest thing when I was a kid I had ever seen was not the zombies, was Michael Jackson turning around with those cat's eyes in his eyes. So frightening.
You're like, I'm allergic to him. Oh my God.
I'm having trouble breathing right now. And he's a pedophile. I don't know how I know that already.
So there's some gifts from listeners that I first want to...
It's pronounced GIFs.
First want to hand out.
There's some Ouija gifs.
Dan, I don't want a gift handout. I want a gift hand up.
I want to thank the people for these gifts. Unfortunately, I lost the letter that went along with this first thing.
Wow.
Because you jerked off on it so much.
Whoa, Hallie.
I lost it because I jerked off on it?
He lost the words.
like how you lost
they
all
just
them
got all
Playboys.
blurry.
He lost it.
I lost respect for that letter after I jerked off on it.
And then you were like, get out of here. The money's on the table, letter.
So this is a
Try not to slam the door too hard on your way out. So it's...
This is the PS4 game Evolve. And
Okay.
it was a gift from one of the people who worked on it. I'm really sorry that I lost.
That's really cool, though.
But the team who worked on it signed it.
Why don't you just read the signatures?
that's awesome.
One says
Squiggly.
Joe Fowler. One says Matt A. One looks like maybe a B. There's a B in there. One I think says Cars. So one says Mrs. Not Dad.
I think that says Lars.
Okay.
Mrs. Not Dad?
Ms.
It's probably Ms. Not Dad.
Ms. And it looks kind of like not.
Are you
That
sure
definitely
that's
looks like
mom
Dad.
and dad?
Dan. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so thank you.
Ooh, this has been the Teaching Dan How to Read segment.
I'm going to hand this over to Stuart because he has a PS4.
Okay, I'm going to play this game. Thank you.
The first video game based on the movie Volver, which involves a ghost.
So thank you for that.
Volver.
I want to thank. I got a gift for myself. I didn't get it for myself. It was given to me.
Dear Dan, you're my favorite. Love Dan. I bought this off your wish list.
I just like to
This is
say,
also mine.
I'd like to thank you personally in the podcast, Dan.
Dan, I had a hunch you wanted this because I'm you.
It's from.
You should give that to someone.
It's from Amy Pascal, who wrote it.
Oh, cool!
It's a biography of Joss Whedon.
Joe Sweden.
No,
Yeah,
it's what I say after I tell a joke. I'm like, just Whedon.
So,
hey guys, I'm just Whedon. Just Whedon with you.
Thank you so much to Amy for The Gift. I will read it in good health and excitement.
That means the bathroom.
And
that's a cool gift.
Hopefully it's good health.
This is not
in the bathroom.
This is not specifically for anyone, but I think it's going to go to Elliot because
I am currently giftless right now.
Currently giftless. This is from this is from Andy.
Hallie, give Hallie.
This is from Andy Toohey. It's called Great Film Directors A to Z, and it has illustrations of film directors along with brief biographies of them. But the meat of it is these lovely illustrations of all these
that's very nice
film directors.
Awesome.
And so
You should look up Ingmar Bergman. I bet it's just a huge pair of tits.
I guarantee you it is not.
I think you're thinking of something like a Bill Pullman, Bill Paxton situation.
No.
Where Bill Paxton is really into chicks with big knockers.
You guys are gonna be so shamed.
It is true that
we will not be.
Okay.
Yeah, even if we're wrong, we won't be shamed.
I mean, you should be, because, like, you are embarrassing yourself.
I mean, Dan's been working out. He looks pretty great.
Thanks.
I saw Dan actually do a pull-up today, and I was impressed.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, yeah, you're a man.
Yeah, it often gets forgotten by many people.
That, oh, yeah, you're a man?
Uh-huh. Yeah. People,
Thanks, Andy.
people think of me
That's
as an
great.
amorphous blob.
We love yep, a shambling mound. Yeah, we love getting gifts. Thank you so much for these.
Yeah, and,
thanks, everybody. Send us more gifts, or don't. Just listen.
Thank you for giving every single one of us a gift. Everybody in this room.
I've actually received a couple movies.
It's too bad that Hallie died, or else we'd give her a gift.
I received a couple movies as gifts that I haven't had a chance to
Whatever
watch yet,
happened to
so I feel
Hallie
bad.
I'm still alive.
She
I'm
somehow
here.
her mouth got sewn up, or no, that's what I
No.
wished happened.
I'm here.
So she'd be quiet. For a moment.
Oh.
You said that like you were upset and also a little intrigued.
I never.
So this first letter is from Jeff, last name withheld, who writes, "While eating breakfast alone this morning, but not for any sad reasons, I happened to overhear some people at the table next to mine talking about movies.
Talking about ordering the pancake with the works.
After a lady recommended that her companion see the excellent new Pixar film Inside Out, a gentleman at the table semi-dismissed it as a kid's movie and instead recommended that his friends check out the hilarious movie for adults he'd just seen, Last Vegas. He loved all the zany antics that, quote, Mike Douglas and company got up to.
Mike Douglas.
But he especially liked the part where the main characters deny 50 Cent entry into their party, which seemed to have filled him with a level of joy that only makes sense if he had a personal grudge against 50 Cent.
He might be the guy who shot 50 Cent.
Racist.
Anyway, it got me thinking.
He then completed his breakfast of, I'm guessing, diarrhea and other stupid shit.
You don't want to eat that food. Have some poop.
Have any of you ever encountered someone who really loves a really terrible movie? I don't mean the thing where a certain flopper asterisk keeps recommending a movie that isn't very good over and over again, double asterisk, but more a 10,000 BC or Oogie Loves level of
That
badness.
Talking Heads movie that Dan's always talking about.
A movie so bad you can't fathom someone actually enjoying it. What do you do in that situation? RUCK in the USA, Jeff, last name withheld. Oh, twist ending, asterisk, Elliot, the Devil, and Daniel Webster.
Whoa, that's a great movie. I've only recommended it like twice, I think.
Sorry, I'm distracted by the adorableness that is Hallie trying to open a beer.
Yeah, it's like a mouse in a Disney cartoon trying to open a human-sized bottle.
It's like it's like a squirrel trying to break an acorn open.
It's like one of those it's like one of Merry Melodies cartoons that just take place in a world where like objects come to life at night.
So I've encountered this situation.
I'm an object to you.
Whoa.
Just kidding.
This happened to me kind of recently. I had a barback who worked for me who
Barback Mountain.
could not stop talking about his favorite movie, a movie called Boondock Saints. And every time he started talking about Boondock Saints, I'm like, this is going to affect your tip out, buddy. And then he would try and find internet proof that Boondock Saints rules. He was never able
And
to.
other movies drool.
Yep. So the way I dealt with it is by making fun of him.
Talking,
Beethoven does drool, yeah.
Yeah. Turner and Hooch.
There's a lot of drool in that.
Very drooly. Yeah. So, Stuart, you were saying the story?
I don't know. I just fucked with this guy a bunch. Sent him text messages of movie reviews, Rotten Tomato scores, etc.
I think if you're having fun with it, that's one thing. But on a serious level, all you can do is say, hey, buddy, I didn't like that movie, but you like it. That's okay. We don't all have to like the same
live and let live from Killer Kalen.
What I've realized is that I am a strange man with a lot of strange opinions about things. And if I'm going to ask people not to judge me by them, I can't judge other people by them. Or I can judge them silently. In my head, I can be like, if this person ever recommends a movie to me, I'm not going to watch it. The way that, like, my mom will be like, here's a movie you'll like, and she'll recommend a movie I won't like. It's a movie that she likes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's, you know what? I just say, oh, I'll see that sometime, and then I don't.
I want to introduce you to a little maneuver called the smile and nod.
The old SAN.
I can't believe you've been doing that to me the whole time, Dan.
Oops. Cat's out of the bag.
Turns out Dan doesn't even like porn. He was just smiling and nodding whenever Stuart mentioned it.
You got to see this thing. It's amazing. There's a naked lady in it, and she totally does it.
Yeah, sure. Makes your
All
penis
of
real
it.
big. Whatever.
No, you sound like you're delivering the moral to a bully in a sitcom. Yeah, bet it made your penis real big. Now you don't have any friends. Was it worth it? Feels good, doesn't it? Having a temporarily bigger penis.
Maybe you should learn for your heart to ejaculate.
You forgot it's more important to have a boner in your courage.
So, Hallie, how do you deal with people when they don't like movies that are good?
Or when they like movies that are bad?
I usually think that I'm wrong.
That's another valid way of going about it. Lean in, Hallie.
Sadly, the ladies know what I'm talking about.
So this next letter goes like this. Dear Radio Zork, I vote to stare at the door intently while studying its material composition and assessing the quality of its craftsmanship. Greg, last name withheld.
That's a pretty good
Why
response.
do they all hold their last names? What are they afraid of?
That
criminal prosecution.
It's against the law to write letters to us.
Oh.
So, Elliot, what happens with that response?
So he looked at the door. Mm-hmm. You see that the door is made of wood or possibly metal. Do you, A, continue to look at the door, B, look harder at the door, C, reach out and touch the door, or E, I skipped D.
Oh, wow.
E, look for D. Send in your choice to Radio Zork, care of Murphy Brown, FYI Productions, New York, New York, 100-449-678-235, Jenny.
Sponsored by Sweet Delicious Penises, if I recall.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Radio Zork was sponsored by Sweet Delicious Penises.
Hallie just gave a confused, but not angry, but confused look.
I was trying to imagine a sweet, delicious penis.
Like such a thing does not exist.
Well, they're available as long as... wait.
If you cover one with caramel, but it's going to be hell to clean off.
Oh, boy. It's going to be sticking to the drawers.
Wait, why?
The bottom drawer, the top drawer, sock drawer, all of those drawers.
All the drawers.
You're sticking
All
your
the
penis
drawers
in your
that you
dresser?
keep your penis in.
Yeah, you gotta change it up every night, or else the fucking munchkins are gonna grab it. Take it off to their fucking little
The cobblers are going to
magical
come and
land.
cobble their penis sheath for you.
Wait, well, that's not a bad thing. You want a penis sheath.
I feel like that's a comedy essay that for some reason was never written about. An old cobbler who couldn't, his store was about to go out of business, and he didn't know what to do, and then one day he woke up in the middle of the night and an elf was just like jerking him off. It's like, this isn't going to help him in the store. I appreciate it, but it's not. Like, I better write that story and send it into Penthouse Comics when they still publish those.
I'm not complaining, but
Are they still gonna put naked ladies in Penthouse?
I have to assume they're going to up the naked lady quotient now
yeah,
that
they're going
Playboy
to
has
double
stopped.
it.
What about Playgirl? Is that still gonna be wall to wall penises?
I assume so. I mean, I
Dong
don't know
City.
all of their business decisions.
I assume so. I don't know. I don't know.
It'd be funny.
She just totally did a Dan impression.
If they took all the naked ladies out of Playboy and they just put them in Playgirl, and the purchasers for Playgirl were like, "What the hell is this?"
Look, we had to put them somewhere. It's not like you can't take photos of these
You
movies.
just shovel them into this other thing.
Shovel them in. Like coal into a locomotive.
So this goes like this. How about a callback to last year's Song of the Autumn, Rocket Crocodile and the World of Tomorrow?
Great song.
I put an MP3 of it on a mix I made for my family's road trip through eastern Canada this summer.
Weird.
And it became a favorite of my two little kids, aged
Really?
7 and 4.
Oh,
That's nice.
The best part was hearing them sing Stewart's line, I think I've seen this movie in my dreams. And because my son's idea of good humor is to negate everything, he liked to start singing the song correctly, Rocket Crocodile in the World of Tomorrow, but then he would sing, it's a movie that exists before coming to a dead stop. Yours, R, rest of first name withheld, S, rest of last name withheld.
Why are your fans so
R.L.
ashamed to be your fans that they don't want to?
You've heard this podcast. We're a bunch of Looney Tunes and knuckleheads.
I like that the young man plays with expectations in his comedy.
It reminds me of my own son's new experiments in comedy.
Ugh.
He wrote a knock-knock joke that I think you guys are going to like. Let's go through it. Knock,
Okay.
knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Mommy.
Mommy who?
Daddy. This is an actual joke that Sammy told me. It follows on the heels of his earlier joke about his grandparents, which goes like this. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Who's there, sure?
Bubby.
Bubby.
Who?
Zadie. Which is his grandma and grandpa.
I like how he's playing with gender roles.
Very timely. But in this era of Caitlyn Jenner, I feel like now more than ever, these
Caitlyn
knock
Jenner. Yeah, my family member, Caitlyn Jenner.
I can say in all honesty that I laughed at that as hard as any joke that you've ever told.
I guess Sammy will take the credit for that. Funny kid.
That's good stuff. Yeah, I like how kids think it's funny just to say the opposite of a thing.
Yeah.
That's how they learn, I guess.
Yeah.
So
Very wistful. To everything, turn.
It was at that moment I realized.
down.
I should have never disowned my 7 children that are around. Nothing.
Savage children?
Yeah, Fred Savage children.
Yeah.
We're talking about.
All right, let's get back to the letters.
What a child actor that Fred Savage.
And adult actor.
Okay.
You know what? Does anyone watch that show? I heard it was funny.
Grinder?
But on a podcast, I heard it was funny.
I haven't seen it.
Grinder, I watch it. It's funny enough.
You use Grinder.
That's right. Look, if you know of a better way for me to have my illicit homosexual assignations,
Far be it
then
from me
tell
to question your methods. They seem to be working great.
This is from Sarah, last name
See you,
withheld.
Carl. Oh, sorry, Carl, the guy that Dan was sleeping with.
Carl's Jr. is the hamburger fortune owner.
Who Dan was sleeping with on air.
His last name is Richard Carls Jr. His full name, that's Richard Carls Jr. Dan?
Sarah, last name withheld, writes, Dear Elliot.
Hey.
Because of your nerdy charm and nasal wit, I've fallen in love with guys like you. I recently met a guy exactly like you, even down to the catchphrase repeating shouts, in creative writing club at my college. My
Sounds
question
like something
is,
I would do.
am I attracted to him because of him, or do I only like him because he reminds me of you and thus the Flophouse? Should I show him his podcast doppelganger? Sincerely, Sarah, last name withheld.
I would say, why question what the motivation of love is? Instead, if he's anything like me, he's not used to having girls go after him, so go after him. Give him a thrill. Maybe you'll find out you really like him for him, and not just because he's a pale simulacrum of your heartthrob, me. But maybe don't play this for him this episode in particular. Like, maybe play a different episode for him if you really want to. But he may be like,
yeah, when you introduce
is
him,
that me? And then he'll become obsessed with tracking down his other half. And then he'll try to take over my life.
like the dark half,
Exactly.
or like single white
Or maybe he'll
female.
try and
Stiletto
eat
in your
heart
eyes.
so he gets your power, and then you can be double Elliot.
Joke's on him. The power's not in my heart.
Now, so when you start
gonna tell you
when
what
he
my
starts
power
totally
is.
getting into this podcast, you probably don't want him to hear this episode. So you should just, when it comes on, be like, oh, there's something wrong with this episode. Technical difficulties.
Yeah, or just like start kissing him, and he'll be like, and
And he'll throw his iPod in the garbage.
I don't understand.
It could be Don Knotts.
Has she gone for him?
I mean, there's no.
Why are you examining the letter for additional information?
Yeah, well, I wanted to know. It's like
I printed out this from an email. There's no like
computer enhance. Tell me what happens next.
Because I was wondering, is it like she has a crush on him and she hasn't expressed her feelings to him, or she's like dating him and she hasn't expressed that she's into him because he reminds her of you?
Isn't that the test? Isn't that the test of great literature, that it makes us ask questions?
You know. Yes.
It's not clear whether they're together
Sarah.
yet.
Is the next letter from the same person that has a continuation of the storyline?
I totally boned down with Elliot.
Boned down.
Okay, with the pale shadow of Elliot.
Elliot. It reminds me of when I used to write a newspaper column in New York.
Foliot.
And a woman... Fake-liot. Elliot Fake-Halen. And this woman wrote on her blog about how she had a crush on me.
Was this the girl that was into bondage and stuff?
And she was super into bondage, and she had like corset piercings on her back, which are 2 rows of piercings that you can string ribbon between the two, so it looks like her body is a corset.
That sounds perfect
and there
for
were
you.
all these pictures where she was holding big guns, and it was like, man, if I was a different person, I would be tracking this woman down, and I'd have a ton of crazy stories to tell if I lived to tell them. But instead, I didn't do that.
Mm-hmm. Instead, you got nervous and hid somewhere?
Yeah.
For years. Yeah.
Until Danielle coaxed you out of your little mouse hole.
Yeah.
Mhm.
With a big piece of cheese.
Piece of Lincoln biography.
Just a piece of it.
Yeah, write us back, Sarah, and let us know what happened with this burgeoning romance. But
And thanks for writing in.
Last letter. Hey there, Peaches. Listening to your recent episode about Deliver Us from Evil, and I was thinking about people playing Satan in films. Like one of my favorites, Peter Stormare in the hit 2005 hit Constantine. I don't know that that's a hit.
They did a TV show off of it.
I was
which
wondering
canceled.
what's your favorite devil in cinema? John, last name withheld. Favorite devil in cinema?
I mean, for me, it's Walter Houston in The Devil and Daniel Webster. I feel like he straddles the line between a funny devil and a scary devil really well.
Yeah.
And he's just so kind of like quiet for a lot of it in a very intense way, and I like that a lot. But then he has creepy laughs.
Does Night on Bald Mountain from Fantasia count? Is he the devil?
I
or
mean,
is he just
technically, he's just a demon, I think. Was
Yeah.
his name Malvolge or something like that? Or...
I don't know.
But yeah, sure, go ahead. He's super devilly scary. He's huge. He's as big as a mountain.
I mean, he's the coolest looking one, I feel like.
That's for sure.
Allie, you have a
Well,
favorite
when
devil?
you said The Devil and Daniel Webster, I just thought of The Devil and Daniel Johnston, and that was such a good movie. So that's
the
all.
devil's not actually in that.
Wait, what?
It's a documentary.
Oh, right, the
Yeah.
documentary.
It was so good.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna say,
What about She Devil with Meryl Streep?
oh, I actually saw She Devil like 3 times in theaters. I was pretty into She Devil.
With Ed Beagley Jr.
Ed Beagley, the dog version of Ed Beagley.
He's super Beagley.
On Capital Critters.
So
that was the version of him.
I'd probably say there's going to be a bit of a spoiler alert, everybody, but I would probably say Robert De Niro in. Wait a minute, what's that movie with Angel Heart?
Chernobyl.
Where he plays Lewis Cipher.
Oh, I was thinking
Do you
of
get
the
it?
That
Al
sounds like
Pacino.
Lucifer.
Get it?
That's Devil's Advocate.
Yeah,
with Al Pacino.
I was thinking of Devil's Advocate.
Although Tim Curry in Legend is really good too.
Tim Curry in Legend's really good.
That's probably about the only thing I like about Legend.
Yeah. Al Pacino in Devil's Advocate is a good, like, over-the-top, goofy devil.
Wait a minute, he's over the top in a movie?
He goes over the top. He turns his hat around backwards, and he wins an arm wrestling competition. But there's a lot of good devils in film.
Viggo Mortensen in The Prophecy.
In Interview with a Vampire.
Is there a
Go on.
devil in that?
Well, the theme song was like, "Pleased to meet you." Where'd you
Sympathy for the Devil, yeah.
That, or as Stuart called it in last episode, pleased to meet you.
There's Devil in the Blue Dress. There's no devil in it, but it's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, there's whoever plays the devil in Haxan, also known as Witchcraft Through the Ages, which is a silent movie that's really good.
There's good devil worshippers,
Sure.
In Rosemary's Baby.
Tom Noonan in House of the Devil.
Yeah, that's really good. Or in The Devil Rides Out with Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee is not the villain.
Mm-hmm. But does he play the devil?
No, he's actually the hero in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that great film, God.
Wait, what? I don't even know what the hell he's laughing at.
Don't know where she's going with it.
You can't get it out.
Well, great question. We all answered.
Anyway, so should we move on to recommendations?
That great film, God and the Devil.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, is that a movie? I guess.
I'm so baffled by how I'm supposed to react to that. I don't know what it means.
Maybe you nod and smile, or do you?
Like that's one of those times where like
It's not a movie. It's just like, what if someone had made that movie?
I don't understand.
What if somebody made a movie called God and the Devil, and somebody had to play the devil? I think is what she's saying. That character would be amazing. That'd be her favorite.
So this is the part.
Something to think about.
It is something to think about.
Sisters. This is the part of the show where we recommend.
We are way over time.
Where we recommend. I mean, compared
as
to
quickly as possible.
We recommend movies that we actually liked.
Mm-hmm.
And
did we ever?
Instead of the thing that we watched. I will go first because I'm already talking. For Shocktober. This is an interesting movie. It's not entirely a horror movie, but it definitely becomes very horrifying by the end. And it's a film called Seconds by John Frankenheimer.
Yeah.
It has a
Frankensteiner.
Frankenheimer's monster.
It has a lot of the same sort of style that he brought to The Manchurian Candidate. It has the same kind of beautiful black and white photography. It has the same paranoia. It has the same like weird sense of humor beneath everything.
The cinematography is even a little more intense. Than, like I feel like there's a lot of Terry Gilliam style that comes directly from Seconds.
And it's about a service that can provide wealthy middle-aged men with basically a second chance at life. It fakes their death and then sets them up with plastic surgery that takes at least 20 years off of them and kind of gives them a new life. And it's kind of...
In a way, it gives them a second time around, step by step, day by day. I don't know the rest of how that theme song goes. Patrick Duffy and Suzanne Summers.
This is not helping anything.
Seconds, John Frankenheimer.
But
and it's shot by James Wong Howe.
Yeah, and dramatically it covers some of the same ground as Mad Men. That kind of like finding out that like just starting over in a new life is not enough to make you happy if the problem is within yourself rather than in your external circumstances. But instead of it being sort of a humorous drama, it's a dramatic, paranoid thriller horror film. So
with Rocky Hudson.
Yeah. So that's what I recommend. Seconds. Anyone else?
Why not go back for Seconds? Says Dan McCoy from the Flophouse.
I'm going to recommend a movie called Creep.
I was going to recommend Creep.
This is the second time I've recommended a movie called Creep. This time is the...
Say it that way?
That's how they say it in the movie.
Creep. This one is not the movie about the monster living in the subway. Instead, it stars one of them Duplass boys.
You totally stole
I
my
totally scooped you, dude.
Scooped
You probably got a million old-timey bullshits to
I did
recommend.
have another movie I was going to recommend in addition.
That's convenient. So I'm going to recommend the movie Creep. It's a shorty. It's only like an hour and 15 minutes. It's got one of them Duplass boys in it.
There's only two people in it.
Yeah, there's only two people.
Two people on screen, and you hear one other person over a phone.
Yeah,
like True West or something.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of.
And it's about a videographer who answers a personal ad to film a guy for one day for $1,000, and it immediately gets creepy. He goes out of this cabin out in the woods, and he interacts with his subject, who is played by Mark Duplass, who is the best special effect in all of horror movies, as he is super creepy, who explains that he wants this videographer to film him for the day because he is dying of brain cancer, and he wants his unborn son to get to know his father.
He actually, he goes, do you ever see that movie My Life?
Yeah.
Michael Keaton, it's a great movie. Anyway, and I love that I was like, I haven't heard anyone mention My Life in a long time.
And then it goes on from there, and it ends up being like quiet at times and also scary and great.
It functions really well. I thought as like a kind of a short story of a horror movie.
Yes.
And where it's like sometimes it's funny and sometimes it's creepy and
I've complained, and it's a found footage movie, and I've complained about the format quite a bit, but it seems to be very aware of the format and actually kind of uses the idea of like strange DVDs arriving, and it's very kind of conscious of it as opposed to like, oh, scary stuff is happening and some dude's just filming it.
There are a few scenes where I was like, why do you have the camera?
I mean, that's show
that's
me,
just the way it is.
show me a found footage movie that doesn't do that.
But there's a part that played with my expectations a lot that I respected, where you see something, there's a cut, and you see something happening, and you're like, why would he shoot this? And then you realize it was shot to make a point to the other character, and I'm like, oh, you got me, movie.
Yeah.
I thought you'd made a mistake, but really you'd outsmarted me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was going to recommend Creep too. I'm glad you liked it, Stuart. But
do you want? I'll go next.
You go next.
You can finish.
Well, it just
Close
means
out.
that I'm going to recommend a movie that's not a Shocktober movie. You go, Hallie.
So I don't know if maybe this has been recommended before, but have you guys talked about My Best Fiend?
Oh, well, I don't know if we have talked about
the documentary about
Klaus Kinski.
The Klaus Kinski,
No.
Werner Herzog movie. So I saw it like a month ago or something, and it is so fucking funny. I mean, like, beside the fact that like it's super interesting because, you know, you learn about Klaus Kinski and you learn about all these movies that they made together that are super famous, but you also sort of like it's about how nuts Klaus Kinski is, but you really get like a window into like how nuts Werner Herzog also is, and it's just like so absurd. Like when they're talking about what is the Aguirre and
Aguirre, the Wrath of God.
Yeah, when they're talking about filming that, and like Werner Herzog is telling the story about how he's like was staying in this place, and he was like, yeah, and we were staying in this smaller village, and I was, everyone else was staying in tents, and I was staying in a home with this woman with 9 children who was raising 200 guinea pigs. And it was very uncomfortable because you would wake up in the night and you would just have hundreds of guinea pigs just like swarming over you. And so I realized I needed to find a different living situation. But said in like total humorless description. And their relationship is super interesting, and like it is so funny without meaning to be funny that I don't know. It was a joy to watch.
In the darkness, I can see the guinea pigs looking at me.
You look into the eye of a guinea pig and you see not even a pig. The fur reminding one of the womb in some way. I don't know how that makes sense.
It's definitely, there's like he's talking about how like Klaus Kinski sees nature so is so reverent of nature, and he's like, when I see nature, I see blood, I see rape, I see violence.
They published Herzog's diary that he was keeping during the filming of that movie, or it's either that or the filming of Fitzcarraldo, and it is all that stuff. It's hilarious. He's like, the jungle is a place of savagery and slaughter. Man has tamed it, but has he ever really tamed anything? Like he just hates. He thinks life is so scary. And then he makes a movie like that Loch Ness movie where where it's a total joke on his own personality. So I thought I was going to recommend Creep for Shocktober, and I was like, this is a found footage movie. No way is Stuart going to see this.
Scooped.
He totally scooped me. So I'm going to recommend a non-Shocktober movie that I liked. It's called Ginza Cosmetics. It's a Japanese movie from the early 50s.
It's a commercial about cosmetics.
And it's directed by, and I'm going to pronounce it wrong, I'm sure, Mikio Naruse, who was known more for like women's films or movies about women. And I feel like it's a kind of movie that there are many of throughout Japan's history, but which film fans in America don't always see. I feel like we watch a lot of samurai movies. We watch a lot of like violent, cop movies or whatever, or watch a lot of like Japanese thrillers or things like that, or ghost movies. But there's this huge genre that for whatever reason doesn't seem to I don't see as much of. And women's films, and but like films about the way people actually live in Japan or lived when the movies were being made, rather than like period pictures or monster movies or things like that. And it's a very kind of delicate movie. The emotions are kind of reticent in it to a degree that is, I found, more powerful, because the characters do not want to show what a tough time they're having in life. And it's a melodrama about a single mother who is a geisha at a bar in the Ginza district and briefly sees that there might be an opportunity for her to leave this life and have like a better life with her and her son, and it just doesn't work out. But it's all done very, like, the character's very tentative and everything's very delicate, and I found the score in it very affecting, because it was like the music was kind of sad but not super sad. It was a movie that...
Is it played on a shamisen?
I don't know what that is.
It's one of those Japanese guitars.
Like a chamois you would use to wipe a car off?
Yep, like what's he's doing.
Offensive.
But I really liked it a lot. It's a movie that kind of forces you to kind of supply
Think about women's films.
What?
Think about women's films. Never mind.
It forces you to think about women's films, yeah. Anyway, Ginza Cosmetics, I liked it.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it's the saddest time of the year. Another Shocktober come and gone.
It's the longest it'll be until another Shocktober.
But you know what?
When is this episode going to be
Cagemas
released?
is just around the corner.
On Halloween?
Yeah, it is coming out on Halloween.
On Halloween.
On All Hallows Eve.
That's what my mom calls me, Halloween. She calls me Halloween,
That's
not
a
Halloween.
Peek behind the curtain.
Because you were in the band Ween for a while?
Yes.
Dean Ween, the other Ween, and Halloween.
Halloween, yeah.
Okay. Have a great Halloween, people. Signing off. This is Hallie Haglund from the Flophouse.
Hijack the end of the episode. I had a whole speech about the chilly day when the spirits roam, but I guess I'm not even going to get into that. You know, the sound of crinkled leaves.
That was Hallie Haglund, and this is the rest of the story. The end.
Thanks, Hallie. I've been Dan McCoy.
I've been Stuart Wellington.
And as the veil between our world and the spirit world once again thickens, I will be Elliot Kalin. Or will I? Merry Halloweens, miss.
Okay. Use your imagination, dude.
I don't even know how to begin to answer that question.
Are you saying you would be because you can't decide if you would fuck a pile of bones?
Yeah, I mean, come on, look at it right there.
I mean, it's already in the reclining position.
It's just weird that you said sexy skeleton and pile of bones as if those are not the same thing.
Well, one is like a disconnected pile of bones, and one is still...
Yeah, I get it. Sexy.
You're chilling with Maximum Fun, sending you good podcast vibes from our neighborhood to yours. Max Chill at MaximumFun.org.
A billion years ago, there was nothing but space. Then one of God's wet farts threw all the planets in place. There were no signs of life on Mars or Venus, but planet Earth was blessed with two baby geniuses. Baby geniuses, we know everything. Baby geniuses, we know everything. Baby geniuses, we know everything. Baby geniuses, tell us something we don't know.
Hello, babies. Welcome to Baby Geniuses. My name is Emily.
And my name is Lisa.
And where's Joey?
Hey.
Lisa's Joey.
Today. He didn't show up. The real Joey didn't show up.
He's in a bad mood, I guess, all the time.
All the time.
I am so sleepy, and I'm going to try not to be.
I'm really sleepy, too.
I think allergies are maybe happening.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, that's been an issue. I know I didn't sleep well when I had like a very long, wild dream right before waking up. And I definitely did, where I was like, I feel like I lived an entire movie.
I just got a Fitbit.
Ooh, so how do you like it?
It's all over for you hoes, because now I know how little I sleep. For some reason I thought I was like a hardcore sleeper. Like, no, I get like 9 hours of sleep a night, solid. Yeah, because I'm tired all the time. So that means I like to sleep. And it's like, no, that you're tired all the time because you never sleep. I get like 5 to 6 hours of sleep.
Shit.
It's not enough.
It's not enough. You need either 7.5 or 9.
7.5 or 9.
I think
because
so, yeah.
if you get 8, you're not getting like a full.
You're getting a weird like half cycle or something.
Oh, fuck.
I think.
I thought 8 was a standard.
I'm paraphrasing something I read on the internet 5 months ago. So don't listen to me.
Okay, because I got 7.5.
That doesn't go for the listeners. Listeners, keep listening to me.
All of you must keep listening. I got 7.5 one night, and I was like, "Damn, so close to 8." So 7.5 is good. You're
I
saying?
think 7.5 is like a natural time when you would wake up.
Okay.
I think 8 is an awkward amount of time.
Yeah.
And I think it's different for women and men. I think women need more sleep than men.
They
but-
do. I've read that in a study. I read an article about the study that said that.
Anyway,
sleeping's so boring. I don't want to do it more. So boring.
What do you think about when you try to go to sleep? Have we talked about this? Like, what are the things you picture when you're like, I'm trying to channel the most tired feeling I've ever had?
I usually think about horses or something, or I just think about like how tired my body is, and I try to just be like, "Ooh, yeah, you're so sleepy.
Yeah,
can't wait to go to sleep." Usually, I just read a book until things stop making sense anymore, and then I just clonk out. Like I don't usually have that much trouble falling asleep.
When I'm really struggling, I like to think that I've been traveling for like 25 hours and I just got home.
Yeah.
And it's like all I've been wanting to do is lie down in the bed and I pretend like that's what just happened.
Yeah.
And I'm like jet lagged and I've been awake for a really long time and I just like, yeah.
That's good.
That helps. Also, I think about this one nap I took when I was like 18. Where I was working at summer camp and it was really hot out, and in the afternoon I didn't have anything I had to do, and they just had these giant pillows that were like 5 feet by 5 feet or some shit, and I just laid down in the shade under a tree on one of those pillows and I took a nap, and it was so nice.
The best nap of your life. Is it sad that you peaked at 18 nap wise?
Well, you know what? I got a long life ahead of me.
Yeah.
We don't know what naps are in my future.
You got to get one of those pillows, first of all.
Mm-hmm. I've been doing a lot of pillowscaping in my office on my daybed, so I need to not think about pillows again for a while. I have a story to tell.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I don't know if there's anything else we want to talk about first, but many of you know that back in, I think, January or some shit, my dog Alan ate something that got stuck in his intestines and he had to have emergency surgery. He's a small dog, so he's like a high risk, and he tries to eat all garbage.
Yeah.
And so there's a high risk that things that he eat will get lodged in his intestines and require surgery.
Yeah.
So we have to be really careful about.
This is like Junie. She has a high risk of eating stuff that gets stuck in her throat.
Stuck. Yeah, it's really annoying because he just wants to eat everything. And
yeah, imagine if he was 900 pounds and you were trying to stop him from...
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It sucks.
So we had an incident where he very recently ate something on one of his walks. We knew what it was. We knew it was something that could get stuck. And so we basically decided we had to panic decide okay, I guess we're going to take him to the emergency vet and try to make him throw up instead of waiting to see if he'll pass it. And so I'm sure you have been through the experience of going to the emergency vet after hours. They're crowded.
Yeah.
It takes a really long time. And now with COVID, you just sit in your car the whole time.
Oh,
and so
that sucks.
We took him to the emergency vet and we were sitting in the parking lot and they came and they got him. He was really upset about it. Alan was. I mean, he did not want to go. He never wants to go. Been taking him to the vet a ton recently, and it's just been annoying. And he knows, so now it's to the point where every time we get in the car, he starts he gets really scared anytime I stop the car because he thinks the vet's going to come take him.
Oh, he's traumatized.
Yeah, I have to start driving him other places. Anyway, so we're sitting in the parking lot for 2 hours, and we're under this big, eucalyptus tree or something. And I just keep hearing, plops. It sounds like it's rattling. It sounds like nuts are falling on the car. And every time it's super startling. And I'm is Alan back?
Were you at ASG?
Yes.
Yes. They have eucalyptus trees in the parking lot. I remember it well.
Parking spot 16.
Yeah.
And we're there for 2 hours. Every, 5 or 10 minutes, there's a big rattle as something hits the top of my car. And eventually Peter looks over and is like, was that bird shit on your window before? And I was like, no. We realized the entire time it's just bird shit. It's just, I peer up out the window. I can kind of see up in the tree. There's a bunch of like white herons or cranes.
Oh,
like
wow.
big seabirds.
Yeah.
Like roosting in the tree. We've been there from like 9:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. And the entire time they have just been absolutely dominating my car with their turds. Like
they're just snacking on those little nuts, maybe.
Yeah,
and then pooping them out.
I don't know if they were never nuts. It was just their shit the entire time.
Yeah,
and just huge, just absolute paint job. And so then it was like we were terrified to get out of the car because it was just like the splash zone. So
it's especially scary that it's at night. I don't know why, it just is.
Yeah, because you're just like, what's happening? You can't, and because they weren't going anywhere. It was like they were there for the night, and we were just parked right underneath. And so Alan is fine. They made him throw up and they got the thing out.
Aww.
So that was good. The next day, I was like, I guess I should take my car to the car wash. The whole top of my car is just fucking
Did you
plastered.
take a picture?
Yes, I took a picture. I'll show it to you. I posted it on my Twitter like when it happened, which was like a week ago.
Oh, I missed
but
it.
I'll show it. So I just mean for the listeners, they can find it on my Twitter. But
Yeah.
I'll show you, Lisa, and you, Rob, if you haven't seen it. But yeah. So I was like, the next day I had a little bit of extra time. I decided to go to the car wash while I was out. And I pull up and there's a guy who's like checking me in and he goes, "Is that paint?" And I just slowly shook my head and I was like, "It's not paint." And I just like watched his face as he realized. He was like, "Oh." Like,
they gotta be used to that at the car wash.
yeah, I was like, you know what the other options are because this is your job.
They've
And he was
seen
like,
worse.
He was like, "We'll get it out. We'll get it out."
That's great.
And I was like,
That's great.
I was like, good luck. And so I obviously upgraded to the maximum car wash. And I went through and came out to like pop my mirrors out and like dry off my backup camera or whatever. And I looked at the top of my car and there was still so much bird shit.
Really? They didn't get it all?
And I went back around and and I like pulled up again and he was like, "Hey," and I was like, "I'm back." And then he like looked at the top of my car and he was like, "Oh my God, we didn't get it all." And he was like, I'm gonna talk to the manager. This one's gonna be on the house.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And while he was like waiting for the manager to approve it, I explained what happened. I was like, I was at the emergency vet and there were some birds roosting in the tree above my car. And he was like, "Oh yeah, they were probably waiting for the emergency vet too because they were sick." That's why they had diarrhea.
It's kind of close to the river there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
they're like fishing birds.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're like eating all kinds of fish. And anyway, I went through again and there was still some left afterward, but I was like, you know what? Fucking good enough. It's fine. It's a leased car. I don't need to resell it or anything.
That's true. Yeah. Oh my God, that's so funny.
And okay, the epilogue to this story is we were like, we can't keep going through this with Alan. Where he eats something and we have to take him to the emergency vet and freak
expensive
out.
and
It's expensive,
stressful.
It's stressful. You just like your life is totally interrupted. So we're like, there's got to be a solution to him.
A muzzle.
Eating. Well, my dad was like, you should get him a foxtail mask. And I looked it up and it is this like mesh bag that you put over your dog's head when you walk them to stop foxtails from going in their mouth or their ears.
Wow.
And it's better than a muzzle because a muzzle, they can't pant while they have a muzzle on. But the bag, they can open their mouth. Yeah, because the muzzle holds their mouth closed.
Oh.
And so like if they can pant, they can eat, you know? unless there's something covering the front of their mouth.
Oh, right. Because it's like, oh, okay. Yeah.
And so we got him this mesh bag that goes over his head. And now we're trying it out. He fucking hates it.
Of course.
And it looks so stupid, but it works so well. He can't eat anything on the walks, but he can still smell stuff and he can still pant and stuff and he can see through it.
Yeah.
But it just gets the weirdest stares. But here's where this ties into I Think You Should Leave season 2, which just came out. It's like Peter and I have been taking pictures of Alan with the bag on his head, just texting it to each other like, there's too much fucking shit on me, man.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even want to be around anymore. Which I'm not going to explain to you if you haven't seen I Think You Should Leave.
But that is part of it.
Yeah, it's in the first episode of season 2. You should.
That first episode is a real doozy. It's really good.
It's real
There's
doozy.
some good stuff in there.
A lot of people have been saying this season is making them very sad.
Yeah, it is melancholy.
Like my friend Emma was like, I get so upset watching anyone be bullied or yelled at. And so the first episode where he goes to the haunted house, she's like, she got so, like, she started crying.
I know that one, like, I do feel really bad for his character.
I don't. As someone who has been heckled, I don't.
Yeah. It's like you can't help it, though.
Yeah. Anyway, that's been, I feel like so much has happened since the last time you and I recorded that I just don't even know where to start. The birds shitting on my car was such a big thing, but also I have watched so much good TV in the time since we last recorded that I don't even know where to start.
I don't even remember what I've watched. Your bird story reminded me that a couple weeks ago, one of the producers I work with called me out of the blue and said, Lisa, you're the first person I thought of who can help me with this. A 5-foot tall bird is in my backyard and it's staring at me through the patio door and I don't know what to do.
A 5-foot tall bird? What kind of bird is 5 feet tall?
It was like a great blue heron or,
oh my God.
or egret. I forget which, but it was big and it did have that kind of evil look in its eye and it was just staring. And then it just kind of parked out in his yard for a while.
Were you like, have you eaten any unusual eggs lately?
Yeah. Have you been stealing eggs?
Did you bulldoze any nests?
And I was like, okay, it doesn't look injured. I think just wait it out because that thing could definitely fuck you up if you get anywhere near it.
Do not let it into your house, no matter how politely it asks.
Don't invite it in. But it's weird because he lives in Hancock Park, which is like not close to
the water.
No, but these things can travel.
Yeah, they have wings.
Yeah. Eventually it landed on his barbecue and he was so upset by the idea of it shitting on his barbecue that he went and like shoot it and it flew away.
Yeah, that would be, you would just never feel confident barbecuing again, I don't think.
No. Imagine like bringing the barbecue to the car wash.
Yeah. I'm really glad I don't ever have to cook stuff on the top of my car.
I mean, you could in the dead of summer, you could.
Yeah, I never will now.
Speaking of cars, I got to try a brand new Ford Bronco the other day.
Try driving it?
Yeah.
Or fucking it?
I fucked it a little. My friend Alana, we've been like car pen pals for a while. And we finally met in person. It was really fun. And she tests cars for a living and writes about them.
Is that how you met?
Yes, she Alana listens to this, I think. So hello. She wrote me under like a professional context because she was like, oh, would you be interested in contributing to Car and Driver or something? And she was like, oh, we don't need to like get into a back and forth email chain. You know, she was like and I was just like, nope, you're my car friend now. Like I just kept it going because I was so excited to have someone to talk to about cars. And so she picked me up in a new Ford Bronco that she'd been testing for the week. Oh. And she gave me a stick shift driving lesson in the LA Zoo parking lot because I haven't driven stick in 10 years. So,
oh my God.
I only stalled out once, but I did accidentally go into third gear when I meant to go into first quite a few times. So
I have no idea how to drive stick shift. My college boyfriend tried to teach me and I ruined his car.
Well, the modern ones are like really forgiving. Like if you stall, they automatically start up again.
Yeah.
And it was so smooth. It was like
almost like an automatic.
Almost. Except you get to like move a stick around, which is really fun. And then as you get faster, you get to go into another gear.
They should
and
have
like,
automatic cars that have just like a
Yes!
purposeless stick that you get to move around and feel
They
cool. Because I don't want to learn how to drive a stick shift, but I do want to be like vroom and like yank back on a thing.
I want to just have a pretend one because it looks and feels so cool, and you get like respect you don't necessarily deserve from other people when you drive stick.
Well, and like you know how they have like for kids sitting in the front seat of a car like a fake steering wheel that you can put on.
This is a brilliant idea. I'm really excited about the new Ford Bronco, but it has really bad miles per gallon. Like it's very inefficient fuel wise. So I think if you get one for your like day-to-day commute, you're not a good person. But I mean, it's just like too big and
just so many OJ jokes are running through my head right now. They're getting stuck in the doorway, all trying to come out at the same time.
If I did it,
it's like, are they not fuel efficient because they want you to run out of gas on the highway? Like,
exactly.
If you buy it, you're not a good person. You're not like a murderer, but like.
I think they're going to make a hybrid or plug-in electric very soon. So I'm interested in that. But I would want the smaller version, the baby Bronco, because this one was fucking huge. It was enormous. It was so chunky. And like, and I don't go off-roading. Like it had this crawl mode that I tried it in where you could use that if you're like crawling over rocks. But I was just in the parking lot. So it was just like, like going like 2 miles an hour.
Crawl mode.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
This brings me to another thing that happened in the time since we recorded that I realized we maybe haven't talked about, which is I saw F9, the new F9, the Fast Saga.
Yes.
Lisa, have you watched any of the Fast and Furious movies?
So I had not, and I kind of felt like, oh, I don't know how to get into this. And then my sister-in-law is really into them. So she put them on one night while we were like doing a puzzle or something. So I kind of had it on in the background.
Okay.
I wasn't paying much attention. But it seems like something I would enjoy.
I think you would fucking love these movies.
Right.
I've only seen 2 of them, and I'm not sure which ones. I know I've seen F9 now, and I think I saw Furious 7. But we rented a private theater to see F9.
Wow.
With like a bunch of Peter's friends.
Fun.
And so, okay, the first movie, like, is supposed to be trying to be, like, a kind of realistic movie about, like, the underground world of street racing.
Right.
And then I think by, like, movie number 4, they're, like, doing international, like, jewel heists or whatever. And it just gets crazier from there. And so by the time you get to F9, spoiler alert to anyone who hasn't seen it, they're trying to like save the world from like a terrorist who's going to like deploy a satellite to like control all of the internet in the world or something. And literally Tyrese and Ludacris go into space in a Pontiac with a rocket strapped to it. wearing like scuba suits.
Wow.
It's so fucking unhinged.
Wow.
It's so crazy and it's so good. They're having so much fun the entire time. It's one of those movies where it's like it is so stupid and so ridiculous and they know while they're making it and they're having fun with it. Like there's a scene in the movie where Tyrese almost figures out that he's in a movie where he's like, have you noticed that like we've done a lot of crazy shit and like we never die?
He
and
says
like
that?
there are so many times when we should have died and we didn't. And like I really am like, is he about to look into camera and just say,
don't
are
do
we in
it.
a movie? And
Don't
then
do it.
instead he goes like, I think we might be invincible.
Yeah. I gotta see this.
You gotta see these movies.
All of them? Do I have to start from the beginning?
I have no idea. I've only seen 2 of them.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to start at the beginning.
Probably not.
I think start at 4 or 5 is what I've been told.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch 5 tomorrow.
I do like a good, stupid action movie. That is really pleasing.
I will say, yeah, it was like I left feeling like that's one of the best movies I've ever seen. And also I was like, I could never write that.
No, I don't know.
I'm not a good enough writer to write that.
I wouldn't know how to write those things. Oh,
No.
Are the action sequences easy to follow? Like, are they fun to watch?
The action sequences are really fun to watch.
Good.
Like the camera is kind of shaky, but like they're really like There's a whole Helen Mirren is in them. The number of guest stars is crazy. It's like out of control. There's an amazing like car chase scene with Helen Mirren after she like robs some jewels. And it's just out of control. But yeah, the action sequences are really good.
That's a skill, because a lot of action movies, like once they get to the real like chase or action sequence, you're just kind of like, okay, and you zone out for a few minutes.
The whole
but,
fucking movie is an action sequence.
Mission Impossible movies are really good at the action sequences.
It's a really hard thing. I wonder how you can be good at that. I don't know how.
And all the Marvel movies are bad at it, I think.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen any of the Marvel movies.
I've seen a couple, and whenever there's a fight scene, it's just like, ugh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fast and Furious, the action scenes are ridiculous.
And they're with cars.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
It's really fun. You'd love it.
Yeah.
I wonder how you'd feel about it as a car person.
I mean, probably great.
They always like drive places in separate cars. Like a big group of people go somewhere and each one of them has a car.
They never carpool.
They never
Why
carpool.
would they? That would mean less cars, which is worse.
Yeah. F9 opens with like 3 of them showing up in the same car. And he's like, oh my God, this must be an emergency.
I don't know anything about like race cars or like performance cars.
Okay. But are you interested?
Yeah.
They have like a lot of different kinds of cars in it, I think, now.
Oh, yeah?
There's like a big tank one and like...
There's a little something for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And then like the big final action scene, it's like the terrorists are in like a big bus, like driving down the road. And it's like, you know, you're up against the car people. Why don't you just like be in a building and then they won't know how to like attack you with their cars.
Well, it's a car movie. It's got to be car on car.
It's got to be car on car. Anyway.
If you want to see that other, you got to see a building movie if you want to see them be in a building.
Do you remember how sleepy I was when we started recording this episode? And now I feel like I've had 10 cups of coffee because I've been talking about Fast and Furious for 10 minutes.
I think I got sleepier. Not because of you.
Just because I've been talking about Fast and Furious for so long.
I don't know. I've had a twitch in my eye for over a week now. Like, what is that? Is that allergies? What is it's like?
Allergies have been really bad.
Or is it my lack of sleep that I know about now that Fitbit tells me I never sleep?
Should we do Chunch Chat?
Yes.
Okay. It's time for Chunch Chat, our regular segment where we talk about any news in the world of Martha Stewart's pony band Chunch.
Chunch. When the clock strikes noon, we could have a picnic lunch, fine wine, full moon, and we're chatting about Chunch and Chunch.
If you hear running water in the background, it's because it's my dishwasher.
I thought you were going to say something Chunch related.
No. All right, Chunch Chat. What do I got? Okay, Martha Stewart on her Instagram, Martha Stewart 48. She posted about her donkeys. This isn't Chunch, but it is Chunch adjacent. She posted Truman brownish and Jude whitish. Two already weird.
Yeah.
2 of the 5 miniature Sicilian donkeys. 5. I thought she only had 4. Who reside on the farm are being trained to walk politely from place to place. They came to pay me a visit at the kitchen door, just as I was toasting brioche for caviar canapes and champagne later today. They loved the brioche, cherry pie in the oven, resting with leg elevated as instructed as much as possible. In between chores, of course, because her leg is still busted and she's... I just think there's so much information packed in there. And there's 2 cute donkeys who are just kind of standing.
So it's just extremely Martha-ish. Every
So
word
Martha,
of that.
Every part of it. It's almost a parody, but I really love it.
Yeah.
And also, I should mention Britney Spears has been horseback riding.
Yes, to celebrate being allowed to hire her own lawyer.
That's right. She did have a horse riding post maybe a month ago. She said she's been into horses. And then here was another one. You can kind of see if you look closely, someone's leading the horse.
Oh, yeah.
So we're keeping her safe. We got to protect Britney.
Protect Britney.
At all costs. We can't have her falling off a horse right now.
Protect Britney and free Britney.
Free Britney. I agree with this.
Does that conclude Chunch Chat?
It does.
That concludes Chunch Chat. We will be right back with One on Fun. It's time for One on Fun, the segment where we ask each other insightful questions to get to the heart of what makes us tick.
We explore our self-identity and our connection to each other.
Yeah. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah?
Question. What makes you tick?
Makes me tick. It's really a tangled knot of hobbies and some things that delight me that I just keep returning to over and over again as I cling to a purpose for continuing.
Okay, follow-up question. What do you think the phrase "what makes you tick" means?
I think it's like what turns you on, baby.
Okay, all right.
Like what are you into? What keeps you going?
Yeah. All right.
What stops you from,
Yeah.
I just pretended to shoot myself in the head. That was dark.
I just made Peter watch the unagi episode of Friends, though. And so now whenever people do finger gun to the head, I just think about unagi because that's the same gesture.
I like that it's always you're making Peter watch Friends.
He doesn't want to watch it.
You're strapping him down.
He's agreeing to watch it, but he really hates a lot of it. And it's like we watch it right before we go to sleep. And so I always fall asleep and then he just is watching it alone.
Oh, no.
And so like last night as we were going to bed, I was like looking at the episodes that were coming up and I was like, ooh, this next one after the one we're watching is the worst episode. Good night. And then I just like did not have to be awake.
So cruel.
And then this morning he was like, you're right. Those episodes were terrible.
Which ones were terrible?
It's the storyline where Ross starts dating that college student.
Oh,
and
I
the
hate
first
those.
one's
I hate
awful.
them so much.
And then the second one is the worst. It's the one with Joey's fridge, where his fridge is broken and he's just trying to get people to pay for it. And it's like, that's such a pointless story. But then also Ross is like, I'm terrified of this 20-year-old going on spring break because I'm a psycho.
I hated those. And then that stupid like water balloon fight.
Yeah.
And just that sucks ass.
It sucks so bad.
Wow, yeah, that's marriage. Forcing, yeah. Emily.
Yes.
What's the most useless thing you own?
The most useless thing I own? I just buy every bra Instagram tells me to buy, and I keep thinking everyone's gonna fix it.
I was thinking about doing that yesterday. I was like, I just need a bra that's gonna fix it. Have you found any answers?
None of the bras are gonna fix it. I will say, I'm like tempted to show you the bra I'm wearing right now because it's crazy looking. I'm just gonna show you.
Okay, I want to see. Whoa!
It's got a zipper and a bunch of like Velcro straps on it.
That's cool.
It feels like I'm in a tank.
I love it because it looks so technical.
Yeah, it feels like I'm doing science to my body, but I'm still not enjoying it.
Yeah, it looks like something you could wear in like a Fast and Furious movie.
Yeah, totally. I buy like high impact bras for like runners, even though I never run ever. I just don't want my back to hurt.
I just got a high impact sports bra just for horseback riding because I don't want my, things to show.
You can say nipples on this podcast.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm scarred by S&P. My female nipples. But it looks like sort of an exoskeleton or something. It looks very Star Trek.
Okay.
Yeah. So
do you like it? Does it work?
I like it. It's not comfortable.
I guess
too tight.
The answer to your question is I have a bunch of bras that don't work.
Yeah.
That are just. Yeah.
I just want like a soft, like sports style bra that's so soft and comfortable, but also keeps everything.
But keeps everything in place. And I have like a new favorite bra that they stopped making. As soon as I like a bra and it starts to work, they stop making it and then I wear it out.
That's so frustrating. I have the same problem with underwear.
And everyone who has ever heard me complain about this has recommended a bra for me that will not work.
Yeah.
So before you suggest one of those like long line bras, just know that on my body that will not work.
Mm-hmm.
They will roll up at the bottom.
Oh, I hate that.
Because I have love handles that are really high. So any of the bras where it's like it goes down to your waist, I'm like my waist is like 3 inches higher than everyone else's. So there's no bra that will work on me. My body is a problem.
It's not a problem. Your body's perfect.
Okay, thank you.
It's society that's a problem.
Yes.
Or whatever, those companies that make things. I thought you were like a bra-free person. You've decided to.
Well, I was a bra-free person for most of the pandemic, and my back problems just got worse. And then one day I put a bra on for like a Zoom meeting, and I didn't have back pain, and I was so furious. So now instead I just buy every bra. I bought the most useless thing is I bought 2 Skims bras that were mesh.
I was curious how those would work out.
It's so hot. There must be a mesh bra that I can buy that will work. And I just figured that because Kim Kardashian has huge tits, that she might make a mesh bra that would work for huge tits. And it's so scratchy and it's so hard to put on. I'm not even going to try it.
Has she ever made a truly great product?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Kim, if you're listening, and we know you are.
We know you are.
Write in and give away all your money, please.
I was online shopping for a swimsuit, and I got so frustrated because I was on this website and they had this statement. I was trying to find out like how ethical it was, their clothing, and they had this statement that said, "We care. Our aim is to make our garments increasingly more sustainable. We know we still have work to do, but we believe we will make it." And I was like,
that is saying nothing.
How about you either do it or shut the fuck up? Like, 'cause what does that mean? It means nothing. And it was this company. And then I looked it up, and of course, like all the places that rate how sustainable companies are were like, yeah, this place sucks. They're not doing anything.
Oh, yeah.
It was Oysho, which is owned by Inditex, which owns a lot of brands that are not sustainable at all. It's just like, oh, we try. We do care. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck off.
I went down like a rabbit hole of trying to learn about how companies are like fair trade certified because I was trying to buy some like Guatemalan fabric, and I was like, I know that I love Guatemalan fabric. I think it's so cool, but there is a lot of ways that it's sold that is really fucked up.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to find like an ethical place to buy it from. And I just got so confused by all of the like different certifying things. And like none of the companies they were all like, we aren't fair trade, but not technically. And I'm like, that's not,
what does that mean?
That means nothing. It means you're not fair trade.
It's such a fucking rabbit hole trying to figure that shit out.
And once again, it's like one of those things where it's like, you can't buy your way out of it. It's the system.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be on us, but also.
If you really want to do well, just don't buy stuff.
Yeah. Just don't buy stuff. But then I'm like, is that, sorry, Adam's opening
9 LaCroix.
9 LaCroix in the background.
He likes to drink 9 at once. What's your problem?
But then buying used fabric means that like the people who made the designs are getting no money.
Yeah. It's
but that is still me insisting on buying something.
And I love to buy things.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Well, also I've been like looking for fabric for my dad to make me more things with. So like that's part of why I was looking. Anyway, does that conclude One on Fun? Before we go to Wiki of the Week, I have an endorse horse.
Yes.
Baby geniuses endorse, letting nature take its course. Endorphins pump from the source when they hop up on that horse. 2 babies, 1 endorse horse. Endorsing services and items, no remorse. 2 babies, 1 endorse horse. Riding off into the sunset, now here's something we endorse.
Yes. Okay. In addition,
is it a bra?
It's not a bra, and it's not I Think You Should Leave Season 2, and it's not F9, even though I do endorse both of those things. It is a show on Showtime called Couples Therapy.
Oh, I've heard that's good.
It is a docuseries that is like a couples therapist doing the therapy for real people, and
that sounds like really intriguing.
It's fascinating. It had like. And I've read a couple of articles about like how they make it, because it really does feel like people are not acting aware of the camera at all. And it's the way that they shot it. It's very cinematic looking, but like they hid the cameras behind like two-way glass, basically, so that people like they know they're being filmed, but they're not like looking at the camera and thinking about it while they're in therapy. And everyone that they've interviewed about being on the show has said like, you immediately forget that the cameras are there because you just are starting to do the therapy session, and because the therapist at the center of it is really good.
Oh, that sounds great.
And and the couples that they chose, they purposefully chose couples who like truly want the help and who probably wouldn't like.
They don't just hate each other.
I mean, some of them do kind of hate each other, but like they really do want to like figure out their problems.
Mm-hmm.
And they're fascinating people, and they like just the whole. There's 2 seasons. I just inhaled them.
So there's one main therapist who's like the main, like the host,
and each season, each season follows like 3 couples throughout like their 12 sessions. And so like it's like each episode has like each couple for a little bit and like going through their issues, and then also it shows the main therapist talking about those sessions with her clinical advisor.
Oh, interesting.
So you get to hear what she thinks about them
That's
too.
so fascinating.
Which is like so fascinating.
Did you find it helpful or informative at all? Were you like, oh, like
yes.
here's a bad thing I do in my relationship?
Yeah, I mean, there's something you can relate to in like almost every couple, it feels like.
Yeah.
Or at least one of the couples in every season. There's some couples where I'm like, oh my God, this dynamic is so fucked up. And like, thank God I know I'm not in this situation, but like, you understand, like if you ever see a glimmer of recognition of something that you've said or done in coming out of one of the people who you're like, I find this person really unrelatable, it makes you think about a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah. That sounds really interesting.
Yeah. It sucked me in so hard.
I have an endorsed horse for something really basic that probably a lot of listeners already use, but I use this recipe keeping app called Paprika. I just like tried. I downloaded it onto my phone, and I like it because whenever I'm hungry, I can't remember what I like to eat at all, which sounds like a stupid problem, but it affects me like every day. And I also can't remember what I know how to cook.
Yes, I keep remembering stuff that I was making on a regular basis like 2 years ago that I'd completely forgotten was in my repertoire.
Yeah, and then I limit myself to like cooking 3 things over and over again. I get so sick of it. And so this also encourages me to like expand that a little bit. And so you can find any recipe online and just save it to it, and it'll break it down into ingredients and then instructions for you just automatically.
Great.
And you can add notes in there. You can scan, recipe on hard copy and then put it in there. So I can just run down my list of like things and be like, what do I want to cook? Oh yeah, I'll make this. It's kind of improving my life.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to check that out. I have another endorsed horse.
Ooh. Double endorse.
A double endorse.
A double horse.
I've just been enjoying my life lately.
It must be nice.
My friend Laurel Randolph, who is a best-selling cookbook author who wrote, if you have an Instant Pot cookbook, she probably wrote it. Mm-hmm. She has a new book coming out in a couple weeks called The Unofficial Simpsons Cookbook, where she made recipes for a bunch of different different meals that they have on The Simpsons. So there's like a recipe for a special cake for Homer to ruin, and like the fries from Moe's, and like Clove and Tom Collins pie.
Does she have the mashed potatoes that he molds into a circus tent? Ah!
Yes, she does. She also has a recipe for a nacho hat, and just like so many of the things that you can think of. If you follow, you can follow her on Instagram at The Joy of Cooking Millhouse, and you can see a bunch of the recipes there. But like, she got the full book, and Bill Oakley did the foreword for it, and she gave me a copy of it. I'm going to post some pictures of it soon, but like they did just such a good job, like plating everything so it looks like The Simpsons, and like, it's great.
Oh, that sounds so fun.
Yeah. So that's my other endorsed horse. Pre-order that.
What a cool friend to have.
Yeah. I mean, I've gotten to eat some of the recipes and stuff too, as she's been like cooking them and making them for the photographer and stuff.
Yeah.
I got to have a slice of the Baltimore cake. Which is from the episode where Bart is working for Agnes Skinner, and she's showing him the cutout pictures of cakes from magazines.
Yes.
And she's like, you can pick whichever one you want. And he's like, okay, that one. And she's like, not that one. That's a Baltimore cake.
Do we ever actually see the Baltimore cake on the show?
You see like just a little picture of it, but you don't see a real one.
Right, just like a tiny.
Yeah, I don't know if that's in the book or if she just did that for the Instagram, but she made one recently and I got to have a slice of it and it was so good.
It's so good. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And the other day, I mean, it's not in the book because it was, the book has already been published, but she came over the other night and brought the brownies that Homer makes when they're in Cape Fear and they're in witness protection.
Yes.
And he's like, Bart, I got the tray of brownies. Do you want some? And like he bursts in with a knife and Bart screams.
Yeah.
She made those brownies. They were really good. It's great. Anyway, the unofficial Simpsons cookbook.
I met someone the other day who like hadn't seen The Simpsons at all.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, wow, that must be kind of rough because like it's just referenced so often.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how many people have just turned off this podcast because we've been talking about it for so long.
They're like, nope. They didn't even bother to fast forward. They just shut it off. And then they canceled their MaxFun membership.
Don't do that.
Don't, you guys.
All right. That concludes One on Fun. Is that the segment we were in? That concludes Endorse Horse. Okay, we'll be right back with Wiki of the Week.
We know everything, baby genius.
Welcome to Wiki of the Week. This week's Wikipedia page was sent to us by Daniel Smolkin.
Thank you.
Smokin.
I feel like you've done that with,
I know.
with every
his
time.
name.
Yeah.
He sends us a lot of wiki pages. Also, I have another belated endorse horse for my brother-in-law started a parody motivational Instagram account about the mask called Motivating Mask. And it's, I think I have posted a few of them. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's motivating.mask on Instagram.
Oh man, that sounds great.
Yeah. Anyway, this week's Wikipedia page is the Wikipedia page for Carolina Olsen.
Who's that?
Carolina Olsen. I was going to let you start, but I'll do it. Born October 29th, 1861, died April 5th, 1950. Also known as Soverskan på Okno, or the Sleeper of Okno, was a Swedish woman who purportedly remained in hibernation between 1876 and 1908, 32 years.
Hibernation? That's a coma.
She is goals, baby.
This is believed to be the longest time that anyone has lived in this manner, who then awoke without any residual symptoms. That's impossible. How could you not have residual symptoms? I don't understand. I guess I'll have to read more to find out.
Also, isn't hibernation a symptom? How are we defining symptom? Oh, boy. Life. Olsen, if you can call it that. No, Olsen was born in Okno near Monsteras, the second eldest of 5 children. Her siblings were all brothers. She suffered a head wound while outdoors at age 14 on February 18th, 1876, but seemed to recover from it quickly. On February 22nd, she complained of a toothache.
Uh-oh.
Her family believed that her tooth was sore because of witchcraft, and she was ordered to go to bed. However, when she fell asleep, she did not wake up.
Her father was a fisherman and unable to afford a doctor, and the family relied instead on the advice of friends and the town midwife. Olsen's mother force-fed her milk and sugar water. Finally, the neighbors paid for a visit from a doctor who was unable to wake the sleeping girl and determined that she was in a coma. The doctor continued to visit her for a year, after which he wrote to the editor of Scandinavia's leading medical journal soliciting the help of other professionals in finding a cure for Olsen's continuous sleep state. Olsen was visited by doctors who noted that her hair, fingernails, and toenails did not appear to grow.
What?
The family reported that Olsen occasionally sat up and mumbled prayers she had learned by rote in childhood. That is so fucking creepy.
What?
Oh, bad.
Oh,
Rob gives
boy.
that the thumbs down.
One doctor who visited Olsen was Johan Emil Amblad. I'm sorry. That name is spelled Almbladh. I did my best.
Oh, you are tired.
Amblad.
Your mouth just
I feel like my tongue's not big enough to pronounce that name. who thought that her sleep state was a result of hysteria. In July 1892, Olsen was hospitalized in Oskarshamn, where she was treated with electroconvulsive therapy. On August 2nd, 1892, she was released from the hospital without awakening or her situation improving. The hospital said that the appropriate diagnosis was dementia paralytica. However, there is little to suggest that she actually suffered from that illness. She was not re-examined by a doctor until she awoke from her sleep 32 years later.
Dementia paralytica is like a severe neuropsychiatric disorder caused by chronic meningoencephalitis that leads to cerebral atrophy. Okay.
Whoa.
And late stage syphilis. Good to know.
Good to know.
During the entire time she was asleep, Olsen was given 2 glasses of milk each day.
Wow.
That that would give me a lot of diarrhea. Her mother died in 1904, and after this, a maid continued to take care of Olsen and the household. Upon the death of her brother in 1907, Carolina began crying hysterically, although she remained in an assumed coma.
Oh, no.
She reportedly did not touch any food that she received during her years in bed, and the family's maid never heard her speaking.
Whoa. Okay. So she's like aware that her brother died.
Yeah. She's just living on milk.
This is so odd. Okay. Olsen awoke on April 3rd, 1908, 32 years and 42 days after she had first fallen asleep. The maid found her crying and jumping on the floor. When her surviving brothers arrived, however, she did not recognize them. She was very thin and pale, and she showed sensitivity to light during the first few days after awakening. Well, duh. She was weak and had difficulty speaking. She could still read and write, and she remembered everything that she had learned before she fell asleep. Newspaper reporters from all over Europe and the United States traveled to Okno to interview her, and she and the family went into hiding to avoid the attention. She submitted to psychiatric testing in Stockholm and was found to be in full possession of the faculties that she had possessed before she fell asleep. At 46 years old, she was described as appearing no older than 25.
What?
Because she had no sun exposure.
Right.
And she wasn't using her muscles really.
Yeah, but then it also suggests that her cells were not degenerating at a regular rate.
At a regular rate.
Everything just kind of went into stasis.
But she wasn't 25 when she went to sleep. She was 14, right?
Oh yeah.
So
she was still
just
aging
but slower, yeah.
Weird.
Weird.
Studies. It has been speculated that Olsen may not really have been asleep and hibernating all that time. There were many unexplained characteristics of her state. For example, her hair, fingernails, toenails not seeming to grow.
Yeah. Was she waking up for an hour a night and just doing that?
Yeah, she's just got to groom, got to shave my legs, got to...
Yeah.
Psychiatrist Dr. Frodstrom met Olsen in 1910. He published a paper on her condition in 1912 titled La Dormus d'Okno, 21 ans de stupeur, garrison complete. But his analysis was limited to her situation being an unclear case of hibernation. It was later revealed that Olsen did wake up occasionally, and when she did, she reacted with sorrow and anger. Frodstrom speculated that Olsen thought that she was seriously ill and that she remained still with her eyes closed and refused to eat to elicit sympathy. No.
Huh.
It has been conjectured that her mother had helped her and kept the fact secret that she was no longer hibernating.
Ooh, weird.
But I feel like back then, doctors used to say that about a lot of women's issues. They'd be like, they're just doing it for attention, elicit sympathy, and they would say that about hyperemesis, or what is that thing where when you're pregnant and you get really sick and you just can't stop puking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Doctors would just be like, oh, they're just doing it for attention when you're dying, you're so fucking sick.
Right, yeah.
Horrible.
I really want to know what was going on.
Me too.
It's fascinating.
If her mother was helping her and keeping the fact secret, her mother died. So
yeah,
it seems like that secret would have gotten out. I don't know.
Did they just never change the sheets?
No, they must have.
Right? But what would they do with her?
I've
got questions.
I have so many questions.
This is why it's Wikipedia, not necessarily a book. Because a book would be forced to answer all our questions or at least acknowledge them.
Yeah, that's what books are for. I wouldn't know.
Wow.
Death. Olson died in 1950, aged 88, from an intracranial hemorrhage.
Yeah.
See also catatonia, persistent vegetative state, and hikikomori.
Oh. Hikikomori is acute social withdrawal, a total withdrawal from society, and seeking extreme degrees of social isolation and confinement.
The picture is just like a guy hunched holding a gun.
Oh, yeah. Is that a gun? I thought it was a broom. No, it's a sword.
Oh, okay. We're both wrong. It's a sword. It's like a katana.
Yeah. Anyway.
Wow.
Thank you, Daniel, for sending us this very disturbing page.
This kind of reminds me of that book, My Year of Rest and Relaxation. Have you read that?
Oh, I haven't read that.
I liked it.
Is it just about someone lying in bed for a year?
Kind of, yeah. It's fiction. And they take a lot of drugs and they just kind of decide to like peace out and lie in bed for a full year and not work and not do anything.
Huh.
It's like, it's more interesting book than it sounds.
Yeah.
I liked it. Yeah, interesting page.
That concludes Wiki of the Week. It's time now for What Did I Learn?
What did I learn?
Lisa, what did you learn today?
Well, I learned, I think I would really enjoy F9.
Yes.
Yes,
I
sounds
think
like
you would.
Sounds like my bag.
Yeah. Charlize Theron's in it.
Oh, I like her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. What did you learn?
Oh, I learned
Today specifically.
Today,
And in the last hour.
learned that Lisa knows how to drive stick.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Not very well.
And that there was a woman who slept for a long time.
I don't recall her name.
Carolina Olsen.
Should we do some bad store names?
Sure. Yeah.
We've been getting some good ones. Yeah. Emily's mouth is quitting.
My mouth doesn't work no more.
A furniture store called Shack of Sit.
I really like that one.
A yarn shop in North Carolina called Lucky You. You like a
Oh,
sheep.
yeah.
It's cute. A bakery chain in Paris called Land and Monkeys. Why? They also have a slogan that makes no sense. Dream fair, eat, fun.
It's just that thing of like, if we had a bakery that had those words in French, you would think it was elegant.
Yeah, absolutely. Just saw a crab shack called She's Got Crabs. It made me feel itchy and nervous. Vac that thing up, vacuum shop.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Curl up and die, a hairdresser.
Yeah, that's a classic.
I like that. Here's a place called King Butt.
And that one broke Rob.
It's in Germany, and it has a sign that just says pizza, burger, grill, and drinks.
Do you want to be King Butt? Come on in. Is it just spelled B-U-T-T?
Yeah. And then there's a picture of a crown.
It's funny. That also reminds me of a joke from The Office where someone asks Andy to keep a secret, and he says, they used to call me King Tut because I was so good at keeping things under wraps. And then it cuts to him in confessional being like, they actually called me King Butt because of my king-size butt.
It's so stupid.
It's so stupid, and I love it so much.
Did you see that article going around where they apparently like James Gandolfini was offered a role on The Office after, what's his name left? Michael Scott.
Oh, yeah.
And he was considering it, and they were going to pay him $4 million, and then HBO paid him $3 million to not do it.
Really?
They were like, don't be on that crappy little show. You're in our prestige.
I didn't hear
program.
about that.
Yeah, it was like going around yesterday, I think.
Whoa.
Isn't that weird? Can you imagine?
That's so weird.
Him on The Office. I'm kind of sad that didn't happen.
I mean, I can because they had like everyone from The Wire on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of too bad. For many years, there was an Indigenous art gallery and didgeridoo shop here in Perth, Western Australia, named Didge As We Do. I posted a picture of it online with a comment saying that puns like that should be illegal, and the owner went through my entire photo roll, figured out where I worked, phoned it, and yelled abuse at me down the line for 5 minutes. They went out of business soon after.
Oh my God.
I like the backstory on that one. That seems like enough for today.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Those are great.
I feel like I remembered one that I saw myself, but I won't remember it now. Thank you for sending us those. You can continue to send us butt pics, store names, and just little pieces of praise to
Little though.
little pieces
Keep
of
it small.
praise. Yes,
We can't. If you do it too big, I get overwhelmed.
I don't. babygeniusespodcast@gmail.com. You can follow me. I'm at Mr. Emily Heller.
I'm online at Lisa Draws. Thanks to our producer, Rob Para.
And our composer, Nate Heller.
And
goodbye. Yay.
A perfect amount of podcast.
Yes.
Baby geniuses, we know everything. Baby geniuses, we know everything. Baby geniuses, we know everything.
Hey, I'm Jordan Morris, creator of the MaxFun scripted sci-fi comedy podcast, Bubble. We just released a special episode of Bubble to celebrate the launch of our new graphic novel. At SF Sketchfest in 2019, we recorded a live show with Allison Becker, Eliza Skinner, Mike Mitchell, Christella Alonso, and special guests Jean Grey, Jonathan Colton, Jesse Thorne, Nick Weiger, and a bunch of other cool folks.
We suspect he'll show signs of mutation when in a state of excitement. Now, Annie matched with him on Tinder, so she's going to act as the honeypot.
I do enjoy being called a honeypot.
Hey, you know what's better than honey? Gravy.
Oh, yeah, can I be the gravy sack?
Out now on MaximumFun.org and wherever you get podcasts. And pick up the graphic novel at your local bookstore today.
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture.
Artist owned. Audience supported.
It's Max Fun Block Party. Thanks for stopping by. Grab a drink or a snack and settle in for some great podcasting. Be sure to pick up a bingo card from MaximumFun.org/bingo. If you get bingo and tweet a photo of it at MaxHQ, you'll be entered into a raffle for a Max Fun prize pack. Enjoy the next show.
Did you want to reach out and pet a dog, but then your brain told you not to?
Yeah. Like I just couldn't do it. Like the fear of them touching me was so overwhelming that I could not engage with an animal. So if you were to look at me, you would be like, oh, Allison doesn't like dogs.
Allison loves dogs. She just can't reach them.
Like, I'm obsessed with dogs. Like, do you know what I mean?
It's Depression Mode. I'm John Moe. I'm glad you're here. There's an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, I am told. I have never seen the show, where Khloe Kardashian, who is apparently one of the Kardashians with whom we are to keep up, talks about obsessive compulsive disorder, or OCD. Khloe says that she has OCD, but it's a blessing because it means her house is very tidy. Still, Khloe says that she feels anxiety if she isn't cleaning her house enough. So she goes and sees a therapist and then announces that she's feeling a lot better. I'm actually proud of myself, she says. I feel like I've got it together. I'm not as crazy about things. I'm better. I let it ride a little bit more. It's all wrapped up. It's all resolved in a 30-minute episode. Now, anyone who has actually dealt with real obsessive compulsive disorder wishes it were anywhere close to that simple. Anyone with OCD knows that what Khloe describes is not OCD. It's just cleaning up your house. OCD, according to the International OCD Foundation, occurs, quote, when a person gets caught in a cycle of obsessions and compulsions. Obsessions are unwanted, intrusive thoughts, images, or urges that trigger intensely distressing feelings. Compulsions are behaviors an individual engages in to attempt to get rid of the obsessions and or decrease his or her distress, unquote. In extreme cases, obsessive-compulsive disorder can take over someone's life, making work or school or relationships difficult or even impossible. In more moderate cases, it's a burden that the person must learn to cope with and work at managing on an ongoing basis. So, now, let's talk about funny YouTube videos. My guest for this episode is Allison Raskin. She's an LA-based comedian, writer, and video maker. Along with her comedy partner, Gabby Dunn, she makes the very popular video series Just Between Us. Originally, it was more of a sketch comedy kind of thing. This is from a sketch called Sexy Dancing. Allison speaks first.
Can you teach me how to lie?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was a lie.
Damn, you're good.
What do you need to lie about? Age, money, ability to love?
Why would I need to lie about my ability to love?
No reason. Unless you can't love and want to seem like you can. Or you can love and want to seem like you can't.
Okay, I strangely want to know a lot more on that later. But right now I need to lie to make me seem busy.
Not gonna work. You're the most available person I know.
I have plans sometimes.
You have plans I invite you to sometimes.
But over the years, Just Between Us has turned into more of a talk show, more real, more personal. And a lot of it is about mental health. Allison has been dealing with obsessive-compulsive disorder, the real thing, for most of her life. This is from a video where Allison and Gabby talk about OCD.
So don't be afraid to kind of push your boundaries and put mud on your legs, you know?
Did you do that?
Oh yeah.
To what? To try to test yourself?
I was part of my behavioral therapy when I was a kid. Went down to the Hudson River, put some mud on my leg.
Who told you to do that?
My therapist.
How did it go?
It was a group outing. It went well.
With other OCD kids?
No, me and my therapist. We went to the Hudson River and we put mud on my leg. And look at me now!
Recently, Allison's fiance broke off their engagement, which blindsided her and put her OCD containment strategy to the test. And we'll get to that in this interview. But let's start at the start. And so I guess our story picks up at age 4, correct?
Yes, at the wise old age of 4. You know, it's so hard. I talk about it all the time, but then I don't remember it. So it's tough because I am just relaying what I have been told. I think an aspect of my OCD is an intense fear of lying or somehow misinforming or misleading. And then to the point where I feel like, do I even have OCD? And so then I go down that whole rabbit hole. But from what I've been told.
And you constantly think about it over and over and over.
From what I've been told, I was a pretty happy-go-lucky kid, pretty carefree, down to hang, fun to be around. And then I contracted strep throat, and then within a few weeks, my personality changed pretty abruptly, and to the point where my parents thought that I had a brain tumor, and they got me. I was really lucky, my parents were hands-on. They were not afraid of going down the mental health route with it. They took me to I lived in New York. They took me to St. John's in Baltimore pretty immediately to get me tested. And it was determined that I had OCD rather quickly. So that it's called PANDAS, which is basically means that the strep throat kind of activated the OCD in my brain. I speculate that I would have had OCD regardless at some point in my life. I think it just happened maybe faster and a more intense onset than it would have otherwise. It might have come on more gradually. So I think I had a biological disposition to it.
Why did they think it was a brain tumor? What was your behavior that made them think, uh-oh, brain tumor?
I just was a mess. I was washing my hands where they were bleeding. I laid down in the middle of the street in an attempt to take my own life. I told my dad something inside of me. I need to see a doctor. Something inside of me is making me sad. So I was like, I was like a pretty smart kid. So even I knew something was like very wrong.
This is all at 4, or did it grow for a while after the strep throat?
This was all at 4. So this was all like very rapidly within like a few days or weeks. So it was like, I think it was the abruptness of the behavior change that they thought it was a brain tumor. And so it wasn't, thank goodness. And so this was like 1994, I believe. I was like 4 turning 5. And then, at that point, medications, SSRIs were relatively new, and their use on children was like exceptionally new / unheard of, but they put me on Prozac. They put me on liquid Prozac, and I was in therapy, and since then I've just sort of been on and off of therapy, on and off of medication.
And the thing that you had, the thing that they told your parents was the acronym was PANDAS.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just imagining this moment where a doctor tells your parents, I'm afraid she has pandas.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if they told them that then or that's what we've gathered since then. I mean,
it's a chemical triggering of what we think of as a behavioral emotional condition.
It's like a I honestly, and I'm even in school right now for clinical psychology, and I still don't totally understand it, but
it's tricky, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's the whole thing with mental disorders is it's like the biosocial psychological, like there's all these different, they haven't determined why these things happen, so there's like all these different roots of what can trigger them. And so for me, I think I think it was primarily biological. For a lot of people, it's a mix of your environment, it's a mix of your genes, it's a mix of trauma, it's a mix of, and I think for me, not having really experienced trauma, being very lucky and being in a loving family with a great attachment to my caregivers, it really seemed like this was a biological thing that was happening.
Yeah, there wasn't a trauma that might have cast out your sense of control of your own life.
Right.
Yeah. So you get the therapy, you get the liquid Prozac, and did things get under control? Did that work?
I think my childhood was pretty tough, but then by the time I was 12, I was doing a lot better. And I actually, I went on Paxil from 8 to 12. And then by the time I was 12, I went off medication. And then I was off medication from 12 to 18. And then senior year of high school was rough, and I went back on medication.
I want to talk about the recent end of your engagement. I want to talk about your Instagram mental health account. But the thing that people have known you for years, the videos that you make with your partner. Let's start historically on that. How did that come about, this idea of you and your friend talking and then millions of people getting something out of it? How did that get started?
So I have a comedy YouTube channel called Just Between Us that I started with my comedy partner, Gabby Dunn, in like April 2014. So we are coming up on 7 years of that.
You're a very old person.
I know. And, I had started doing stuff for the internet starting in like my senior year of college, where this is a hilarious story now. So I went to USC for screenwriting. And my senior year, I took, so that was like either 2010 or 2011, because I graduated in 2011, but I can't remember what semester I took it. And it was a class called Webisodes. And my teacher was like, everything is going to be on the internet. And I was like, oh, okay. And he was like, so make things for the internet. And I was like, oh, okay. And from, and from that moment forward, I started making things for the internet. And starting in this fall, I will be teaching that class at USC.
Nice.
Which is a nice full circle moment.
Are you going to say it in the same way? Continue making things for the internet.
Continue to make things for the internet. He was right. And so I had been making like a bunch of different web series. Here I've been making one-offs for one, that like would like be front page Funny or Die, but like that was cool, but like it didn't do anything. And I'd make a web series here, make a web series there. Nothing really took off. And then I met Gabby doing stand-up, and we were very I think now we're more similar, but at the time we were very different. And there was a lot of comedy in that. I don't know if you've ever heard of the term odd couple, but that really works for comedy. People seem to like that format. Yes. And so
it caught on, it turns out, a while ago.
Seems to really work throughout history. And so we kind of decided to just sort of do what started out as like what we call the couch show, which was us sort of giving ultimately kind of horrible advice to listener questions that at the beginning of the show were questions that I just created and pretended that listeners had written in, but like what listeners? Nobody was watching the show. And then serendipitously, we both got hired at BuzzFeed Video. And through that, we were really able to kind of like get an audience, and the channel expanded. And then once we left BuzzFeed, we had a big enough audience that we felt comfortable like really investing in the channel. And we started making weekly sketches. And that's where I found a lot of pride in the channel. So we did like an original sketch every week. And from there, we just sort of like followed what worked. We sold multiple TV shows that didn't get made. We wrote 2 YA novels. Yeah, so I think that because the couch show started as us answering these listener questions, there was always an element of us, sharing ourselves and our lives, and became pretty clear early on that the audience was interested in 2 topics, which was mental health, because I, from the beginning, was talking about having OCD, and then LGBTQ stuff, because Gabby's openly and as she likes to refer to herself, a bi icon. And so that was stuff that we felt was really important to always be sort of addressing on the channel. And, doing the sketches once a week, at a certain point, it was just like non-sustainable. We were really burnt out on it. And so we sort of shifted more into just being ourselves on the channel, talking about this stuff. We grew up, and it was harder to maintain the sort of sitcom-y versions of ourselves, and instead we sort of just shifted into our real selves, talking more genuinely to our audience, and that also was around the time when we made the transition into the podcast, where we are our actual selves completely.
Why was it important to talk about OCD? You said you talked about it from the very beginning. Why?
It's one of those things where I've just always talked about it. It's never been a hard thing for me to talk about. Maybe I used to talk about it in a compulsive way. That's a possibility. But then I started
3 light switches, and then talk about your OCD, and then 3 more light switches.
But I never, there are certainly aspects of my life that I feel less comfortable talking about, but I have never really felt uncomfortable talking about that. And I think I did a video, a Dear Me video when I was still at BuzzFeed. It was like a trend going around of like things I would tell my younger self. And I think I sort of talked then about that. And as soon as I saw that stuff was resonating with people, and that people had been so scared to openly talk about it, and had felt so much shame around it, and had felt like this was a part of themselves that they needed to keep from other people, or this was a part of themselves that they didn't understand or felt was, negative or shameful, or something that people wouldn't accept them for, then I was like, okay, well, I have somehow found myself in this position where people are listening to me already. It would be like, how can I not take this opportunity to talk about this? I'm in such a privileged place of I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. Talking about it will not negatively impact my life. In fact, it'll like positively impact my life in a lot of ways. So I got to do it. And
it's the entertainment industry, it's your way of paying your dues, I guess.
Well, it was my voice, it was my story, and and to see and my audience was so lovely in their feedback of like, to have people say, I talk about you in therapy, or to have someone say my therapist showed me your video. That's just like, fuel to the fire. I was like, oh my, I'm like, that's amazing. Like, you don't get much more encouragement than saying a therapist shows your video to their client,
More with Allison Raskin just ahead. what kind of misconceptions about OCD do you run across that you try to clear up as part of this kind of, informing the world as best you can trip?
I think the biggest one is one I had, which was that I thought that I was a really uptight person. And I thought that I was a really neurotic, uptight person who had to have things a certain way. And that was my OCD. And I'm actually a pretty easygoing person who has OCD.
So what's the difference then? Is it that it's involuntary? You just can't help the feeling that would otherwise be mistaken for being high strung?
Kind of, or just being able to separate yourself from your disorder, I think is really important, and being able to not let it define you as a person, I think is really important.
Can you give me an example of what is you and what's the disorder, from your daily life?
So the biggest one I think is I love animals, and I've loved animals my entire life. But until I got my dog, I could not touch animals on the street because they were too dirty to me. And even though I love them, I just could not, I hadn't given myself the exposure therapy to be able to do that comfortably.
Did you want to? Did you want to reach out and pet a dog, but then your brain told you not to?
Yeah. I just couldn't do it. The fear of them touching me was so overwhelming that I could not engage with an animal. So if you were to look at me, you would be like, oh, Allison doesn't like dogs.
Allison loves dogs. She just can't reach them.
I'm obsessed with dogs. Do you know what I mean? And now so then in 2016, February, I got a dog, and through her, she was exposure therapy to me. And now I won't stop touching dogs on the street. Do you know what I mean? I won't even talk to you because I'm talking to your dog, And so that's me. That's my true self. But if you had met me in 2015 on the street, you would have been like, Allison doesn't like dogs.
So is OCD now a thing that is managed, or does it still push you around?
So this is the debate that I get with myself all the time. I feel like I'm at a place where I think my mom would have a different answer than the answer I'm going to give you. Where I feel like I'm at a place where it doesn't interfere with my functioning enough for me to push past my final levels of discomfort. Where there are certain things that I don't care to push through. Where I shower every day, but who cares? I'm not hurting anybody. I have enough time. I live in a place where I have enough water to do that. My hair is still, not to brag, luscious. But I think my mom would maybe be like, but you should be able to not shower every day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And be able to be comfortable doing that.
You've signed a peace accord with your OCD.
Yeah.
There's a treaty involved.
Exactly. No, but honestly, I'll do this is the other big misconception. And again, I happen to be somebody with contamination OCD. So a lot of what you're hearing is this stereotypical idea of what people think OCD is, and it is such a wider range than that. A lot of people do not even have any aspect of contamination OCD. I just happen to have that.
What is contamination OCD?
A cleanliness OCD.
Okay. Germophobia, people might call it?
Yeah, so a germaphobe. But a lot of people, I have friends with OCD, there are people who you would go to their home and it would be dirtier than your home and they have OCD. So that's just one type of OCD. There's OCD that has more to do with scrupulosity, there's elements of religious aspects, there's all these
moral
different
implications of your behavior.
There's lots of different things that you wouldn't necessarily think about. I just happen to have maybe the most stereotypical type that you would see on a sitcom. Except I don't have anything in terms of clicking things on and off 3 times. I don't have any of those compulsions. I maybe when I was a child, but I don't have anything about that.
Does it bother you when you hear about something like that, when somebody says, oh, I'm OCD about my pencils. I have to keep my pencils on this side of the desk. And you're like, you have no idea. And like, does it, I mean, they're trivializing this thing that has been a lifelong struggle for you. How does that sit with you when that happens?
You know, it's one of those things where I'm not offended because I live a wonderful life, but I feel for those who don't. So I take offense for those whose OCD is so debilitating for them. And these people just have no fucking idea. That's what pisses me off. You know what I mean? Like, I can take it, like, honestly, my life's great. You know, like, I've been blessed in so many other ways, and I'm able to highly function. But there are so many people where their OCD consumes hours and hours and hours of their day, and they're not able to live a functioning life because of it. And I guarantee that person who made that joke doesn't understand that.
Well, and there's the misconception too. The one that I didn't always understand was that it's not that they have a belief that the clicking on and off is going to save the world or the world is going to. It's not delusional. It's they know that it's not a logical thing so much of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time. But it's a compulsion to do it, and it's, you know, that
well, it's
that has
kind
to
of
happen.
twofold. So it's the fear. So that's part of what makes OCD so horrible. Is it's, you know, that you feel like you have to do it because what if it does make the world fall apart? Like, what if you don't do it and then your mom dies? But then you also know this is bananas. So it's like, I can't remember the term, but there's certain things you can do that is like let me see if I can look it up.
You ever see that episode of Lost where they have to push the button or the whole world explodes, and then they say, oh, it's stupid, nothing's going to happen, and so they don't push it and then the world explodes?
But that's, you know, so that's the whole thing. So like, I think the term is like ego dystonic, refers to thoughts, impulses, and behaviors that are felt to be repugnant, distressing, unacceptable, or inconsistent with one's self-concept. So basically, you know, they're aware that that these thoughts are not, they don't want to be having these thoughts. It's different than like if, let's say, you were having a delusion and you truly believed that, you know, that you work for the CIA and you're going to save the planet. Like, you know that you don't want, that's what's so distressing about OCD, is you know that you do not want to be flipping this light switch 10 times, but the fear, the overwhelming fear of like, okay, but what if you don't do it? And then there's that one chance that like, then your mom dies, like you gotta fuck it, you know, like, so that adds that layer versus just being like, yep, gotta flip this switch 10 times because then I'm saving the world. Like, it's very different. So it adds this layer of just like extreme distress on top of everything else. Yeah, and so that's what really bothers me about using this as OCD as this punchline, because that's the element that they're not getting. They're not getting that, like, I don't want to take a shower when I get home. I don't want to be tracking where you put your bag when you enter my apartment. I don't want to tell you to remove your shoes. I don't want to care about these things. I don't want to not be able to pet that dog. Like, all of these things cause me distress because it's not who I want to be. It's not the actions I want to take. It's not how I want to be spending my life. And so it's that lack of awareness about this disorder. And it's also the use of the term, I'm so OCD, versus saying I have OCD. You know, even just that distinction in itself is like a mistake. So obviously there's, you know, I think a big push to get people to stop saying that.
We have more with Allison Raskin just ahead.
Well, hello, I'm Renee Colvert.
Hi, I'm Alexis Preston, and we are the hosts of Can I Pet Your Dog?
And we got breaking news, we got an expose, and all the beans have been spilled via an Apple Podcast review that said this show isn't well researched. Well, yeah, no duh. Of course it's not. Not since the day we started has it been well researched. Guessing and anthropomorphizing dogs is what we do.
The Can I Pet Your Dog promise is that we will never do more than 10 seconds of research before telling you excitedly about any dog we see.
I'm going to come at you with top 10 enthusiasm, minimal facts.
We're here for a good time, not an educated time.
So if you love dogs and you don't love research, well, you know what? Come on in to Can I Pet Your Dog podcast every Tuesday on Maximum Fun Network.
Hi, I'm Joe Firestone.
And I'm Manolo Moreno.
And we host Dr. Game Show, a podcast where listeners submit games and we play them regardless of quality with a dozen listeners from around the world.
We've had folks call in from as far as Sweden, South Africa, and the Philippines.
Here's an example. This is a game we called Zooey Deschanel, where you turn a celebrity's name into an animal pun. You have an example, Manolo?
Brad Gorilla Pit.
Oh, that's a pun on gorilla pits?
Yep,
I don't know. If
that's Brad Pitt.
Oh, okay.
That's a high quality game that you could expect.
Dr. Game Show has new episodes every other Wednesday on Maximum Fun.
Check us out, please.
So let's talk about what happened this past fall. And you were very public about it, so I'm not spilling the beans or anything.
No.
You know, it comes up, if you Google your name, it comes up awfully quickly.
Oh, does it? That's wonderful.
Yeah, it really does. Hey, congratulations on that. Your fiance ended the engagement and broke up. How was that interweaved with the sort of mental challenges, the mental obstacles that you've been dealing with? Like, how did a monumental event like that run through a brain like yours?
It's such an interesting question. So basically the story is, I met my ex-fiance in February of 2019. We got engaged in May of 2020. And then he abruptly left me in November of 2020, much to the shock of everyone in my life, including our mutual friends. So people I knew through him were also very surprised. And the only explanation that I received was something is missing and I'm not excited about the future.
That's what he said to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it wasn't even like he sat me down and broke me the news. He just was like off, and I was like, what's going on? And within 20 minutes, it was, I'm done. I don't want to work on this at all. Goodbye. On like a Monday night, like out of the blue. And what is so interesting is, in the past, that would have broken me. Like, my number one mental health trigger my entire life has been romantic relationships. To the point where I'm in the process of writing a book about it. Where I've been writing a book about the intersection of mental health and dating, and how it is so triggering, and, how do we address both those things, and how can we go about it in a healthy way. I have to say, as horrible as this experience was, and I mean, what a fucking nightmare. I hope to God this never happens to anybody. Even people I don't like, I hope it never happens to them. Because, you're not only dealing with the loss of the person that you envision spending your life with. And because to me, being engaged was the same as being married. I learned that was not the same for him. But to me, it was, as soon as you make that commitment, it's the same. The only difference is you just like haven't thrown your party yet. Like, it was the same. And so you have the grief of the loss, and then you have the sheer unnerving shock of having the rug being pulled out from under you, and your entire life as you know it being ripped away, and your future being ripped away.
And the grief for your future, because this thing that you had visualized as a living thing was gone.
Absolutely. And I'm someone who has always wanted to be married. That was always a huge goal of mine. That was something I was always striving for, like to a point of obsessionality. Like, it was like a big deal. And in the past, like, I would have been suicidal. I would have. I mean, I had a boyfriend in 2017 who left me. I mean, but it was, I mean, obviously it's very different because it was like we had been dating for 10 months. We didn't live together, like whatever. But he left me he left me rather abruptly. And I immediately was suicidal. I didn't want to live anymore. I remember being like, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. My mom had to fly out. That's what made me go back on medication, you know, all this stuff. And I remember as soon as Jake left, I had this sense that even though this fucking sucked, I knew I was going to be okay.
Why was that?
Because I'd done the work. I had done enough work at that point on myself, I had created enough safety nets that I didn't fall all the way down. And even though, like, objectively, this was far more traumatic than any other heartbreak in my life and far more disruptive than any other heartbreak of my life, I didn't hit rock bottom because I had those safety nets in place. Mm-hmm. And so I never went to, I'm not going to be okay. I never became suicidal. And I never blamed myself, which was very, very different.
What did the future start looking like? Or could you see it at all?
It's funny. I feel like, also to have this happen during quarantine. So for my poor friends to try to come be there for me, but have to stand on the sidewalk, not touching me while I sobbed. Like,
here's a bottle of wine. I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, like literally, like, except I don't drink. So it was just like pizza, and joints. Yeah, so I said to, like, I remember saying to one friend, I was like, so how long is this going to be terrible? 3 months? And do you know what? It was 3 months.
It was 3 months. Okay.
It was
well,
like
see,
3
you're on
months.
top of things.
It was like 3 months of it being like kind of really bad. And I'm at 4 months and I'm fine.
Well, and I want to ask you about one of the things you did, which was you started this Instagram account about mental health. Mm-hmm. And about, I guess, abstract, non-representative illustration of what people look like?
Stick figures,
one might call them. And you have these daily postings of your thoughts on and why was that the move? And then how did that evolve once the engagement was over and that part was out of your life?
Yeah, so this is one of those like serendipitous things where, you know, I have my main Instagram page, and obviously being YouTuber, podcaster, I'm of the internet, as I would like to say.
You're a citizen of the internet.
Citizen of the internet. And, you know, I always have mental health content, but it's thrown in with my dog, thrown in with, you know, comedy stuff and just photos of me when I think I'm being funny or I like my outfit. And I was like, you know, I think maybe I want to, as I mentioned before, I had gone back to school to get a degree in clinical psychology, just to have the option of becoming a marriage and family therapist, and then also just to be able to write about mental health from a more informed point of view. And so I was learning all of this stuff in school, and I wanted to be able to share everything that I was learning, and also my own mental health journey in like in one place versus just like kind of across my accounts. And so I was like, you know, I think I'm going to create this mental health Instagram and sort of have it be that one designated area. And so I created the account a couple of weeks before what I refer to as the abandonment, and I created it. And And then he left, and I was like, oh, fuck. But I felt like people were already, it wasn't a huge page or anything, but people were already like looking forward to the posts, and I felt like I was building this community. And it was, one of the big things for me was like, I'm not letting this person ruin my life. Like, I'm just not letting that happen. And so I decided that I was going to continue the page, but I also was like, my MO from the beginning has always been being myself and sharing my life and being, as I've talked about, like, I think what's perhaps made me relatable or made my content worthwhile in any way is the fact that I share the reality of my life. And so how could I keep posting and not talk about this and not talk about my healing process? And so, especially with it being a mental health account, here was this opportunity to show what it is actually, so much of mental health content is the after, right? It's the I already went
wisdom.
through.
It's the
right.
Here's the truth that I've learned from the mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, I already went through this thing, and here is my perspective of what I've learned. And so I had this real opportunity to sort of share what I was learning and feeling as it was actively happening. And so I did it. Obviously, I didn't share the mean thoughts that I was having, and I didn't share. I tried to be very cognizant to share just my perspective of it, and to not share, the crazy theories that I had about him or about, I tried to really keep it me focused. And it's been amazing how many people shared back and how many people were like, my partner did this to me. My husband of 7 years walked out on me. My wife of blank did that, left with no notice. And I think that there is this real stigma of being left where people feel like they need to say it was mutual. They need to say that, that they had a hand in the decision when they didn't. And I'm really trying to make it feel like it's okay to say that you just got left, and that's the thing that happens, and it's not a reflection of who you were as a person or what kind of partner you were in the relationship, and that it's just I look at it as a freak accident. And like that really helped my grieving process, to just look at it like, I could have lost my partner in a car accident. Instead, I lost him because he gave up, and so you got to just keep moving forward, and to have people reach out to me and say that, I had people reach out being like, my partner left 3 days ago. My friend sent me this account and it's been helping me, is like all that I need to keep going. Like, that makes it worth it.
Allison Raskin, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. This was lovely.
We went to some places today, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Now I'm like, nobody cares. I shared too much.
Knowing that you have a mental disorder, learning that you have one can be tough. It's tough news. It's this thing happening inside your mind, and it's up to no good. And a lot of people will naturally concentrate on getting rid of a thing like that. If you have the flu, you want that bug out of your system. If there's an infection, you want it to go away. So it's natural to apply the same thinking to a mental disorder. But with mental disorders, it doesn't always work that way. It can be more a matter of managing than getting rid of. And that can leave a lot of people frustrated, feeling like they've failed to cure themselves. I like Allison's approach. She learned about her disorder. She has learned the moves that it makes, the distortions that it causes. She tries to figure out which thought patterns are her own and which ones are dictated by her illness. If you can figure out your opponent's strategy, you are more likely to be able to thwart it. And then you win more often than you lose. So we've learned about the fact and fiction of the often misused term OCD. Next time on Depression Mode, we move on to another term that is just as misused, bipolar disorder.
The part that's the
mania or hypomania is, I think, both harder to diagnose because it's also a way of functioning that we tend to think of as like good. Like, oh, that person's really busy.
Very productive.
Very productive. And so it's hard to distinguish between, like, from the outside, someone who's in a hypomanic state and someone who is just really ambitious.
Anna Marie Cox and Dr. Ken Duckworth tell us what bipolar really is and what it's really not. Hey, we love it when you recommend Depression Mode to your friends. It might help them. It sure helps us. Also, something that helps a lot, hit subscribe, give us 5 stars, write reviews. It helps more people find out about the show, which helps our mission of getting those conversations about mental health happening, and then we can change the world. So that's good. Changing world equals good. I want you to know that the Suicide Prevention Lifeline is available 24/7 for free at 1-800-273-8255. That's 1-800-273-TALK. The Crisis Text Line, also free, also always available. Text the word HOME to 741-741 and a human will respond. Depression Mode is your show too. We're all a team. Let us know who you want me to interview, what issues you want to hear more about. We take requests. You can email us. Our electric mail address is depressionmode@maximumfun.org. If you're on Facebook, look up our mental health discussion group, Preshies. Great talk going on there. We're on Twitter and Instagram at DepressPod. Our Depression Mode newsletter is available on Substack. Search that up. I have thoughts and discussions on all of our episodes there as they come out, plus some fun and silly stuff too. It's free to subscribe. I'm on Twitter at John Moe, all one word. Same on Instagram. Hello, Credits listeners. Herring communicate through farts. Depression Mode is produced by Gabe Mara. Our senior producer is Laura Swisher. Rhett Miller wrote and performed our theme song, Building Wings. Deb Holland is the Secretary of the Interior.
I'm always falling off of cliffs now, building wings on the way down. I am figuring things out, building wings, building wings, building wings. No one knows the reason, maybe there's no reason, I just keep believing. No one knows the answer, maybe there's no answer, I just keep on dancing.
I'm Abigail from Mountain View, California, and I want you to remember your feelings are valid.
Depression Mode is a production of Maximum Fun. I'm John Moe. Bye now.
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture.
Artist owned. Audience supported.
Happy block party, Swish.
Oh, happy block party, Gabe.
What is your job here at Maximum Fun?
Yeah, my title here at Maximum Fun is senior producer, and it's great because I get to be involved in a lot of the shows in some form. And I also really like working with you,
Yay.
Gabe.
I like working with you too, Swish.
What is your title?
Well, I am a producer. I produce 2 shows. I produce One Bad Mother, our wonderful and excellent parenting show, and I produce Depression Mode with John Moe, our wonderful Depress show. What do you recommend that people will check out and listen to? What shows, other than the ones that we just discussed, should people check out?
Well, I also, and I work on it, but I think it's delightful. Tiny Victories.
Yeah.
And one thing that's great about that is it's short. It's around 15 minutes. So it's a little dose of goodness, as we say every week. And it's hosted by the hilarious Laura House and the very charming and nerdy, in the geeky, smart way, Annabelle Gurwitch.
Love them both.
They are both fantastic.
I recommend, because I am a big video gamer, I recommend listening to Triple Click, which is the Maximum Fun video game podcast hosted by Kirk Hamilton, Jason Schreier, and Maddie Myers. So if you like video games, you like in-depth talk about it, you like news, and you like a little bit more interesting industry talk about it, check them out. They're a hoot. They just did a whole thing about Metroid, which is a game series I do not care about, but I care about a little more now. Thanks, Maddie.
The Jackie and Laurie show.
Mm-hmm.
I love both of them. They are so funny.
They're hilarious.
And also, Kilmartin is so dry, and she will skewer you, at least like politically, and I find it delightful. And Jackie Cation is just she's an all-around just great human being.
Yeah, she's so cool.
Speaking of all-around great human beings, Janet Varney of JV Podcast. She's just a delightful person. And she was just on Depression Mode as well, too.
Yeah, Janet Varney, I think, might be the most charming human being in the entire planet. I think she is right high up there.
Charm-wise, I'm going to say, let's do a little dad joke. I'd say if we're looking at MaxFun hosts and we're talking about who are the ones you go to for dad jokes, I'm going to see if you can top me on this. I'm going to say Alonzo Duralde of Maximum Film.
Mm-hmm.
He's a dad joke person, and who would you say?
Oh man, dad joke wise, John has a lot of them. I feel like John is an expert crafter of dad jokes. Follow him on Twitter; they're all over the place. His end of credits jokes are always just like one degree a little higher than dad joke in terms of that's a good groaner there, Pop.
You know what? We have just a lot of delightful people on the network.
I think so, and I think present company included.
Yeah. The great thing about Reading Glasses, too, is that Bria is really into, sci-fi, and Mallory's really into horror. Also, I think just straight literary works. When I'm in a, oh, shoot, I don't know what to read, I will sometimes shoot one of them an email I want a gripping detective story with a female protagonist, and they will always have a good answer for me. And I would
Grafton, right for Grafton.
Yeah. Or if I and this is probably abuse of power because they all work on the network, and so is it really fair that I get to text Alonzo Duralde, news editor for The Wrap, or Drea Clark, who programs Sundance and Slam Dance and all these things, because I don't know, I'm hanging out with 13-year-olds and I want to know what is a really scary movie that is not too scary that a 13-year-old will enjoy and get a response.
I think that's all right. I think we reap the benefits of this job. Certainly there are many other jobs where there are far worse abuses of power, and I think texting a critic who not such a bad thing.
All right. Okay.
You're not covering up any murders or anything.
I don't have to feel guilty about that.
All right. Well, Swish, thank you so much for having a riling and fun conversation about Max Fun with me.
No, thank you, Gabe, for having a delightful conversation with me. How many times have I said delightful? I don't know. Don't worry about it.
I'm all about it. All right, let's make our way over to the Max Fun keg and continue the block party.
All righty. See you over there.
Is there a dog in a car at a bar on the street? Yay! Then that's a dog that we really want to meet. Hey, can I pet your dog?
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 Please.
With Renee and
Alexis.
Welcome to Can I Pet Your Dog? I'm Renee Colvard, a fluffy pit bull owner.
I'm Alexis Preston, a scruffy poodle owner.
And this is the podcast for unapologetic dog lovers. Alexis Preston.
Renee.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How are we feeling? How are we doing?
We are all right over here.
Good.
Considering.
Sure.
We had a wild week. Right before this, Renee reminded me that there was a large earthquake a couple days ago that I have already forgotten about. But, it's just all fun and games.
It's just fun and games at this point. I will say, isn't that a lovely thing? And that because it is constant fun and games, we'll call it, that nothing seems like a big deal.
Yeah.
Something bigger is coming. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
No.
How did Crumb handle this week's
earthquake?
earthquake?
He didn't notice at all. I
Of course.
freaked him out. I probably traumatized the pets more than they cared at all. But
fair.
This... not to dwell on it, but this earthquake, for me at least, was much different than previous ones.
Sure.
Normally they kind of have a lower rumble start and then kind of build. And this one just right off the bat was like, boom, 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 boom. And so right off, I immediately got up, grabbed Crumb, and then walked in a circle for about 20 seconds saying, where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go?
Yes. What do I do? What did they tell me? Yes.
And then it stopped. And then I, we ran and got the cats in carriers.
Right.
Which is not easy also. Put them in carriers, and Jen just waited. And then was like,
Alexis, this is a lot of work in very little time. If I were to set a stopwatch, how fast do we suppose this all went down?
10 minutes.
That's pretty impressive.
Thanks. But
that's
then,
pretty impressive.
It felt like once the adrenaline had worn off, it was like, why are the cats here? They don't want to be. They're free.
Cats in a carrier.
What are they doing? Like,
yeah. Exactly. Well, because you'll do the disservice of taking yourself to once the initial rumbling has stopped. You're like, I should write this down so that I know what to do next. And gosh, they'll let you know that, well, you know what? That could have just been a precursor.
Yeah.
Just get ready. You never. Yeah. That's not helpful. I don't need that at this point. As you know, Tugboat did his signature bark at it.
And did it stop it?
And according to him, of course it did. Mm-hmm. Yes, he scared it away and was a little bit irked because he did that a month ago and thought that he had made himself clear that you're not welcome around these parts. Mm-mm. And yet here it comes knocking again saying, hey, we're back, much to Tugboat's chagrin.
The bark feels like it's the equivalent of he thought maybe like some big neighbor was just shaking the door. And he was like, stop.
Exactly. Because he's listening. They've been loud. Yeah. And so I think he's upset with the disruption of it. My sweet, sweet parents, Hank and Peggy, were in town. And I got to tell you what, if you want a tutorial of how to follow every single step of how to safely visit a relative, you gotta talk to Hank and Peg.
Yeah.
I'm talking gloves. I'm talking bring in your own pillowcases. I'm talking Lysol. I'm talking 4 masks at a time. They've done it. They've done it.
4 masks at a time.
Well, okay, that last part I exaggerated for effect. But it's very hot. Hank and Peg, why are you doing that to yourselves? Very sweetly, though, have road tripped their way out, just safety first. And in typical Hank and Peggy form, you immediately texted them, are you guys okay? And they just, they called because that's what parents do. Yes. If you text them, they'll call. That's protocol for kids to parent relationship. Right? Yes, exactly. Just laughing, just having a good time. Your mom thought that maybe a little, room service cart had tipped over.
Oh my God.
Their initial... maybe this is what's happening. But just the sweetest and so good to Tugboat. The following day, making sure that both. I mean, they made sure I was okay too. But it's very sweet to have parents in town to let you know you're being ridiculous and overreacting at my age.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice. All right. Well, speaking of earthquakes, how about this episode, Alexis?
Oh, my goodness. Actually, though, this is
right.
I'm so excited for this episode.
Yeah, a lot of earth-shattering news, right? We got some big stuff going on here. Would you like to tell our sweet, sweet listeners what they have gotten themselves into this very episode?
Yeah. We have finally, after what critics are saying, an eternity too long of waiting, very special guest, your best friend, but mostly Tugboat's best friend, Paul F. Tompkins is on the show. In addition, we have some crazy crumb boat. Tug finally got his DNA results, so we've got some floofy updates.
We know where that fluff's coming from. Exactly.
And then also, I took in a foster like a maniac, so I've got some updates on how that's going. We have a Mime Up Minute from Mark and George. And we have a dog joke sent in by not one, but 2 people sent the same joke, which to me is a sign of a good joke.
I tell you what, that's a joke of 2020, I believe.
Oh, and of course, Amplify. So.
Of course. Well, I have commentary on all of this, but in this intro is not the place to do it. It's to do it in the next segment where you're supposed to add commentary.
Okay, we'll do.
So will you join me
in the commentary section?
Yes, please. Alexis. This segment is called Crumbo, where we give updates on our dogs. Yes. And you stand before me as another dog haver.
Temporary.
Now, fill our listeners in. How did this happen to you, and what's the game plan?
Well, you know how in quarantine you think some things are going to be really good and easy ideas because you're not doing anything? So
course.
somebody had posted on that Nextdoor app that they had found a young dog in the neighborhood, and they were unable to take care of her in the meantime while looking for her owner. And I was like, yeah, I'll take her. No problem. This is going to be great. Yeah. She's really cute. She's like a red cattle dog. And I was like, yeah, this will be great. I'll probably foster her. She's really cute. I'll post pictures.
I would have done the same thing.
Yeah. I was like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
And she's so sweet. She's like, truly, she loves people so much that walking her is a little bit difficult at times because she wants to run up to every person she sees and say hello.
Sweetie.
It's really cute.
Yeah.
Including strange groups of people. We're like, do not run into them. They don't want to say hi to you.
I feel like that's a safe choice. Yeah.
But I took her to the vet just to see if she's chipped, and she's not. And I was posting on, the things and searching for any missing things. And it started to look like she maybe didn't come from anywhere.
Wow.
Nobody seems to be looking for her.
But super friendly. And then not necessarily malnourished, right?
No, but definitely has a street vibe to her. She's pretty skittish, but in that way of when to sneak. Yeah. So I can't fully tell, but I have another week with her, and then if no one shows up, she's gonna go live with my dad in Arizona,
which is just incredible.
Yeah, she's gonna love it because there's 4 acres of land that she can just run around and do whatever she wants on. She's got a lot of energy, and I don't think would be the best apartment dog, if you will. But she is so cute. We're calling her Rooney, and she's just she's just a little love bug.
Couldn't love it more. I want to follow up two quick things. Rooney, where did that come from?
Rooney means red-haired in Gaelic.
Oh, excusez-moi.
I didn't just know that. Also, I looked it up.
Sure. As you should. Yeah.
And it was just cute and it fits her. However, here's where the twist comes in too, where you hear me go.
That was going to be my second question. Yes.
And you're like, yeah, but so why aren't you keeping her? Crumb, it turns out, is super territorial in the house. And she's too rough with him. She's just got kind of big paws and puppy energy. And so they're just constantly screaming at each other. And they're fine outside. And Crumb loves dogs. I always thought if I ever wanted to foster, Crumb was going to be like, yes, a new friend. The moment you bring one into the house, no thank you.
No thank you. I like you outside of my house. That's where we're friends.
And even I can bring them out to the yard and they're great. They're having a great little time. We're just prancing around the grass. The moment they come inside, they're like, Rooney's trying to play, and Crumb, as he does, is trying to set the rules straight, where he's still barking when she's doing things wrong, which is all the time because she's kind of a puppy. So it's just and they're always stealing each other's treats. And it's just, they're very sweet, but it has been so much chaos. And she's just a big rowdy girl.
Utterly delightful from over here. I think if I were in your shoes, I would be like, this is why would I have done this to myself? I don't understand, but it is so cute. And I think I couldn't be falling more madly in love with Crumb becoming such a little rule, not only follower, but implementer.
Oh my God. It's he's on her more than we are. The moment she's out of his sight, he has to get up and go watch her and be like, wait, where'd she go?
Of course.
What's she doing?
Let's keep an eye on this. Exactly.
I will say he barks. She's not quite housebroken. She's getting there. But his barks of she's peeing in the house have been pretty helpful.
Look at this. And you gotta know that she's just like, man, come on. Don't tattletale that. Come on.
I know. She's trying.
Delightful. Well, obviously we're gonna need updates, and I genuinely love that she's staying in the family.
Yeah,
this is gonna be.
I'm excited.
The perfect scenario.
She's great.
I love it so much. Over here, you want to hear what's going on in DNA world?
I do want to. I didn't know you were a scientist.
Well, I am. I've conducted it myself, and then I just cross-checked my research with Embark.
Of course.
So I'm just, of course, I have nothing to prove that this is happening. I just need you to take me at face value.
Naturally.
So we, obviously, DNA tests for dogs, they're all the rage. Yes. We love them so much. So Tug did, again, I've got a fluffy pit bull. Pit bull, you can see. That part we know. But his ears are fluffy, his tails are fluffy, the elbows are fluffy. Where's that fluff coming from? So Wisdom Panel said, you're right. It's a Staffordshire Terrier and something fluffy. And that's as far as Wisdom Panel could get. So great. Yes. We love it. Took myself over to Embark. And Embark was like, you know what? We're going to pick up this ball where you left it. We're going to take it a little bit further. Yeah. So would you like to hear the Embark results?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay. Drum roll, please. 69.6% American Pit Bull Terrier.
Classic.
26.2% American Staffordshire Terrier.
Which, if you are like me and you're like, what is that? It's basically a pit bull.
Yeah, same thing. It's basically the same thing. Just pretty much the same thing. Yeah. Here's where the fluff comes in. Decidedly, here's what they're saying. Okay. 4.2% German Shepherd.
Oh, Shepherd.
Obviously, anytime this doesn't go with the way that you predicted, because I said golden retriever, I bet my life on it. I was just like, well, okay, it's a hoax. It doesn't work. But I was like, well, how'd they get the pit bull part right then? That isn't in a photo. So how are you getting that part right? And then took myself to Googled German Shepherd. I tell you what, those fluffs are identical.
They're really... I did the same thing. I was like, German Shepherd. Oh, German Shepherd.
Oh. Well, I'll be. That mane that I keep talking about, how that grew in, I'm like, oh, that's a German Shepherd mane.
It actually makes
that tail
more sense.
Yeah, I know. And something that is so funny. So obviously, we don't need to get into it, but came from a bit of a odd background that we didn't love too much. And I am, tickled at the person who was just like, I'm going to make a dog that you don't want to see in an alley. I'm going to make him a German Shepherd and all the pit bulls. And then my little cannonball was just like, 1, 2, 3, splash! An experiment has never gone so wrong.
That's so true. And you also have family members around?
I do. Oh, yes. Yeah. So in this, they had the relatives, and he's got, I was like, we already covered that. They came in. They were very safe. They thought it was the food cart tipping over. But yes, and the Embark. So just like 20 of the close family, which means as related to like a human, half sibling, or an aunt, an uncle, or grandparents. And just all these pit bulls are in here. So I need to, I gotta reach out to some of these guys and see what their story is. Nothing more than 21%. Still, but there's a lot of 20%ers in here, that's significant, right? Definitely. Do you remember what Crumbs was?
Not off the top of my head. But
okay.
There were a couple ones I think that said that he had cousins. I don't think. Oh no, you know what? He had some that were like a half sibling.
Right. Yeah. So same with little Tuggington over here. But anyway, it's exciting and fun. But I tell you what. So now I've got the truth. And I think this is a really good lesson. And sometimes the truth isn't helpful because immediately ran out to the streets to announce to the neighborhood, we've got it locked in. Right. There were people moving and the movers were just like, oh my gosh, what's your dog? And I was just arrogant to announce, well, he's the German Shepherd pit bull. And they didn't like it as much. What? Everybody seems to have a lot more fun with, I don't know, something fluffy. I wish you would tell me.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to keep it.
I like it.
I think I'm going to say, I wish he would tell me. Because it just makes the interaction more fun.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, even when people ask me Crumbs, which I also know, I think I tend to go like, a poodle chihuahua scruff guy.
Perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, he's just a fluffy pit. That's it.
Because it's kind of similar where it's like, how much do you really want to know exactly what my dog is? It's like,
yeah, you don't.
Please don't break out the spreadsheet. I was just curious.
That's it. Yeah, I don't know why you have to do that to me. That's weird. Yeah. So there you go. We got 4.2% German Shepherd tugboat. There's where the fluff is coming from. But if you ask me on the street, I'll tell you I have no clue.
Love it.
Okay. Hey, Alexis.
Hey, Renee.
Do you know what time it is?
What time is it?
It is time for My Mutt Minute with Mark and George, the crocheted miniature dachshund. Hit it!
Woo!
Hi, Renee and Alexis. My name is Mark, and this is my Mutt Minute for my boyfriend's dog, George. George is a miniature dachshund with dark chocolate fur and little tan booties. he is a very sophisticated boy and can always be found wearing his red bow tie. Despite only being 2 years old, George seems to think he is a 60-year-old man, and his favourite activity is sleeping. We always have to be careful when we sit down on the bed and check for little lumps under the covers so that we don't squash him. George doesn't really get on with other dogs very well, especially when they are too boisterous and bitey when they are playing, as he is very small and delicate. He much prefers the company of humans. He can be pretty sassy and won't be shy in letting you know when you haven't been giving him enough attention. George doesn't let the fact that he is stuffed and made from yarn stop him from being the happiest little old man. He's the perfect addition to our lives and is tiding us over nicely until we can move into our own place with a garden and while we wait for someone to invent a cure for my allergies. And time.
Mark, we love it. Great. It's great because I don't think that we ever said you got a stuffed animal that's a dog. Do your My Mutt Minute about that.
No.
That's fine. Inclusivity. That's what we love here at Can I Pet Your Dog? Real dogs, other people's dogs, crocheted dogs. Yes. Bring it in. Couldn't be more delightful.
Also, George is so cute. It's such a cute little crocheted dog.
I was going to say, we'll post it on Instagram, but I do think this photo really makes up for it because it is. It's just a little pup that your Nana would crochet for you. That bow tie is prominent, accurate in the My Mutt Minute. And the link, I don't get along well with other dogs because they will tear me to shreds. It's a fair assessment of such a thing.
I'm just so genuinely delighted that I'm close to blushing. Like, I just feel giddy. It's so cute.
So delightful. It's so delightful. And I agree, Mark, that this is the perfect gateway dog between you and your allergies.
Definitely. Keep rubbing your nose in it and eventually
exactly.
it's just
Exactly what we should do. Enchanting. Perfect. I love it so much. Alexis, if someone wanted to send in their My Mutt Minute about any dog they choose, how could they do such a thing?
If you have literally any dog in your life and you want to do a My Mutt Minute, go ahead and record it on your phone or whatever recording device you have and email it to us at canipetyourdogpodcast@gmail.com and we'll play it on this very show.
Okay, you guys, it's impossible to do an introduction for this guest other than your favorite. He's your favorite comedian. He's your favorite actor. He's your favorite podcaster. So we're just going to go with, you guys, please welcome Tugboat's very best friend, Paul F. Tompkins. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you so much for making time for this.
It's my pleasure. I'm thrilled to be here. We were supposed to do it a while back, and then I forget what happened. I think my schedule changed or something, or maybe, who knows?
So I think probably a little bit before quarantine, and then quarantine happened, and then everyone was just like, oh, well, I can go for the biggest names because nobody's doing anything. I was like, well, I can't ask him now because everybody's going to be asking him.
Biggest names.
The biggest names. That's what we call you behind your back, Paul. The biggest names.
Oh, boy.
What do you say biggest? We do mean longest also.
Sure.
You know what? That I will accept.
Yeah.
That's where that middle initial gives me the edge.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Of course. So obviously we have to talk about dogs. Tugboat's going to come up, but let's cover the other ones first before we get to Tugboat.
Let's get the opening dogs out of the way before the headliner.
Nobody's happy about it.
I can't believe I'm here this early to see the opening dogs.
People are skipping ahead on the 15 seconds waiting for
everybody. Thank God they put that 15 a sec button in there. We got to get in there. So now it was a little bit of a jealousy situation in our household, but you have neighbor dogs that you have befriended.
True.
And
that is true. Yeah.
And it was a long night at our house trying to explain you're allowed to have other friends, you're allowed to meet other dogs. Right. But please tell our sweet listeners about your neighbor pups that have been featured over quarantine.
Absolutely. I would love to. I started taking, early in the quarantine, I started taking walks, and I started going down streets of my neighborhood that I don't usually do, just like aimlessly walking, and it was really enjoyable and nice. And one of the things that was great about it was it really made me like I like my neighborhood, but this really made me appreciate it even more. Like just looking at stuff in a way that I don't normally do. And it was really nice. And so one day I was walking up this little street, and in the front yard of this house were these two dogs, a real odd couple. There was a big golden and a little, one of those breeds of little dog.
One of them little ones.
Yeah. Yep. And they came up to the gate, and they were immediately friendly and nice, tail wagging. And I wanted to, they were like getting right up against the fence because they wanted to be pet. And I at that point, I think I knew, like, I don't think we're supposed to do this.
Right.
Because there's a possibility that either that the virus can live on their fur for however long enough to, for somebody to pick it up.
Right.
And I was like, well, if I have it, I don't want to leave it. And if I don't have it, I don't want to get it.
Right.
So I just said sweet things to the dogs and then moved on. And then I made it a point to walk past there every day. And I'm going to say, it took like a couple weeks, because the next time I saw them, they just barked at me. And then it took
well, you didn't pet them. That's on you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
And they were letting me know that you did the wrong thing when we saw you. Right. We gave you all the signs.
Yes.
And after a couple weeks, then they just exclusively were happy to see me. Yeah. And I was taking video of them, putting them online. You can find it on Instagram under the hashtag Linda and Joan. There's one picture of Joan Collins and Linda Evans from Dynasty, and then the rest are pictures of these two dogs.
Of course. Yeah.
I would visit them every day, and they're so sweet and funny. And I guessed that their names were, well, I didn't guess their names. I guessed that they were female, and I started calling them Linda and Joan.
Sure.
And I did not even make the connection to Linda Evans and Joan Collins until I saw that on the hashtag. And I was like,
all right.
Yeah. And then after a while, I was going there every day, talking to them and visiting with them. And I think like it was a month or 2 months, like it was a long time.
Yeah.
I saw somebody, this little girl who lived in the house, was on the front stoop. She was about to go in the house. And I got there. She was just about to go in, and I said, "Hey, excuse me, are these your dogs?" She said, "Yeah." And I said, "They're so sweet." And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "What are their names?" And she said, "The big one is Thomas and the little one is Max." And it blew my mind. Not just that I guess the gender wrong, but Thomas, like what a great name for that big. He's an old guy too. He's got like the white around the eyes.
Oh.
I love it so much. And so then I finally got the idea because I found, like, I've had plenty of time to rearrange stuff in the house.
Sure.
And I found a box of surgical gloves that I think I bought as a prop for something and never used. And I was like, I'm going to take a glove and go over there and pet those dogs.
You genius, man. Yes.
And I did. And it was amazing. It was like such a wonderful closure.
Yes.
And they, and what was so funny was that, Thomas is big, Max is very little. And so I would pet Thomas, and then Max would go over to the side where Thomas wasn't. And then I'd reach through and I'd pet Max. Then Thomas would knock Max out of the way to get more pets.
Obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. You're a little guy. You got to do what you got to do.
He's a real pet hog. Thomas is a real pet hog. And I was like, so then it was like, Max is littler. How do I outwit Thomas to get Max some pets before Thomas comes over and knocks him out of the way again?
Right.
But they're really wonderful, sweet dogs. I adore them.
the journey of it was, because we've seen a lot of like wholesome, oh my God, finally, videos during quarantine.
Yeah.
There's been
Yeah.
a whole show about it, some good news. None have made me cry like the pet with a glove. What a victory it was for us all.
They were really invested. There were people that I did not know that were following this that, jumped in and said, oh my God, finally. It's nice. It was nice to see.
It's true. It's just the natural course of things. If there's a dog, you have to pet it. You completed the circle for us. So proud. So now, Paul, you're so good at befriending dogs. Did you have dogs growing up? How are you so good at this? What's your secret?
I never had dogs. Always liked dogs. But we did not have them growing up. My parents had pets before we were born. They had 6 kids.
Oh, wow.
So they got all that out of the way, and then when it was time for children, it's like, we are not bringing another mouth to feed into this house.
Fair.
It's like, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, I've had cats in the past, but I have never had a dog. My wife Janie is she's been like doing a sort of very methodical and slow campaign for us to get a dog. But it's not worked yet.
Okay.
It's
So
not
now is
worked
the
yet.
campaign against you for this? Who are we competing against?
You mean getting rid of Paul?
To replace me with a dog, yes.
Are you
have an election?
Are you trying to find your running mate? What are we doing here?
She is trying to wear me down, water on the stone style, and eventually it will happen. I picture it as when I'm a little bit older, though, and more close to retirement age, even though I will never be able to retire.
I was like, whoa.
But,
only because your fans won't let you. We're like, get at it. Come on, one back.
Let's say that's why. But I see that happening more later. But yeah, I love dogs. Like I had a victory recently with friends of ours who also live in the neighborhood. Have a dog named Georgie. Georgie is an adorable little. She's like fluffy and shaggy. She's like one of those dogs that looks like Chris Christopherson. She's really, really cute, but she's very like, she's not big with strangers, and even people that she's met multiple times, it's like you have to really wear her down.
Right.
And so they came over for a distance hang in our backyard, and they brought Georgie, and they gave me a little container of treats, and they said, this is so Georgie will become your friend. So I spaced them out over the course of the evening, and she kept coming back to me. I got her to do a couple tricks and all that, but she would not let me pet her.
Right.
Okay.
Would not let me pet her. But I like played with her a little bit. Like, she loves to be chased. So she was just running back and forth under the picnic table. And so I was just going on either side. And then she kept, after the treats were gone, she kept coming over to me, and I kept having to say, they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah.
And she would do this thing where she would just nudge my leg with her nose to indicate I'm ready for another treat. And I would have to explain, I can't give you a treat. I would still reach down and try to pet her, and she would, skitter her away. She does an amazing thing. This is very visual, and I apologize. But she does a thing where she was staring at me, like just staring at me for the longest time. And I knew she was staring at me. And then when I would look down at her, she was legitimately trying to pretend that she wasn't staring at me. So I would look at her, and she would, just like a human being, she would just look slightly away, like, no, I was looking.
I was just
over
like
here.
looking around, and you happened to be.
Are you looking at me?
Were you staring at me? Is that what was happening?
It was killing me.
Oh.
But by the end of the night, she let me pet her.
Yes.
She was like very, very cautiously, but she came in close to me, and I reached down a hand, and she didn't run, and I was like, oh, okay. And she was letting me pet her. She was being so sweet and so nice. By the next time I see her, we'll be back to square one for sure.
Of course.
But this was, it made me so happy.
Yeah.
So happy
Well, this
that you let me do that.
Crumb is one of those dogs. He doesn't like
yeah?
strangers. So hearing you're willing to be patient with her, I'm like, there are people that can do it, bud. You just gotta wait. Like, so often people just give up. They go, I don't know, he doesn't like me. And I'm like, no, he might. He's just.
It takes time.
Yeah.
Some dogs take time. Yeah,
he does.
Absolutely.
Paul, I think that's your sweet spot, and pretty close to what happened with Tugboat over here, who has never been great with anybody. Just his thing is too much.
He's such a character. He really is like a weirdo. I love him so much, and he does such odd things, and he's got that face. He's hilarious to me. He's hilarious to me.
I have to say, like, a little bit a talent scout, or just a one who sought out through a crowd. You're like, okay, we're gonna do something with this one. Just meant so much to us. Do you remember the first day that you met Todd?
Absolutely. No, I fell in love.
Tell us all. How did it happen?
I fell in love with him instantly. He's a very handsome boy, and he's got a distinct look, and he just. As soon as I saw him, I was like, who is this guy? I was really, really excited to meet him. And he's very aloof. He's aloof but patient. Like he'll let you pet him or whatever, but he doesn't give you any indication that he's enjoying it.
Yes.
And for me to get to the point where it felt like there was a glimmer of recognition. That's like, oh, I've seen this guy before.
I know him.
But I'm not yet at the point with him where he like jumps up on me to see me, like where he knows,
right?
Oh, if I see him, we're in for a good time together. And before quarantine, when I was going into Earwolf all the time, I was gonna ask, like, when is a good time that I could come by and like toss a ball or a frisbee or something. Yes. To just to play with him, just because it would be fun, but also to maybe establish some kind of rapport with him. But yeah, he's a man. He really makes me smile. He's like he's so funny.
Mutual, because obviously, as we talked about, you're everybody's favorite. So we listen to Stay F Homekins on a weekly basis. It's so good. You and Janie are the best.
Thank you.
But I swear he recognizes your voice, because he always, but I think maybe what happens is he knows that voice means a treat or attention for me in some way.
And then it doesn't come.
It doesn't
it's like, what are the rules of the world anymore?
Come on.
Well, you know what? I feel like that's how dogs have to. That's how they have to suffer during quarantine, because right now they're like, oh, everybody's home all the time. This is awesome. Yeah. I have everything. This is what it's supposed to be. Is that you're here all the time. You never go anywhere. Right. And if you do go somewhere, you go with me, and that's it. Yeah. And I think it's going to be very confusing for dogs when this is over. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah. We're not letting ourselves think about that part. It's just like, I feel like it'll just work itself out somehow, maybe. Who knows? Paul, we were going to do a very silly thing where Tugboat obviously misses his best friend and had a list of best friend questions to give advice. Obviously, you guys are best friends.
Absolutely.
Obviously, going to need some advice from his best friends.
Indeed.
I guess the first one is more just, like regular complainy thing. I don't know if he needs advice. He just needs you to commiserate with him that he can't get comfy in his puddle. And if you just have any words of advice, commiserating, what do you do, man? You can't get comfy in a puddle.
I know. I would say, like, stop. One thing you can do is stop testing the puddles, because they're all going to be the same.
Sure.
And I would say that the initial feeling that you have when you lay down in the puddle is as good as it gets. And so if you are into that, then you're set. If you're not into that, maybe puddles are not for you.
Oh,
that's really good advice. You got to love them where they're at.
It's tough love,
you can't change puddles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Puddles, you got to love them where they're at. That's right. You're exactly right.
Such good advice. Second question. This one, it's snarky. But that's what best friends do. They talk smack about things.
We like to roast each other.
You know how it goes. So we walk along a golf course. 2 snarks. 1, he's not allowed in. 2, would you agree that the squirrels inside that golf course he's not allowed in are a little more snooty than other squirrels?
Oh, of course. Okay. They have to be. They have to be, because I'm sure that I'm sure there's probably people that are feeding them. You know what I mean? I'm sure they're the kind of squirrels that if you walk up to them, they just stand there, which is always really unnerving. The ones at Griffith Park, that freaked me out the first time I encountered that, where I was walking and the squirrel did not get out of my way. Like, when I was like, oh, what happens
Okay.
now?
For an insurance
We're in your
claim.
home.
Yeah, he wanted me to run him over. He's gonna do a bump and sue. First of all, golf courses are the worst, and I think that golf course squirrels, in addition to being extremely difficult to say, have to be the worst squirrels on earth.
You're such a good best friend. This
Golf
is exactly what he needed to hear from his best friend. Of course,
I got his back.
Of course, squirrels. And then finally, you know how best friends, like, you just have to like go through the like, oh, you've been talking about this for years. You're never going to do it, but I'll entertain the idea. Do you think he should get a job at the dog store around the corner? Should he? He talks about it all the time, but he's never put it in an application.
Just like, what is the dog store?
Sure, it has a name. I guarantee it's some sort of pet supply store, but according to Tug,
that's what
is the dog
I
store.
assumed.
Sure.
But I thought like maybe there's a thing that I don't know about that is the dog store.
The dog shop there. They,
yeah, see, exactly.
Everything's
That's
dog
what I was
height,
picturing.
and they can pick whatever they want.
Right. You get it.
Look, who knows how long this is going to go on, so it's entirely possible.
It may come to that, Tug. It may come to that. And that's what we love, a best friend who will tell you the truth.
That's right. Can't predict the future, but I like to keep all my options open.
There you go. There you go. Bless you.
Yeah.
Bless you so much. Now, Alexis had actual good questions.
Well, that's not... Okay. You are a notoriously well-dressed man. This is just fact. But I was wondering, what are your views on dogs in outfits? Do you like a fancy dog or just a dog in a bandana? What do we do?
Whoever invented those costumes that are like a person, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, with like the arms in front.
Yes, it gets me every time. It's always funny. It's always funny. But yeah, I love a dog in an outfit. If a thing that I discovered recently because of my friend Kulap Vilaysack, that there are dogs that love putting on clothes.
Yes.
I didn't know that was a thing. And that makes me so happy that because they had a dog named Rocky who passed away a little while ago, but she would dress him up in a different costume every day in October.
Oh.
It was 31 days of Rocktober. And she would put Rocky in different costumes. And she said he would get so excited. He would jump up and down when I would like bring out the costume. And I was like, I never knew that was a thing. It makes me so happy to know that there are dogs that love to put on clothes.
Yeah.
Just the best. Yeah, it's good. It makes him happy.
Okay.
I'm glad the bandana thing stuck.
Yeah.
You know, because I remember when people started doing that. And I'm glad to see it still around, and people put like the baseball team bandana on there, or whatever they want to express, whatever they want to make their dog express, whatever they want to force their dog without consent to endorse.
Obviously, thank you. Yes,
yeah. It definitely changes the vibe of the dog if they're wearing a bandana. Like,
you think that dog is down to party?
Exactly. Yeah. That dog
likes to have fun.
That dog's seen a horse, and that dog likes to party.
Definitely, he has seen a horse.
Universal signal. Exactly. I've seen a horse. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
Well, speaking of horse, you play a famous dog on BoJack Horseman.
That's right.
Yeah?
That's right.
What a segue I've done.
That was perfect.
Now this is a tough question, but did you consult with real dogs to get into character?
I consulted with real dogs to make sure it was okay that I was portraying this dog.
Excellent. Yeah.
Do I have your blessing? And
very responsible.
Although I am not a dog, I am a mister, and so that counted enough for this dog council that I met with.
Great.
Perfect. So responsible, and what a banner job you did. Everyone agrees. Dogs and humans alike.
You really do convey the personality of a golden retriever phenomenally.
Thank you. I'm very pleased that I was able to. I mean, it's pretty much 99% the writing, but I was glad that I was able to communicate that energy.
Oh, perfect.
It was, everybody's favorite. Paul, I will keep you for 5 hours. I won't let you go, which is why we put a time frame on this so that you can actually enjoy dinner. But just so we're clear, if you're like, oh, she wanted to go. She didn't. She wanted to keep you for the rest of the night. Thank you. Sincere. Thank you so much for doing this. We've got our last game of Name That Dog.
I can't wait.
Of course.
Yes.
So at the very beginning, when we were talking about your neighbor dogs, we all knew, okay, there's one, it's a golden retriever. That's a big dog. And then a little dog that nobody quite knows what it is. So, but I think we all know the universal little dog is a Chihuahua.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, okay, we got that one. So we're looking for a Chihuahua, and it is a boy. What would you name that dog? And thank you for taking this as seriously as it is.
Honestly, the first thing that popped in my head is Chattanooga.
Chattanooga the Chihuahua. Yeah, of course. Of course.
You can call them Noogs. You know what I mean? There's so much nickname potential in there. Chatty. Like there's all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
It's so good. Yeah. And I think Chihuahua occasionally, and this is stereotyping and it's not fair of me, but they can be notorious for being just a little, little grumpy, little crabby dogs. Your name's Chattanooga. I think that's going to change your entire personality. I think you're just going to roll with it. You're going to be fine.
I think honestly, because Chihuahuas are they're so yappy and they're like on guard all the time. They can come off as not. They can come. It seems like it's coming from a place of weakness sometimes, but I think the name makes a big difference. That if they have a sort of tough sounding name, you may think, oh, okay, this dog is in charge. Right. He's taking care of things. He's being protective. He's not scared. He's trying to make me scared.
He's handling it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's handling it. Exactly.
I love it so much. I don't think there's a human I love more than you. You're the best, but you're just so, that thing of like sneaky kindness, you do it so masterfully.
That's right. You're the only one who's discovered my kindness. Everyone else thinks I'm awful.
Disagree. I don't think anybody does. It's just, you just scoop people up and make them feel great. Me, my dog, across the board. You're just the best.
That's very kind of you to say.
Obviously, we're obsessed with all your stuff, including, but certainly not limited to, Stay of Homekins is so good. You and Janie have such a good show.
Thank you.
I feel like we have 100% of our listeners are already listening to your shows. Is there other places
tell
where
them
they can
to
find
tell
you?
people? I am PF Tompkins on Twitter and Instagram, and I do a monthly show with Lauren Lapkus where we just do a 2-person improv show, and that's the first Monday of every month. The next one is October 5th, I believe, and it's very silly and very fun. Produced by Dynasty Typewriter, and I'm also going to be doing another streaming show, The Thrilling Adventure Hour, on Saturday, September 26th. It's all the original cast members are going to get together, and it's that's going to be a lot of fun. We haven't done one in a while, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome. It's a home run every time. And a little bit, I will warn listeners, it does make you a little angry that people are that talented. It does make you a little like, okay, you don't all need to be that good.
I'm sorry. And the newest thing is I'm co-hosting the newest official Star Trek podcast with Tawny Newsome. Yeah,
That's
I don't know
incredible.
how that happened, but that comes out on Mondays, I believe. It's called Star Trek: The Pod Directive. Awesome. The first episode just aired earlier this week as of this recording, and it comes out on Mondays, and it's
amazing.
It's really fun. It's not about specific Star Trek series. It's an interview show, and Tawny and I talk to various people from all walks of life who have been influenced by Star Trek, about their lives and how what Star Trek means to them, and how it's influenced things that they have done. It's you don't have to be a Star Trek fan to listen to it. It's a lot of interesting conversation.
Awesome.
Yeah, sounds like you'll turn into one though if you tune in. Should be like,
Maybe.
oh, Star Trek did all that? Well,
it just might wear you down. Yeah.
Sure. I love it. I love you. Thank you so much for making time for this. You're just the best.
Thank you.
This was so much fun. Thank you for having me, you guys. Thank you. Pet those dogs for me.
Renee.
Yes, Alexis, what can I do for you?
Well, we're on a tight schedule. We just finished my Mutt Minute, and it is now joke o'clock.
It is joke o'clock, and I appreciate you keeping to the schedule that we have laid out.
Of course, it's important.
Yes.
So this.
All right. Well, let's get to it.
Okay. This joke was sent in by not one but two people. Morgan Becker and Jessie Doyle both sent this in, and I do want to take a little side note in that Jessie said this is her late grandfather's favorite joke, which is very sweet.
I love it. Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So, a three-legged dog walks into a bar. The bartender asks, "What can I do for you?" To which the dog replies, "I'm looking for the man who shot my pa." But it's his paw.
Yeah. His paw. His actual.
His like little foot paw.
Got it. Like, yeah, his foot, but it's a paw. Got it.
Yeah, it's a paw. He's looking for the man.
And then are we done with the joke?
That's the whole joke. Pretty good, right?
Okay. I like it. Now, I am not a joke writer. I don't stand before you as one. But I do feel like the play on words paw could be implemented. Because is that how a lot of saloon people walk in? Are there a lot of paws getting shot? Maybe that's the part that I'm missing, is I didn't know that was a regular premise.
Cowboys are always looking for revenge on someone.
Okay. All right. Well, good.
It's pretty similar to the plot of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, I think.
Okay. Well, in that case, yes. Yeah, that was the thing that I was missing, is I wasn't researched enough to appreciate the grandpa's favorite joke.
Yes, of course.
So I think grandpa's right. I'm wrong. Gonna go watch Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and then I'm gonna come back, and boy, are you gonna get a guffaw out of me, because I'm gonna have references.
There are no holes in this joke. Wait. I was trying to do like a paw was shot, but I realized that's just a visual thing for me to think about. Anyway, that's dog jokes.
Everyone loves them. Alexis Preston, can I talk to you real quick? I don't think we can beat this episode. I think this might have been our best one yet.
I know. If you think about it, we had Paul F. Tompkins.
Yeah.
Tug's DNA results finally.
Yeah.
I have an insane foster dog.
And there's a crochet dog for my Mutt Minute. I don't think we're going to be able to top this.
Let's try.
Okay. I was just going to say to you, I want to tell the listeners I'll see him next week, but I just want to let them know that I know that it won't get better.
Yeah. We're acknowledging right now that we're going to try and do this good from now on, but please just go back a couple episodes and be like, nah, it's back to normal.
Sure. Okay. You got it. Yeah. You got it. Okay. Good. Well, for there we go. You guys, we're going to see you next week. We love you so much. Until then, Alexis, can I pet your dog?
Can I pet your dog?
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture.
Artist owned.
You're chilling with Maximum Fun, sending you good podcast vibes from our neighborhood to yours. More at MaximumFun.org.
Davy Show?
I have seen the dark shadows moving in the woods, and I have no doubt that whatever I have resurrected through this book is sure to come calling for me.
David, you look absolutely terrific, honestly. You've got like glue on.
This is where the worst begins.
This is where we must stop. For beyond is the work of madness. The nightmare of insane murder and lingering death. Get inside and lock your doors. Close your windows. Someone is watching you. Someone is waiting for you. Someone wants to scare you to death.
This is Albert from the Tuesday Show. You're listening to the goddamn Dave Hill Show, now on a flipping Monday.
No, you're an ancient. I said no really loud there. I scared myself. I don't know if that happens to you guys. Anyway, hello and welcome to the Dave Hill Good Time Hour with me, Dave Hill from before. Hello, hi, how are you? Hello, boy criminal, Chris Gersbeck.
Hey, how's it going?
Really great. Do you have background music on?
I do, yeah.
What is that tonight?
It's Isaac Hayes, hung up on my
I can't
door.
really hear it. Oh, that's nice.
The usual.
Things are heating up. Wade Snook in the chat says, I just squirted a little bit. He did not do the super chat.
Whoa.
I just read it. A random not super chat. If you want me to just jump right ahead, we do have the super, not to get, I shouldn't be talking about the super chat, right? I haven't even finished asking New Jersey Chicken Rancher, Dez, how you doing?
Doing great, Dave. How are you?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It's been a real roller coaster ride with me.
That's what you were saying
today. What's that?
That's what you were saying before.
I've gotten since the last show, unless I talked about this on the last show, but I don't think so. I think it was since the last show. I've gotten into 2 separate run-ins with anti-maskers.
Like in person?
Yes.
What was the location?
The same place, both times.
Not
Where?
At the dip destination, I hope.
No, I was at the dip destination today. I'm proud to say, at the grocery store, and thank God I was able to. I realize I'm getting a little better at like not getting worked up for extended periods, because I did go to dip destination out here in Ohio. Though I am for real returning to New York soon. I know I keep threatening, and I have returned, and then I came back here, but I am for real coming back. It may have been my last trip to dip destination, where you can get, as hinted in the name, dips. It's the only stand in the store that they went out of their way to make a special sign for, and I applaud it. But what would happen? So last week, I went to the post office to mail a few things, which is, I guess, redundant. I guess you could do other things at the post office, but
Get a money order?
yeah, many things. But so I would go to the post office, and I'm a pretty cautious pandemic guy. And so it's a tiny post office in this tiny little town of 3,000 people. One person working the counter at a time. That's all there is. Sometimes there's a second person in the back, but that's about it. And so this guy walks in, and he's like kind of a big, like bearded, he could be like 55 or 75. He's just a big, hairy blob. And he checks his P.O. box and he says, "Hey, I told you not to put any bills in here." The humorous joke that I'm sure the front desk guy gets 70,000 times a day, right? So the guy at the desk doesn't...
That's pretty good. I might start using that, actually.
It's pretty strong. You got to give it to him. But so the guy at the front, I think, maybe chuckled politely. I even gave it a little something. But it wasn't enough for the guy, so he walks over in between me and the guy in the front, at the register, and he's like, "Hey, I told you not to put any bills in here." At which point I backed away like an additional 3 feet. So I would be 6 feet from him. And he says, "What are you, scared?" Oh, he's not wearing a mask. I should have pointed this out. He's not wearing a mask. He says, "What are you, scared?" And so I found that annoying.
Aggressive.
Yeah, so I said, "No, you should have a fucking mask on." I used the F word.
Did you lean into it like you just did?
Yeah, I said it right like that, pretty much.
All right, that's strong.
Not exaggerating.
Okay.
And so he says, "Fuck you." And so I said, and I'm sorry for the language. It basically went full on nasty language back and forth. This is a classy show, so I won't tell you what I said to him. And then it went back and forth, an insult, swear words, insult. And then he left, and he was so mad, he knocked on the glass to give me the finger again after he left. And then I gave him the finger.
Did you have gloves on? Was it like one of those weird, awkward, like?
Yeah, he had gloves on. He did. It's true. He did.
Weak finger.
So he was really pissed. And I was just kind of, I was pissed, but whatever. But then I just quickly went back to just being a mild-mannered guy, which I normally am when I'm making basic transactions throughout the day. Though I did say to the front desk guy, "Hey, I did a little bit of that." And then I went back to just being like, "Okay, thanks." So I go back to the post office today, less than a week later. There's a lot of anti-maskers in New York, sadly, Tracy Dunbar says.
Yeah.
Matt Arnold does a super chat, but he doesn't say anything. That's a power move.
I think the donation amount is the message.
Oh, okay. Normally, I'm trying not to read the donation amount, but let's be clear. He did do $6.66, which is the exact change of the beast. So I go to the post office today, and to renew my passport and then mail a package. And this was not a time to be getting in a fight, because I realized, like, I don't want anyone screwing up with me sending my passport in. I'm just trying to get a jump on it, because I imagine I'll go back to being an international superstar, soon. And not that I stopped, but you see my point. But my passport's expired. I need to, anyway. So I go in there. It's a different guy at the front desk. And before there was a mask mandate, I'm just working this story out for the Moss with it, which is why I'm not sparing any detail. And I'm going to cry at some point. So this guy, before there was a mask mandate, they never wore a mask, the employees. And then there was, and then I only saw the other guy, and he always had a mask on. So anyway, I hadn't seen this guy in a long time, and he's behind the counter without a mask. And they do have like a piece of plastic hanging. It's not a wall. It's just like it's like a temporary thing that's just hanging. So, okay, details. He doesn't have the mask. And then I ask for an envelope. He goes in the back. I grab an envelope. I'm filling it out. Figure, he's going to put a mask on when he comes back, right? And then he comes back and he doesn't have the mask on. And I think he's 99.999% doing this on purpose. And that was all it took for me to go, like, fuck this guy. So I was like, "Hey, can you put your mask on before you wait on me?" And he was all like shitty and eating green. He's like, "Nope, I don't have to do that."
I love the assholes that double down on their behavior when you call them out on it.
Oh yeah, he was like, he's like, "You can't tell me what to do." I'm like, "I'm not telling you. The governor of Ohio mandated it. I'm just fucking telling you what the law is." He's like, "Nope, I don't have to do it. You can't make me do it." And so he's like, "You don't know my HIPAA status. I don't have to tell you." And he's like, so then I'm like, "Well, give me a fucking form to fill out this thing." And I'm filling out this thing, and he's like, "You don't even have to come in here. You could be printing this all out at home. You don't even have to come in here. Why are you even coming in here?" At which point I raised my voice And I didn't use swears because I was like, if I don't use swears, everything's fine.
You can do whatever you want. Keep it.
So I said, look, you need to shut up because I didn't ask you anything other than to put a mask on and you were a dick about it. So shut up.
Nice.
I did say this. And this is the kind of, you don't want to cross me in public. And then, so he kind of shut up. And then I went and we finished the transaction with no more. And then he's like, you can, I'm like, what's your name? And he told me his name. And I was like, I'm going to take your picture and report you. And he's like, fine. So I said, fine.
Fucking hated here anyway.
Fine. But, so he claims, and he's like, look up hypocapnia. That's what I have, which is bullshit. That's like people claiming that they're getting like too much carbon dioxide by wearing masks, which has been debunked already. Yeah. So, anyway, so fuck this guy. And that was my day. So I reported him. I was going to post his picture on Instagram, but I was like, what's that going to get me? Nothing other than me deleting it later, feeling stupid. Not stupid, but I was just like, you know what? I got outside and I was like, I got to get to the dip destination. I need to shake off all my anger and focus on
You're like craving the dip destination,
I realized smoker. I was reading a book. I believe it was The Power of Now, and Eckhart Tolle talks about how ducks, they get in fights and they shake it off. Just like Taylor Swift says, they shake it off. And I was like, I need to shake this off because I'm going to be at the dip destination in about 7 minutes. Mm-hmm. So I went to the grocery store. I called my sister just to bounce this story. She didn't think it was ready for the moth. Let me be clear.
I think you made progress on it tonight, though.
She was like, it has its, it has its moments.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyway, blah, blah, blah. So there we go. Those are my run-ins. But I'm all by way of saying I'm excited to come back to New York and get into even more run-ins there, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. Because there's more people to run into. The number here, we changed the number, 201-584-7071. That's 201-584-7071. That's 201-584-7071. I said it enough times. It's getting ridiculous. We have a great guest tonight. My dear friend Jordan Morris, who has a new comic book coming out called Bubble, based on his podcast with the same name. He's also a co-host of Jordan Jesse Go. He's fabulous. He'll be with us in a few minutes, but you can call us in the meantime, and then call the whole time he's on, just relentlessly. 201-584-70. We have a new phone line, by the way. We have a new phone line.
I think we could take multiple calls. We could put calls on hold.
3 calls on hold.
Ooh.
Right now as we speak.
Are you serious? That's insane.
Yeah. As your story was unfolding, the calls were backing up.
I really want I really want to push. We do have the super chat. If you really want your comment read right away, I'm just going to pretend Amy Dahl did a super chat. And so, did you buy the dip? Yes, I bought a medium salsa, and I bought a hot salsa. Now, listen, most times I prefer the hot salsa. I go hard, pretty much with all things, and but sometimes the call is for medium, so it's, you
go with it.
So I did that, and we got out of there, and here I am, better than ever. I showered for the first time in days.
Fancy.
My hair is still damp. Let's take a call.
Sure.
I'm gonna go grab our guest.
Carl, are you there?
I'm there.
Oh, it's Elvira, it sounds like.
Is it Elvira?
No, this is Matt.
Matt, sorry.
It's Matt. Matt, where are you calling from?
Iowa City, Iowa, but my old Minneapolis
area code. Maybe we was throwing Des off.
Ah, that's what it was.
Oh, so this is Matt Arnold of Iowa City, Iowa.
Right.
Congratulations.
Wait, what happened to our phone number?
Chris took it away.
Why? Now how will we're getting someone. I'll complain to him momentarily about it.
201-584-7071.
Matt Arnold, what's happening out there in Iowa City? Paint us a picture with words.
Well, on the positive front, I was able to drive out to less liberal parts of Iowa to get my vaccination, where there's a little bit of anti-vax or not believing COVID's real, but was able to just go through a drive-through vaccination.
Oh, nice. Kudos.
Nice.
But I did, and the cop running the traffic, I did appreciate that he didn't have a mask on as he was talking to people and waving people through to the vaccination event where you were encouraged to wear a mask.
That's
but
yeah.
That's not why I called. So this is still, everybody has a chance to back out. This is following up on the medical story that I shared with Chris and Des over the weekend that I almost shared last week, but I don't know if this will derail the show. We can go.
I believe there's a statute of limitations, but go ahead.
All right. In the spirit of this, and also because it just might twist Jimmy a little bit, it does have to do with my balls. But so the story was a few years back, I got a vasectomy, right? Love my kids, but two's plenty.
This is all moving pretty fast.
Strange infection. What's that?
This is all moving very fast. Wait, you got a strange infection as a result of having had a vasectomy.
Right. Yeah. So the infection caused parts of my downtown real estate to swell.
Sure.
And
I have that copyrighted, by the way.
Point that it
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
So, yeah, no. So it required a minor medical procedure, and my wife was out of town. Thankfully, my parents were in town so that somebody could look after the kids. Went to the ER and had to go to emergency care, where I was brought in. And for context, for folks that don't know, the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics is a teaching hospital. So anytime something weird comes in, the doctors love to just gather all the med students around to see what's going on. So what ended up happening was I had to have two doctors and what felt like a dozen medical students watch as they drained an undisclosed amount of pus from my inflamed business district. And when I looked down, there's smoke rising, because they had to cauterize the wound and then pack the wound with packing bandages. And I never knew what that was like. So what happened was then they asked me if I was comfortable changing my own bandages. So I said yes. I thought, how hard could it be? Sent home as I'm taking a shower, getting ready to reach.
I'm just listening, by the way. Continue.
So it felt like a magician's handkerchief trick. As I was pulling the packed bandages out, there was about 3 meters, about a meter, about 3 feet of.
Thank you for catering to our international listeners.
That I almost passed out there.
Because now you got to put it back.
Is this working?
Yeah.
Well, then you have to repack the wound.
That's the thing.
So then, and then trying to stuff that back in. And so, again, it was no pink sock, but there is my version of an injury that took a few weeks to recover, and slowly pulling stuff out and stuffing it back in. And I'm sure on the internet I could have had a video channel that made a lot of money, but that story is now just etched in everybody's
It's
memory.
never too late. I have follow-up questions, just out of medical interest. When you had to put the bandages back in or whatever, was it the same ones or fresh ones?
Good question. Yeah.
I thought so.
Wouldn't want folks to mishandle this if ever confronted with this common injury. But yeah, no, it was fresh ones. I was sent home with lots and lots of bandages to stuff back in. But I thought after I almost passed out in the shower, I thought I was going to cry when I saw just about how much I was going to have to stuff back in. And that amount goes down each time. But
no.
Now, when you say stuff in, where were you stuffing it into? The testicles?
Bowls.
I'm gonna I don't know, side taint, like right where the scrotum is connecting to the pelvis. It's still right in the no square,
but not the taint. I know a guy who.
I think that might have been easier at this point.
I know a guy who. Well, I'll just say it was Mike Watt from the Minutemen, because it's not a secret. He's spoken about it very publicly. Mm-hmm. He got an abscess in his perineum, which is to say a hole in his taint. This was probably 20 years ago. And he told me in great detail about a similar thing where they had to stuff basically what you said into the hole that he had in his taint. I'm not sure what this show's about, honestly, but I feel like we're headed somewhere. What if it's just gross medical procedures we've all had to deal with? I don't know. Well, Matt, how are you now? I don't mean that in the letter, anyway. I'm just asking about your
vasectomy free. Is that what you said?
Are you okay?
Yeah, stuffing free.
Stuffing free.
Oh, stuffing
as far
free.
as I know. I mean, physically.
Well, profile and courage.
Is another question. This is probably about 6 years ago.
Man, that's heavy.
And the context here is this also happened. My wife's a professor, and one of her really big academic conferences is this same time every year, and there are like 3 years in a row where something just screwed up when I'm home with the kids. And this was the biggest one was when she got back, that I was able to tell her that we actually I had an emergency room pus drainage bandage stuffing incident.
That's love right there.
Commitment.
Well, thank you for that, Matt.
So I think we're getting this show off to a strong start. So
yeah,
I want to hear if Jordan
I feel a rating spike.
Bandage stuffing stories.
Well, thank you, Matt. Maybe we'll grab these quick calls and then we'll bring Jordan on, see if he's had any invasive procedures.
All right, gentlemen. Keep it clean downstairs.
Bye, Matt.
Yeah.
There, Matt.
Thank you for your super chat. Why the super chat's been a little quiet tonight?
So far, yeah.
What is it? What was it? Just crazed last week?
Matt
I want that hot super chat action.
It was that new super chat smell. Everyone was really into it.
I know everyone was all about the super chat. Jessica Kybell, speaking of super chat, she super chatted. I love how David's a Toastmaster in 2 ways. Be hard pressed to find another person with his claim to fame, however dubious. Wait, what is the other toast?
I don't know.
I don't understand. Now I'm confused.
I got another call.
Okay, let's do it. Maybe it's hard to clarify.
Call, you there?
Yes, I think so.
Who's
Oh my gosh, it's an actual woman. Hello?
Yes.
Hi, who's calling?
Yeah, I don't have a testicle story for you. I'm sorry.
It's more than okay.
Very grateful. Thank you. Who's calling and where are you calling from?
This is Megan in Orlando.
Oh, beautiful this time of year. What's happening? What's happening, Megan?
Not too much. I've been pretty excited about this Netflix movie that's going to be coming out soon. It's about church camp. I know that Jordan's been to, was a part of some sort of cool church in Orange County, and I was wondering if he had any church camp stories. But if any of y'all have done that, I don't know any of y'all's stories.
No,
I went to Jewish sleepaway camp.
You're Jewish, Chris?
I'm not. That's the thing. I'm not Jewish.
Oh, I didn't think you were.
But I went to a Jewish sleepaway camp.
That's okay.
I went to a Catholic sleepaway camp when I was 6 years old, which strikes me as really young to send little Dave Hill away to sleepover camp. There used to, maybe there still is, in Ohio, there was a thing called CYO, Catholic Youth Organization, which sounds like some sort of fascist thing.
Didn't hold up.
What's that?
It didn't quite hold up well.
And so I went to overnight camp when I was 6, and I was just terribly homesick the whole time and cried for a week. And then the next summer, my parents were taking all the kids to camp, and then they took little 7-year-old Dave Hill to camp, and they're like, let's just take you to camp and you can play all day with the kids, and at the end, when the parents are supposed to leave, you can decide whether you're going to stay or not. And I knew the whole time, I was like, there's no fucking way I'm staying at this camp again. That was horrible. I'm not doing it. So I played all day, joined in all the games, had tons of fun, and then my parents were like, okay, Dave, it seems like you're having a good time. We're going to leave you at camp. And of course, I'm not realizing, my parents are like, oh my gosh, we're finally going to have a break from these 5 kids for a week. It's going to be amazing. And I was like, no, it's cool. I'll head back with you guys now. And they're like, you motherfucker. So anyway, that's my long answer, Megan. Did you go to a camp?
Yeah, I did like a few retreats and mission trips and whatever. When I was in middle school, like the first time that I was away from home for any amount of time, I went up to West Virginia, and they had us all sleep in a barn. So it was like freezing cold in the early morning because there's no like insulation or anything. It's just a bunch of 2x4s with huge gaps in them. And then I got a horrible cold and everyone was very passive aggressive. But yeah.
And then do you have to like proselytize and stuff? Take it to the streets?
What happened?
Do you have to like on a mission? Like, what do you're out there like?
No, we were just we were helping like elderly people like with their houses, like with small things.
Oh, gross!
Their buildings.
No, just
like,
kidding.
We needed a ramp for their wheelchair and stuff.
You were doing nice things.
What was that, like the Antioch trip? Everybody was just always going to Antioch. Yeah.
That sounds like a good thing.
Yeah, that's what I think. Sounds similar. I didn't go myself.
Is that how you say it? Proselytizing, or is it proselytizing?
Proselytize. I think I would go.
Let's get various opinions. Well, ask Jordan. He'll know. He's smart. I learned everything I know on the streets, yelling at people at the post office. We should get Jordan on the program.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Thank you, Megan. Please call back with your questions for Jordan as well. Do we have another call on hold?
I mean, it's just that it's not pushing.
We do.
Should we grab it real quick just for closure?
Real quick. Yeah. Before we bring in our guest on. Call, are you there?
Hey, fine folks. How are you holding up today?
Oh my God.
That's Elvira.
Yeah.
Unmistakable. Oh, we could have so close to just grabbing Jordan and not taking this call.
Stuffing has been shaken.
Your what?
My love for stuffing has been shaken.
How so?
Is that you're talking about the food item
well, just in relation to the earlier call about putting the stuffing back in.
Let me be clear.
You want me to call a
No one's calling Matt Arnold sicko or anything like that. That's not what's happening. But I will say that he's been waiting to tell that story for roughly a week, and that concerns me for many reasons. But though I'm also at the same time grateful. Well, I'm sorry. I think we'll sort it out. If you have any invasive procedure stories you'd like to call back and tell Jordan in a little bit, that would be great.
Well, I am a cyborg, and I do have to put on new sensors and like inputs. And I had my 6-year-old daughter watch as they kind of go in, and part of it involves like a 5-inch needle.
Okay, I'm uncomfortable now.
That's my daily life. You know, it's easier than pricking my finger 15 times a day. So
no follow-up questions.
What I often call as I have ideas for how we can do things better when we get back to normal, whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
I already called about the blockchain ticket seats to get the ticket masters out of the way. But what I want to talk to you, because you're one of the few people that can appreciate this, is sound checks. Because I think we do them backwards. Because you go into do a sound check, and they always start with drums. And drums are the loudest thing on stage. They're used to communicate information over vast distances while people are at war. And we have people with fresh ears coming in, and they go, okay, everybody wants a little bit of drums. So you already got loud drums on there. And the last thing that they put on there is vocals. Now, when I go and see a show, if I can't understand the vocals, I get really frustrated. And so what I
okay. In summation, though, what's your point?
Vocals. Start with the vocals. Do the other instruments, and then add drums in last, so you have a lower just sound floor on stage and a better sound for the audience.
Why would you set the floor last?
And the performers.
You just said it yourself. Why would you set the floor? You're not going to build a house and put the floor in last, man.
This is like when people say they don't like pedal talk. Now I get it, because I don't like this sound check talk. I vote no sound checks, line checks only. All right, we got to get Jordan in here, but call back and we'll get into this further.
All right.
And I also have to say, Jessica Kybell says,
later, man.
Thank you, Elvira. Why does Chris think he was getting trolled on social media? Jessica, what does that mean?
Well,
I know what trolling is, but
do you ever just like search for negative comments about yourself? Like, you ever just like type your name and like
for negative comments about myself?
Just like, you ever just like Google like Dave Hill sucks?
No.
Yeah. Well, every now and then I just
Google. Why would I do that? There's a voice in my head that tells me that all day long.
I think it's the voice in my head that tells me to search. Like, someone somewhere has written Chris Gersbeck sucks. I was like, I'll just search for it, periodically, and eventually I will find this comment. Someone wrote anonymously that I sucked. So I searched for Chris Gersbeck sucks on Reddit the other day and saw 0 results, so I posted the screenshot on Twitter, which then led to people actually commenting that I suck.
Yeah, well, but that's out of love, as you know.
Oh, yeah.
I think it ended well. It started off unhealthy, but I'm glad where it landed.
Hey, I'm Janet Varney, host of the JV Club podcast. Ah, high school. Was it a time of adventure, romance, and discovery?
Class of 95! We did it!
Or a time of angst, disappointment, and confusion?
We're all tied together by 4 years of trauma at this place, but enjoy adulthood, I guess.
The truth is, it was both. So join me on the JV Club podcast, where I invite some great friends like Kristen Bell, Angela Kinsey, Oscar Nunez, Neil Patrick Harris, and Keegan-Michael Key to talk about high school, the good, the bad, and everything in between.
My teenage mood swings are getting harder to manage.
The JV Club. Find it on Maximum Fun.
The Beef and Dairy Network is a multi-award-winning comedy podcast here on Maximum Fun, and I would recommend you listen to it. But don't just take it from me. What do the listeners have to say?
Would I recommend Beef and Dairy Network podcast? No, I don't think I would.
Right, let me be very clear about this. Under no circumstances would I recommend this to anyone I've ever met.
No, absolutely not. No, I couldn't.
I feel quite sick thinking about the things I've heard.
Please stop calling me. Please leave me alone.
That's the Beef and Dairy Network podcast, available at MaximumFun.org and at all good and some bad podcast platforms.
Literally, just leave me alone.
Let's bring our guest on.
All right, let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've known this man for many years, maybe since the beginning of my time in show business. He is a comedian. He's a writer. He's a podcaster. He's a handsome man. He's the co-host of Jordan Jesse Go, also on the Maximum Fun. This is a major crossover event, by the way. Maximum Fun Network, and creator of Bubble, a narrative podcast, if that's the right word. It's a story. It's you. Well, you see my point. Serial. I'm bad with words. Oh, I hate myself. And he has a new comic book inspired by the podcast Bubble. Is this the best intro I've ever done on the show?
No question.
Longest.
You had to say.
Yeah.
I just, I like him, so I want to just give him a good. Plus, now we're 9 minutes late bringing him on. Oh, I hate myself. Ladies and gentlemen, he's in Los Angeles, California. Please put your hands together for Mr. Jordan Morris. There he is.
Hey, Dave, I'm not quite ready yet. Could you stretch with the intro just a little? I just need a couple more minutes, so maybe talk about
some
credits. No.
Normally there would be like a band going da 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 da, and you would be running out there
from backstage. No, that was really nice. Thank you. It's nice of you to say all those things, and it's nice of you to have me on your great show.
Thank you for coming on the program. It's great to see you.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it.
You this is only because I've seen your looks many over the years. You have a very sunny California hairdo that I have not seen before. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not. And let me explain it. I am not frosting my tips.
Okay.
People ask me that, and I get insulted. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's a little residual, like being self-conscious growing up in Orange County, where people like maybe just assume I'm a, Mark McGrath type. Far from it. No, so I typically have a chestnut brown hair.
Yeah, I was going to say chestnut brown.
Chestnut brown, sure. I think we can all agree it's chestnut brown typically. Yeah. But I've been doing like a swim class, a swim team at an outdoor pool. So the chlorine plus the sunshine is giving me these McGraths all throughout my hair. And I know this is some people will be listening to this as opposed to watching. And I could probably describe my hair now as like an anime character powering up. Like that's my.
I think that's about right. And I'm glad you explained it because I didn't want to speculate, but I was like, I feel like chlorine might be at play, but you've explained it perfectly, and it's exactly, and it looks great. I love it.
Nice of you to say. Yeah, I feel a little self-conscious about it. I think it's a little. I think I look like a little bit like an insano, but
no, it's a man. It looks like a man with a life well lived. That's what I see.
A man who can go into a chlorinated pool from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you the last time I've been fully submerged in water, even.
Yeah, wow. It's been a while, huh?
It's been some time. Jessica Kybell, I've been trying to keep up with the super chat. We're just, she says Dave needs a whip for all the self-flagellation. I could maybe cut it in half, the self-flagellation. We'll see. Keep those super chats coming, and I'll do it.
Dave, I don't know what a super chat is. What's the difference between a chat and a super chat?
I just learned about it from Chris, who knows way more about the internet than I do, and we just got it enabled last week because I got 7 subscribers on my channel. Once you pass 6 subscribers, once you get past a certain, basically people can pay some amount of money. I don't know how that works. And then their comment becomes
it's like highlighted
and fancy, and you can't possibly ignore it.
Again, I don't know a ton about the internet, but I think, Dave, you've started an OnlyFans. I think that's what this is.
I believe
I think you're going to have to start posting some saucy photos in your underwear. I think that's where we're at right now.
If I could thread the needle on it and do it in a way that was like ironic, but deliver on the sexy promise.
Right. Yeah, maybe a
little.
But
I don't think I have the skills to do it.
Disagree.
Are guys making a living on OnlyFans too? I mean, like, is that the idea? Like, you post photos of yourself in your underwear and people pay to see them?
I'm gonna let Jordan take that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what OnlyFans is. It's a social network type thing, but it allows for adult content or more mature content. So if you're someone who can provide that content, that's where you are, instead of a Twitter or an Instagram, which doesn't like nips, doesn't like dongers, doesn't like taints with holes in them.
Yeah, but do you have to show naughty parts to be on OnlyFans? Like, do the OnlyFans?
Are there nipple requirements? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a great question. They're like, put some nipples in this photo, or we're taking it down.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, is it? And then this is, don't ask me how I know this, but I heard of a guy who tried to sign up for just to see what it was innocently.
Sure. We all want to try.
I know a guy innocently just trying to say, what is this?
Yeah.
He had to see. And he put it on his card.
I got to see what all my friends are jacking off to.
And the bank flagged it, and he had to call the bank and explain that, and in fact was him.
Right.
So he said, I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore because been humiliated.
That's pretty embarrassing.
By a stranger somewhere else. Yeah. So that's a concern. But yeah, I because I if someone wanted to see my doughy goods, not junk, just saying, like a little, maybe some pecs.
Yeah, pecs.
Nudes.
Yeah, there's some tasteful.
Yeah.
Just Europe, something very like to show off my French side.
Mm-hmm.
I would do it. But I don't know. But enough about me and my desires to exploit myself however I can. Jordan.
Yes, Dave.
You have you have two podcasts on the Maximum Fun Network.
I do. Yes. One of them, Jordan Jesse Go, a
legendary, long running.
Absolutely. Very influential.
Yes.
In a Velvet Underground like way, a lot of people say.
A lot of people say it's Velvet Underground podcasts.
Yeah. Just all these people say that like all the time. They just keep saying it. It's really weird. So Jordan Jesse Go, and then a couple years ago I did Bubble, which is I think you described it well. It's a serialized, scripted podcast. It's a sci-fi comedy. And then we did that a couple years ago, and now the comic book version of Bubble is coming out in July, and we're flogging people to pre-order it. So yeah, it's coming out soon.
And it's amazing. Because I have connections, and also asked Jordan to send it to me. I've seen some pages digitally.
Yes.
And it's amazing. It looks so great. I know. As a huge comic book fan and a fan of illustration in general. I was very excited by it, and I'm excited.
Thanks. We got a real comics pro did the art, and also I should say helped a lot with the story and the dialogue. The guy's name is Tony Cliff, lovely Canadian gentleman who does the Delilah Dirk series of comics, which are awesome. People should check those out. Appropriate for kids. They're great. So yeah, I was like a fan of his, and the publisher, when we were talking about who would draw it, I'm like, can we get someone who draws like Tony Cliff? And then she came back a couple days later and she says, Tony Cliff will do it. So it was just a great,
wow.
I just picked him. I just pulled his name out because I'm a fan of him. And he actually said he would do it, which was awesome. And I should say I co-wrote the script with Sarah Morgan, who I think you've met a couple of times.
Yeah.
She's a comedy writer from the UK. So she did a lot of great work on the podcast. So I thought it'd be fun to do the comic book with her. So yeah, that was the team.
That's amazing. And so so people can pre-order it now. I believe there's a link in the chat now.
Bless you, Dave. Bless you, Dave, for putting up the link.
That you can go pre-order it.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot of stuff about publishing that I didn't know, and as a published person, I guess you can back me up in that. I guess pre-orders are like huge for books. Like it really makes a difference if people pre-order it versus just going to the store and buying it.
Because it all hits on the week of release as a sale for that first week, so you can have like you can hit the charts if people would just listen and pre-order it.
If they would just pre-order it.
Don't. Oh, I want to wait. I'm going to wait and buy it in store several months after it's out. I feel like that's the best way to support you.
That's your choice.
No, that is a nightmare for the author. So everyone pre-order it. Yeah, because then it's like blammo. It comes out, and then you've got a bestseller on your hands, and which will propel it even further.
Sure. Yeah. No, we're looking for a blammo, definitely. Dave, I guess I didn't know you were a comic book fan until you mentioned it just now.
I am. I mean, I'm really setting myself up to be exposed as not a comic book fan, because if you be like, what are your favorite comics? I'm more comics in the broad sense. Like, there's artists I like, Peter Bagg.
Oh yeah,
Daniel Klaus, Los Hernandez brothers, a lot of like the Fantagraphic stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
And what have I seen lately? But anyway, all by way of saying, I've named 3 names. I sound credible.
Those are 3 very credible names.
Completely believable.
But no, actually, I'm this feeling that you're feeling right now is something that I am dealing with. Anticipating kind of going out and doing stuff for the comic book, because like part of it will be people asking me, oh, what comics do you like? And I am terrified of deep cut comics people tearing me a new one because I don't say the right things.
Yeah, and it's just it can be, but I'm actually not. I know it's just, but those guys I mentioned, and then like R. Crumb and S. Clay Wilson and all these people, I actually, at another time, like right when I was out of school, I was like, I want to do graphic novels. That was my game plan, to get super rich.
Okay.
Yeah. And I went to Fordham University in the Bronx I didn't study art there. And then afterwards I started studying art, like just taking classes and like learning the panels and all that. And then, but I was a rocker, as everyone knows. And then the rock just came and just steamrolled it. And then I just started rocking, and I got way off course. But all by way of saying,
you can't hold a pencil with the same fingers you're using to shred.
Exactly. So I kind of got away from it. But all by way of saying, I still, I get very excited buy it, and so when you sent it to me today, I'm really looking forward to seeing the physical copy, which everyone should. Why don't we? Someone's mentioned the Dave Hill effect. Let's prove. Wade Snook says, and he has not super chatted this, so I feel no obligation to read it out loud, but I will. Get ready to feel the Dave Hill effect, trademark, Jordan, ! Everyone go do it. It's super cool. The thing also, if I may.
You may.
The cool thing about this book, even though I have only seen it in digital form, but I have no reason to believe, unless you're going to change all the illustrations on me before publication, which would be a weird 11th hour move.
Yeah, and we're just like pranked to play on you. Do a whole fake comic book just to send to you, so you don't seem like you don't know what you're talking about.
It would be so strange, but it's beautiful, and you can, unlike books, non-comic books, non-graphic novels. I guess I'm just describing books with just words.
Right.
You can put this on your coffee table when you're not reading and just marvel at the illustrations. But I'm just telling you, that's bonus content, because the writing is great, and that's come for the writing, stay for the illustrations is my point.
Yeah.
I don't know if I might be hurting you by now with this.
No, this is great. The hill bump's coming. I can feel it. Yeah, no, actually that's kind of something I like about comics too, is that something I what
happened? Wait, did you guys get stuck in that loop for a second?
Yeah. I muted him because it.
Oh, is he back?
I think so. Jordan, can you talk now?
Talking. I think I need.
Oh, something happened.
Technical situation. Need the please standing by cord.
I think it's working now. Jessica Kybell says, and I don't know if Jordan can hear this.
He can hear.
Jordan, can you hear us? Oh.
He's booting a situation.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay. He needs to connect. We'll get this sorted, and Chris will just put in some action music into the podcast version.
Rebooting the WAP.
Which comes out on Friday. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any calls on hold?
No, not at the moment.
The number is 201-584-7071 while we wait to sort out these technical. Oh, I think he's back. Jordan, you back?
I'm back. Yes, I think I'm back. Sorry,
he's back.
Gosh, amateur hour over here.
No problem. It just went into this loop. I'm sorry. You were saying.
Oh yeah,
if you recall.
I was saying something that I enjoy about comics/graphic novels is that it has the same effect of, like, you know, when you like turn on the TV on Sunday afternoon and you just like watch the middle 20 minutes of Taken on FX.
Yeah.
You know, you can, I don't know. I love that. And I think that's something I kind of like about comics, is I can just kind of like pick up my favorite comic and flip to a page and kind of remember like how I felt when I read it. And you can kind of experience that little moment in a way that I don't think I can do with other kinds of writing. So yeah, I don't know. It has a real, like, comics have a real, like, I don't know. I think they capture a feeling really well. And I think you can kind of just like flip through them and kind of go on a little like journey with where you were when you were reading it. So
yeah, absolutely. And maybe this is breaking. I don't know. A lot of I'm sure a lot of people know this, but a lot of well, obviously huge movies have been comic books, but then like Ghost World was an amazing comic first.
Yeah, absolutely.
That
great
movie
adaptation too. I think that movie like is a great version
it's
of
like
comic.
Yeah, one of my favorite movies.
But then
it's
they
very
changed,
different from the comic, but
they changed the ending, which enraged me. But and then what's it called? Wilson, is it the one that then was a Woody Harrelson movie that was pretty good?
Oh yeah, I didn't see it, but I heard it was good.
American Splendor was a Great movie,
American Splendor's great.
Oh yeah, Harvey P. Carr. Being a Clevelander, I used to see Harvey P. Carr, just running errands around where he lived in the next town over from me growing up.
Toby Radloff.
Maybe this is ground you've covered on the show before, but who are because I do know Harvey P. Carr is like one of the most famous Clevelanders. You of course. Who are the most famous like non-sports Clevelanders?
Well, it's a tricky thing because a lot of times people are given credit as being Clevelanders when it's a little like people are always like, now with Coming to America out. Chris, was that you?
Yeah, sorry,
you're fined. People are like, Arsenio Hall's from Cleveland, and I think he maybe was brief, like lived for a couple of weeks in Cleveland. But Drew Carey, of course.
Okay.
Fred Willard is from Shaker Heights. Was from Shaker Heights, I believe. Martin Mull.
This is like a murderer's row. This is like great.
Yeah, and all from to lump myself in with everyone.
Lump away. You do.
They're from the next town over, and then I'm from and Harvey P. Carr's the next town over from that. Who else? Congressman Ted Lieu, or Ted Lieu, as most people call him, but I went to high school with him. And I swear it's pronounced Liu, but I have not talked to him in some time, but I need to confirm with him. And who else?
People are saying Paul Newman on the chat.
Oh, from Cleveland. Yeah, my mom went on a date with Paul Newman.
Nice.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, there.
I'm really it's one of those things where they may have just all been together in a group setting at a table.
The same.
And I've
just over the years, in
my mind, it's turned into a date.
Paul Newman fingered me behind a malt shop.
Basically, it was a story she told every Christmas.
Gather around. The whole family would gather around. You'd hold your mugs of cocoa with two hands and
yep.
Hear the Paul Newman story.
All sorts of people there. Before we forget, I need to honor the super chat because it's super. It's right there in the name. Jessica Kybell says, Jordan, who is publishing for you? Do you collaborate on anything? And I don't mean she's asking, do you collaborate on anything? Meaning, which aspect of Bubble are you collaborating on? Or is she saying it like, do you collaborate on anything? As if, can you be just
right.
talked into anything? I don't know what the tone is on that question.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'll just try and answer both questions. It's like, yeah, I will collaborate on anything. If you're down for anything, my DMs are open. So just let me know what you have going on and I'll collaborate with you. Recipes, quilts, yeah, just anything. So I'm down. DMs are open. So the publisher of Bubble is called First Second. They do a lot of great books. Maybe another MaxFun related book. They do the Adventure Zone graphic novels, which is the D&D podcast on Maximum Fun, and a lot of great stuff. They do. What are some? Oh, the Delilah Dirk series, which I mentioned, and Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up with Me, which is a great comic, Dave, that I think you would like. I think it's very much in the vein of the like Ghost World, Dan Clowes. Won a bunch of awards last year. Great comic. Anyway, so yeah, they do really like beautiful, fun to look at books that I think would look nice on a coffee table. And so I definitely they were very helpful because I'm I was very new to this. So like, not only did they get me a great artist, but I had a great editor named Allison Wilgus, who is a comics writer herself. She does the Cronin series, if anybody reads those. But she was really helpful in understanding of me being a total noob and just explained terminology to me and was a big help with story and stuff like that. So yeah, it was a real group effort. I think it does say created by Jordan Morris, but it was a very collaborative thing between Sarah and Tony and Allison and kind of everybody who worked for the publisher. It was a real group effort. So yeah, I had a lot of awesome help.
And when will it be officially out? Even though we want everyone to pre-order it now.
I almost don't want to say the official date just because people will no. July 13th. So July 13th, you can walk into a store and get it, or you can go pick up your pre-order on July 13th. So
yes, everyone pre-order it.
You got to
pre-order it. It really makes a difference if you want. I know we just said this, but if you really want to support an author, pre-order it. Don't try to think about it like this is, as a fellow author.
Sure. Yes. Thank you.
And I'm grateful for any support. But people are always like, "Hey, where should I get it so the money goes right in your pocket, Dave?" Like, as if like there's ever a chance I'm ever going to recoup any of my book advances ever. Never. Yeah. I'm never going to. No, but like it doesn't matter is my point. My answer is always, it does not matter. Just go buy it, pre-order it.
Yeah.
Don't think about it. When you see it's available, get it. And that will really help the author. Don't try to meet me behind a dumpster to sell you a copy personally.
Right. Yeah. It's not a CDR of your band.
Yeah. But so everyone pre-order it now. Yeah. I really want the Dave Hill effect to happen. I want your publisher to call you. There it is.
Hey, oh cool. That's awesome.
Based on the Smash Hit podcast. I mean, look at that. The cover alone is awesome.
Yeah, beautiful cover. I mean, obviously Tony and Natalie are great. Are pretty killer at what they do. I'll say a little bit about it. It's a sci-fi comedy, I think.
We got to get into them.
It's maybe Search Party meets Guardians of the Galaxy, if you can imagine such a thing. It's these kind of goofy hipsters who have to fight monsters with a monster fighting app. It's kind of a satire of the gig economy and how it's slowly killing us all. So yeah.
There we go.
That was the cover.
It's amazing. The art is amazing. The writing is amazing. If everyone doesn't go pre-order this right now, I'm gonna stab. I'm just picking a random person out of the chat.
Who's got the most stabbable username?
Stabbable. And how was it? Was it hard to take the podcast and then to transition into a comic book form? Like, because even like from what little experience I have, just to go to thinking in terms of panels, totally, it turns your brain sideways.
My brain was definitely sideways for a little while. It was a challenge for sure because the podcast, there's about 4.5 hours of podcast there, and if we just cut and pasted it into the comic book script, it would be a 900-page book. So it was tonnage was just an issue. So we wanted to have some of the stuff that people liked from the podcast and some new stuff. So we just kind of worked a lot on streamlining the story and kind of made it a little bit more about the characters and kind of their little journeys that they're on as opposed to bigger plot stuff. And because an interesting thing. So Sarah, who co-wrote it with me, we both have a lot of experience writing late night TV. She's a variety sketch writer in the UK, and I've done a lot of late night over here. And in that job, you are you're rewarded for pure pages you turn in. It's almost not the quality of the jokes, but can you turn in 5 pages of jokes by noon?
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of think like that of how many jokes can we fit on this page? And then it's an issue of hey, if you assholes fill this page up with 9 different jokes about how someone is boring, they can't see the art. So there was a little bit of a process of okay, how can we shorten this line? How can we get the essence of the line in there, make it funny, but also make it short enough so it doesn't fill the entire page and it's no longer a comic book,
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely did a little process of once we got the very rough draft back of like just cutting lines we didn't need because we liked the art, of like, oh, if we cut this line, we get to see more of this building or more of this person's face. So there was kind of an element of like, there was a lot of slashing and burning. But I think it was all for the best. I think it like, it's weird. I think, writers typically don't like being edited, they don't like saying, make this shorter. But like, I think in this case, the shortening really helped it. Like it really I think started to sing in a way that it didn't before, once we started kind of like just deciding what was really important and like making like what was the difference between something that's really important and something that is just here because like, it's the third dumb joke that made us laugh, So anyway.
Mm-hmm. I think Des, are there some calls on hold? You said,
yeah.
Are you happy to take some calls, Jordan?
I would love to take some calls.
Now, I with the caveat that they very well could be people randomly talking about surgical procedures. We don't know.
Yeah. So what have we heard so far? Surgical procedure. I have a hole in my taint. Someone who has opinions on the order that bands should sound check their gear in.
Yeah, could have absolutely nothing to do with anything we've been discussing.
I would prefer it, actually. If these could be as random as possible, I would prefer that they be totally random.
Carl, you there?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yep. Who's this?
Oh, it's Megan from Orlando again.
Oh, it's Megan. Oh, Megan's there.
Beautiful this time of year.
Yes. Go ahead, Megan.
Megan,
it's beautiful most times of year, I'll be honest.
Megan, you can turn your computer down or whatever you're listening. If you can turn that down, you won't have any delay.
Oh, okay. Let me take you off speaker.
Cool.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, I don't know, Jordan. Did you hear earlier about church camp? Did you ever do that?
Yeah. So you were the one who was excited about the Netflix church camp movie, right?
Yeah.
So I as I mentioned, grew up in Orange County. At one point known for its beautiful beaches and chill vibes. Now it's known for the worst anti-maskers in the world who don't want their personal freedoms infringed upon. So a big thing in Orange County when I grew up was the like hip youth group. So it was like, like a cool kid at your school would say like, hey, me and some other teens, like we just get together in this building on Sundays and we just talk about what it's like to be a teen. And it's really fun. And sometimes we watch movies and they make it sound like not church, and it's always like a super cool, like water polo guy doing this, a guy who has intentionally frosted his hair to make it look like mine.
And he's got the shell necklace.
Yep. You're absolutely, yes. He has a puka shell or what's the other one where they're like the littler fragments? Yeah. He has a puka shell necklace. Yes. You're absolutely right. And and then you're kind of like tricked into going to church and, a 22-year-old youth pastor with tattoo sleeves like plays a U2 song on his guitar. So that's like,
yeah, I always felt like youth pastors were so much older and so much wiser. And then it's like, oh, you were like 5 years older than me in some cases.
Yeah. And they all still lived with their parents. Yeah. These are, youth pastors did seem like very, very cool when you were 13, but, probably looking back, they were probably dorks and losers. Anyway.
So you did this when you were
a
little kid?
I was, like, and a big part of it for me was like they did in the like youth group room, like on weekends, they did punk shows. So you could like, go to like the basement of the church on like a Friday night and see like the Christian version of NoFX, or like the Christian version of the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, like a band who kind of sounded like something you were into, but just like we're singing about Jesus.
Like the chorus comes and they're talking about doing something for him. They're always talking about him.
Yes, yeah, him, and capital H,
like,
yeah.
And you're like, wait a minute.
But they did a good job, making the flyers kind of look like punk flyers and stuff like that. So you could kind of like, yeah. So that was the vibe. I never went to like a sleepaway camp, which I know was like huge in a place where a lot of like early fingering happened for people. But like,
sure.
Yeah, I never did the overnight camp.
I don't think that ever happened to my church. But I mean, no one would have told me. I was kind of, the good girl.
Sure. Yeah, so I didn't do any of that, but I definitely like was in that world for a while, and I definitely like to look back on it and think, what was that? What was happening? So where did you caller? I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but I wanted to ask
Megan.
What region did you do this in? Where did you grow up?
Oh, West Palm.
Oh, okay.
So, sorry?
Oh, I was just going to ask what it was like. Was it like, how like my experience was it? Or were there different like archetypes and stuff?
I mean, I don't know like what kind of church you were at. I was at a United Methodist, and it was not, I mean, it was like kind of cool, quote unquote, insofar as like we had like a band that would play, and it was kids from the church who all got to play. And then, I'd have a crush on whoever was playing bass at the time. But like we didn't have any like actual touring bands that would show up and perform concerts or anything like that.
So you never got to see like MXPX.
Were they're Christian?
They are. I think MXPX went secular. I think they changed the Jesuses to, a girl's name, and then so they were a very like Blink-182 sounding type band, and they I think had some secular success. But I think Christians would like to tell you that like, oh yeah, those dudes are totally Christian, and like be a little smug about it.
They're ours.
Yeah. I would do that about like Switchfoot, but that'd be about it.
Oh yeah,
Switchfoot,
sure.
I was gonna say, isn't it there? I remember there being like a new metal band that was
POD. POD, Payable on Death.
Yeah.
Payable on Death.
Oh yeah, I had that album.
Are they still Christian? Is it who's keeping up with POD's career? I believe they are, because I think they are, because I've just somewhere over the years my daily news sources are credible news sources, and then like a quick lap around the metal websites and see what's just for I would like to keep abreast of what's happening in the metal world. Just I feel like I should know, just so if anyone asks, I can talk about it. I can be like, oh yeah, POD's they're actually working on it. They're still working on it.
Hey Dave, you like metal? Are POD still Christian?
I believe so.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I only ever had their first album with the Nation song on it.
That's before they sold out. No, I don't know. I wouldn't know their music if it slapped me around.
Yeah, they actually sold. They actually did drop the Christianity in their second album, just full of fuck jams, just all fuck jams.
You got to do. If it doesn't work.
Yeah,
they're still around. They're still working.
Okay, we ran a check on it.
In 2016, they did a 42 city tour under the banner of Make America Rock Again.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah, that's always the fun part about checking in back with like Christian artists. It's like, oh, they're MAGA now. That's fun.
Right.
Wow. Do you want to hear who else was on that tour?
Kinda, yeah.
I could guess, probably.
Kirk Cameron's metal band.
Puddle of Mud.
Puddle of Mud, of
Puddle
course.
of Mud, it says select dates only. Trapped.
I was going to guess Trapped. I'm kicking myself.
They got kind of MAGA-y.
Alien Ant Farm.
Trapped went fully MAGA-y. Like I think
yeah.
that they're banned from like every social media
They got
for
banned from
just
Twitter,
being
yeah.
horrible.
Huge on Parlor though. Trapped.
They probably are. They probably are. Fuel. I weirdly found myself at a Fuel concert in the last several years. I went to see Monster Magnet.
Were you abducted?
No, I went to see Monster Magnet in New Jersey at some festival. I went with friend and favorite caller Bill Dolan, and we went out to New Jersey, and I saw Jackal, which I wasn't anticipating. I
Jackal
saw
with a
Fuel.
Y?
Jackal with a Y.
Okay.
Yeah, no, all these bands were playing where you're just like, what's happening? Anyway, all by way of saying, I've seen Fuel. I know what they're up to. They're still at it. All right. Well, thank you so much, Megan. Was there anything else you wanted to get to ask Jordan? Do we have a
I've been watching HGTV, and I was wondering if you got approached to like do a on the couch thing on an HGTV property, what HGTV property would you choose?
It's a good question.
I don't know that I understand any of that. I don't watch a lot of HGTV. What is an on the couch property?
So like some reality TV shows, they'll just like have a comedian sit on a couch in front of a camera, and then they'll like be like, "Hey, look at these assholes," the entire time.
Oh, I've done one of those.
commentary.
I've done one of those for the doctors.
Oh, what is that? Is that like a talking head type thing?
It's weird. It's a weird little format that I think is become more popular. So there's that daytime TV show. I don't know if it's on anymore. Called The Doctors. I think it is. I think it was at one point like a Dr. Phil spinoff, where it is these medical experts. Some of them are hunky, and it is on a very daytime TV talk show set, and and then. People ask the medical questions and blah, 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 blah. It would be on like After Ellen, if that gives you any context. So yeah, they did a thing where they called in comedians where we just watched clips of them, and then we're supposed to like quip. So it was like Best Week Ever, if you remember that show.
Mhm.
Dave, you have to have done a Best Week Ever.
I played Satan on one episode of Best Week Ever, but I was never I later did more of those shows. It took me a while to sort of get the feel for how to do that, because you have to talk about stuff. It's a skill.
Yeah, totally.
Because you have to talk about things you don't care about. and it took me in my early days of show business, I didn't know how to do it. And then you get better at it.
Yeah.
But now they stopped doing it. They don't really do it as much.
But yeah, it was an interesting experience because it's daytime, so everything was like had to be cleaner than PG. So like I remember doing a couple of jokes where I'm like, that looks like a certain part of a man's body. She looks like she's ready for marital relations, and just like delivering the lines like that. It was which I think maybe I should make it my humor style. Maybe I should.
It's weird. That's basically the verbal equivalent of the OnlyFans page I'm planning.
You want to see a certain part of Dave's body, and then it's like to see or something.
Yeah, maybe I'll go. Yeah, hard fetish.
Yeah,
OnlyFans. I think we have another call on hold? Do we?
No.
Oh. That wasn't me. I didn't handle that well. I wasn't trying to just cast away Megan. But thank you.
Caller.
Thank you, Megan.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You too.
Is there a delay on the phone? We can cut out this part later where I say, is there a delay on the phones?
There might have been on her. We got one more call. You want to try that? And
Oh
see?
my gosh, look at that. One more.
Love a call.
Call, are you there? Oh, turn your radio down.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Yeah, I got it down.
Oh, this is perfect. Jordan, MVP caller, the pride of Merrickville, Ontario, Niels.
Hello.
What's
Amazing.
going on?
Hello.
Yeah, it's us.
Yeah, not too much. Yeah, I'm just I'm interested in Jordan's origins. Like, how does one get involved in comic books? Like, were you like enthralled as a child, or is this just something you fell into later in life? Like, come on, baby! Like, you've obviously got the spirit.
Yeah,
where do you put it?
First of all, just want to start off, Neil, great energy, bringing just some stellar energy, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I was a kid who was into nerd stuff, and when I went to the supermarket with my mom and was being a brat, she would buy me a comic book to make me shut up, and that kind of like started. So just like seeing Spider-Man and Superman comics in the supermarket checkout, which I don't think you can get them there anymore. But in my youth, there was just a rack of comic books that you could kind of beg for as a kid. So yeah,
pharmacies too. Pharmacies were a big comic book.
Yeah,
hotspot when
absolutely.
I was a kid.
Yeah.
Therein I begin because you're right. It was like a smorgasbord of imagination, like personified. Like it's there, like you said, Spider-Man's on the rack,
yeah,
X-Men, what have you, and you've maintained this, and now I don't know what your latest comic book's about. Maybe you guys could illustrate that some, but you've held on to this the whole time. Like, was this always what you wanted to do, or is this an offshoot now?
Yeah, no, it is something I've always wanted to do, and I've never been. It's a tough thing to get into if you can't draw, because you're basically saying I am good enough at this to where you should find someone else to draw my thing, which is it makes you a tough sell. I think a lot of people get into it drawing their own comics, like they write the story and draw. So, someone saying like, I can't draw, but this is good enough that you should hire someone to do it. It's a tough sell. So yeah, I definitely took a run at pitching comics maybe 10 years ago to crickets, just to not even a form letter, thank you for your submission, just sending off comic ideas to contacts I got who couldn't have cared less. So yeah, it was definitely something I kind of tried at and then got a little bit discouraged. And then once we started releasing the Bubble podcast, then First Second got in touch and said, we think this would be a good story for comics. Are you interested? And I could not have said yes fast enough. So yeah, it was one of those things where I kind of like thought it was a dream that would never come true, but then it did. So yeah, it was really cool.
And it happened very nicely and organically.
Yeah.
If a nice lesson people can learn. Sometimes things just happen.
Like if you have like some sort of memory of like your first superhero or maybe supervillain, but like, what is the original character that you ever drew?
So I'm not a drawer, but as far as like characters I loved as a kid,
wrote or conceived. Sorry,
it's okay.
But as far as ones I loved as a kid, I was a Spider-Man kid, and maybe X-Men a little bit too. Once I started to have like teen feelings, X-Men has a lot of teen feelings associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those were my faves. I got into I started reading DC a little bit later, but I was always kind of a Marvel kid. So yeah, I definitely am the target late 30s dork for all these movies and TV shows that are coming out, because I like remember all these characters from when I was a kid.
Oh, that must be helpful, because I get lost.
Yeah, I can see how you would. I can totally understand.
When I saw Guardians, I've not seen. I'm remiss in that I have not seen Guardians of the Galaxy 2, even though my dear friend Steve Agee is in it.
Oh yeah, Agee's great in those.
So I'm due to see it. But the first one, I was like, wait, who's this guy? Where's he coming from? I thought he was the bad guy, and then this other guy came from over here.
I remember I never like followed the Harry Potter books, and somehow I forget how found myself watching the last Harry Potter movie without knowing anything about the world really, and I was just like, this is an art film to me. Like, I don't understand any of this. Like, this is like Tetsuho the Iron Man. Like, this is so like obtuse, and I don't understand any of the rules. So yeah, I can see how if you're like not super into the lore going into those movies, they like don't give a fuck. They're just like, all right, sorry. Oh, you haven't been reading these for 40 years? Well, I don't know. It's not our fault.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
I feel better having it explained to me that way.
Yeah, you're fine.
I always just think I'm dumb.
No.
When I see movies, I think everyone knows what's happening. I don't know it.
Everyone knows who Groot is.
Yeah. No, I thought Groot, I was just like, oh, they just decided to have this guy.
Yeah.
Little tree guy. Why not? We just have a couple minutes.
Jordan, sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go for it.
For you, but Jordan, can you yell in a booming Zeus voice your latest creation and why? Not why, but just what it is. Like, what's it called again? Like,
sure,
yeah,
like
distracting people like me. Yeah, okay. Booming Zeus voice. Booming Zeus voice.
This is the perfect time for it.
Booming, yeah, no, I love it. I love this direction. This is really good. Okay. Oh, foolish mortals, pre-order the Bubble comic book. It's a sci-fi comedy that will have you laughing and thrilling. Pre-order now, wherever you get your books, foolish mortals.
Perfect.
How was that?
That's perfect.
Thou shall be mated with a ram. Yeah, I love it. So it's Bubble? That's what it's called, Bubble?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
How in the world did you call with all these like in-depth questions and then the most basic bit of information you somehow didn't have in your head?
It's like watching a Marvel movie. Some of it you catch, some of it you don't. Some of it goes
going on here. I got so much going on. Now I have two more questions. I hope you guys don't mind. Two more questions.
Make it quick though, because we're out of time.
Oh yeah, the time, eh? Oh yeah, the special time. Okay, Gersbeck, Chris, what's the T-shirt say?
Witch Taint.
Witch Taint classic shirt.
Oh, nice. I've decided to cut all the sleeves off all of my shirts from that source. Gone higher. And,
from that source.
Dave, I'm just wondering, like, well, Chris, I do have chicken questions, but I can email you maybe if I ever get your email. But Dave, what do you think about when you see people driving all alone with a mask on their face?
Oh, I just think that. What do I think? I think that they're probably just like, I'm going to be jumping out of the car in a second anyway. And so they don't bother to take it off. That's my thinking. I don't think they're insane. I don't think.
Yeah, no, that's exactly like. Oh, sorry, dude. What was going on?
Oh no, that's all I had for that one. I think they're basically illustrating the fact that it's not really that hard to wear a mask, and you forget that you're even wearing it. So they're just going about their lives and being like, "Oh yeah," that's what I think. Oh, there's a super chat from Elvira. Pinball comic book kung fu at pincombo.com.
walked into that one.
I walked, literally just gave him but he paid for it. So there. That's what I'm here for. To give in. But we're 2 minutes over, and something horrible will happen if we don't wrap things up. So Niels, thanks for calling.
Oh, I'm gonna wrap things up here. All right, gentlemen, have a great night, and thank you for letting me on. Jordan, I really look forward to checking out this stuff, man. It's awesome.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, thanks for your energy and your suggestions for voices to do. That was really cool.
That was a good, nice direction. Cool. Thank you, Niels. Thanks, everyone.
All right. See you, lads.
See you guys. Talk to you soon. Bye. Thank you for everyone. Thank you. Well, first to Jordan Morris. Everyone, go pre-order Bubble wherever you get books. And listen, of course, to the Bubble podcast and Jordan Jesse Go. And thank you, Boy Criminal Chris Gersbeck. Thank you, New Jersey Chicken Rancher Des.
Yo.
Jordan, is there anything else? Marching orders for the people aside from pre-ordering?
No, we've I think we've flogged them with it enough. I think they've hopefully got the message.
I feel like
thank you for letting me.
Put the link in the chat one more time if anyone.
Nice. The link's in the chat. It's so easy. Could not be easier. Thank you so much. This was a total blast, and thanks for letting me.
Thank you for doing it, and thank you to everyone who joined us live, and thanks for everyone listening in the futuristic podcast format. If you'd like to support this show and the incredible Maximum Fun Network, go to MaximumFun.org/join and get in on the hot times. We'll see you next show. And okay. Are we out?
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture.
Artist owned, audience supported.
Hey everybody, this is Justin McElroy from Sawbones.
And I'm Sydney McElroy.
Thanks to listening to the Maximum Fun Block Party, baby.
Bullseye with Jesse Thorne is a production of MaximumFun.org and is distributed by NPR.
I'm Jesse Thorne. It's Bullseye. Lin-Manuel Miranda grew up in a working-class neighborhood north of Harlem. He went to a fancy school for gifted kids on the Upper East Side. He went to college at Wesleyan, and not long after he graduated, he had a hit Broadway musical, In the Heights. In the Heights, I can survive without caffeine. He's also the creator and star of Hamilton, the award-winning, massively influential musical about the founding... Well, you know what? This is a little silly. I'm explaining the plot of Hamilton on NPR. You know what Hamilton is. These days, Lin-Manuel is in a spot where not many artists find themselves. He can do pretty much whatever he wants. He can take on almost any project. So what does that mean? Well, for one, he's got another show on Broadway. Freestyle Love Supreme is an improvised hip-hop performance where the performers get their prompts from the audience. I got to go see it the other day. It is the best of short-form improv comedy married to the best of freestyle rap. It's really a very fun show. He's also starring in the new HBO show His Dark Materials. It's a fantasy series based on the book of the same name. It centers around a young girl named Lyra, who's trying to find a kidnapped friend. Lyra grew up in Oxford, in England, but her journey takes her far from her home to a desolate and dangerous region known as the North. There she meets a guy named Lee Scoresby, played by Miranda, and in this clip, Lyra and Lee realize they're looking for the same thing, a bear.
Has anyone seen a bear?
What do you want with a bear? You're bleeding.
Hazard of the job?
And what job do you do?
I'm in aeronautics.
What part of being an aeronaut?
Let me give you a tip, kid. Never upset a seagull.
You're not serious.
Not if I can help it.
Will he want to see you, Miss Beth?
I hope so. You know where he is, don't you? Town's no place for Yorick.
How do you know him?
Well, she's just a sprung box, isn't she? She just keeps asking questions. Lee Scoresby, can you tell me where to find him?
Lynn, welcome to Bullseye. I'm so happy to have you on the show.
Thank you. Long-time listener, long-time fan. Happy to be here.
No, that's very kind of you. And I apologize for canceling on you the last time when my child was born.
That was a very valid excuse, and I was happy to have the hour. It was during a very hectic time in my life, too.
Is His Dark Materials another one of these things where you weaseled your way in because it was something that you've always loved, or is this a regular acting job where you know?
This was a straight up offer out of the blue. I was in London at the time filming Mary Poppins Returns, and Jane Tranter, the producer of the series, and Jack Thorne, the writer, invited me to dinner and sort of thought of me for it. And I would not think of myself as a natural fit for this role. I don't think I'm anyone's first choice for a Texan aeronaut. But Jane Tranter said she had seen me at a thing. She was a fan of my work, but she had seen me at the closing night of In the Heights in London. And she said that she saw me bound up on the stage. And she said, you looked like a human rabbit. And I thought, is that Lee Scoresby? So I guess the answer to your question is yes. I was a big fan of these books before I got this offer.
There was movies of these books before, 5 years ago or 7 years ago. And the part that you play was played by a guy who I'm sure you're all constantly sitting next to at auditions, and one of those things, Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott. I mean, he was almost Hamilton. He was almost Usnavi. I mean, we just constantly going in for each other's gigs.
Why did you not think of yourself as this kind of guy?
Well, honestly, I'd seen the movie and I thought Sam Elliott's about as perfect as it gets. And what was interesting about their take on it was they're big fans of Once Upon a Time in the North, which was this novella prequel that Philip Pullman wrote, where Lee is much younger, and it's sort of where he meets Yorick Burnison, who's the armored bear in the series, and so they were just sort of thinking in an entirely different way. And I was a big fan of Jack Thorne's Harry Potter adaptation for the stage, so I was like, well, if he sees it, I'm gonna fake it till I make it.
I mean, I think it speaks to your relatively unusual priorities in having perhaps accidentally gained what here in Hollywood they call heat by making, the biggest hit musical of the last 20 years or whatever, which is like, I think most people would just go straight to, yeah, I guess I should try and be a movie star. And you starred in a movie, but it feels like you are making choices on an entirely different basis. And a little bit, maybe it feels like you have decided to like take this moment and almost play like, show business fantasy camp. You know what I mean? Like just do little things that you would always have loved to have done.
If it had, In the Heights was a successful show that recouped its money and won the Tony. And that's about as good as you can expect from a Broadway musical. We don't get off the arts and leisure page necessarily, but we get done in high schools and the show lives on. And I thought that was as big a success got. And then Hamilton happened, and by then I was married with a kid. I had done some TV shows with mixed success. I'd done a little movie stuff. Frankly, I don't have to do anything ever again. I know it's the first line of my obituary. That's what Hamilton is. So, okay, so if that line is handled, then what else can I do with my time here?
Is it hard when opportunities present themselves that are like public-facing, famous person opportunities to maintain the part of your identity that is maybe even more a writer and composer than a performer, though you certainly have always been both?
at this point, I know who I am and I know what is for me and what is not for me, or what will stretch me or what I can learn from. I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, I did get a Marvel call that I said no to, and I may kick myself about it forever. But I got the call, and it was for a part that will remain nameless. And I said, and I was still in Hamilton at the time, and I said, when does it film? And they said, we'd probably start immediately after you finished. Like July, I finished the show July 11th of 2016, and I would like be getting into costume July 12th. And I said no, because I want to stay married. And I, realized I really need to get off the merry-go-round because the year of Hamilton was such a loud year.
I think if I got you to reveal what Marvel part you had turned down, that would be the first line of my obituary.
Well, I would hate for that to be the first line of your obituary, so let's leave it at that.
Let's talk a little bit about your growing up. So you grew up in pretty far uptown New York, and you went to Hunter College Elementary and high school, which is like a fancy school for smart boys and girls. And you went there with with other fancy people.
Yeah, we were eating paste like everyone else. We were subsequently fancy when we got out of school.
At what point did you realize that your life at home and in the context of where you grew up was kind of a different lane from your life at school and your peers there?
When I was 5, because the pronunciation of my name changes depending on where I am. So to be Lin at school, because I couldn't take Lin-Manuel or Lin-Manuel, I was like, Lin is fine. And then Lin-Manuel in my house, and speaking mostly Spanish at home and English at school. So my first musical, In the Heights, there's a character named Nina. It's her first time off to college, and she's so at sea with the cultural code switching that has to happen because she grew up and went to school in her neighborhood and is now in this elite school. That happened to me at a really young age. So I learned the 2 languages when I was in kindergarten.
And I think I probably have mentioned this on Bullseye before, but I had a friend come visit me from my middle school. He came to my house in San Francisco, and he lived in the suburbs south of San Francisco. My mom gave us some money to go get ice cream, literally. And we were walking down San Jose Avenue in San Francisco. And he looked at me and he was like, he said something like, hey, is this okay? I'm a little nervous or something. And I wasn't upset with him for being nervous in my neighborhood. Maybe I was a little bit. But what shocked me in that moment as a 12-year-old or 11-year-old or however old I was I was like, no, dude, if we had gone left at the corner, not right, that's when you should be nervous. Like there's places
block,
to be
not
nervous.
This block.
Exactly. Like everyone knows this block is fine.
Totally. And I had my version of that. It was like, don't go down Academy. What are you, crazy? Go up this street. Yeah, I had my version of that. But my school was so far that my kids really very rarely came to my house. Like, everyone lived on the Upper West Side or Upper East Side, or there were outliers who lived all the way downtown. But yeah, I mean, it was just the play dates were one-sided. I was going to the kids who lived closer to school.
Did you notice that at the time?
Yeah, it's funny. Someone asked me, what's the significance of 96,000, which is it's sort of the arbitrary number I picked for the lotto winning in The Heights, my first musical. And one, it just sings nicely, 96,000. But I think subconsciously the reason is 96th Street is just was such an invisible barrier of rich versus less so.
$1,000, holla, 96,000. Yo, somebody won 96,000. Yo, if I won the lotto.
I remember getting a McDonald's meal on 86th Street for $3.49, and then you cross the street to 106th Street McDonald's and it's $2.99. It's literally That's the jump between 10 blocks from our school. So like that's always been this line of like, will you cross it to come to my house where, you know, folks don't have as much money and it's not the richest zip code in America?
I didn't know until I read it today that you directed a high school production when you were in high school of West Side Story. I mean, that's a little on the nose, Lynn.
A little bit.
I like, so on the one hand, here's the thing about it, right? Like on the one hand, West Side Story is as good as it gets. You know what I mean? Like West Side Story, it rules. You know, it's spectacularly good. On the other hand, what a weird thing
to make my largely white and Asian class play Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like it might even be better. If it feels to me like it could even be better if you were like getting them to record their own version of a Big Pun album or something like that, you know, like something
Come
that
on,
is.
Guys, it's hard to analyze which guys are spies. Be advised, people.
But like to be directly responsible for translating something that is directly of your experience as a Puerto Rican American in New York, right? But to be responsible for both for translating that experience to these, you know, white and Asian kids in your high school, and hopefully some Latino kids too.
Two, I think. I think I had two female Latina sharks. And I would have had Dane Martinez, but he did basketball that year, and I may never forgive him.
But the other piece of it, Lynn, is that like you're responsible for that translation, but you're already translating, you know, a secondary text. You know what I mean? Like this is something that's already translated through a bunch of white Broadway dudes in 1955 or whenever that musical was written.
Fully. And that's always what I say is sort of the great blessing and curse of West Side Story is it's one of the great musicals, full stop. And for a large segment of the world, and I literally mean the globe, that's their first image of a Puerto Rican character is a Greek guy with brown makeup on in the movie. So it's a false representation, not an authentic one, but that becomes the default stereotype because of the success of the show. And so, yeah, I mean, directing it my senior year was enormous fun. But I also used it as a teaching experience. I brought my dad in to do dialect work with the white and Asian sharks that I had at my disposal. Because again, Dane Martinez, who was great as Paul in Chorus Line the year before, decided to do basketball. But yeah, I mean, that was I guess it is a little on the nose. But it was also so interesting for me because it was the beginning of my pulling Lin-Manuel from Uptown into Lynn at school and integrating those and using theater to do that. And I don't think it's an accident that I started writing In the Heights 2 years later, my sophomore year in college, because I also recognized the limits of using an existing show to try to get anything close to an authentic experience on stage. I realized I'll never dance well enough to play Bernardo, and that's about it in the canon if I really want to do this for a living. So no one's going to write your dream show.
It's pretty audacious to write your own musical.
Yeah.
I had a buddy in college who he like disappeared into his room for 4 months, and when he came out, he had made a rock and roll EP, and we didn't really know that was a thing that he did. Like we knew he played guitar, but we didn't know he wrote songs or anything. And I remember just being like, "Who has the temerity to think that their creativity is worthwhile?" You know what I mean?
I felt the same way for so long, but I thought nothing of people who started their own rock bands or started their own hip-hop groups. It's sort of like that barrier is lower, right? But somehow musicals are, whoa, la-di-da, you write musicals. Look at you, Mr. Bernstein. And the thing that tore that barrier down for me was seeing Jonathan Larson's Rent for my 17th birthday. Rent was the first musical that truly felt contemporary. For better or for worse, it felt like, oh, this guy wrote this downtown. And some of these songs only have 3 chords. And he's writing about his own experience. And he's writing about being scared of selling out and being an artist and being scared of dying. I'm scared of all those things. And that, after I saw Rent, I started writing 20-minute musicals for this thing we had at our high school called Brick Prison. We have a windowless school. And so Brick Prison is the name of the theater program that's all student-directed and student-written. But again, it's that, who are you to have the temerity to write a musical, the great American art form? And Rent was the thing that was like, why is this different than your friends who are making like their own mixtapes in the basement?
I went to performing arts high school, and we're about the same age, so Rent came out and became a cultural phenomenon at a similar point in our lives. Even as, at the time, an actor, I definitely was deeply uncomfortable with the Rent people. Like, becoming a Rent guy at the time was a real line in the sand. It meant that you were willing to commit to a level of musical theater. I'm speaking from the perspective of an anti-Rent person. I'm probably in the middle at this point in my life. But like a level of musical theater corniness.
I think as you grow up, and I wasn't there yet in high school, like I sang Rent with my friends in jazz chorus, but I wasn't playing Rent out of my boombox on the courtyard steps. I was playing Mark Anthony and Big Pun. You know, I also could read, part of code switching is reading the room. And I wasn't bringing all of myself into every room when I was still in high school. It was sort of like I play theater with these kids, and then I could go hang out and like freestyle with my friends terribly with these friends. And then, the one memory I share with my wife from high school is that she remembers me blasting Mark Anthony on the steps, and we had like a dance together because she was another like Latina in a school with not many Latinos in it. And so I could contain all these things, but with separate cliques in high school. And then as you grow up, you kind of say it and you just try to bring all of yourself in the room. And In the Heights was my first attempt at that. It was my first attempt at writing the Latin music I'd grown up with, but also mixing it with a storyline that in the college version was pretty Rent-terrific. I mean, it was just sort of this love triangle that was set in this neighborhood. And it wasn't until I started working with Chiara years later that it became its own thing and it really became about the neighborhood itself.
When did you start rapping?
Oh, I have like crappy little kid raps when I was little that were modeled after Run DMC and all the stuff we were fed in the 80s. And I really liked Fat Boys and Disorderlies. I liked funny rappers. Like I loved Biz Markie and I loved Slick Rick. And then I started like earnestly writing not very good raps in high school. Like during it's funny, like I think of 91, 92. I listened to your interview with David, which was so fantastic. But the East Coast, West Coast divide means we really listened to different on the radio. Like it was I did not know UGK existed until college.
Were you mostly doing writtens or were you freestyling when you were a kid?
I was doing poor writtens. And then when my friends would freestyle in high school, I would beatbox and be like, pass it. Don't pick me. And then it wasn't until college that I started freestyling seriously because I realized, well, one, I was just writing a lot more. And so I found that when I freestyled, it was better.
We'll wrap up with Lin-Manuel Miranda when we come back from a quick break. Still to come, so many times Hamilton fans would tell him how much they loved the show, despite the fact that they didn't like rap. He'll tell me why that didn't always feel great. Stay with us. It's Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR. Welcome back to Bullseye. I'm Jesse Thorne. My guest is Lin-Manuel Miranda. He's the creator of Hamilton. He now stars on His Dark Materials on HBO. He also has a new live show on Broadway, Freestyle Love Supreme. It is a totally improvised hip-hop theater performance. Were you auditioning for stuff when you got back to New York from college?
I was teaching at my old high school. I taught full-time the first year, and then I basically became a professional sub while I was writing in the Heights because I found I could, if I subbed like 5 times a week, I could cover rent. 6, I could pay for cable. And then I was doing some voiceover auditions. I was very rarely getting called in on like musical theater auditions. I think I remember auditioning for The Wedding Singer, the musical.
Mm-hmm. To play the rapping granny?
Of course. Typecast as usual. No, I sang half a ballad, and I don't think they even looked up, and they said, thank you so much. And, I actually auditioned for Shrek, too. But that was a little later. I think Heights had already existed. I really auditioned for that because I'm a fan of Janine Tesori, and I wanted to hear, what the does Janine Tesori's Shrek music sound like? And so I got to hear some of it, and I got a call back, and I didn't get it, but I got to hear, like, her pretty cool songs for Shrek.
I want to play you performing a song from what at the time was something you were working on called the Hamilton Mixtape, which you performed at a night of performance poetry and spoken word at the White House.
Yep.
And
not many of those happening these days, but
yes,
they used to happen.
It's a great performance, and everyone is liking it, but I want to talk a little bit about what it was like to do it after we hear a bit of it. And this is like the Obama administration was relatively new when you're doing this.
Well, the word got around. They said this kid is insane, man. Took up a collection just to send him to the mainland. Get your education, don't forget from whence you came. And the world is gonna know your name. What's your name, man? Alexander Hamilton. His name is Alexander Hamilton. And there's a million things he hasn't done. But just you wait, just you wait.
So here's the thing I want to ask you about, Lynn. It's not what's it like to perform at the White House for the president. Because I bet that's great. I don't know, I presume it's great. He enjoyed it. He obviously enjoyed it. So there you go. You're winning at the game of life when you're doing that. But the bigger question I had was, there's a lot of laughter in the room as you're doing that.
Yeah.
And you've got a line ready. When everyone laughs when you say what it is. I mean, you kind of...
I mean, honestly, if you want to see what I look like at my most terrified, play the first minute of the tape, because I've never stammered that much in my life.
I'm actually working on a hip-hop album. It's a concept album about the life of someone I think embodies hip-hop, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. You laugh! But it's true. He was born a penniless orphan in St. Croix of illegitimate birth, became George Washington's right-hand man, became Treasury Secretary, caught beef with every other founding father, and all on the strength of his writing. I think he embodies the word's ability to make a difference.
This is a thesis. I'm presenting a thesis that I'm testing out in front of the leader of the free world, but also weirdly Zach Braff and George Stephanopoulos and Saul Williams and Spike Lee. It was a pretty Mad Libsy room.
I won't perform unless Zach Braff is there.
Oh, I think that's a great rider to have. But yeah, it was. I needed to push through it, and I'm nervous until the music starts. Because I'm really proud of what I've written, and I think it presents a case for this guy went through a lot of and he wrote his way out of it, and that's what most of my favorite rappers have managed to do, is go through some kind of struggle and rap about it so eloquently that people all over the world can understand it or with it. And so that was the thesis. The thesis was he's a writer. And my favorite hip-hop artists are writers, and so there's a connection here.
You heard my interview with Daveed Diggs, who starred in Hamilton in the original cast and is professional rapper otherwise, in addition to being an actor. And one of the things that he and I agreed upon immediately is that if anyone said to you, I'm doing a rap musical about Alexander Hamilton, your first reaction would be, what a horrible idea.
Yeah, he had the grace not to say that to my face. I'm sure he said it to Tommy, but
I think what he described saying to your face was, "Does it pay?"
Yeah,
I think if we're hungry enough, we'll take our jobs. But I wonder if how aware you were that you were like, "Oh my God, I'm like," I mean, certainly we all tip our caps to Carmen, the hip opera, the MTV television musical starring Mos Def and Beyonce. But like, this is a terrible idea. I understand all the reasons why it's a good idea as well, and I agree with them. And I saw it, and I thought it was great. So I'll also stipulate that. But like, at every point in this, you have to convince people to give you money to do this and stuff. What a bananas thing to dedicate your life to, Lynn. I guess that's my question.
One of my favorite or one of the most moving pieces of writing on it was actually Mike Schur wrote an essay about Hamilton, and he wrote a description of it where he said, I'm sure for 6 months Lynn's friends would all kind of check in with each other being like, is he all right? And it is to the eternal credit of my wife that I finished the second chapter of that book and thought and pitched it to her and be like, oh my God, this guy wrote his way from the Caribbean to New York. And she went, cool. Like, just totally non-phased. Not, that's a terrible idea. Not, that's the best idea you've ever had. Just like, all right, cool, write it. Because I think that's, you look to your loved ones first. But again, at the same time, I had that idea 2 chapters into the book, and then it kept proving me right. And then I get to the Revolution, and he's writing under a pseudonym. Publius, not the best hip-hop name, but pretty good pseudonym as pseudonyms go. And he's writing revolutionary tracts. That thesis was strong enough to pull me through the worried looks of my friends.
What was it like for you? This is another question that I also asked Daveed Diggs. What was it like for you to deal with the consequences of making a hip-hop thing in a social context where many of the people who are watching it and listening to it are not hip-hop people and may literally have no experience with hip-hop?
Yeah, I mean, I think you actually put it more bluntly to Daveed, which is, what do you say to people who go, I don't like hip hop, but I love this?
Yeah,
and my answer
I'm trying to be
that
nice
was,
to you, Lynn.
Yeah, no, but my answer to that, because I got that a fair amount, and my answer to that is, I'm so sorry, you're missing so much of the show. And I would say that to them because this is a show with a lot of on-ramps, and again, it gets back to that bringing all of yourself into the room. There are as many musical theater references in this as there are hip-hop references.
Didn't you ever... Let me restate this. Lynn, you're famous for your generous spirit and warm spirit. And in the times that you and I have interacted in life, I have found that to be accurate.
Why does this sound like an insult?
But no, it's not leading to an insult. But like, didn't you ever just run out of patience with that mess? Like, with just people's weird sideways talk about hip hop that was disguised as a compliment to your, like, the culmination of your life's work, the thing that's going to be on your tombstone?
Yeah, but again, at the same time, we're inviting everyone into the room, and I think that throughout my career, I've run into purists and snobbery from purists from both sides of this is hip hop, this isn't hip hop, this is musical theater, this isn't musical theater, and I think the vast majority of us the silent majority, if that weren't such a politically loaded word, the silent majority of us just like good that speaks to us, and in whatever form that comes in. And I just am, I really sort of, if there's any side mission I have in this career in terms of writing for theater, it's that popular music and theater music used to be the same thing. I wasn't alive during it. It's 70 years before us. But the Gershwins, you'd hear them on the radio, and then you'd hear their song in the Broadway show that night. Or you'd hear Rodgers and Hammerstein on the radio. And at certain point, those things split. But I think it's my side mission to be like, I want to play musical theater music you can listen to loud in the radio, loud in your car stereo. And so I just bring everything I love to what I'm writing.
So you are a producer and sometime member of Freestyle Love Supreme, who have a show on Broadway right now. This is on the long list of things that you and your colleagues have pulled off that I read about once was happening in New York and thought, what a terrible idea.
Thank you.
This is theatrical performance group grounded in freestyle rapping. And since you're on my show, I'm going to make you rap. I hope that's okay.
You didn't make David rap, but...
That's true. I didn't. I should have. Well, you know what? Can I tell you the truth?
Yeah.
I asked David if he would go off the dome, and he said no. You made the mistake of saying yes, Lynn.
David's incredibly good at it, but he's still really nervous about it before every show.
But we're going to drop a beat that you will hear over the telephone. You and I are separated right now by 3,000 miles, so this will be like one of those rap records that somebody records while there's, this is like one of those Shine albums that he recorded while he was still in prison. Because you're rapping over the telephone. It will not sound like that to our audience because there's microphones on both ends. But
all right, don't you link me up off beat, man.
Yeah, no, we'll get you on beat. Kevin, my producer Kevin's a drummer. He gets it. So Kevin, you can rap about whatever you want. Do you want anything more than that?
How about I just sort of sum up what we've talked about in the past hour?
Gorgeous.
Can you turn it up? Where's my snare? Okay, before I was in bloom, we talked about what do you bring to the room? Do you stay up late nights wondering who you are when you're in Washington Heights? Or do you go down to the Upper East Side when they say Lin-Manuel, do you let that slide? Or do you say, Lynn, get real excited, say, okay, one day I'll be a writer. Then you figure it out. You push through your fear and your doubt. You go to college and you realize I like musical theater and hip hop. Not scared to go off the top like David was. Because that's the buzz. You just say whatever it is because you keep going. You try to write a show because you can't be Bernardo. You don't have that flow and you don't have that extension in your leg. You're not a Greek guy with brown makeup up on your face. You just keep going till you write in the heights. Turns out nice. The beat's coming in and out, but I'm trying to stay light and on it. Is that enough?
Yeah, absolutely. More than enough. God bless you, sir.
Sorry, the beat was coming in and out while I was doing it.
That was technical difficulty level 12 out of 10. You know what? That's like when my man from what's dude from Kimmy Schmidt called?
Titus?
Yeah, Titus. That's like when my man Titus was in Guys and Dolls on the Tony Awards on television and his mic went out.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very tough to hear that.
You killed it, Lynn. God bless you for doing that, and I sure appreciate you taking the time to come be on Bullseye. I'm glad we made it happen, and thanks for all your kindness and support over the years.
Awesome, thanks, man.
Okay, talk to you later, Lynn.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Lin-Manuel Miranda. His Dark Materials is on HBO right now. Go watch it. Freestyle Love Supreme is a blast. It's running on Broadway through January 12th at the Booth Theater, and I guarantee you will never get to see this on Broadway again unless Freestyle Love Supreme has a return engagement. So if you've always wanted to see a improvised theatrical performance based in freestyle rapping, this is your big shot, folks. Book tickets for the Booth. It's a really fun show. That's the end of another episode of Bullseye. Bullseye produced at MaximumFun.org World Headquarters overlooking MacArthur Park in beautiful Los Angeles, California, where we had rain and hail this week. You know, they say it never rains in Southern California, but this week gave the lie to that claim. Also, there was a lot of really intense thunder that freaked out the seagulls. The show is produced by Speaking Into Microphones. Our producer is Kevin Ferguson. Jesus Ambrosio is our associate producer. We get help from Casey O'Brien here in our office. Our production fellows are Jordan Cowling and Melissa Duenas. Our interstitial music is by Dan Wally, also known as DJW. If you like the music on our show, he made a collection of it on Bandcamp that you can pay what you want for. Just search for DJW Bullseye on Bandcamp and you can grab it there. Our theme song is by the Go Team. Thanks to them and their label Memphis Industries for letting us use it. Go Team rule. Should buy their albums. And one last thing. There are so many interviews in the Bullseye and Sound of Young America archives. Alice Waters and I talked about Jonathan Gold, for example. Jonathan was kind enough to come over to my house in Mount Washington, Los Angeles, when I still recorded this show at home. And he was a true genius. He's gone now, but he was a true genius and a special dude and a wonderful interview subject. And we fought about burritos. And he told me that he hates eggs, but he still cooks them for his children. Anyway, you can find that at our website, MaximumFun.org. You can also find lots of past interviews on your podcast app. Just open up your podcast app. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. We post our interviews there as well. Just search for Bullseye with Jesse Thorne. And I think that's about it. Just remember, all great radio hosts have a signature sign-off.
Bullseye with Jesse Thorne is a production of MaximumFun.org and is distributed by NPR.
What's going on, y'all? I'm Richard.
Hi, I'm Valerie.
And we are the Max Fun Production Fellows. Today, we're just going to be having a conversation about the production fellow here at Max Fun Fellowship Program, and just kind of have a conversation of what our experience has been like and things like that. And so, Val, I'm going to ask you the first question. What, I guess, drew you to the production fellow program, made you want to apply for it?
So I was a Max Fun listener for a year or two before I applied. I, would listen to My Brother and Me and The Adventure Zone and Jordan Jesse Go and a couple other Max Fun shows. And I, during the pandemic, had developed an interest in making podcasts. A couple of friends of mine and I recorded some stuff for fun, and I volunteered to edit because I learned how to edit in Adobe Audition in journalism school. And, we recorded a few episodes of a show that will never see the light of day. But I really enjoyed just the process of putting something like that together. And so in, I think, February of this year is when the fellowship applications opened up. A friend sent me the application and was like, hey, you got to apply to this. And so I did. And, I went through the interview process and met Kevin and Bikram and Laura. And then one day Kevin just gave me a call and said, we'd like to hire you. And then 10 days later, I moved from Phoenix to LA.
Right? And here you are.
Yeah, here I am. How about you?
That's awesome. So for me, I was familiar with Max Fun, but I had only listened to a handful of shows. And before I even knew the fellowship had opened, I was working at a PBS station in the Sacramento area and was doing some marketing stuff. And I don't know, I just really wasn't happy with where I was at in regards to the work I was doing. And I was looking for a career change. I've always been interested in, trying to do something creative and, creating content that people enjoy and just, putting something out there that gets people thinking and talking. And back when I was a student at UC Davis, I interned a couple of semesters for the campus radio station there. It's KDVS. And I was a news reporter there. So I just covered local things in the city of Davis where, it's popping in the Cowtown. But in the Cowtown, that's what, yeah. But no, it was really cool. And there, I got exposed to Adobe Audition, but there was one computer the interns had access to use it, and you had to schedule it and figure out the best time to use it.
Uphill both ways.
Right. So I ended up just downloading Audacity and just like making it work with what I had because that was free, and I had like my old MacBook and was editing episodes on there. But I always thought it was really cool. And as I mentioned, I also studied film too, and I used to do a lot of like video production and things like that. So when I saw that this fellowship had opened, I really thought it was just like a cool opportunity to kind of get back in that like creative space. And like I said, I've always been interested in like doing some type of production, and I had done audio production before and really enjoyed it. And so I applied for it, and same to you, I had my interview, and yeah, I got my call from Kevin too. And so the rest is history. And here we are at MaxFun, some MaxFun fellows. So this has been really cool, and I've been enjoying it so far.
Yeah, it's been great. I remember being really surprised when we first started how quickly they got us started working on stuff, and like,
oh, totally, me too.
It felt like getting called up to the big leagues like straight away.
I know.
I think I started on a Monday, you started on a Tuesday, and then that Friday, Kevin put us in a Zoom with Christopher Lloyd.
Yes, no, for sure. But I think that was, I think that was cool because like I'm always one of those people too that just like throw me in there and I'll figure it out, and I'll just try to ask questions along the way. So that was cool. But yeah, I did not expect to be in a call with Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah,
listening into that my second day on the job.
Yeah.
So no, that was pretty cool. What's been your favorite, or like maybe not your favorite, but like your top episode you've worked on, or like something that like so far like in the fellowship, like, whoa, I can't believe I got a chance to work on this?
So it's kind of actually, I know the answer to that. So I edit Judge John Hodgman now under the watchful eye of producer Jennifer Marmer, who is just lovely. I love Jen, but I helped out on a live stream for the show for the London Podcast Festival. And, I didn't do any super like heavy lifting or anything like that. And like, I got to meet John Hodgman and, kind of put a moving head to the voice and the work.
Yeah.
And one of the guests for the show was John Darnielle of the Mountain Goats, whose music has been tremendously influential to me, to my little sister. And so, I got to tell my sister, like, hey, I just met one of our heroes virtually.
That's so cool. That is so cool.
Yeah. And it's just like every couple of weeks I have one of those moments, like, to where I just have to like look around and like remind myself that this is actually happening.
No, totally.
Yeah.
I feel like I have to do the same too sometimes. I think mine so far, and I didn't even get to sit in on this interview, but I thought it was so cool that we did that episode with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, because like growing up, just like all the songs they produced were just songs I heard growing up. And and then like I'm sitting there, and I remember I pulled the clips for that interview, and I think I pulled maybe like 20 clips because I was like, they got so many hits.
I know.
I was like, where do you even start?
Yeah.
So I was trying to get a good, because they did they did all those Janet Jackson albums, but I was like, okay, I don't want to pull all Janet. So I was like trying to get a good mix of things and stuff like that. And I just thought that was so cool that I even got an opportunity to work on that episode. Maybe if it wasn't on Zencaster, I could have sat in on that one, but I think I'm the reason that we ruined the ability to sit on Zencaster episodes, because I accidentally kicked Kevin off of Zencaster when we were interviewing Shabaka Hutchings, because I was trying to sit in on that one. So I don't know. I think, so that was funny. So Zencaster, I think we now keep it like no more than 3 people on Zencaster at a time because of that. But no, I thought that was really cool that I got to be a part of that. And I shared it to all my friends.
Yeah. So I've seen you working on Bullseye stuff. What else have you been working on?
Yeah, so I've been tagged in to help on a couple of different shows. I got to help with Go Fact Yourself. I got to help edit an episode when Julian was out, so that was kind of cool. But like another big project I've been working on and helping with is this block party event that we got going on right now.
Yeah.
And one of the tasks I've been helping with is this endless podcast stream that we have going on right now. So that's been pretty cool, working on editing these interstitials and stuff that we're doing. So I've gotten a chance to do that, and I'm hoping I get a chance to help out with a couple more shows too, during the fellowship. So yeah, that's been pretty much it right now.
Yeah.
I know you been helping with Jordan Jesse Go too, right?
Yeah.
The live streams?
Yeah. So Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Pacific, we go live on Facebook with Jordan Jesse Go. And, it's just a live stream of the recording for the podcast. So most of the time, what you see on the stream is pretty much identical to what you hear on the podcast a week later. But yeah, there are like we usually pull like, I don't know, anywhere from 50 to 80 viewers a night ish, which is like, you know, not huge for a streaming audience, but it's like I'm always pretty active in the chat every night, or every Sunday night. And I have started to see the same names and faces crop up, and
oh, that's cool.
You know, every time.
It's like people are like expecting it, like, you know, like they're looking forward to it. They're coming back. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's a small audience, but for that audience, it's like appointment viewing. It's very cool. Jordan Jesse Go was one of the shows that like hooked me into listening to Max Fun shows. And so like when they asked me to see about developing a way to live stream it, I was over the moon. It was insane.
Yeah, no, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for joining our production fellow conversation. Val, this was an awesome conversation.
Yeah,
to have with
likewise.
you. And yeah, I've been excited to, you know, go through this fellowship with you. It's been great.
Yeah, and looking forward to actually meeting you in person 6 months later.
Oh my gosh, yes.
The McElroy brothers are not experts, and their advice should never be followed. Travis insists he's a sexpert, but if there's a degree on his wall, I haven't seen it. Also, this show isn't for kids, which I mention only so the babies out there will know how cool they are for listening. What's up, you cool baby?
1, 2, 3, 4. It's the start of something beautiful. A small acquaintance has blossomed. It's ripened into a precious friendship. I could have never seen what was coming for me. Hangs at the skate park, hangs by the beach. My life, it feels like it's better with you. My life, it's better with you. This is true. It's better with two. My life, it's better with you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to My Brother, and Me, an advice show for the modern era. I'm your oldest brother, Justin McElroy. Well, I'm your middle-aged brother, Travis Big Dog Woof Woof McElroy.
And I'm your sweet baby brother, Griffin McElroy, and I got big news for you. Just came in through the local channels that the pools and the splash pads are back open. And this is a citywide alert, and for Austin, Texas, but I imagine also around the world, people are celebrating as these big, beautiful water bodies are ready for business.
What's a splash pad?
Splash pad's like a pool, but it doesn't go down.
It's not very deep. You splash
It's
it.
not it's very, very, very shallow pool, but the big pool is what I'm concerned about because I am known at my local pools for when I walk up on the diving board in my Oakleys and that one little strip of sunscreen on my nose.
Oh, yeah, zinc oxide.
And my surf shorts.
Uh-huh.
And I do my flex, and the glisten of my body catches the light in just the right way, and everybody looks at me and they're like, "Oh no, here he comes!" And then I do my big jump off of it and splash down. People know me. And last year,
just from the splash
and the pose and the shorts and the whole thing, and the strip of sunscreen. Last year, though, this fucking disease.
Yeah. Finally, we're talking about it. Okay.
And this disease sucks shit on so many different levels, but the disease kept me from getting mine last year.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go to my local pool and do my favorite thing, which is panic as my child is eating a popsicle too slowly. And I know it's going to fall off the stick, and I know she's going to be upset about it. And I'm standing there in my rash guard, but I'm not surfing. I'm just covering myself because I'm afraid of both the sun and other people's gaze.
Yes.
And so I'm sitting there like, you need to eat it. No, it's dripping. It is you have to. It's going to fall.
Yes.
And I'm worried about it, and she's not because she has no sense of consequences.
Yes.
Right.
Legalize marijuana. Strike all marijuana-based crimes from the record. Expunge them. But popsicles, you have to be 18 because if you're not 18, you don't fucking understand what is expected of you and the pressure and also the consequences. If you do go slow and you do get
It's
intentional.
It's intentional.
I'll take it to go. I'll be eating it in the worst way imaginable. Whatever the move I love is like, I've had 4 licks off this. I'm going to set it somewhere.
Yeah.
Where? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Just set it down. 3. What do I care?
But now I got this fucking text that's like, pool time, baby. And the
pool
text
texted you? Who texted you?
Well, the text went out and said, hey, everybody, especially Griffin, the pools are open again. So everybody.
The text says pools?
The mayor. And so
Mayor Austin,
Steve Austin of Austin is telling me that it's time to come get my splash on. And he said that I could be first in line there. And it was going to be sort of a ribbon cutting ceremony and I'm going to jump through the ribbon in midair. But anyway, the pressure is huge now because I had a year to think about. I had 2 years to think about how I was going to make a splash.
Yeah.
Literally.
Hey, Griffin.
Yeah.
Griffin. Yeah. The only mask you're going to be wearing is a snorkel.
No, you don't need that when you're doing a diving board splash.
Oh, you don't?
They've seen me do cannonball. They've seen me do double cannonball.
Mm-hmm.
That's where me and a friend do it at the same time. And we got yelled at by the lifeguards, so we can't do the double cannonball again because they said they'd kick me out of the pool. They don't care how cool I am when I do it. Jackknife.
Yeah.
Spread it out. I did a foon. I've done all the big ones. And I guess I'm a little worried that I'm going to come up short this year.
Have you done the enema?
That's the one where you get it to go up.
Yeah, where you land, like, the first part of your body that makes contact with the water is your butthole.
Yeah, and it looks like a
before even
cannonball.
the cheeks touch.
It looks like a cannonball, so you have to announce loudly, like, it's about to go up. It's about to go up.
It's about to go up.
It's going to look like a cannonball, but it's going to go up.
And it's about how you then come out of the water, like what sounds you make, what face you make.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Like, enema. I don't know that
enema,
that's
more like enemy.
Because people are waiting also, this is going to be them knowing that it's all over. Like COVID, we did it, and now it's time for us to do our.
This is our mission accomplished banner.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're gonna have to make up a new one, Griffin.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to like sit down at the drawing board. You're gonna have to design something and call it like Operation Mission Accomplished, and like you're gonna have to do. Operation Herd Immunity, whatever you want to call this dive, right? And it has to tell the story of America's triumph.
Okay.
Over death.
Narrative. Travis is suggesting a narrative splash.
A narrative dive. Yes.
That's
a
good.
narrative dive that tells a story that weaves a tale.
Yes, that's good, Travis. And I'll be honest, it's given me an idea that's better than my current sort of prevailing idea, which is that I get on the diving board and I jump up and I just keep going up. Because I didn't even know like how I was going to make that one happen. But you've given me an idea of when Time Magazine said that I was Person of the Year, or whoever was reading the magazine was Person of the Year, and they put a little mirror on the cover. Maybe that's it. And I get up on the diving board and I hold up a big mirror and I say, it's
you. And you blind everyone.
Well, no, I say, it's you doing the splash.
Oh, I like that.
It's
Maybe just
us.
a mirror suit, Griffin. Just little chunks, like a mosaic, but it's like little chunks of mirror all over you. So when they look at you, it is actually their body that they see perfectly aligned with your body.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What if I plank on the side of the pool and I say, I'm the diving board?
Oh, you're the board.
Jump off my body into the water.
What if you sit in the pool with your mouth open and say, this is my tiny pool?
And I fill my mouth.
I invite you to leap in.
That's really good, Justin. and
What
I
if
fill it
you
with
got
water.
a team of people, kind of a flash mob of people, and one by one, as they jump off, it's like the Declaration of Independence, right? One word at a time.
Okay.
And you guys are going boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? Like one after another. Just everybody lined up going, and it's like, we the people, right? Or maybe it's even every syllable, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, we the people. Is that what you're going with?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, good.
That could be good. I also thought if I could get on a horse's back and get him to jump on the diving board, that would hurt him, and he would, unless it's one of those cool like beach horses, which I don't think they have those in Central Texas, he would pass away.
Maybe you could get a celebrity diver.
Oh.
Yeah, like tag somebody
Greg
in.
Louganis.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Name another one. Name another diver who's not Greg Louganis.
No, I didn't mean. To be fair, I did not mean a diver who was a celebrity. I meant a celebrity to dive for you.
And the thing about Greg Louganis is everyone's going to be really nervous that he's going to bonk his head again.
Yeah.
Like he's an exceptional diver, athlete, but he did famously bonk his head one time, and I think people would be like, I'm trying to celebrate COVID, but here I am all stressed out that Mr. Louganis is going to bonk his noggin again.
Is Michael Phelps good at getting into the water, or is he just good inside of it?
I've seen it, right?
Yeah, the camera cuts away, cuts back, he's already in the water.
Exactly. He might just kind of flail all around in midair as he just kind of like lowers in, and he snorts like a half quart of water each time, like a real doofus. Okay, I'm ready.
It's okay, Michael. It's okay. You're in. It's fine. You can start swimming now.
When the people start showing up to the Olympic arena, he's already in the water. He got there an hour before everybody else.
He had them fill the pool around him.
Yeah. Ooh, that could be good. Where is Griffin? He's been at the bottom of the pool for an hour holding his breath. He did the splash a long time.
I have a quick update I wanted to mention, and this was shared amongst our staff, and now I want to bring it to everyone's attention. Last week we had a brief segment, a diverting segment about Charles Entertainment Cheese. And I did want to mention, just because I did not have the information at the time, that since 2012, Charles Entertainment Cheese has been voiced by Jarrett Reddick, the lead singer of Bowling for Soup.
Oh.
So not only is he the voice of the theme song of Phineas and Ferb, he is also the voice of Charles Entertainment Cheese and has been for the past 9 years. So the authenticity that you heard in those tracks,
real.
Like, real.
The Phineas and Ferb thing, Justin, just unlocked a fucking puzzle box in my mind that has been screwed pretty tight since the recording of that episode. I'm so glad that you've just set me free from the prison of my own thoughts.
Tell me more. How do you mean?
It just sounded. There was something about Charles Entertainment Cheese that sounded so familiar.
Yeah.
And it was because of the Phineas and Ferb music. And
Can
now
I tell
know.
you the thing that's fucking me up?
What is it,
knowing
Travis?
that after the fact, knowing that, it's actually weird to me that it's taken them 9 years to think, oh, maybe an album.
Hey, bud, get on Spotify and then feel like a real doofus. This guy's been cranking out the hits for a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not.
Okay.
Hey, listen, this is an advice show.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm done talking about entertainment. We'll have time for some
We need
more
to make some
skits.
art.
We're going to have time for more skits later. But now we're going to help people.
Yeah, I want to talk about art. Because sometimes this show can be a little puerile, but sometimes it could be pretty artsy fartsy. And it's time for Work of Fart.
Just so you know, Trav.
Sorry, haters.
No, I am one of them. I'm gonna fucking knock this right out of the park, but I want you to know I'm gonna hate every second of it.
Okay, I got 3 and then a bonus one. So 4. Okay, here we go.
That's a good way of thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay. This great novel details one musician's obsession with finding the perfect phallus.
Wait, hold on. Do we do ding dong stuff too?
Yeah.
Whoa.
You're expanding sort of the whole concept.
Yeah, this is a broadening. This is too broad.
Yeah. It's getting silly in Work of Fart.
Okay, give me that again.
This great novel, details the journey of one musician and his obsession with finding the perfect phallus.
Do Damn, here I was talking a big game. I'm gonna need more.
Well, focus on the musician part is a big
Oh, thanks,
clue.
Trav. Oh, fuck yeah, I forgot about one of the 10 words that you said.
That's all I got. I don't have more clues. Are you ready? I'll just tell you what it is. Justin, you want to make a guess?
No.
We were looking for Moby's dick. Moby's dick.
But that was a book about a whale and not a musician.
But it was the obsession.
Moby is a musician. This is what he's doing now.
No, I know.
He's pulling the threads tighter.
But there's no way in a million years we would have gotten that.
Musician's obsession.
No, stop.
Obsession.
Stop. If you had said a musical artist who is obsessed with his own phallus, I might have been able to get there.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't look at I don't look at any other dick in this, any other like PP in this world and go, that's mine.
Okay. Are you ready?
I guess so. Is this one going to make sense and be like solvable and be good?
This series, created by Benjamin Franklin, collected all of the scrotal information for that year, as well as
Richard's Almanac.
Oh, so close. Well, you know what? Let me look at the judges. We were looking for poor Richard's Balmanac, but we'll give it to you.
Okay. Well, let's agree to disagree and just say Balmasac.
This sucks. I missed when it was about. All right, fine.
I just think it's a shame to see our president denigrated like this, that he has to be drug into.
Okay.
We're halfway.
I got one more, and Griffin, this one's back to poops. Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I can't believe that I'm reminiscent about that, but go ahead.
Heathcliff plots revenge now that he has money against the woman who spurned him, and also he can't stop pooping.
Heathcliff?
Uh-huh.
Not the cat, but a character named Heathcliff?
Correct.
This is classic literature, which is not my strong suit. Is that from Is it Wuthering Heights? Wuthering Shites? Is it Wuthering Shites?
It is Wuthering Shites. It is Wuthering Shites. One for one. One for
one. One for three.
Wow, sorry. You each have one.
Okay.
Okay, so the bonus now. Okay,
yeah.
You ready?
Indeed.
It's necessary unless it's also going to be bad like the first one.
Well, that's why it's a bonus.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, is it a
Stella,
bonus because it's not very good?
We'll see.
Okay.
Stella will need to depend on the kindness of strangers if she's allergic to D's.
Is it a streetcar named These Nuts?
Yes, it is, Griffin.
Travis! Travis! This segment, it's the second time doing it, and it's already gone so off the rails. That can't be. This can't be the episode title.
You can't give that kind of gold away. You gotta make people pony up the download.
All right, well then it's up to us to find something more powerful.
A streetcar, Griffin, you didn't hear it, I think. Because he did say a streetcar named It's Not.
I said it first, Justin. I heard it. I thought it. I knew it. All right.
Now it sounds like you're crying. Just it sounds like wailing.
It's a little bit of both. It's been a tough 15 months.
Listen, this year's been hard on all of us.
Yeah.
Whew, fuck. Okay, so are you done?
Yep. Once again, Griffin wins, by the way, 2-1.
Yeah, we all lost. I work in a bakery that often has items left over at the end of the day.
Nope. You gotta pull it together. Damn it. Fuck.
Okay, I'm back. I'm fine. At the end of the day, and my boss lets me take whatever I want when we close up shop. We also give whatever's left away to a local church.
My problem is that the church volunteers will stand there watching me pack up whatever I want, which is admittedly quite a bit. Brothers, what do I do about the very passive judgment I feel? That's from Sweets Taker in South Texas.
They shouldn't be there while you're doing yours.
They shouldn't watch you.
They shouldn't watch you while you do yours. And this may be something you can fix by maybe throughout the day. If you know something's going to get, back when I was working at GameStop, if somebody traded in, like, ooh, this is a fairly mint copy of Dark Cloud 2 on PlayStation 2. I'm going to want this. So I might not stock this one on the shelves right away. Buy it myself. I've done a lot of things at GameStop that should have got me quite fired, but I'm saying you do the same thing. This cheese Danish looks pretty good. Let me just, oops, I dropped it under the bottom rack where no one can see it, and then the church doesn't have to watch you get it.
They should.
You do, though, Griffin, in that plan, run the risk of, like, your boss being like, hey, what's this stack of kolaches doing back here in this cupboard? And, like, those aren't for God. Those are for me.
Also, your boss has created a scenario where, like, you are de-incentivized to move these almond tarts.
Right.
So someone's like, I'll take an almond tart. And you're like, I don't know. I've heard about those. I've heard of something about those. I would leave that behind for me. I mean, trash.
I mean, also, you could just get these church people in there all day, and anytime somebody comes in, it's like, let me buy some almond tarts for me and my beautiful wife. And then you say, okay, but then the church people are like, oh no, that's 2 almond tarts.
See, Pret a Manger does this. And I've always felt like if I buy something at Pret a Manger, I'm stealing food.
Right.
When are you buying things at Pret a Manger?
Yeah.
When I used to travel, though, I didn't used to be bound like some sort of like salt-trapped ghost in Huntington, West Virginia. I used to travel around throughout this great globe of ours. Yeah, I don't know. You're right, though. That was a before. I'll never see the inside of a Pret a Manger.
Or a fucking Qdoba.
I'll never go to Qdoba.
Qdoba's
I got a Qdoba here. I don't want to brag, but I got
I have a Qdoba.
Yeah. What's stopping you? Whose decision?
From going to Qdoba? Good question.
Yes.
Bye.
No, whose decision is it when it's time to make more batches of things? Because you could just like 20 minutes before closing up, just like, all right, pop 5 in.
No, it's a bakery. It's a fancy bakery. You're not like nuking them. Like it has to be prepared lovingly by hand.
Yeah.
But could you do it? Like, I made these, and I'm going to eat them later.
Why are you asking me? I don't know.
Justin's not in charge.
There.
He's not the boss of bakery. He's not the big baker boy.
Well, I am the big baker boy. That's what everyone calls me in town, but not for this particular South Texas zone.
Just, you know what? Make the church people go first. And then if they leave you, if they leave you nothing, just go, okay. Okay. I guess I won't eat any baked sweets tonight. Oh man. You could also say you're taking them to a rival church.
There you go. Yeah. This is for a church with even more kids in it who need these. And also, they're building the church out of kolaches. And if I don't get on the kolaches, they won't have a roof.
It's a kolache-based kid Lutheran church. See ya. I gotta take all of them.
Do you remember those? Oh, man. I was thinking maybe some sort of auction where the church and you would each have a certain number of points.
Oh, that's good.
Arbitrary points.
Good.
And you could bid on different baked goods. So that would probably extend this a lot longer than you want it to go. I was actually just remembering, do you remember the auctions they used to have at church?
Yeah, it was weird as shit.
We've talked about them
weird.
so many times. We have to, because it's...
I don't think so. I barely remember. It's like on the edge of my memory. Like, if I hadn't remembered this today, I would have permanently forgotten it.
Like, basically, if we haven't talked about it before, you were given points, awarded points for things like memorizing a Bible verse, remembering to bring your Bible. Bringing a friend was a big one.
Was a billion
that's
points.
Big one. That's a juicy one right there. And then at the end of the year, they would have a stage full of prizes.
Oh my God, it was like
the dopest
memory,
prize, like really good prizes.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's where I got my big mouth Billy Bass from.
That's where I got my Tamagotchi. It was a dragon's hoard.
Yes, I got a baseball mitt. got a tool belt one time. But then you would see the kids, they'd come in that night, they're standing around like a real auction, like, I'm definitely going to bid on that. Oh, is that a basketball? Oh, yeah, I'm going to get that. And then an auctioneer would auction them off. Right. And it's so strange. And it was a good incentive program.
To save souls, to save the mortal souls of your friends.
Save souls, I suppose.
That has nothing to do with this particular question, but it's fun to talk about some stuff. I don't think they should be there. I think this is up to you to not let them be in there while you take your stuff.
I need privacy for my selection process.
Yeah.
As
Or
long-
put it all in your cheeks like a beautiful chipmunk.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes.
While you make eye contact with them.
Well, again.
Do y'all want some wisdom of the crowd?
Yes.
From online?
Let's open it up to the wisdom of the crowd.
This is another WikiHow joint that Amelia sent in that Travis saw and then made sure that I saw it. And it's a choice one because this article is going to save a lot of lives. This segment, when it does feature WikiHow, I think is going to have the added benefit of being, first of all, real gutbuster. But second of all, save your life. Save someone's life. Because this one is How to Act When Near a Coyote. That's the title of it. It was last updated April 26, 2020, which is great because if there's been coyote evolutions, coyote developments, as long as they didn't happen within the last year, like this article is going to have us covered. And I will just say that in all of the drawings here, the coyotes look very cute and very squat and small, and that's not like the coyotes I've seen. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But let's just get into it, and then we'll talk about some of the audience Q&A. Method number 1, defend yourself at close range by looking at them in the eyes and back away because the coyote is afraid of you. Huh. Make yourself big is another thing.
Now, wait, hold on. That first one assumes that the coyote's afraid of me?
Yeah, coyotes are generally frightened of people and will not confront you.
I don't know that I trust that. That might be true, but with my luck, I get that coyote. It's like, I've seen some shit. I'm not afraid of you anymore.
Yeah, coyotes are nasty customers. They will come at you. And that's why in this one, hold your backpack above your head or your jacket to make yourself seem big, or you can shout or yell to frighten the coyote, or you can throw sticks or rocks to scare away the coyote. So those are things that don't throw anything at the coyote, but near it, I guess. Actually, damn, I'm looking at this picture. The trajectory of this stick might be coyote bound. Don't throw sticks at coyotes. I'm going to say that just to plant my flag.
You could throw a stick for the coyote to chase, like it was some kind of puppy dog.
Now, this is important. And God, I hope nobody got a phone call in the middle of this episode and stopped before these words I'm saying right now and then was confronted by a pack of coyotes. Because guess what? When you're dealing with an entire pack of coyotes, the instructions are basically the opposite. You do not even give them ample space. Do not stare at any of them or act threatening toward them. One, fucking mad dog them. That's why they call it that. You mad dog 1 coyote. 3 coyotes, look
unimpressed.
Look up at the sky. Do not shake a stick. Do not yell. Just be okay being somewhere else.
I like that they give the instruction, give them ample space. Like, no fuck.
No
like, yeah,
fucking
dude.
shit.
Like, I did not think the best way was like, I'm going to crowd them. I'm going to crowd into them. Like, I'm trying to get first in line for the buffet. You know what I mean? Like, I know.
Yeah. No. Method number 3 is staying safe in coyote territory. It has only one step, and it says be vigilant with your children and pets. Make sure they don't get too close since they can be drawn toward animals. And there's a picture of a dad ushering small blonde child away from the 3 coyotes that are approaching him.
No, son. These coyotes aren't for you.
These sick-looking dogs aren't fun. Like, yeah, dog, I know. I see them too. So that's helpful. Remember, 1 coyote, scare that coyote. 3 coyotes, be scared of those coyotes. And don't let your kids approach you. That's all you need to know.
If the coyote's only 1, then you know it's time for fun.
Right.
But if the coyotes are all 3, you lay down and you soil yourself and you hope they leave you alone.
With shit or pee.
With shit or pee.
That's the right. Now, I did say that's all you need to know. The community did swing in here with a lot of good Q&As. And a lot of them are fear-based. There are coyotes in our yard and they killed all the neighbors' chickens. Should I be scared? Somebody answers that and says, don't be scared, but be wary. Don't go outside once it's dark and keep food inside so that you won't attract unwanted animals.
That sounds like scared behavior to me.
That sounds like scared behavior. That sounds like the behavior of a scared person. What can I do if I hear young coyotes howling near my home? just stay inside, especially if it's nighttime. Make sure your pets are safe as well. A ship in harbor is safe, though. And that's not what
I'm saying if
ships are
they're
for.
young, you could get in there and reform them before it's too late. That sounds trainable right there.
Yeah.
Once they're older, like I've seen Fox and the Hound, right? That fox is pretty chill early on. Right? Now, listen, when that fox gets bigger, I don't want to hang out with that fox. Fox is scary. He grows up and he turns into Robin Hood. But I want to get in there.
He's sexy.
He's so sexy. It's a sexual. Right. When the coyotes are young, I feel like I could get in there and befriend them. Be like, oh, here's some meat. Let's hang out. Hey, how's your walk with Christ? You know, I'm in there and I'm talking to them. I'm telling them the good things that they could do with their lives and turn it around. I'm standing and delivering them. Right. I'm going to teach them about math and stuff.
But now you guys know about coyotes, so I'm not going to provide the answers to the next questions. I want to see if you guys can really knock it out of the park. So, Juice, what do I do if a coyote's outside my front door and I need to go out?
Get a bat.
Yeah, that's actually not... It says I recommend waiting until the coyote leaves the area. If it's an emergency and you must leave your house, do so with caution and consider bringing a weapon or something to protect yourself.
Okay, so not that far off, actually.
Not that wicked far off, although, again, this is a community answer, not from a respected coyotologist. So, am I in danger if I hear coyotes near my house in the mornings, Travis?
In the mornings? No.
Yes.
Absolutely not. They're sluggish and sleepy. They have not been warmed by the sun yet.
Yes, that's exactly it. They get their power from the sun just like a Superman does.
Yeah, I knew it.
Justin, I got to get to work and I have to ride my bicycle through an area with high coyote activity. What should I do?
Tie bats to your bicycle.
Like a just married cans. Yeah, that's what it says just here, Justin. Great job. What if a pack surrounds your campsite and howls, Travis?
You're going to howl right back. You're a member of that pack now, my friend. Welcome. You're a coyote.
That's right, Travis. It says turn into a coyote with magic from some sort of spirit or an animorphs. That says it right there. Justin, this one's great. What should I do if I am scared?
Oh boy, if I had the answer to that one, I'd probably be living a much more chill daily existence.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know. I guess there's some schools of thought that say like acceptance therapy is the way to go. You accept these fears.
Yeah.
Yes, I have these fears.
Sorry, let's frame this specifically around coyotes if you can. Jim.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That is your human body giving you smart news. you are bad at coyote and you shouldn't vacate.
Yep. Yeah.
That is listen to the good news from your human body.
Yeah, but Juice.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
You have to get to work.
That's wrong.
I would argue that there are some places coyotes should be and some places they shouldn't. If I'm out in the forest and I see a coyote, that's his home. But if I'm at my office job working on that big report for Mr. Jenkins and I turn around and there's a coyote in my cubicle, that coyote should be scared. This is my place of business.
I don't know why this has never bothered me the entirety of recording this program, but as we're doing this segment, I am repeatedly confronted with a vision of someone who finds themselves in a coyote situation.
Yeah.
And is only
knows about this
with the information that we have. Like, that is the one tool they've brought with them. Their personal item is this bit. That's what they've brought to Coyote Island.
In my mind, there's actually a worse scenario where they have listened to this bit, but they also at some point did learn how to actually deal with it, but now they can't remember which one switched.
Exactly. So just to cover them and cover us legally, the answer to what should I do if I am scared as provided by a community is you should call your parents or the nearest person around or dial 911. Whatever you do, do not run. If you run, the coyotes will think you're a threat and they will chase you. Getting a lot of conflicting information here, but I do appreciate the first thing I do, whip out the cell, hit up Dad. Clint, it happened again. Clint, it's me. I'm on the Moby. You got me. Find me. Do find my phone, Dad. Get here. The coyote took the phone.
Find my coyote.
It's me, Griffin. Everything's fine here. Did you watch Doctor Who? I just want to cover this last one too, because I doubt it's going to be useful. But will you get attacked by a coyote if you are on a trampoline?
Oh.
And the community answer is if the coyote's interested in you, it doesn't matter where you are. It's safer if you stay inside. But my answer is if you're on a trampoline, you will only be attacked by a coyote roughly half the time. Because the other half, you're up in the sky. Coyotes can't jump.
And that coyote's going to have to get on that trampoline with you
That's a
in order to
great point.
get
I would
you.
say you are wicked safe on it. This is one... No legal worries. Legal worries aside, Griffin McElroy guarantee. Coyotes coming at you, get up on a trampoline. They're going to have no fucking idea what to do. If they do get up there, popcorn bouncing, baby. They're going to not know what the fuck to do with that.
Hey, do you mind if we take a quick sojourn? Is that the word? To the money zone?
I don't mind at all.
Okay.
Thank you for
Absolutely.
asking.
Thanks.
It's better with you.
So it's, we're into June. What? Of 20 Big Dog Run. And I feel like we haven't been doing enough regarding this theme. And we're always pretty negligent about the theme. So I wanted to try to change that. I wanted to try to up our personal games a little bit. Okay. So I wanted to bring in kind of an expert. I'm really excited about this.
Okay.
This is different for us. I don't normally just randomly spring guests on you guys, but I met this dude at the mall and I'm way into it. And I know just what's going to happen the next few minutes. So I just please, I guess, welcome to the show, Richard Stink.
Hello, Richard.
Boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boys.
Yes.
Is this Richard?
Yeah, it's me, Richard Stink. I'm here to elevate your fragrance game.
Okay.
The J-Man told me about your fragrances, and I wanted to take a moment to talk to all of my frag heads, my fraggles, I call them. That's how the people like me who are obsessed with the pursuit of fragrance. I want to talk to you guys about your fragrance.
Yeah.
For 20 Big Dog Run. You want to find some compliment machines, the real shit that's going to bring you so many ladies. You're going to be freaking out about it.
Well,
what are you working with right now? Let's start with you, the tall one.
Oh, thank you. It's just
I think I might be taller than Travis.
Yeah, but he slumps.
Tall one, you know what I mean.
But you slump, so I think he means me.
The guy who looks like he sells surfboards.
Yeah, that's me. Okay.
Well, hold on, Trav, because I'm wearing a tank top right now.
Hey, Richard, which one of us do you mean?
Which one do you want?
Travis. I mean Travis, all right?
Great. I'm currently working with my natural smell.
Okay, this is an insult to me and your brothers that you work with.
I wear a deodorant.
Are you a working partner with us?
I wear a deodorant.
Okay, natural. Aluminum.
It's aluminum free. No aluminum. But other than that, I just smell good. My musk.
Wow, everybody likes to think it, yes?
I mean,
but it's not true. Okay, I got a fragrance for you. Let me take a look at you. Let me look in your eyes.
Oh, wow, you're really close.
Yeah.
Why are you so close? You smell amazing. Sorry?
For you, La Nuit de l'Homme by Yves Saint Laurent.
Okay, but I'm never going to be able to spell that or look or
you
say
can handle it. La Nuit de l'Homme. A lot of guys, a lot of real guys think they won't be able to handle La Nuit de l'Homme. You know what this translates into?
No.
Fuck.
It's fuck?
I thought I could learn finally. La Nuit de l'Homme by Yves Saint Laurent.
Is that the one Lenny Kravitz wears?
You're going to get a little bit of the bergamot. There's a little bit of in the top note.
Hey, Richard, where are you from?
What are you doing, Richard?
Open up. Shh. I'm walking through the notes. It's real important. You're going to get that bright, fresh.
What is this accent you have, Richard?
Let me finish.
It's magical.
It's important.
You're going to get the bright, fresh, juicy bergamot. That's in the opening. It's splash over you. All of a sudden, ladies are coming out of closets and woodwork, crawling through windows like a zombie movie.
That's terrifying.
Gonna be all over
the
you.
Picture you painted is horrible. I'm married
with this bergamot, but then we're gonna have a dry down into something. We're gonna start to get a little bit of that ambroxan up in there. You're gonna get some notes of citrus and tobacco, cherry. No, not for you.
Okay. Then why'd you even introduce?
Yes, some cherry. It interacts. It's got a lot of naturals in it.
Is that an option? Can you get cherry free?
It's just how it interacts with different people, Little One. All right, Little One. So you listen to me.
Hey, Richard, can we go back to when you said that I would wear it and get attacked?
It's going to be amazing for you. And the compliments are going to be off the charts. You're going to be losing.
People are going to be Kool-Aid Manning through my wall to tell me how good I smell.
To compliment you and your personal smell. Little One.
Yeah.
What do you smell like, huh?
Just normal. You're not.
What is it that? What's the?
You don't have any respect for me. You don't have respect for your brother.
I do. I'm okay. So I guess the question I would have to ask is like, how warm is it outside? Do I have something to do outside of my house today? Because if not, it's probably going to be the curvy white soap, the brand of which I don't even know. I've been using it so long. I buy at Costco in a billion packs.
Stack soap, probably.
Probably stack soap, yeah, still. And then, but if I'm going outside, it is going to be pure sport. And I would love to hear if you could think of something more iconic.
Okay. Sorry, what was it again?
Old Spice's Pure Sport.
Hold on. My dad is at Kmart. Let me call him and see if he heard of it. No, he said not even he would deign to experience
is
this.
That Richard
this is not for
Senior?
Look at my eyes.
Yeah.
Let me smell your mouth.
Well, my mouth makes it. I just ate some salt and vinegar potato chips.
You know, I was about to say Millésime Imperial by Creed. I was about to say this. If you can imagine this incredible joke.
It's good.
And then I thought, no, he does not have the money for Millésime Imperial by Creed.
Did you say by Creed? By the band Creed?
Sorry? No, it's a band and for a fragrance house. Creed.
Is it the same people?
Yeah, they do Green Irish Spring, Millésime Imperial, Virgin Island Water, Aventus.
With arms wide open.
You said they make Irish Spring like the soap?
No, it smells like this though. It's $300.
Oh wow!
So okay, wow. I look at you, little man.
Yeah. Just I work from home. I have worked from home for like 12 years.
You smell yourself?
No, not really.
Would you like to?
I don't think so.
Would you like to catch a whiff and think, what is this? And then know it's me?
You?
No, it's not me. It's you. You look in the mirror, you see yourself, yes?
Yeah.
Why you don't want to smell yourself? Do you wear clothes in your little prison you call a home? Are you one of these guys? Are you one of these COVID guys that's been staying home and do the mask
Wait,
and everything?
hold on. Wait a minute.
Richard. Hold on, Richard. Are you an anti-masker?
Richard?
No.
Hey, Richard, what are your political beliefs?
I put a big spray of Sauvage by Dior into my mask. And I just woof it down.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
I thought this would be good for you, little man, because you know he's a spokesman for this one.
You got any thoughts about those Fauci emails there, Richard?
No, listen. I want to tell you
what
about
do you
this.
think about him?
You know he's a spokesman for this one, for Sauvage?
What?
You know this?
No.
He's one of your favorite actors.
Johnny Depp?
Exactly. He's their favorite. Johnny Depp. I bet you love him.
I mean...
Sauvage is not for you.
No, it's not.
Not Club de Nuit.
No, that doesn't sound...
Could you handle...
Do you have any bod?
Bod?
Yeah.
This is like Axe?
Yeah. It's like off-brand Axe.
It's not really aerosolized. You get wet. Your shirt gets wet when you put it on.
Bod. Hey, this is a joke. For you, little one.
Yeah.
Look at me. Terry Mugler?
Yeah, I didn't...
Pure Malt? Cartier?
Do any of them have a roll-on applicator?
You know, Squidward has a cologne now.
Yo, that sounds fucking funny.
It's $11.
Perfect.
No, for you.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's Invictus. For you, Invictus by Paco Rabanne.
Sick.
It's got a nice... You're going to open this up. You're going to take a spray. What is this? Is this a bubble gum? It is. It's bubble gum. A huge spray. That's a top note. You got the nice bubble gum. You're going to have a dry down. And then it's going to be more bubble gum.
Is it gum?
Right? It's mainly gum. Like a gum set with some like...
But is it gum for my mouth gum?
No, you don't. No.
It's body gum?
No. It's still...
It's just gum you rub on your body?
It's huge. The flankers on this thing, you're going to get a lot of different Invictus flankers. The bottle looks like a little trophy.
Yeah.
It's so cute. It's affordable, reasonably priced.
Holy shit, I'm going to have a lot of questions for Justin once Richard Stink leaves.
You get the 3.4 ounce Eau de Parfum.
How much?
3.4 ounce.
No, money.
Eau de
money,
Parfum.
Richard. How much money, Richard?
It's a reason.
Tell me, Richard, how much money?
It's reasonable.
A number, Richard.
For Intense? Invictus Intense or regular Invictus?
Which one? intense. If I'm
which one?
If I'm going to go to town,
I know which one you need.
Yeah.
It's Paco Rabanne.
Yeah. So is that
this?
Is that good or bad?
This is Paco Rabanne.
Money, how much, Richard?
It looks like a little trophy. 3.4 ounces. That's a lot of sprays. It's almost infinite sprays. If you think on
not, Richard. How much money?
$70.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that, Rich.
It's affordable. It's affordable.
I guess compared to some of the other scents that you've talked about.
Compared to something by Creed, the Millésime Imperial. Ugh. $400, $500. Me, I don't wear any of this.
What do you wear?
Me, I wear Secretions Magnifique.
Oh boy.
It smells like a cheese.
Like a cheese?
Or a cheese?
It smells like jizz.
Okay, I think it's time for Richard to go.
Richard,
smells like
hey, Richard, go. Richard, go. Richard, go.
All right, you promised me.
No, you don't get an outro, Richard. You need to go right now, Richard. You need to go right now, Richard.
I didn't think it would go like that. And I'm sorry that I stepped out for so long. I do
How did you think it would go?
That.
And how did you meet this guy and think like
at the mall?
This guy kicks ass and he's funny and I got to get
at the mall. I noticed he wasn't wearing a mask. Everybody else was. And I was like, that's weird. And he's like, I took it off so I could smell some different things. And then I had a bottle of Polo Club Sport in my hand. He smacked it out of my hand and his hand's like really big. Like the hands are like really big.
Felt bad.
So I think I was just feeling kind of intimidated and I let him be on our podcast. And I am sorry about that. I'm sorry about Richard Stink and I'm sorry I let him be on the show.
I think the biggest thing for me is that usually when we do have a Richard Stink come on the show, we imprison him in the introduction to the show. And I feel like having Richard Stink come in, 30 some odd minutes in, really caught a lot of us by surprise.
In a sense, you could blame the fast food industry for not coming up with new stuff, huh?
Okay, so the people who are detractors of Munch Squad now they know what is behind the curtain, what lies behind this veil of ignorance, and that is if Munch Squad goes away, Richard Stink come to play.
Some people I think this is going to be a divisive moment.
Okay,
in the show's history.
Yeah.
Because I like guests.
Yeah.
I think they bring a fresh energy to the show. And a lot of people don't like guests.
Can I say you my one regret? I didn't ask Richard if Stink was his real name and it led him to the smell game.
Right.
Or was he so into smells that he changed his last name to Stink? And I regret not knowing.
His parents were Stinkopowitz.
Oh.
Ington.
How do you know so much about Richard Stink, Justin?
It was a long drive back from the mall.
Did you still have to take him back there to get his car?
He's giving me a thumbs up like he's fine here, which I'm not crazy about.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we're good. He's gotten the hint. He's leaving.
But you drove him there, Justin.
I did. I think he's going to hitchhike. No, he stole my wife's car. God dang it.
Oh, shoot.
Happens to the best of us. You guys want to hear another question?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Still thinking about Richard Stink, I guess.
Well, this is the problem, right? You think at first it's not very good, and then I guess he kind of gets.
I just have a hole in my heart for this delightful little French smell monster. This French.
He's not French.
He definitely wasn't French.
He's not French.
What? Okay.
He seemed to be an amalgamation of several accents.
Yeah. Can I say something? Actually, now that he's out of the room.
Yeah.
Please don't bring up his walk with Christ. Because it's
Did he get angry at you? Did you try to?
No, I did, and it was like half the drive. So, please, if Richard Stink ever comes back on the show, please don't bring up his walk with Christ.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
My mom and I recently attended the wedding of an acquaintance. The wedding was for the son of a family friend, so we're not particularly close to them. We chose to go the easy route on the gift and give them a card with some cash in it. Perfect. But now my mom can't seem to remember if she put the money in the card or not.
Shit.
Did we accidentally just give them a card as a wedding present? I don't want them to think we're cheapskates.
They will.
Our family already has a bad rep for being late to everything. Yes, we were late to the wedding. I don't want another stigma besmirching our good name. Should we ask them if we put money in the card, or should we just send them another card with money just in case?
That's from Awful Wedding Guest in Austin.
Man, that second one, I think, would be a big swing and a miss, huh?
It would be. It's the worst imaginable answer is to send them another card with money in it.
With like a little inscription that's just like, here's some more, I guess. Because
do you need
There's more or any.
The first of it. Yeah, this one seems pretty. It's embarrassing, but you got to just say like, hey, this is embarrassing, but my mom doesn't remember. She put money in the card or not. Was there money in that card?
Oh,
and then,
yeah.
but they might fib to get double money, but then the guilt is on them and not on you.
What if they know? What if they're like, I think they're testing me, and if I say no, and they know that they did,
it's going to be uncomfortable no matter. Yeah, but the most uncomfortable is you do double card, double money. That sucks. Next, right behind that is you did not give them any money and you just gave them a great card that says like,
enjoy the cash.
Enjoy that. Yeah, I hope you don't spend it all in one place.
Can you create a third person that's neither you nor your mother that you can blame it on? Can you create some kind of bumbling, a bunberry, if you will, where you can say like, oh yeah, no, our butler was supposed to put the money in the card, and now he can't remember if he did or not. And if he didn't, I'm going to fire him.
Right, a real Uncle Billy is what you're talking about.
Yes.
It was supposed to go in, but now Mr. Potter's going to take over the whole fucking
Where's
wedding.
the fucking money, Billy?
Yeah, you gotta just say it. This is a tough one, but it is.
I don't.
You can deal with this.
Think that you can deal with this.
Oh, all right.
Not for jokes. Can we really play out that phone call real
Sure.
quick? And you be the okay. Go ahead.
Ring.
Hey,
what's up? This is Sharon, and I wanted to say,
sorry,
this
what?
is Sharon, and I wanted to say that you know how we were at the wedding? Great job, great wedding. I loved it. And
oh, thank you. It was really special to have you guys there. I wanted to actually.
I like how you yelled your. I like how you yelled your vows.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to ask you, but actually, you go first. Do your thing first.
No, you do your thing first.
No. I insist. Do your thing.
Yeah.
First.
So it's so silly, but like I know we gave you a card.
Yeah.
And then inside of it was...
I'm trying to remember.
Well, think about, did you get...
We got a lot. We had literally dozens
Hey, who's
of
on the
cards
phone?
The third person on this
Who's
podcast
that on the phone?
always has to... If one of us is quiet for too long, we freak the fuck out.
I'm hanging
Was
up
there money in it? Did my mom put money in it?
Did I say you could talk to Jaren?
I don't remember. I was just, the gift was having you guys there.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that's one option, right? I don't remember. Second, no, there wasn't, not that I remember.
Are you still on the phone with Jaren?
Travis, please.
I'm not Travis in this scenario, Justin.
Okay, all right.
I'm your character's new husband, who it turned out is a real lemon.
Please be quiet, husband, named Travis.
Okay.
So, no, there wasn't any money in it.
Fuck! Shit. Okay, how much do you want? Stop. Don't laugh.
No,
how much money do you need?
Honestly,
now wait, hold on. Just time out, Griffin. First the question was how much do you want, and then how much do you need? And I like the second question a lot better. How much to make all this go away?
It was more than enough just having you there.
No, No, stop it. I don't want I don't want this to continue to be a thing. How much money do you need?
You're not an ATM. See, this is terrible. This doesn't work either. No permutation of it works.
I have $500. You tell me how much feels right for me of that to give to you now.
Oh, I mean, all 500 of it. It was a hard day.
Okay.
And
it was a hard day?
Are you still on the phone with Jern?
I don't like this guy.
I think I have bigger worries, honestly, considering how my husband is shaking out. Hey, thanks so much for listening to podcast. This one.
Yeah.
Our podcast, my brother and me. I had a quick thing. I did a voiceover narration, if you will, for a show called Bad Vibes. It's a podcast made by Q Code. It's a horror anthology, and I got a character named Mr. Boogie. He's kind of a southern spooky guy. He's kind of scary southern guy. And I don't know. It's a really cool series. They got a lot of cool people involved with it. And if you would check it out on a podcast listening service, all the episodes are out now. And I think you would dig it. So
Check it out. It's called Bad Vibes. You can get there's a trailer. You can, I don't know, it's free. Just listen to it. It's cool. It's also got 3D audio. It's 3D audio, so it's you hear something from over here and it sounds like it's over there. It's wild. Listen with headphones.
As long as we're promoting our shows, I do a podcast with my two brothers where people write in and ask questions for advice. Sometimes we have character bits. Sometimes we have these really classic segments where I come up with kind of brilliant prompts for my brothers to see if it's called My Brother. I mean, if you want to check it out, you can. It's available on most podcatchers.
Meta.
Speaking of, we are doing a live show of that podcast.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
On June 25th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Those tickets are on sale now. It is live and virtual, so you can watch it from anywhere. Tickets are just $10. You go to bit.ly/MBMBAM virtual to get those tickets. And the good news is, even if that time zone doesn't work for you, or if you miss the show, it will be available on video demand for 2 weeks. So you'll have plenty of time to see it. bit.ly/MBMBAM virtual. Also go check out the merch over at McElroyMerch.com. Our pin of the month is an I also want a sword pin with a cute picture of Griffin McElroy in there. And the proceeds from that benefit
uncomfortably large.
It's great.
Big picture of me.
It benefits the Trevor Project, which provides crisis intervention and suicide prevention services for the LGBTQ plus community, specifically young people under 25. We also have a Do You Hear That, Babe? We're Legends shirt from the Adventure Zone Balance. A portion of those proceeds also go to benefit the Trevor Project. Go check that out. Happy Pride. Go out there, have fun. Now that it's a little bit safer, stay hydrated. It's so important, folks. And don't forget to pre-order The Adventure Zone Crystal Kingdom, the next graphic novel in the graphic novel series. You can go to theadventurezonecomic.com. It comes out July 13th of this very year. The pre-order gift from our publisher for Second is a Kravitz lenticular laptop sticker, and you can submit receipts for the pre-order gift at bit.ly/Taz4preorder.
Hey, thanks to Montaigne for the use of our theme song, My Life is Better With You. It's a great track, and it has a lot of Grammy buzz, and we are sure appreciative of Montaigne for letting us use that wonderful song. And thanks to MaxFun Fun. Go to MaxFunFun.org. Check out all the great shows there. They got a bunch of stuff that you're just going to really vibe on, and you're going to really cruise to them. And do you want a final Yahoo?
Yeah.
This one's
Is this it? Now wait, hold on, wait. Is this a real one?
This one's actually a real one. I went through the archives on our Gmail account where people used to send those in. I don't see a reason to give that out anymore because this website's not existing anymore. But this is an archived one, and it was sent in by Corbin. Thank you, Corbin. And it's asked by Yahoo Answers user Chesterfielder, who asks, how much spaghetti is there when Mama makes spaghetti for us?
My name is Justin McElroy.
I'm Travis McElroy.
My name is Griffin McElroy. I don't know how many times I can keep doing this.
This has been my brother may kiss your dad square on the lips.
MaximumFun.org.
Comedy and culture.
Artist owned. Audience support.
Today's podcasts are brought to you by hosts from across the world and the audience who supports them. This is MaximumFun.org.
Welcome to Minority Corner, where we take an introspective look at the world through an intersectional lens. I'm James, he, him. I'm a queer political activist, actor, comedian, self-proclaimed sexy blurred. That's a black nerd. And each week, I'm joined in the corner by other fabulous minorities and some allies tackling the news, pop culture, politics, media, entertainment, and history with a little self-care, self-love sprinkled throughout, all for our own personal and collective empowerment. Well, it's a brand new episode, and she's back. We love her. I think it's her fourth time on the podcast. It is Samantha and Ceci, a third culture linguophile who co-hosts Masculinity Podcast, a show that's now part of a Healthy Masculinities podcast network hosted by Next Gen Men. Go off, Samantha and Ceci. We're so glad that you're here. So with all of that, so glad that Samantha is here because we're going to need her help to break down all the sexism that is raging all up in our faces. It must be a day that ends in Y because it is everywhere, from the outfits that are making women wear in sports, and then they find them, and then to even letting Simone Biles take care of her mental health to do what she needs to do, to even up in the entertainment world. It is Disney versus Scarlett Johansson, and we have taken sides. And in the main corner, it is a news story that is the blend of classism and privilege and racism and homophobia all intersecting together in this story that most people probably missed out. It is the conviction of murderer Ed Buck, the murderer of queer black men in Los Angeles. It is quite the story, and we talk about it. And then Samantha, as usual, sent us through a deep dive of fuckery through hip-hop, which we love hip-hop, but we gotta side-eye you and call you out. And this time it is DaBaby and his comments and views about our beloved Lil Nas X, who is challenging us all, myself included, with our own fears and our own insecurities, and just blowing up the homophobia that is existing in hip-hop and what we can do to make sure that things get better. All right? It is an all-new Minority Corner happening right now. Let's get into it. So Monica Lewinsky has aged gracefully, as we were just talking about off air. Cold open, hot, here we are, Samantha. She really has. And I feel like it's one of those cases where the times have caught up, like, to her. She didn't change. Like, Monica Lewinsky is still just Monica Lewinsky. We caught up to who she was. Like, you just think about, like, how sexist the 90s were. I don't think we realized it was because we were under this, like, guise of, like, you know, girl power. And there was, like, I don't know, like, there was, like, you know, Buffy and Charlie's Angels. But when you look at those, it was all through, like, very much the male gaze. And so it was this false perception of, you know, this, and I'm not, just from looking back at just like the treatment of women, and you know what was going on, you're living it, but I just
but even then it's like, honestly, when you look back, I'm just as part of the patriarchy as men are, even though I'm kind of on the receiving end. And it's like, you think about somebody like Britney Spears, like Mariah Carey, people who we were like, oh my goodness, like they had a breakdown, you know, they lost it or whatever. And you look back on that now, what we know about mental health, and I'm just like so embarrassed that I just didn't. I was like, damn, like I didn't realize it was like that. Like I just didn't realize that it was like that, you know?
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, again, like now, and it's interesting, she's now getting her roses and her flowers and stuff like that. And I think Ryan Murphy is doing, because, you know, he did like the O.J. Simpson, his American Crime Story is like his other anthology series, his American Horror Story, then American Crime Story. He did O.J. Simpson, Assassination of Giovanni. And the next one is going to be about the like Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky. And it's based on like her book. She's involved in the production of it. So she's going to get to have more of her story. But like you said, like so many of these women, all those women that you just named were just sort of the butt of these jokes and just living obviously too in systems and structures that were designed and dominated by men. And you mentioned, you know, something like mental health. These women just really just trying to do their best in these like, you know, male ass structures. And then something that on the same lines of when you don't realize how deep you are in the patriarchy, let's think about what's going on in women's sports for a second, right?
Yeah.
So there was like two moments. There was like the women's sports teams. The Norwegian women were fined for that they weren't going to play. They refused to wear bikinis for their beach handball teams. And isn't until that came up, and then Pink snaps to Pink with tweeted that she's going to pay.
Love Pink. She's consistent. I love her so much.
That is very true. There's one thing that Pink is, she is consistent. Like, you know, she has her issues with alcohol, but who doesn't? Who doesn't, Pink?
Literally, who doesn't? Okay.
As a friend once said to me, sexuality is like alcoholism. Everybody's a little bit something on that spectrum. It's a spectrum. You know? We're all somewhere on it, and we're, you're just somewhere there on the spectrum.
Wow. Maybe the rappers will get it if we explain it that way. Okay.
See, okay, we'll put a pin in that because I know where you're going with that for later on in the show. We got some good stuff hanging in there. So they were fined like $1,700 or 1,500 euros or something. Anyways, because they're like, we're not gonna wear these bikinis because they were gonna wear shorts, just some sensible shorts. They were still shorts. And they got fined. And it's so wild to me because I was like, yeah, you're right. What do them wearing bikinis have to do with them playing volleyball? I don't understand. And then the Norwegian gymnastics team, in solidarity and protest, they wore like some similar outfits of what you would see kind of the men wearing. It was like they weren't wearing like, a bathing suit, essentially, all up in their business, right? Which is like, they're there to do a job. What do these sexy outfits have anything to do with them tumbling and flipping around? Like, it's so sensible. It makes sense. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, kind of on this conversation around like making people do things that they are not comfortable doing. It's like, as the athlete, they should be telling you what's the best thing for their performance.
100%.
Like,
yes.
why
Absolutely.
are you telling them what to wear?
Those outfits had nothing to do with them playing. If anything, they were a hindrance. And I would say, actually, in I think in solidarity, I think all the men should wear. I don't want them in thongs. I think thongs are disgusting on everybody. I mean, no offense if you like to wear a thong. I just know, like, in the gay community, we've bypassed the thongs. We just do jock straps because it's like, I just want to see the butt. I don't need to because like, what's that little like floss hiding? There's no mystery. I know what's underneath there. It's a fucking crack. Like, it's like, ooh, what's there? Or is it because they wear a thong, like you can show it on TV or something? Like, what is the deal? It's I'm like, if I see someone in a thong, I'm like, oh, they're uncomfortable. That doesn't like get me going. Maybe that's somebody else's thing. I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum, but I just think like. So anyways, I think the men in volleyball should have to wear just jock straps out there, just to even it out. Okay. Ladies, go back to wearing shorts. I think we just need to sexify some of the men's uniforms a little bit more.
I agree. I think we absolutely need to do that. And also just a special mention for the unitards still not being like baggy clothing to wear. Like they're in unitards. Shit's still skin tight. I mean, you still are getting,
just
like,
in case there was some incel in his basement getting ready to tweet at us about I need to see. Don't worry, their outfits are still skin tight. They're just covered more so from head to toe. Still skin tight. So don't you worry.
You can still see the definition of like it's you'll be all right.
I just found this out that the women's gymnastics do different sports than the men's gymnastics. Like they do different events. Yes. Didn't realize this. And I'm like, oh, you're right. I can't think about the last time, if ever, I've seen men's like ribbon dancing. I think it's called rhythmic gymnastics.
That's true. Yeah.
You don't even, and it's one of those things you don't even think about because it like everything happens so fast. You're like, oh, look at her dancing with those ribbons, and then you're like, oh, okay, oh, look, that man twirling on those things. He has to hold himself up and on the rigs and twirl around, and then you're like, oh, look at her, she's skipping around dancing to single ladies, like. And they have to put in like moves. Like the men just get to do like flips, but the women, they're like, you have to flip to music and make it a routine.
With a prop.
But the men just
with a prop.
Yes, but even like the floor routines, the women have to like do like some choreography and like do Shakira, and the men are just like they just cartwheel. I personally, again, even in the playing field, I want to see the men dance into Shakira as well. I want to see what they're gonna do. Maybe some Little Nas X into the routine. Like I think even because like it's not like in figure skating, it's all even. Like everybody like is doing everyone's doing the moves. Yeah. Everyone's doing the same choreography, like same sort of music and glitter. Everything's gay. It's gay for everybody. It's gay for the ladies. It's gay for the dudes. We look at it, we're like, oh yes, I'm watching gay things and I love it. So I just think like gymnastics, gay it up, lean into it, and it's fine. Everyone just be gay in gymnastics.
Festive and expressive.
It's okay. Okay, you're right. Yeah, it's festive. It's a better word. But you know what? We gays, we festive.
Hey, exactly.
Well, I wanted to talk to you. The other component of what's been happening in the Olympics is our sis, Simone Biles, all the snaps. She's still the GOAT, and I want to commend her because you were mentioning something about mental health and women and stuff, and we don't give them that. Like now mental health is coming up, and I must commend this next generation who's just like, I'm not playing these games. Like even Naomi Osaka's like, I'm not doing your press conferences. I'm here to play tennis. I'm done. And meanwhile, Serena's like, I didn't know I could do that.
And that's the thing.
Didn't know we could. We didn't know.
The youth
we didn't
will
know.
set us free. Absolutely.
But it's because I will say it's on the coattails of the work that like Billie Jean King and Serena Williams and Venus had done, where these like have it stretched it out. But anyways, they're like kicking those glass ceilings and being like, I'm not doing this, right? And all these people who are incredibly untalented had everything to say about Simone Biles taking some mental health to say, and it was very terrifying when you read the story about when she calls it the twisties, where the reason why she took herself out of the competition is because she was giving the twisties. And if you think about it, she was talking about how it was like an out of body experience. She didn't know where she was as she was flipping.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. And you see the things that she does where it's like she defies like human nature and doesn't even get credit for it because the judges will be like, oh, that was too dangerous and we can't give you points for that.
And honestly, she should have cut then. Like right then and there when they decided that they were going to start penalizing her because she's the only one who can do what she can do, which the last time I checked, that's literally just called greatness. You're literally at the forefront of the Olympics. You're competing worldwide. That should just cement you as the best athlete in existence right now. That's all that should do instead of being like, no, we have to score her down so we can make other people feel better. At the Olympics. Olympics.
They are like, Oksana from Russia can't do that. So I'm sorry, Simone. We have to dumb this down. Susan from Sacramento. She can't do those flips. So I'm sorry, Simone.
So we gotta
you need to water it down.
You imagine?
We're gonna dock. That doesn't even, and that's what she would have to do. And so again, she's already having that pressure. She's navigating the world, black lady, plus all that scandal that they were also these women were having to go through. Remember with like the doctor and like the assault stuff that was happening. God. So, and then meanwhile, still having to go out there and do the flip, flop, right? And to try to like do her country proud or whatnot. And then I couldn't even imagine having to train this past year. I for one don't even know why the Olympics are even still happening. I will put that sidebar. Why are they happening?
Especially since isn't Tokyo having like a huge huge spikes of
record breaking
for Japan as a
numbers.
Country, Tokyo,
Yes,
yeah.
but even specifically I've noticed like in Tokyo like, record numbers. So you have players from all over the world with various levels of COVID outbreaks happening, coming together in these like. There's been so many outbreaks. It's insane. So I don't even know why that's happening. Couldn't imagine like training this past year underneath the circumstances of this year. And so the focus is like, and for her to still even like show up, come compete, do what she's doing. And then show everyone and their mom who's not talented had something to say about Simone, like sitting it out because she needed to take some mental health for her. And then today, girl shows up, competes.
Talk about it. Oh my God.
Snatches that bronze right there, right? She competes and snatches that bronze. And I want to point this out.
People still
Biles. Okay, but and here's what's wild. So Biles also earned a bronze medal back in 2016 on the Rio Games. So she's like tit for tat, even though she's like, age ain't nothing but a number, like she's still like meeting her stats, snatching the trophies that she needs to do. And with this newest addition to her award collection, she ties Shannon Miller as the most decorated Olympian in American gymnastics history. Wow. While each gymnast has 7 medals to her name, Biles has more golds. She has 4 than Miller, who only has 2. I mean, only, but so I just want to say, like, props to her. She was like, I need to take some time, and it was also smart because the team still went on to go collect silver, I believe. And had she maybe stayed in competing when she knew she wasn't up to what she could do, they maybe wouldn't have gotten silver. So she was really being a real team player. Talk about having to have like death of ego to say, I need to. That takes a lot. That takes a lot in the Olympics. And you also know everyone's going to have an opinion about it. But you know, for your country that you're trying to up there rep, that you're going to sidestep in the Olympics, like that is a lot.
Yeah. And they shouted out, what was her name? Carrie Hillstrup or Southstrup. She was also a gymnast who competed with like a broken ankle or something ridiculous. And she won. And everybody was like, yeah, she should have been like this person or whatever. This person had like stopped competing almost immediately after that. She was pressured by all of her coaches, one of whom was, of course, Larry Nassar. And it's like the fact that we're using that as a benchmark to kind of aspire to, as like the measure of what, you know, what it means to be there for your country. And like, of course, over the self, it's telling, unsurprising, of course, unsurprising, but it's just like, you know, you think about, and then you've got people like Dominique. I mean, I don't know. It's hard for me with the Olympics because I'm like, okay, I want to focus on Simone and mental health, but then I also want to talk about Sha'Carri, and I'm just like thinking about all these people who, you know, you've got folks who are like the double standard, right? Is just like so intense with like people who are being barred for smoking pot at the Olympics, even though that's like whoever has done anything faster from smoking weed. And then you've got 100%. Some dude who's got allegations fencing for the United States. I'm just like, what's going on
the
there?
guy with all those the sexual harassment charges, right? We're talking about that guy.
Yeah,
yeah, 100%. Well, and two, it's again the many of the women that you're seeing that are having like Sha'Carri, and there's another one as well. What do they have in common? They're women of color. There's just a scrutiny that women of color consistently have, and it's a global experience and a thing. And then taking that thing with Sha'Carri, like her mother, wasn't she just dealing? She was dealing with her mother had just passed.
Yep.
And like the stress and anxiety that these folks are also having to deal with, like it's again, and also it's just them processing their own experiences and things. And meanwhile, you have these other athletes with like sexual assault allegations, and they're like, no, everything's fine.
Everything is okay.
Nothing to see here.
It's pretty good. Parallel actually to what's going on in music as well, but you know, we'll get to that eventually.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Don't look at you chomping at the bits.
I know, a little bit, right?
I do say we actually really see there's a theme of just like the touches of sexism that are just so wildly prevalent, and not even white women are safe from it. Yes, white women, it's for you as well. So I want to clear up some stuff because it's so interesting, and this is why you have to read multiple media sources, because there is right now, it's Scarlett Johansson versus Disney. And I had a friend who just sent me in their article. They were like, oh my God, I can't believe Scarlett Johansson is like the audacity that she's, you know, suing Disney because she didn't get like all the money that she wanted out of Black Widow. And I was like, let me read a few different things. So yes, Scarlett Johansson is suing Disney, but it's because they breached her contractual payment structure on Marvel's Black Widow.
Yep.
So before she went to go film the movie, these two entities sat down and said, here's the agreement. And like Scarlett, all the stars do that, especially when you're at a certain caliber. You sit down, you say, this is what my structure. And especially when you tend to be a lead of a film or a franchise series, a lot of times these actors will not actually, they'll come in at a lower rate so that way you can come and do the movie. They'll come in at a lower rate, and their bonuses and their payouts won't hit unless the movie makes a certain X amount of money. So they bonus off of it. Most of us have jobs. We also have bonuses attached to our performance. So it's a thing, a capitalistic loophole. It helps us to work harder. It makes it so she's going to make sure she's out there pitching her movie, giving her all. She's also a producer on it as well. At the same time, you know, this woman has worked in 9 movies, was literally just a prop for every male writer, director of how they wanted to use her character throughout these movies. She's finally front. They killed her in a ridiculous way.
Oh my God.
It should have been Hawkeye. Justice for Black Widow. But hey, we're getting a movie. She's dead. And, you know, so then, but the Ponte replay hit, And her contract was based on like, she was going to get her bonuses when it hit like a certain amount of money.
Right.
Disney went ahead. Yes, the Pond Replay is hitting. They kept moving it. The goal, like they kept, moving when it was going to be released. Obviously, that makes sense. But they went ahead and they released it simultaneously in theaters and on Disney Plus, and that cut the potential box office earnings, which then cut into a smaller payday for her.
Yep.
And her team had reached out to Disney Plus to say, hey, let's talk about how to renegotiate this. They ignored her. And so then they're like, okay, well then what else are we supposed to do? I feel like they just assumed that she wouldn't say anything.
Which is ridiculous. She's the highest paid actress in Hollywood, isn't she? Or wasn't she like 2 years ago or something like that?
I mean, she's up there.
Like, why would she not say
And
something?
listen, I know Scarlett Johansson said a lot of dumb things, said a lot of dumb things. She played a Japanese woman she shouldn't have. She thought she could play a trans actor. She defended Woody Allen, like, da-da-da. But in this, we're just talking about this one instance here, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
I mean, honestly.
And I love me some Black Widow.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, my love for Marvel movies really runs deep. My thing is, it's like, first of all, the fact that I'm in a position now where I'm like sitting here having to defend Scarlett Johansson is bonkers.
I know.
Like,
how dare you, Disney? How dare you make us do this? Like, we're here for the character of Black Widow, but how dare you make us defend problematic ass Scarlett Johansson?
Thank you. I'm just like, but it's just like, it's a breach of contract. It's not like she's lying.
Nope.
And people are out here like, oh my goodness, I can't believe she's being so unfair because of the pandemic. Sweetheart, Disney is not hurting. Disney is fine. Like,
yes, and that's what. And here's the thing that I thought, like, really, because again, depending on what order you read the articles, you read an article. If you read this one first, and this was the first one that I read, and it was like, Disney fires back after Scarlett Johansson tries to sue them, and they said that, it's very callous disregard of Ms. Johansson for the horrific and prolonged global effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And they stated that she had earned like, $20 million. So putting like her salary on blast, which was like very, like, it was almost like a move to try to shame her.
Yeah.
It was a move to try to shame her. And two, the scuttlebutt is Disney Plus had been trying to. There was a fear from day one that they were going to try to release Black Widow on Disney Plus even before the Pond Replay, and because they saw it as like we need to put content.
What you were saying by Pond Replay.
Oh, the parallelogram. I don't call it by its government name. The pterodactyl, it's a new one.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh yeah, when the Panini, they would binge try it because they were like, the scuttlebutt was they were always going to try to put it on Disney Plus because they needed content and they thought this might attract people, but that cuts into what the agreement was, and also too, tell you about, you mentioned this. They have billions of dollars. They have kept parks open while it shouldn't have been. They also laid off like 32,000 workers. Like
oh wow,
y'all have been doing the most.
Yeah,
like it's just a lot to be attacking her.
I mean, it is. And honestly, I mean, as a fan who literally was thirsting for Marvel content this whole past year and a half, like the fact that you put it off, and still managed to fuck up this contract or whatever. I'm like, so you did all of that just to end up putting it on Disney Plus anyway? Like, why?
Right.
Like, you should have just released
I saw
it
in
then.
IMAX and on Disney. I saw it on IMAX and on Disney Plus. It's like, I don't know. I feel like there's such like, people, this is what their jobs are. This is their art. They entertain you. And it's you got to be willing to people. I feel like they deserve for the work and the art and the stress and the effort. All those people in the credits, they deserve to get paid at the end of the day.
And that's the bottom line. I mean, I think like you can't have people. I mean, this is everything, right? They just deserve to get paid. But also, Disney breached a contract. You're wrong.
Oh, I've been going back to it. Yeah,
you're wrong.
Right.
You're wrong.
It was.
It's a straight up contract breach. Like, just pay
Done.
pay her. Like, that's it. That's it.
Man,
that's it.
You got caught.
It's kind of black and white. It's not like
you got caught. You thought she wasn't gonna say anything, and she was like, she did. I will commit her because I saw a lot of her press. She was doing it with a smile. She did all the interviews and stuff, and then when it was all said and done, she was like, "And here's the bill."
By the way, many thanks.
I got the receipts.
Best wishes, kind regards.
XOXO.
Yeah. So, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'm really wondering how that's going to shake out. I think that this is kind of like you mentioned something about a tipping point, and I feel like there's a bit going on in the industry in terms of, in the music industry and in the film industry, where women are able to produce things now. They have, they have their own hats, like that they have their own tables, they have their own hats. And so they're not having to rely on men producers to do a lot of things, but a lot of the residual bullshit is still there. And I'm happy that ScarJo, as much as she says problematic shit all the time, is standing up for what's right and paving the way for people to continue. I wouldn't say paving the way necessarily, but
her existence as a woman does help to pave the way for others.
Right.
Is she necessarily, a down and out feminist and looking out for women of color as well?
No.
But you know what? Her glass shattering is opening the space for other folks who are able to, follow through in that. And I will say, like, there is this other thing. Hollywood is actually one of the most, out of any industry in the United States, I forget the exact breakdown, but it is the most white male dominant when it comes to the C-suite. So the people who are at the very top of it, the execs at the top of Hollywood, it is still right now very white male dominated.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just a lot of nepotism that happens in Hollywood. There's a lot of work to be done. Yeah. Okay. Well, what's that about? So we're gonna take a quick little break, but then we're gonna come back. We're gonna dive into a news story that I think that maybe a lot of folks did not necessarily hear about, and it is literally a story where classism and privilege and racism and homophobia all intersect together. So we're gonna get into this story after the break. You probably missed it from the headlines. We'll get into it.
Hi, I'm Annabelle Gurrich. And I'm Laura House. And we're the hosts of Tiny Victories.
My tiny victory is that I sewed that button back on the day after it broke.
We talk about that little thing that you did that's a big deal to you, but nobody else cares.
Did you get that Guggenheim Genius Award?
We don't want to hear from you. We want little bitty tiny victories.
My tiny victory is a tattoo that I added onto this past weekend.
Let's talk about it.
My victory is that I'm 1 year cancer free, but my tiny victory is that I took all of the cushions off the couch, pounded them out, put them back, and it looks so great.
So if you're like us and you want to celebrate the tiny achievements of ordinary people, listen to Tiny Victories.
It's on every Monday on Maximum Fun.
All right, so I'm going to put on my journalist hat. A lot of times, y'all know I love my history, but today we are going into journalist hat area. And I actually heard this from a story from Tre'vell Anderson, who also has a podcast here on the network, Fanti. They also are now on the daily podcast, What a Day podcast, which I listen to get a lot of my 20-minute news in some chunks. One of their old co-hosts left. Tre'vell Anderson, Snaps, is one of their new co-hosts. So really awesome to hear their voice. But they brought this story to light about Ed Buck. Did you hear about Ed Buck? Do you know what happened to Ed Buck? Oh, you did hear. Okay, so this story won't surprise you.
But it's in my line of,
I feel like it was off of a lot of people's radars. I remember hearing a little bit of sprinklings here and there. And so for some folks, this will be just sort of news. And it's not surprising to me when I put all the pieces together why this story was not more mainstreamly covered, and that there are many Ed Bucks out there in the world. So Ed Buck, 66, what happened was he is a small-time white male Democratic donor and political activist who had a fetish for Black queer men. He would lure them to his home and essentially inject them with methamphetamines, and they would die. And he was finally convicted last Tuesday by a federal judge on account of 9 felonies, including fatal doses of injecting meth to 2 men, one of which who died was Jamel Moore, who was 26, and then another one, Timothy Dean, who was 55, and they died in his West Hollywood apartment, 18 months apart. So the backstory about Ed Buck. So white gay man, very well known in LA, in the area. He was really pretty much known for his vocal activism work in various causes. And I guess back in the 80s, he gained like a lot of attention because he successfully spearheaded this effort to impeach the Arizona's then governor, Evan Meacham. And eventually he was like, okay, done with that. I'm out of here, and made his way to West Hollywood. And he ran for city council back in 2007. Unsuccessful, but he still just maintained this presence of relevancy, and he was there in these political circles. So he's built this world around him, which just as the story goes on, it's just so terrifying of like what happens if you are rich and you are white and you are male, the things that you can do. And I will say, like, if in some states, you being gay is not, it doesn't, in California and in LA, that doesn't matter. That could even just get you into other different circles, elite circles and things like that. So, right. And according to the LA Times from 2009 to 2019, he had donated $525,000 to local and state and federal campaigns focusing on LGBTQ rights and animal rights. So this picture, again, you never know. You never know who is not real. That person that you see that they seem like they down with the cause. Oh, okay. Charles. Oh, Charles seems like he good. You better check those receipts. Look under the rug. Oh my God, it's a body of it's a body. Terrible. Terrible. I'm sorry. I know. I realize. I'm sorry.
No.
That isn't great. Y'all know my way of dealing with pain and trauma is humor, and it's not great. Right. Somebody died. I'm sorry. Okay, but the story of how like this really came to light about his just grotesque, I won't even say shenanigans, it's just grotesque behavior. In 2017, the body of Jamel Moore, who 26, was found in Buck's apartment along with nearly 2 grams of meth, syringes, and other just drug paraphernalia. And then the death was initially ruled an accident by the coroner. And then Moore's family was like, what? That doesn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. Like, again, just adding up all the things, it was like, this older white man and this young black man. What's this accidental death? Like, how does this, this doesn't make any sense. And it wasn't until the family started raising concerns and then activists started to get, involved of like, how could he have administered those drugs himself? It just didn't make sense. And then the allegations were confirmed in a journal found in Jamel's belongings where he wrote, I quote, "I've become addicted to drugs, and the worst one at that. Ed Buck is the one to thank. He gave me my first injection of crystal meth." So,
oh my God.
In the journal. And then 2 years later, another black gay man was found in Buck's apartment. So, I mean, this guy, first one happened, whoopsie doopsie, and the cops just like, oh, accidental death, look the other way. And then Timothy Dean, who's 55, was found in the apartment, also died of a drug overdose. And still people are like, oh, I guess, shit happens. Black gay men just be dying. And Buck was known for soliciting men, mostly black, and targeted those who engaged in, survival sex work or unhoused. So he was like this predator targeting specific communities and groups of people that, whether it was tied to his fetish, he just knew that if something happened, just how expendable black gay men are. And if you add sex worker or, issues with drugs, expendable. Just literally playthings, toys, Yep. And so, what were we going to say?
No, I was just going to say that's why some of the conversations that we're having these days about, making sure that we're having that conversation at the forefront is so important, because people don't realize the extent of the vitriol that's being kind of like doled out like willy-nilly, how that leads directly to this
absolutely outcome. 100%, because like you said, like that, like we set the landscape, right? So clearly these cops, because of the things that people say about any of those asterisks or any of these intersections of those people, black, gay, drug user, sex worker, unhoused, any of those, one or more of those, right? We already have it in the lexicon that these people are worthless or valueless, right? And so the cops will put 2 and 2 together. I've had interactions with cops of how quickly they just try to piece a story together that fits their narrative or their story. They're looking for the quickest things, and it's oftentimes on stereotypes and the stories that society has continuously told itself. And by society, I mean white, straight men who have created this entire structure. Again, you and I didn't even bat an eyelash. We've been watching women play volleyball in bikinis our entire lives, didn't even think about it until these women were like, why am I wearing these bikinis? And, oh, you're right. Why are you wearing those bikinis? That's none of the things that you need to do your job. You're right. But look, it's like, that's the thing. Racism and the patriarchy, or white supremacy and the patriarchy, it's like this fog. We don't even realize that we're fucking in it. Or it's like being frogs or crabs or whatever you want to boil in a boiling pot of water that just keeps increasing, and you don't even realize that you're in it.
And you don't. The temperature just like slowly.
But you know what? It's getting too
kills
hot.
you.
We're like, ooh, it's getting too hot. But sadly for some, it actually does kill them. And then in this case, because of all these intersections of the system of, homophobia and racism, allowed this guy to get away with this thing. And so the verdict came exactly 4 years after one of the victims was found dead. So it was like the 4-year anniversary. So it's kind of, fitting. And then, so like I had mentioned earlier, in 2019, activists were rallying outside of his apartment, demanding, I remember reading this article about this. And like this man still was not being arrested. People had to go out into the streets, again, like trying to get actual justice happen, until they went onto the streets and protested outside of his house after Jamel Moore had overdosed in 2000. They had been starting since Jamel Moore was found dead. And so in the Justice Department, they had said, and they had to get a federal case. They had to go even higher. So it wasn't even like local police finally caved in and did anything. They had to keep going up higher to get more attention to it. And they stated that Buck exerted, in the department's statement, in the Justice Department statement, they said that Buck exerted power and control over his victims, typically targeting individuals who were destitute, homeless, or struggling with drug addictions. That was part of their statement. And this won't surprise you, but, guess. Okay, let's play a game. Can you guess? So one of his defense lawyers was also a prosecutor on blank person's case.
Castor.
Actually, I don't know if we want to play this game, because I still don't know how I feel about this case as a black person. So there were a prosecutor on the O.J. Simpson case, which is just always so like, it's just so weird. I can't.
I thought you were going to say Cosby's
Which
case.
also another, actually no, the Cosby one I'm more of an adult. I have much more feelings about that. Like a predator, go to jail. You absolutely. The Simpson one, I just have to I don't know. I can't, no comment. It's just terrible.
That
it's really
one is
bad.
tough.
It's bad. I've seen the documentary.
Really,
I've seen it all. I just can't. It's just a very difficult thing to talk about. It just really is.
I mean, I remember that I moved to this country when that was happening, and I was just like, as a black person, you're rooting for OJ, and that was it. Like, it was, but just
it came after the heels of Rodney King, and it was more so of what he had represented, and we have seen so many times the justice system, and we still to this day put away innocent black people all the fucking time. And so it had seemed like the same sort of situation was happening, but on the other side, you saw, this black man getting, treatment as if he were a white guy, but that's that fame prize athlete, but he also was someone who ran in those white circles, and similar to, Ed Buck had all these different, sort of connections. So not surprising that the defense lawyer, there's some, which doesn't speak well for either of these folks, but even after Timothy Dean, 55, he died 18 months later. It took, like I said, an additional 9 months and a near death of another overdose victim for Buck's arrest. So he didn't get arrested. So remember, Dina died, and then 18 months later, Dina died 18 months after Jamel Moore. And then it was 9 months later, there was a near death of another overdose victim for Buck, who was arrested. Mind you, there's probably so many other folks, right? This list, like a Harvey Weinstein style fucking list of just folks that this guy, that there's names that we don't even know. or who didn't come forward, right? Or who died and we don't even know how they died or why they died. And so family members and activists finally pushed for Buck's arrest after Moore had died. And so then again, you had all these activists who were coming out who've been advocating for years for Buck to be brought to justice. And like I had mentioned, he attacked, these very vulnerable communities because he knew that he could get away with it. As we've said, if you're Black, you're queer, you're a sex worker, had possible drug use, society just did not give two fucks about you. Some of these men, they were homeless. Some of them were sex workers. One of them lived in a tent underneath the 105 freeway overpass, and Buck invited him back to his apartment. And he,
oh my God.
Right? Like, this is
it's like a predator. He's just like prowling, looking for people.
100% predator. He's such a predator. And that's why it's very uncomfortable when some of these predators get free. Like, I have